We need the copium. Let's fucking go, boys. copium. A half a year has right, Hasan has left. Wow, he kept. Transgender pride.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone's having a fantastic. I don't think everyone's having a fuck it. I'm not doing the regular intro today. Pretty hard to have a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon after what has occurred yesterday, but hope we're here to give you some hopium and some copium, hopefully. Welcome. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast, coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. And we are live once again, folks. Okay, all right. Okay, now that we did the intro. Listen, you want to understand why Donald Trump did so well yesterday? This is it, okay? That's it. Because the man can fucking dance, dude. Okay? The man can freaking dance, dude. And people out here, they can't deny his irresistible charm, his sex appeal, his charisma, his machismo, the double dick suck. Everybody's doing it, folks. Everybody's doing it. Listen, as the white dude who is, at least the white passing dude who is just virtually incapable of dancing, I do understand where he's coming from when he doesn't do any of the leg moves. Like, his legs are just permanently stapled shut, and he just only does the upper body. That's kind of what I do as well. Probably one of the more relatable moments of Donald Trump's existence. Now, listen, I'm immediately going to go into the obvious elephant in the room. The election, folks. We're just going to get right into it. I can't believe there's already 50,000 people in here. What the fuck are you guys doing? Get a life, everybody. I'm just kidding. This is completely understandable to be obsessing over this shit currently. Most of you were in here all night yesterday, all day yesterday. We had 229,000 people. This is usually the moment before I announce that I'm live on Twitter, where I give people a quick update on what's going on in my life. But there is nothing going on in my life. You already know. I literally ended stream, passed out, and then pretty much woke up and I'm here. We're back. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really even do enough precursory research or analysis or reading. I just kind of woke up, had a cup of coffee, fixed some stuff around in the apartment. Hopefully I maintain my voice. But I ended the stream at 3 last night, and we're back. Asmongold is telling people not to vote. Oh no, dude. What? Asmongold's telling people not to vote? That's crazy. I guess we're gonna lose, huh? Hair is so trash. I gotta put that on. Listen. No one, and I mean absolutely no one, like no one could be as powerful as creating voter apathy as the Democratic Party. Okay? There could be 100 Asmongolds on the internet saying, do not vote. Don't vote. If you love me, please don't vote. And they would come nowhere near. They would come nowhere near the power of the Democratic Party in lowering turnout or at least losing voters that they should maintain easily. So let's get right into it, folks. I hear that the Associated Press has already called Wisconsin. It seems like that's what's going on. For Yusuf Al-Bidan. Listen, Steven Crowder is also streaming this shit. We gotta beat his ass, dude. In numbers, of course, not physically. I don't believe in violence. I am a humanist, a pacifist. But he's streaming. He's got like 300,000 people watching him right now. Folks, we gotta beat those numbers. We gotta pump those numbers, dude. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Yeah, in other news though, in good news, of course, it's November 4th. So yes, as someone also said in the chat, as Donald Trump said, COVID is over. You know, we just won't be like, someone needs to tell this guy. He's still wearing a mask, but brother, COVID is done. This was just an election ploy and a Chinese hoax. And also caused by 5G. And also Bill Gates, who wants to chip us. And also killing everybody here, but not overseas. And also was a Democrat created to destroy the election. And also our economy, because the Democrats hate our nation and our country. So, you know, at least there's that, right? I mean, take the mask off, dude, in defiance. It's done. Oh, guess what? No, it's not done. Okay. Oh shit, that's crazy. What a crazy update. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Joseph Robinette Biden has won Wisconsin. Thankfully, T-Pain's efforts out there have come to fruition. And T-Pain has brought Wisconsin for Joseph Robinette Biden. Shouts out to T-Pain, Twitch streamer, musician, talented, gifted. Wisconsin is called for Joseph Robinette with a tiny margin of victory. Do you think they're going to recount? I think anywhere where there's like a 1 point difference, they're going to do a recount. Anywhere they can. Anywhere they can, they're probably going to go for a recount. So, Donald Trump is doing a Michigan statement. As votes in Michigan continue to be counted, the presidential state race in the state remains extremely tight, as we always knew it would be. President Trump's campaign has not been provided with meaningful access to numerous counting locations to observe the opening of ballots, and counting process is guaranteed by Michigan law. We have filed suit today in the Michigan Court of Claims to halt counting until meaningful access has been granted. Bro, this is literal legit type Erdogan shit. You understand me? This is like, I saw this. I experienced this in Turkey when I was growing up. This is like straight up like, no. We want our guys to count the ballots. Like, what are you doing? Come on. Oh, I forgot I should tweet that I'm live, I guess. But this is the least shocking turn of events here. I'm live again. Let's go. Who won? Who lost? We shall maybe find out. Inshallah. Or go retweet that far and wide so we can defeat Steven Crowder in the marketplace of ideas. There you go. Tell your friends and family, your mom, your dad, all these other people, you know. Let's get it. Let's get it. In the words of Little Pimp or Little Pump, let's get it. GOP votes in AZ have been invalidated. What? AZ update. Apparently, the use of Sharpie pens in GOP precincts is causing ballots to be invalidated. Could be a huge number of mostly Trump supporters. More to come. Oh my God. What? Okay, this is, I don't know if this is verified yet, but that's not, there's no fucking way. There's no way. I don't think that's real. I'm sorry. This is probably fake. All the Wisconsin drama about 120,000 votes is literally just data monkey punching in the Dem votes first, and then a bunch of Republicans screen capped it before they inserted the 40-some thousand Republican votes because there wasn't supposed to be 169K total mail is counted at once. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of, yeah, that's definitely fake news. You're going to see a lot of that, by the way. For the record, you're going to see a lot of fake news. You're going to see a lot of fake news. Here is the real news. I mean, look, this is one of the advantages of this is one of the advantages of covering with like doing round the clock 24/7 coverage is that as soon as something pops off on Twitter, I take a look at it, I can substantiate it or verify it with other resources. What's wrong with your voice? Man, what do you think was wrong with my voice? I wonder what's wrong with my voice, brother. I wonder what I've been doing for the past 15... what have I been doing in the past 24 hours that may have caused me to lose my fucking voice, dog? I don't know. Just think about that. Just let that fucking sit in the back of your mind for a brief moment. Oh, I wonder why Hasan lost his voice. Whoa, what could he have been doing? Were you not here? I was screaming. Anyway, that Sharpiegate shit is misinformation most likely. But then beyond that, there's going to be even more misinformation. There is going to be people casting doubt, okay, on purpose. On the Republican side, there's going to be people casting doubt on this process. They've been doing it for months leading up to the election. What the fuck makes you think they're not going to do it after the election? You know what I mean? This is when they invalidate as many mail-in ballots as possible, or at least undermine the confidence that the American people have in our current election system. Now, even if the election system has some issues, even if our electoral process has some issues, and my God, they have a lot of fucking issues. Ultimately, the bigger problems at hand is that this is way too close of a race, despite the fact that everybody, all the big brain people, all the nerds, the number crunchers, the poll aggregators, they all told us, you're wrong. Your fifis are wrong. Facts don't care about your feelings. My numbers are facts. If you ask them, well, here are some issues with your polling, specifically about Latino turnout. Why are they so notoriously hard to poll? It's fine. We weigh it correctly. We adjusted it correctly. Well, in 2016, you didn't adjust the educated versus non-college educated voters correctly. Oh, well, this time we fixed those problems. And also, as a matter of fact, you know, a 10% chance of Trump winning this or that is still 10%. It's not 0%. This is just astrology for fucking nerds. Okay? I'm sorry. I am sorry. You can look at polling. It can guide your perspective. And it certainly has guided my perspective to a certain degree. Obviously, I'm not like pulling this shit out of my ass. I'm not going like, oh, I guess like Michigan's going to be well because I just feel that way. No, obviously polling can guide your perspective. But for so many people, they look at it as hard data and act like this is going to be exactly in the way that they predicted it when there are so many fucking issues. Okay? There are so many issues with polling consistently. So much so that the fucking hot dog skinned jet ski dealership owner's fail son that screams at you on Facebook about how polls are fake, brother. They're made by the demons. Like, that guy is more right than Nate Silver. Okay? If your confidence is nearly 100% in your own fucking data and you make it seem like that is literally what's going to happen over and over again, and worse, you shit on people that say, this seems a little irresponsible. Like all the people that were like, we're going to win Texas. We're going to win Texas. No, the fuck you won't. No, the fucking fuck you won't. What did I say? Every time someone came in here, we're winning Texas, brother. No, the fuck you're not. Get this shit out of your goddamn mind, dude. What are you, crazy? What happened? Did we win Texas? Huh? No, we didn't. You gotta stop listening to these people who like literally look at polls and, bro, it was super close though. I'm sorry. What kind of liberal snowflake participation trophy is this nonsense? Should Donald Trump say, well, it's super close, bro, so I guess we got to do Wisconsin now? Like, should we give Donald Trump Wisconsin then? It was super close, brother. Also, super close in Texas is like, what, fucking 400,000 votes? How many votes is Donald Trump winning by? Oh, super close, bro. Yo, Texas is so close, dude. It's so close. 6 points, motherfucker, that's close to you. 700,000 votes, that's close to you, dude. 700,000 votes. Are you insane, dude? Texas can be close. I've already reached out to Chuck Rocha. And I said I'd love to have you on and come enlighten our audience on Latino outreach, but I don't know if he will. I don't know if he's aware of who I am. Maybe we can get him on and have a conversation there. Yeah, Chuck Rocha, Kate Kona, exactly. I love him so much. He's so fucking cool. There's a lot of chatter and worry about Sharpies this morning. Arizona Secretary of State told that ballots marked with Sharpies will be counted. Yeah, no, it's whatever. It doesn't matter. The Sharpie gate's fake news. Okay. Mike Kodry was saying that number of registered voters in Wisconsin is lower than the number of votes cast. He's just straight up lying about the numbers. I don't know. It's just that, like, people always have this energy. Lip posting did predict, I think. I mean, we don't even know for sure if this is what's gonna happen, but yeah. We'll see, though. We got Georgia, North Carolina, and we have Pennsylvania still, so we don't know. As a matter of fact, Arizona also looks too close to comfort, if you ask me, even though it's been called. Wait, never mind. The number has grown since last night. What the fuck? When I went to sleep, Arizona was close. What's happening on this website? Are they broken? Why is my website broken? Nevada is really close. Sorry. Arizona was close when I went to... Arizona was getting close when I went to bed last night, and I guess I was wrong on that. It's no longer as close. Nevada is very close. We've been following it since last night, obviously. We got 8,000. It's within 8,000 votes right now, Nevada. Now, let me tell you something. It should not be this way. And more importantly, that's not what people predicted, okay? If you look at the numbers, let's see. If you look at the numbers, Nevada was won by 2.4 points. Okay. Clinton won it by 2.4. Biden's polling average was at 5.3. 5.3. Right now, the situation on the ground is literally just fucking 1 point. Not even. And on top of that, we got a shitload of votes that haven't been counted yet. Only 86% of estimated votes have been counted in Nevada. And I believe the number one issue that, of course, guides the people of this desert state is not being able to correctly name the state. So obviously, most of them are single issue voters. And that's precisely why this race is as close as it is. It's Nevada, not Nevada. It's Nevada, not Nevada. So, you know, that and fucking open the casinos. We don't give a shit if you're, you know, pumping we don't even give a shit if the oxygen tanks are straight up pumping COVID to every single person there. Well, guess what? The casinos are fucking open, okay? So the real reason why the Nevada industry or the economy hasn't recovered is not because the fucking casinos aren't open. It's not the rules and regulation. It's that there isn't confidence globally or even domestically that these places are going to be completely safe to go to. This is the issue. Whenever people say, and this is a larger problem too that I need to address right now. When people say we need to reopen the economy, what they mean is we need you to shut the fuck up about COVID and actually start lying to people and make it seem like COVID is not that big of a deal. That's what they're saying, because there's a two-pronged problem here. One, yeah, if you're like if you operate a tanning salon, or if you're one of these businesses, like if you're a gym owner and stuff, yes, you know, some of these states, especially where there's COVID, the COVID cases are spiking, there's still rules and regulation that prevent you from operating your business and opening it completely. But outside of that, it's nearly fucking fully reopened with regulations. Okay? What these people want is for the people's confidence to go back and start consuming in a similar capacity. That's the issue. Okay? The issue isn't just, oh, we're not reopening the economy. The issue is what you're doing is undermining confidence in people and their consumption. Anyway. Oh. What do you think of the arguments for a recount because they use the Sharpies on ballots? No, that's fucking bullshit. It's not happening. That's not real. It's fake news. Stop. 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 Oh, by the way, we have officially pulled out of the Paris climate change agreement. Not that it's all that significant. Like, if states were to keep up with climate change, if states were to keep up with like their own end of the agreement, then that's fine. Paris is already a non-binding agreement. I'm sick and tired of having this conversation over and over again with like all the liberals that use that as a talking point, as though it's like the worst possible thing that you can do. No, it's symbolic largely, but most significantly, the reason why it's symbolic and bad is because it also shows Donald Trump's opinion on environmental science and his opinion on climate change, which is that he doesn't give a fuck. And the real problem isn't pulling out of the Paris Climate Accord, which is non-binding again. The real problem is gutting the EPA that was already pretty weak regardless. Okay? That's the real issue. The real issue is not controlling corporations. The real issue is deregulating carbon emissions, specifically like methane gas, for example, when it comes to fracking. Like methane gas capture and fracking is a huge problem under the Trump administration after they rolled back Obama era regulation. It's a gigantic problem. So, like, these are the real issues. It's not fucking like, oh no, we symbolically pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord. No, it's fucking bullshit. It's like the Paris Climate Accord is basically the Joe Biden said super predators version for liberals. Okay? It's not that whether Joe Biden said super predators or not, that matters. It's what he did in terms of legislation and how that harmed the African American and brown communities in this country. That's what matters. Joe Biden never said super predators, but what he did, even if he had said super predators, what he did was much worse. The crime bill is so much worse than just saying super predators, okay? And a lot of times, liberals and even Republicans, of course, always, who are also dirty little libs in their own way, just exclusively focus on the aesthetics and forget that, like, the legislative actions behind that are what really matters. So that's really frustrating to see. But, you know, it's still bad. It's still not great. The fact that we are officially out of the climate accord is still not great. So, but hey, Donald Trump is going to put up 1 trillion trees. Anyway, do you think Susan Collins will lose? Maine apparently has ranked choice voting, so the third party votes might transfer to them. I don't think so, but we'll see. Something not to get lost in all top level election stuff is that Louisiana voted to ban abortion. It was intentionally worded very confusingly, and people probably didn't realize they voted to ban abortion. That might have to go up to the Supreme Court, right? I mean, that's 100% a court case. That's not. What is it? Oh, what did Paul Krugman say? The more I look at this election, the less I imagine I understand. Florida was a surprise Trump triumph and also voted to increase minimum wage by $15. CA is very liberal and voted to let Uber and Lyft keep treating their employers as independent contractors with no benefits. Didn't Susan Collins win already? Sarah Gideon actually conceded the Collins already? Okay. Hasan abi Wisconsin'da nasıl alabiliyor? Biden senin aklını alabiliyor mu resmen? Bir bravo moment dostum. Niye? Yeah, Biden won Wisconsin already. We already called it. We know. I'm aware. Nevada, Arizona ve Michigan'ı birden alırsa reis biz yarrağı yedik değil mi başkan? Lan susun lan Türkler. Açmayın lan ağzınızı. Siz yarrağı ne olursa olsun yediniz, anlatabiliyor muyum? Biden olsun, Trump olsun, Obama olsun hep yarrağı yediniz ne olursa olsun. Susun artık, konuşmayın devamlı. Anyway. Maine has been called for Susan Collins. Oh, hey guys. Can I just say something, by the way? Listen, last night I talked to you guys about lobster fishing. I talked to you guys about a territorial dispute over lobster fishing in the great state of Maine. Now, Maine has a unique electoral college vote system. Okay, it's according to districts. There's a second district called Maine 2. Okay, and let me just say, was it Maine 3? I thought it was Maine 2. And everybody said to me, and Nebraska has one too. Everybody said to me, Hasan, you're fucking wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. Maine is Joe Biden's. And I said, no. I said Maine 2 and those motherfucking lobsters over there are going to vote for Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump does a very unique thing that I wish the Democrats did more of. Where he'll go, look at a problem, and basically just throw money at that problem and be like, yeah, I care about it. Like a territorial dispute in Maine, too, over Canadian lobster fishing. Okay? He went there and he acted like he cared. Guess what? Those fucking lobster fishermen, they're not going to forget that. They're like, what the fuck? The president's like involved in my affairs directly. It's not entirely about the lobster. Even northwestern Maine always leaning red. The northern county always goes red. It's how Collins wins as well. Sure. I like to think that it's the lobster fisherman came in the clutch, though. Anyway, so just remember that, okay? Remember that these sorts of things matter. These sorts of actions that you take end up helping you secure votes. Feel me? And this is a very close race. It's going to be a close race, depending on what happens. Georgia and North Carolina, and also Nevada. Maine 2 doesn't care about lobstering. They just racist. I live in Maine 1. Lobster here. Our votes are not being counted. We all think we're being ignored. Pretty sure they threw out our ballots. Anyway. I said on Twitter you were 100% right on Latinos. I was following district polls, not state, that predicted Hillary loss and have been accurate for my whole lifetime. They were so off. Even Dave Wasserman was stunned into silence. Dems fucked up again on their message and let Republicans define them. Again. Yo. But that's another thing that I was right on. You understand? It's not, I didn't just say that like Donald Trump is going to win a larger share than previous elections on the black and brown vote. I also said the reason for that is because Democrats are running for the moderates, for the moderate white vote that does not exist, okay, or is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. And on top of that, they're alienating the voter base that they're supposed to have easily. It's not just about a referendum on Donald Trump. You can't do just a referendum on Donald Trump. If you do that, and the other side is doing everything they can, basically throwing everything but the kitchen sink and saying like, Democrats are demons, or, Democrats eat babies in a place like Florida where that kind of messaging is very successful with the Cuban QAnon moms and dads, okay? And then they're going to Texas and saying, Democrats want to do abortion. We don't want to do abortion. That's pretty bad. Abortion is pretty bad. Please don't do this. And also, they don't care about you. They don't care about you. Look at them. They're not here. They don't give a shit about you. They don't care about you. I care about you. And then on top of that, Trump's machismo works well with in similar demographics. Non-college educated Latino men and non-college educated black men also have similar affinities towards Donald Trump's attitude and style. But beyond that, he also is like reaching out to them. There is a party infrastructure. There's a party machine in Texas that is constantly and consistently trying to turn out Latino voters and turn them away from the Democratic Party and go out and vote for the Republican. So when one side is basically just saying, look at what this guy is doing. He's so bad and he's so racist. Okay. And the other side is like, no, fuck that. I'm actually going to, I don't know. Like, they'll say anything. They'll be like, oh, I'm going to turn I'm going to bring the gold standard back if that's what you want. If you're a libertarian, I'm going to bring the gold standard back. If you're, if your interests are super particular, hyper specific to a region, I will fucking cater to your needs in some way. Or at least I'll lie about it. Okay? Republicans do that shit. I mean, look at their platinum package plan or whatever the fuck it's called, right? For black communities. It's literally just gentrifying black communities, okay? And it's nearly identical to Kamala Harris's original plan as well. So, it's terrible, but they sell it nonstop. Like, Donald Trump doesn't shut the fuck up about it. He doesn't shut the fuck up about it. So if you're a black voter and you keep hearing about how like Donald Trump is bringing jobs back to the black community and the unemployment rate is so low for African Americans, and maybe he is doing a good job. And the Democrats are running around saying, if you don't vote for me, you're not black, Jack. And like, look at how racist Donald Trump is, and never really addressing what Donald Trump is saying to be incorrect and like falsifying it, or more importantly, never really telling what they're going to do to the black community and how they're going to help the black community or listen to their fucking problems. Then, yeah, you don't deserve to win these fucking votes. Okay? Run around on SNL and call Ice Cube racist all you fucking want. But Republicans, who are otherwise demons and racist as fuck, don't get me wrong, will literally be like, Ice Cube, sure, please, come, tell us about your comprehensive plan to help African Americans. And they do that because they do whatever it takes to fucking win. Like going to Omaha, Nebraska to ensure that they get all 4 of the fucking electoral college votes, even though they didn't, and Joe Biden still won Omaha. Or going to Maine and trying to secure an extra vote there. Okay, is the Fox News ABC uncalled Arizona? How much do you think this is due to the Democratic Party being old and out of touch? We're going to talk about it a little bit more. We're going to get to that. Don't worry. The area where lobster fishing primarily happens is not even the second district. We got the flat out rejection of BLM. Fuck the Dems, LMAO. Yeah, you got, but like that doesn't matter because Donald Trump is giving them something beyond that. Like Donald Trump is at least saying like we're helping the black economy recover. Okay. Meanwhile, 1 out of every 1,000 black person in this country's fucking died of COVID, which he totally fucked up. And that should be a message that's being played nonstop. But then beyond that, Democrats should also be using offensive messaging. It's not all just defensive, and it's not all just Donald Trump bad, Orange Man bad, but also here's why we're good. Democrats refuse to say, here's why we're fucking good without making it about Donald Trump. We had this exact same problem with Hillary Clinton in 2016, and I kept screaming about this shit for the past fucking year. Democrats need to say what they're going to do for people. People might be stupid, but still, even stupid people know what is good for them. Stupid people still know, well, I'd rather have 5 gummy bears than 3 gummy bears. Okay? You don't have to be a fucking big brain genius to recognize that, like, well, this guy's at least telling me something. Telling me something that I want. Democrats can't even fucking lie about it. And I heard this over and over again. This is a referendum on Donald Trump. Look at how successful it is. Look at how successful it's been. Hasan, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about, you dumb Twitch himbo. What do you know? This is a referendum, and it's so successful at being the referendum. Look at our turnout. Look at our voter strategy. Look at the polls. Look at the polls. Look at the polls. Polls are not proof for your idiotic fucking turnout strategy when they're so horrifically wrong over and over again. Okay? Stop saying Austin. I'm not making fun of Austin. Austin is way more open-minded than the people I'm referencing. Because the people I'm referencing are professional Democrats. They get paid to be wrong. Okay? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you a story. Let me paint a picture for you about how people do sometimes get shit right. Donald Trump won Florida by 3 points. That same fucking election raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And that ballot measure was passed by 23 points. Are you fucking kidding me? What more proof do you want? What more proof do you want? This happened in 2018 too. Areas where Democrats got wiped. This happened in 2016. It happened in 2018. Sick and tired of this shit, man. What do you want? People are fucking expanding Obamacare. Okay? They're expanding Medicaid coverage in red states. Red states where people are like, Obama, he's a demon. And then they're like, well, I do still want to, get federal funding so that the comprehensive Medicaid coverage is expanded in our Republican legislature run state that refused because it was a black man's healthcare package. Like, people don't need to be a fucking genius to recognize, like, well, healthcare is good. I think I want more healthcare. I think that these fucking demon insurance executives shouldn't be making quadrillions of dollars off of us suffering. Okay? Seems like the fucking French are able to do this successfully. Seems like the fucking Canadians are able to do this successfully. Seems like every other goddamn country on the fucking planet that are comparable OECD nations have been able to have some form of successful, comprehensive, universal, and oftentimes socialized medical coverage. Why the fuck can't we get it here? That's an easy-ass message. But Democrats don't want to get on board with that. They, as a matter of fact, will attack it. They will kamikaze bomb that shit if they have to. They'll strap on a fucking IED made with marbles and explode on stage next to Bernie Sanders so that, oh my God, let's not even have a conversation about free healthcare. Who's going to pay for it? One of the grossest lies that was told over and over again in the primaries is, how are we going to pay for this health care? Medicare for all was literally fucking cheaper to the American public than our current ACA system that is market-based. Okay? It eliminated a bunch of overhead. A bunch of redundancies would go away. Not only that, though, not only that, but it's infinitely more cheaper than the public option. I'm sorry to tell you this. And I'm back in the public option now. I got to. There's nothing I can do. I need it. I like any sort of movement towards progress is good. And if Medicare for all is not going to work, and it doesn't seem like everyone's going to pass it now, obviously, because it is a Biden administration. We didn't even have the fucking Senate votes now, which, by the way, thank you, Democrats, for fucking that up too. But the public option is even more expensive than Medicare for all, and it's definitely the public option is even more expensive than the current ACA system because it's additional government spending on top of the market-based insurance program that exists, where the overhead is not even going to be eliminated, the redundancies are not even going to be eliminated, and then the insurance companies are actually going to fight against it on top of that too. So it's literally the worst possible thing we could do in regards to Medicare for all versus Obamacare, but it's still better. Still better overall if millions of people can get cheaper health care from the government. So, but we can't get on board with that. Like, we don't want to run on a message that good things are possible, that the government could be doing good for you. We just cave. We cave and we concede to the reactionary elements in our politics so frequently. And then we normalize Republican attitudes. If you have a reactionary approach, and I said this with Macron in France, if you concede to the fascists, if you concede to the Republicans, if you concede to the conservatives, even if you are standing in opposition of them, you are still legitimizing their point of view. You can't outflank right-wingers from a right-wing point of view. Okay? It just does not work. You can't do that. All you have ended up doing is living in their framework. And that's part of the reason why, since the Reagan era, these demonstrable failures in deregulation that has destroyed the airliner industry, okay, or have been really harmful overall. The tax cuts for the wealthy and trickle-down Reaganomics that literally has not worked at all. All of this stuff is in front of our eyes, and yet we still refuse to admit it. And there's still, even though Reaganomics doesn't work, is something that people understand, we're still operating on Reaganomics with trickle-down economics. Who knows how much anyone cares about this, but adopting a term for Hispanic people that implies you think entire grammar of Spanish language is problematic, it needs to go away, cannot be a helpful outreach tactic. Yo, this is cringe as fuck. Okay? Yes, Latinx is basically demonstrating your fundamental misunderstanding of how the Spanish language works. Okay? It's silly. I talk about it all the time, but despite the fact that the Latino population does not want to use that, that's not at the fucking forefront, okay? It's not because, like, people are saying Latinx. You can say fucking Latinx or Latiner as long as you turn around and you still say, hey, Latiners, we're going to give you fucking health care. You want that? Because people care more about what you're going to give me. It's transactional. Politics is supposed to be transactional. The aesthetics, one way or the other, are idiotic, okay? They're idiotic. The aesthetics are, or focusing on the aesthetics are silly as fuck. And I'm saying this as someone who pushes back on, whenever people are like, whoa, what the fuck? You should say Latinx. Like, no. Okay? If you are non-binary, if you're non-binary or trans and you want me to call you Latinx, I will absolutely do that. I think it's a matter of respect. And you should do that. You should not immediately be like, Latinx, fuck you. But if it's a white person saying that about, like, just Latino people overall, then it looks out of touch. I'm sorry. And I get messages from Latinx people in my community that get mad at me for having this take. But I'm not going to adopt a gender neutral, gender non-binary way of saying Latino when fucking 3% of Latinx people believe that that's the appropriate way to describe them. Like, I'm not going to do that. I look like a fucking jackass if I do that. Anyway, though, regardless, I'm not here to fucking offend. I'm not here to like make people feel bad. But just like, listen to what I'm saying. Focusing on it this much is still stupid, one way or the other. You understand? Like, saying like, oh, dude, it's because like we said Latinx, that's why we lost the Latino vote. No, that shit's dumb as fuck. That's not the reason why we lost the Latino vote. And Matthew Iglesias is 100% showcasing his lack of understanding of what the fuck's going on the ground once again. Okay? It does go to the core of shitty liberal outreach, which focuses on aesthetics and in the worst way possible, but still. Anyway. By the way, part of the reason why Latinx is not popular in the Latino population is because the Latino population is also fucking transphobic. Like, what? What do you think? Everyone's transphobic. So when you have a conversation about transphobia, like, that doesn't just pertain to the white working class or white people. Yeah, no shit. That's why fucking many Hispanic people are like, what the fuck? No, I don't know what the fuck Latinx is. I don't care. That's not correct. Okay? But then also on top of that, I'm sorry, but putting an X behind Latino to make it more gender neutral is fucking psychotic, especially because it is a gendered language. If you wanted to use it, maybe you should have said Latine. Okay? Which is, if I'm not mistaken, according to my South American viewers, the way to... Latinos are not transphobic. Man, everyone's fucking transphobic. Shut up. There's no, like, Latinos are specifically not transphobic. Yeah, you should have said Latine, okay? With an E on the end of it, not a fucking X. Like, if you're going to rewrite a gendered language, maybe the least you could have done is at least fucking use the language. Anyway. Of course Latinos are fucking transphobic. What are you, crazy? Are you insane? Everyone is fucking transphobic. How do you say that? Like, what, you think social conservatism is exclusive to white people in this country? Like, well, where are we? Like, where are we living? What planet are we living on, dude? People are saying, oh, I'm Latino and I'm not transphobic. Yeah, no shit. You're in my community. Of course you're not transphobic. I'm not talking about every single Latino being transphobic. I'm not talking about every single fucking white people being transphobic. I'm talking about what is normalized, okay? The attitudes that we learn from our social conditioning makes us transphobic because gender identity is so closely tied to your identity. I say this as a fucking cishet dude who is obviously not very well read on this stuff. It literally feels like quantum physics to me sometimes, but I try my best. And the point is, like, yeah, people are fucking transphobic because they don't know what the truth is. They haven't learned it, and they have an immediate reaction after thinking that there's only fucking two genders their entire lives. Anyway. Top of the hour, every hour, we're going to do a 60-second ad break. Right now. And then after that, I'm going to move away from this fucking Stunlock bullshit and get back to round-the-clock election coverage. Both Nate Cohn and Wasserman believe that... okay, hold on. Let me run the ad first. If you want to avoid seeing ads, you can subscribe with your Twitch Prime or with a tier 1 subscription. That way you get an uninterrupted user experience. Or maybe you luck out and you don't see the ad. Who knows? Okay, that's the ad. Hold on. It's fucking ad time. Anyway, Biden will be stun locked for the next 4 years at every turn, so it's going to be so lame. The fuck is AP politics? Get out of here. Biden is speaking soon after a Wisconsin call, after the Wisconsin call, so we're waiting on that, Jack. We'll get to that when that happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Folks, Biden's going to be talking. He's going to be talking that good, Jack. He's going to be telling us what we want to hear. He's going to say that orange man, I'll fight him. I'll crack one on his jaw, Jack, if he tells me Michigan's not mine. I'll crack him in the face, Jack. Cut the malarkey. We're proud Americans. That sort of shit, you know? So one area that I admittedly did not look to, and I will admit this is a weakness, because, you know, this is the honest broadcast, you know, where I admit my mistakes. Okay? The honest broadcast is where I tell you, here's what I did not pay attention to at all. Okay? And ironically, so did the Democrats, apparently. Motherfucking congressional seats in the House of Representatives. I did not even look at it. I was like, oh, dude, it's a lock. Like, Democrats are going to increase their majority in the House. Like, I did not even look at it at all. I looked at the Senate because that's the sexy stuff. That's where the Democrats needed to win a majority. I don't even personally understand. I don't even personally understand how the fuck the Dems lost. Like, they didn't lose the House, but like how the fuck they did so poorly. Like, it is honestly just insane. We have a weaker House because of it now, and a Republican Senate majority, it seems like, and a 6-3 permanent supermajority in the Supreme Court for years to come. But maybe we'll just get a crumb of presidency from Malarkey Jack over here. Oh, so good. Disaster. An epic fucking disaster. Do you understand? This is so pathetic. It's so stupid. I'm sick and fucking tired. As someone who is an unironic pro-electoralist lefty who shits on people who say, oh, I don't want to go out and vote, who has always urged people to go out and vote. No matter who the fuck you're voting for, ultimately, you should absolutely vote. You should vote for the progressives on down ballot races, no matter what. A consistent position that I've had forever. And as someone who understands the pragmatic approach to politics, I'm sick and tired of fucking losing, dude. I'm tired. I hate it. I hate it so much. We just keep getting owned. And in some instances by a fucking dead guy. Yeah, a guy who died of coronavirus in North Dakota won a seat in the state legislature. I don't know who he's running against, though. Surveys show the demo with the highest levels of support for abolishing ICE and defunding police are those with postgraduate degrees. Most opposition is from working class across racial lines, but the left is dominated by prep school educated hyper elites, so we get fed this crap. Listen to me. First of all, I'm sorry, Lee. Lee does this shit all the time, okay? He loves dancing on, like, this line all the fucking time. First and foremost, the Democratic Party isn't running on abolishing ICE. So using that to, like, imply that the Democratic Party is losing because they are the abolish ICE party is basically making yourself look like a reactionary clown ass, okay? You're not a Republican commentator. Why are you lying for them? What the fuck is wrong with you? You're one of the best investigative journalists in the country when it comes to dark money influence, and you're over here literally writing tweets like Charlie Kirk. Well, of course, no, Charlie Kirk would never actually apply empirical evidence to his arguments, but what the fuck? Why are you carrying water for the fucking fascists, Lee. Anyway, he is brilliant. He's a brilliant guy. And I really do appreciate all of his fucking work, especially on the influence of lobbying. And I will. It's just like with Glenn Greenwald. Like, no matter what, I still respect their work. As long as their work doesn't change into, like, you know, hazardous reactionary garbage. He's a fucking FBI op and always has been. You need to stop respecting him. Well, first of all, I know him personally. Like, I've met him. I know that he has a pro-police approach. He does. He's always been somewhat pro-police. He's always been the kind of guy who's like, I think policing is very difficult, but it's a necessary job in this country. I wouldn't say he's a fucking fed, though. Just stop saying people are fucking feds. Jesus Christ. Yeah, dude, the feds are actually... Yeah, the feds are actually uncovering, like, dark money operations in the Coke network. That's a real FBI operation, dude. Also, the FBI, it loves disrupting capital, right? Is that what you're saying? Like, is that your take? It's so funny when you're like, oh, yeah, he's a fed. Look at his body of work. Why would the fucking FBI allow some shit like that to happen? Anyway. Yeah, well, I'm a fucking fed too. Yeah, I love the FBI. Big fan. Anyway. The blue thing around my shoulder is for my back pain. It's like a muscle. Brooks Brothers riot 2. Poll chanters have started chanting something like... Yeah, you gotta... Listen, I'm sorry, dude. You gotta fucking clear these hogs out, okay? There's no way. They can't pull a Brooks Brothers riot 2. Also, the irony is Brooks Brothers riot 1 was astroturfed by, like, annoying Republican elites, but this one doesn't even need to be astroturfed. They have enough fucking hogs with guns, with psychotic opinions already that they can actually fucking grassroots this shit. They don't even need to, like, pay for it, basically. There's gonna be a press conference by the Trump team as well. So funny. The Trump campaign just announced a press conference in Philadelphia with Eric Trump, Lara Trump, Pam Bondi, and Corey Lewandowski this afternoon. Senior campaign officials held a call with reporters earlier but didn't take any questions. No mention of Rudy, but he says he's going to. If the problem with the Democrats is basically a PR and messaging problem, do you think demonizing the Democratic Party like you do, painting both parties as the same helps? Like, I genuinely think you don't consider liberals as part of the left. Yeah, no, I don't think Nancy Pelosi is a leftist. No, I think most liberals are not leftists. I used to be the kind of person who was, and I'm wearing a Barack Obama shirt right now. I used to be the kind of person who thought, like, oh, Democrats, they're too naive. They just simply can't do it. And now I think that they are the controlled opposition party. I'll still vote for them. I have no other fucking option in terms of harm reduction, in terms of also entryism. But I don't believe that they are on the side of the working class. They demonstrate that every single fucking election. I think that they're, for a lot of them, there are some, there are some nice Democrats out there. Katie Porter is one of them. I think she's a liberal, but she's a very nice liberal who I hope does not get corrupted by the party machine. But ultimately, yo, I'm sorry, dude. Does this look like a harm reduction? It's on we lost House seats. You're fucking brain dead, dude. You're brain dead. You're unironically, and I don't want to sound like fucking, Pepe Le D over here, but you're brain dead. Like, look at the fucking ballot measures that just passed, dude. $15 minimum wage. Like, you're just not going to fucking vote? Like, what are you, stupid? Even look at, like, vote suppression measures that we were able to fight back against in places like fucking Harris County. There are progressives out there on the ballots, man. Shut the fuck up. You need to push for progressives to enter the Democratic Party and go out and fucking vote. Even if you want to build a vanguard, you need to do this, okay? There is no vanguard beyond like normalizing leftist politics. What do you think the Overton window is gonna like? You sound like the 3%er oath keepers, okay? 3%ers believe that only 3% of the American public needs to revolt in order to have a revolution. When you're a vanguard, like when you're a Marxist-Leninist who believes in building a vanguard party, you're even more delusional than the 3%ers, because at least there's 3% of libertarian psychos out there that have fucking guns that think that they can do a revolution, when there is no 3% of Marxist-Leninists that will fucking be able to like build a vanguard party. So shut the fuck up. Maricopa County gets updated at 3 p.m. Yeah. Oh, of course. I said Vanguard Party and Marx-Lenin. So get ready for literally just blocks of passage from Karl Marx and all of his fanboys in the chat, which I am as well, by the way. But it's really, really silly. The Trump efforts to disrupt the voter count has started. Poll challengers are waiting at the Central Counting Board outside the TCF Center, told to the rooms at capacity as lines get longer. Reporting from the Central Counting Board. Police and security have gathered at the Central Counting Board doors to limit entry as crowd gathers. Now, of course, the beautiful part about this is we're about to find out if cops have more of a blind loyalty to the Republican Party and their own personal political opinions, which is overwhelmingly Republican, than actually upholding the law and order. This is the bare minimum shit they're supposed to do, okay? Not letting these fucking psychopathic hogs get out of control and try to disrupt the vote count process is literally the bare minimum they have to do. Let's see if they'll do it. Hopefully they will. Probably they won't. Seems like the American people might have saved your career by not giving the Democrats the trifecta. Dude, if you think that my career would have been harmed if the Democratic Party controlled the Senate, House, and also the White House, you're out of your mind. You think they were going to actually fucking implement any of the things that they were going to say? No, this was going to be a place for actual organizing and agitating to try to get Democrats to fucking do shit. Like, this work doesn't end, okay? Even if fucking Bernie Sanders won, this wasn't going to change my career significantly. It's so silly. Let me worry about what I'm doing and you worry about your own shit, okay? How about that? America is a reactionary shithole in terms of like economic policy, okay? So the work is not going to end magically when Democrats secure power. You understand? It's not how it works. Anyway, new USPS data filed in federal court this morning. Incoming ballot delivery scores. Atlanta, 82.2. Central PA, 61.3. Philadelphia, 66.3. These are completed ballots sent to the election offices, which means that there are still, 10%, 20%, even 40% in Central PA of ballots that haven't been delivered or haven't been sent to election offices. That's fucking insane. Nationwide ballot processing scores by day. October 24th, 94.7. According to postal voting experts, all but one of those days had unacceptable scores. Huh. These scores are the percentage of ballots that were processed, sorted, postmarked, transported, everything but pickup and delivery within 1 to 3 days. That means 6.7% of ballots in the mail system yesterday were not processed on time. Now listen, don't be a fucking idiot and don't get mad at the U.S. Postal Service for this. It's not their fucking fault. Just like you can't get mad at the teachers or you can't get mad at the fucking unions, the teachers' unions, for the horrific nature of public education in this country. Don't be a sucker. It's not their fucking fault. It's the people that refuse to fund them. It's the Republicans and even the Democrats that engage in advocacy for charter schools, for example, in terms of public education and the lack of funding there, and not funding the Postal Service enough which the even the Democrats at certain points have advocated for under Obama, and certainly under Donald Trump. I just need to remind you of who your enemies are in this conversation, and it's not the fucking U.S. Postal Service. They're doing their goddamn best, okay? Poll inspectors cheer as a poll challenger is kicked out of Detroit's Central Counting Board. You think Pennsylvania is still possible for Biden? Yes. Why would Pennsylvania not be possible for Biden? Since I took a nap, we've got a bit more data in Pennsylvania narrowing Trump's margin to 8 points there. To my mind, everything there is still consistent with Biden eventually taking the lead. If you just take the raw number of absentee mail ballots left, the votes are there for Biden given how well we expect him to do there. If you just look at the completed counties, it's clear Biden's faring well enough once in the places that have counted their absentees. Yeah, of course I think Pennsylvania is going to Pennsylvania is doing well and is going to continue doing well. That's part of the reason why they're trying to launch fucking campaign lawsuits in Michigan and campaign lawsuits in Pennsylvania so they can halt the fucking vote count. You understand? That's the reason. Michigan is close, but I think Michigan is going to go to the Democrats as well. The area that I am surprised by would be Nevada. Michigan, according to Politico, is at Biden with a 38,000 vote lead, which is around, I guess, nearly one entire percentage point there. But Michigan is very close. Nate Cohn in New York, also 3 minutes ago. We've got a bit more data in Pennsylvania, which narrows Trump's lead to 8 points. To my mind, everything there is still consistent. Biden can still win PA. Yes, I think Biden is going to win Pennsylvania. I think Biden is going to win Pennsylvania. I think Pennsylvania is going to come down to the wire on how many votes have been successfully purged from the process with naked ballots and whatnot, and if Trump can stop the count or disrupt the process as best as he can. And that's precisely why he's doing it. That's why he's saying we're winning Pennsylvania big, but the PA Secretary of State just announced there would be millions of ballots left to be counted. Yeah. Hey, what up, Michael? Trump campaign just announced they're seeking to stop ballot counting in a second state. Now, Pennsylvania. They're trying to stop counts in Michigan. They're trying to stop counts in Pennsylvania. You see that? Now, remember, what did I tell you? Wait, you said they stopped? No, they're seeking to stop it. They didn't actually stop it. Why is Michigan not counted yet? It's already at 99%. Dude, there's still fucking thousands of votes. Wayne County still had a lot of votes out in Michigan. Biden ends up winning by like 85,000 votes in 4 states instead of 70,000 in 3 states. Oh, maybe. Chat so fast. Austin won't know his pussy is fat. Too late. Now he knows. Remaining Michigan ballots favor Democrats. Of course. Crowder is trying to convince people of voter fraud. Hey, YouTube. I know there's some of you out there that work in YouTube, that work at YouTube, that watch me to get some of your news coverage. Fucking do something about someone just openly lying and agitating. I mean, even Twitter and Facebook are doing it. You're going to really be worse than fucking Facebook? You crazy? You're just going to let someone fucking lie and push fake news at a heated moment like this? Good job, YouTube. Fucking killing it, dude. Asking Google to take a stand, LMAO. I mean, it's literally the bare minimum, dude. It's literally the bare minimum. Look, this entire system is built on the confidence that these institutions are largely symbolic, but these institutions are successful in preserving the integrity of democracy. It's fake. It doesn't. But if you erode confidence to a point where like all hell fucking breaks loose and you're playing a fundamental role in eroding that confidence, then you're hurting your own bottom line. Okay? You think billionaires want fucking this kind of chaos? That doesn't reflect well on the market. It undermines confidence. It undermines the amount of profits they can make. That it hurts their bottom line. Don't be crazy now. There is a level of chaos that even billionaires are not going to be able to profit from. Okay? Hey, HasanAbi, do you know when they're announcing the rest of GA votes? I don't know. Remember when I told you I would send you bussy pics when Biden lost Texas? Check DMs. No, I don't want bussy pics. When have they ever said they're integrity driven? First of all, YouTube literally, Google used to literally say do good. Okay? That is before they started working with, they started working on drone striking people. But, listen. There is a level of chaos in which, wealthy people will always profit. Okay? Even the pandemic, right? But there is a level beyond that that disrupts the confidence in the market and disrupts the order that you still need to have even in this chaotic process, even in this downturn, right? There's economic volatility, and then there is the market not doing so well. You can benefit from the economy shrinking. You can still end up making money in that process. But if it's all hell fucking breaking loose as a consequence of people literally undermining the integrity of our systems that's literally built together, tied together with fucking shoestrings, then how do I describe it? I'm Turkish, so I have a different understanding of this. Foreign capital coming into Turkey is always afraid because, and this is the same with like most of the world. They're oftentimes afraid of what the government can do. And if the court system there is going to, if the court systems there are ever going to side with them or even deliberate equally, like treat them as equals, in places where there's a lot of corruption, and by the way, in America there's a lot of corruption as well. That kind of volatility makes it so that it makes it difficult to turn profit. That's part of the reason why a lot of these unilateral trade agreements or these, the Trans-Pacific Partnership and shit like that, a lot of times they literally make an effort to build their own court system that, of course, favors capital, foreign capital specifically, but they want to build that court system so they can game the system itself. But there is stability there. Okay? Completely destroying this process, completely undermining the electoral process in this way is not beneficial for people who want to make it seem like this system is just. This system is unjust, but if you were to make it seem like it is, then at least there's some order. There's some organization. You understand? Show me love, please. I live in Florida, voted for Biden and Cuban Trump loving family. Ortega Kevin. I love you, man. I love you, Jack. God love you. Georgia is back in. The needle accounts for this and expects. Ugh, dude, I'm sick and tired of this fucking needle, dude. Shove the needle directly in my penis hole. Oh my God. Sound me with this goddamn needle. I just fucking annoying. Ah! Hasan got any copium for center races? No, I don't. Trump legal team wants some areas counted and not others. One problem for the Trump campaign is seeking to halt counting in some areas and encourage counting in others. An inconsistency that will get noted by any judge hearing these cases if they get to court. The irony here, this is actually similar. This is actually similar to what Al Gore did. One of the reasons why Al Gore's recount was met with a lot of opposition in the public eye was because he wanted to recount. He had every opportunity to. He wanted to recount counties that were, of course, favorable for Al Gore. Palm Beach being one, Miami-Dade being another. And that was immediately seized upon by the demons over in the PR team of the George W. Bush campaign. And they were like, oh, really? After this week, you will start sounding like Alex Jones. I mean, dude, I do say Republicans, they're demons a lot. I don't mean like they're literally demons. I just mean that they're evil. Evil human beings. Just bad people in general that don't have your best interest in mind. Al Gore's recount cannot be used as legal precedent. No, I'm not even saying that. I know Al Gore's recount cannot be used as legal precedent because that's a recount. That's not a count. This is entirely different. But in the Al Gore recount, Al Gore had every opportunity to choose, I think, 4 counties, and he chose exclusively Democratic ones. And it was right of him to do so, but that was a messaging inconsistency that the Republicans seized on. Democrats should do the exact same thing and immediately push back and be like, "Oh yeah, you want to halt counting in Democrat counties and real Donald Trump campaign manager Bill Stipend just now. We are declaring victory in Pennsylvania. You can't do that, man." I live in Florida, voted for BN, so did my Cuban friends, but his parents voted for Trump, and they said they were disappointed by Obama. Al Gore recount could be persuasive because of the factual similarity you just noted. Oh, it's the... Oh, Gita covered me. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Hasan Piker's Twitch stream is the future of election night coverage. Nice. Oh, this is tight. Trying to figure out how to watch coverage of the election results as they rolled in last night was, as it usually is, a chore. Hasan Piker's 16-hour marathon Twitch stream was the only one that approached politics from a perspective that makes any sense to me. Judging by the peak of 230,000 viewers he had last night, I'm not alone. Piker, a traditional broadcast journalist turned video game streamer, turned broadcast journalist again, has had quite a year. In 2019, Piker was still too controversial to make waves despite his burgeoning popularity. After streaming Among Us with U.S. Representative AOC, the time of Piker getting suspended from Twitch for his political comments seemed like a distant fantasy. Although AOC's stream peaked as the 3rd most viewed stream on Twitch of all time, Piker brings in numbers that are nothing to sneeze at on its own. Last night, Piker hopped on Twitch for a casual 16-hour election stream with rotating guests. Part of what makes Piker's analysis so watchable is his modernity. Unlike other notoriously online lefties like the popular Chapo Trap House podcast, Piker hasn't simply adopted streaming as a gimmick. Clearly where he feels most natural and comfortable. As AOC proved, young people who are politically engaged are already watching Twitch in droves. Piker is simply giving them a home where he will go over the news of the day as he babysits, he calls it, his viewers. You guys, I do babysit you guys. His fan base uses this space not as a place where Piker's word is law, but where Piker can answer questions and talk with him. They are devoted to him, though, and they have fan cams to prove it. Piker's appeal is not just in what he says, but in how he presents information. While your parents were most likely watching CNN's John King tap around an electoral map on a giant touchscreen, Piker sorted through exit polls and early reporting the same way I did, clicking frantically between tabs of different news sites, YouTube streams, and various chats. Last night, I watched Piker and his guests play for time as he clicked on the wrong tab in his disorganized browser at least 3 times. I saw myself in the way that I engage with politics and the news, and not just Piker's political opinions, but the way he uses the internet itself. I mean, other than watching Piker look at my tabs right now. This is porn level tabbing, okay? This is Vinegar Strokes porn level tab game currently. It's like I have different scenes open in every video currently, and I'm just sifting through them. Anyway, I was on a Google Hangout with two of my friends talking about articles we read and can't find in our tabs. Piker's able to identify and discuss that politician's tweet, the way that reporters analyze the news and comment on it in articles and on social media, and the raw polling data in a way that helps explain our current moment. And he does it in a way that makes politics legible and understandable, even at its most cruel and confusing. Compared to broadcast news last night, which is still a nightmare of CGI graphics, maps, and charts, Piker looked not only at ease, but like a natural. By the end of the night, I knew that what I needed most wasn't another boomer frantically repeating talking points to other boomers, but someone who's on my level in terms of my values and the way that I consume information. It's easier to process hell world when I feel like the political analysts I'm watching actually live in the same world as I do. Wow, that's really nice. That's a really, really nice, that's a really nice article. I'm tweeting the shit out of this. So here's the thing. The difference between like when NBC or like the New York Times tries to cover, I have my fucking blue dildo on my shoulder in this screenshot from like 5 minutes ago, probably. But the difference between this kind of coverage and like the way the New York Times covered it when they tried to cover like Miskiff and shit is that this is a person who is naturally in this community. This is a person who watches Twitch not just for her job, but because she likes it. And you can see that in the coverage. It's entirely different. It's entirely different than the way that than the way that like someone who's out of touch and only covering it as a job looks at the issue. You know? Wow, incredible. Marathon election. Love to see. Love to see journalists who are naturally interested in the platforms they cover. Okay, I'm tweeting that. Go show this some love, guys. Dave Weigel is correct as he says, gonna invite comparisons to the Brooks Brothers riot. But going back to what we were talking about already, Dave Weigel is saying, gonna invite comparisons to the Brooks Brothers riot, but the difference between protesting a count that could reverse a 1,000 vote lead, less than a 1,000 vote lead, and asking to stop a count where you're down 38,000 votes is pretty big. Trump is already moving elevating the case to the Supreme Court. Here's the tweet if you wanna retweet it. S-Fan, this Hasan guy is pissing me off. I'm leaving. So we're about to find out what happens. I'm gonna see if I can bring in maybe Dave himself. I'm gonna reach out to him and see. I think we can get some big brains on here today as well, considering that the election is still going on. Want to come on today? I thought he couldn't do that. It was the states. I don't know. I don't know what the legal precedent is here. Bad grammar on the tweet. Fix it. Too late, brother. That's it's a rip. What can be accomplished if Biden wins and the Senate stays red? Well, the Senate might not stay red. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, Jack. The Senate might not actually stay red. The only reason why the Senate will stay red currently is because of the Georgia elections going to runoffs. There's 2 Senate seats in Georgia. It's all going to come down to how much money and how much effort and how much organizing the Democratic Party is going to have in flipping those seats. Okay? So if they do that, is the 138,000 Biden vote thing in Michigan a lie or what? Hold on, we'll look at this in a second. You can't toss off the off. So in Georgia, if any particular candidate doesn't reach a majority of the votes, over 50%, then that automatically triggers a runoff election. What that means is a candidate now has to basically win over 50% in the second election that they do. So they are going to be these are going to be really fucking crazy races. Now, the Loeffler special election is complicated because there's two Republicans that are both pro-Trump Republicans fighting against one another. That complicates the process. And in the Ossoff-Perdue one, Ossoff is actually pretty popular, but there's a libertarian, I believe, that's like playing spoiler a little bit for maybe even Ossoff and maybe a little bit from Perdue. I'm not entirely sure how that balances out. So we shall see. We shall see what's going on. Currently, what we are waiting on right now, in this very moment, what we are waiting on is the Michigan counts, is the Pennsylvania counts, and also we are looking at the actions that the Trump campaign is taking at this very moment as they try to declare the election null and void, or try to stop actual votes from being counted. Eric Trump has claimed victory prematurely. The Trump campaign, I think, officially has declared Pennsylvania victory prematurely as well. It doesn't really matter. Eric Trump actually Eric Trump saying that actually is probably a bad thing. It probably works against them because he's such a fucking pathetic loser. You know what I mean? Now the GOP operatives are God, I wish I was there. Holy shit. Declaring wins with no base for it, they can get fucked. Should I stop making fun of my friend for voting Joe Jorgensen? No, your friend is a fucking slay queen, okay? Libertarianism is eventually going to take root. You don't understand. Okay, Kayleigh McEnany has now declared victory for president in Pennsylvania. Okay, it's just entirely dependent now on what Fox News says, unfortunately. Regarding the 130,000, fact check, did Biden win 100% of a ballot dump in Michigan? Oh, is this the fake news that was going around last night? Because of the way that the decision desk election results map pumped in the numbers? Is that why? God, people are so fucking silly. Okay, look. Guys, the Sharpie thing is fucking bullshit. And there's always errors in reporting, okay? Sometimes sometimes it just depends on how you decide to report the numbers. That does not mean that there is some fuckery going on there, okay? An update gives Biden 100% of new votes, 128,000. This tweet was taken in share honestly. I have now learned the Michigan update reference was a typo in one county. I have deleted the original tweet. But it doesn't matter because the original tweet probably got, 20,000 retweets, dude. Even though you deleted it, your correction now has 2.3 thousand retweets. Fucking conservative operatives, dude. Makoviak later deleted the tweet and said this tweet was taken and shared honestly. Taken and share honestly. I have now learned the Michigan update reference a typo in one county. Trump retweeted it. Oh, it's fucking great. It's great. So again, remember how Donald Trump originally lied and said, wait, Dave Weigel, when? Remember when Donald Trump originally said, oh, mail-in ballots are all fraudulent. And then people from Utah and Florida were like, dude, our people vote by mail and do it safely, you fucking idiot. So then he was like, okay, mail-in ballots are fraudulent, but not in Republican counties or Republican legislatures. They know how to do it. Democrats don't, right? Basically, that's precisely what he's doing here. In Arizona, he's like, do not stop the recount, or not even the recount. Do not stop the count. We have to count all the votes. We have to wait. We have to wait as long as we can to make sure that Arizona has all the numbers. And then in Pennsylvania and Michigan, he's like, stop the count. Stop the count. And the reason why he's doing that is because, one, there's no accountability. And two, he's fucking insane and he's a baby. And unfortunately, in this country, if you're an insane baby, you can get away with doing insane baby things. Okay? And that's what's going on here. It's pretty transparent where he wants to have it both ways. He's like, do not stop the count in Arizona, which, by the way, they shouldn't. Obviously, never stop until every single vote is counted. But stop the count in Michigan and Pennsylvania because I'm looking to be winning right now. And I know that the votes that are still being counted at this process, thousands of them are overwhelmingly Democratic. And I might lose if that's the case. That is just insane. That's insanity. It's, of course, not insanity if you live in the global south, if you live in a developing country, or if you live in, ironically, Turkey. This is something that I grew up with in my politics. This is part of the reason why I was so interested in politics to begin with, because this is straight the fuck out of the books of other strongman authoritarian leaders on the planet, everywhere around the world. Literally, like verbatim. And then when they get really comfortable with cheating, they'll say stuff like, oh, a cat actually snuck in and exploded the transformer, and that's why there was a blackout, and that where the numbers suspiciously changed. That sort of thing. That is a literal, that's a literal Turkish meme at this point. For those of you who don't know. So, very exciting to leave Turkey and come to America, because I thought, better to live in like a more socially open-minded and more socially open-minded country, and the American dream that I was foolishly deluded into believing, and then literally watching the exact same experience of my childhood happen right in front of my fucking eyes. I guess the common denominator here is me. I'm the one who is jinxing everywhere I go. Okay. Trump çalabilir mi seçimi? TR'de çalınmıştı. Evet. He is trying to do it right now. All right. Is there anyone that would pick up Bernie's mantle? Probably. What? Dude, what Bernie right now? Look at what's going on right now. There's no Bernie currently. D-Jinx and say inshallah. Dude, I can say inshallah all I want, and I don't think it's going to change anything at this stage, okay? All right, let's see what the fuck's going on here. CBS News. Let's see what the fuck they're covering. This is NBC.
It's literally a slave wage. I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Oh, sick. I love watching Pfizer advertisement on CBS, or advertisement on how well CBS is doing. Okay, great. Ama benim düzenim kalabasta Türk var. In the case of the Democratic Party victory, do you think the government will lead towards dealing with real problems like animal abuse, sexism, homophobia, and transphobia, or is it still going to be white male heteronormative rhetoric talking slightly different about the economy? I'm going to go out and punch a sheep because you said that. I'm going to go out and literally fucking bite a chicken's neck off when it's alive. You understand me? You fucking sicko vegans. Bro. I mean, that's bait. That's got to be bait. Like, there's no way that's real. There's no way that dude is like a real person, or they are a real person. In a video game, what? What do you mean? Eating a chicken is not terms of service. If that was in the psychopathic, authoritarian, left vegan future dystopia that we live in, I would be going to jail. If I ate a pound of chicken every day on stream. What are you talking about? Like, what, you think it's TOS? You forget that there's a lot of new viewers? I do forget that there's a lot of new viewers. Biting his neck while it's alive is? Why? Why would it be? I'm eating it. I eat 2 pounds of chicken every day. You think those chickens manifested? You think those chickens that I eat weren't alive chickens at some point with dreams, chicken dreams of surviving? Or I don't know what the fuck chickens dream of. Anyway, ABC News, if you need a third stream, I do.
That's what gives him still at this moment a couple of additional paths to the presidency. Right now, the Biden campaign remains confident about the vote count out west in Arizona and Nevada. The Trump campaign is suggesting that they can do well in those states. They think that might turn around. But if it doesn't, Joe Biden has the votes he needs without that critical Pennsylvania. And again, as the vote rolls in, Biden is still in the mix in both Pennsylvania and Georgia. So even at this time, 24 hours after most polls have closed, you still have the possibility for much different looking maps that any of which.
Vegans. At a time when we're covering the final stage of American acceleration into fascism, if I'm yelling at Bernie supporters, and I am like the biggest Bernie bro, about being like, what about Bernie? What about Bernie? What makes you think I'm going to offer a single shred of coverage to veganism at this stage? Like right now. You do this to yourself every time you chime in with like insane takes at a time when I am, and much like you are, and much like many people are, speciest as fuck. You undermine your own cause by sneaking veganism into it. You literally play into the meme. Okay, now they're trying to stop the count and push their way in.
Let's hear what you got to say. Step back. Listen up. Step back. Listen up. Step back. Please give us some news.
Sir, step back.
With the Detroit Health Department.
Oh my
What I'm saying is, he brought the spread out and took a
Okay, why isn't he wearing a mask right there then? Is
Right
the
inside
hand is covering?
Oh, that's my favorite type of Karen. Yo, this is my favorite Republican wine mom, dude. When it's like, oh, you want me to wear a mask? Well, guess what? While I'm violating social distancing and my nose fucking protruding out of my stupid face mask that doesn't even cover where it's supposed to cover, why is that person not wearing a mask? Boom, roasted. Guess what, dude? It's a two-tier justice system, Karen. Time for you to fucking recognize. You understand?
Right there then. Is the hand is covering the window. He's not wearing a mask.
Like, you can't act like you're super concerned about mask wearing when you yourself are failing to demonstrate that you care about mask wearing or social distancing protocols. Like, you can't do that. Sorry, you lost it. Those guys are all wearing masks, okay? This guy's wearing a mask so hard that I think it's stopping his blood circulation to his brain, probably. Look at this shit. Now that's a real mass right there, brother. White people need to find hobbies? Man, don't say that. Act on your cognitive dissonance, hypocrite. It's not that hard. Finish DS3. Fuck you. I finished Dark Souls 3. To the new friends in the stream right now, you will be hearing a lot of these takes. Like, Hasan, you need to finish DS3. You need to stop lying to your audience. This is a concept on Twitch called debating. Okay, where they, because they know, no matter how big the audience is, I'm constantly sniping takes in the chat to have a back and forth communication, a conversation with you guys. So they'll take advantage of that by saying something insanely and profoundly stupid that is going to trigger me endlessly. It's called stun locking, where I will read their take, their profoundly stupid take that they wrote sarcastically in an effort to get me to look at the last part of it, which is finish Dark Souls 3. Now, Dark Souls 3 is a From Software game that I did actually finish. I did finish it. I just did not kill the Nameless King, which was an optional boss. So when you hear lies from the members in the audience about how I need to play the DLC of Dark Souls 3 or that I haven't finished Dark Souls 3, just know that they are lying, okay? These people are liars. I have liars in my community. Nameless King is an optional boss, so it's the Nameless King is an optional boss, so it's not technically a part of the entire process. It's optional, and I took the option not to play it. Anyway, you could say it's incomplete. I didn't play it to like 100% completion, but I did finish it. Anyway. Isn't the irony that if they stop the count right now, Michigan, Biden wins? Actually, I don't think so. I don't know. I think Biden has picked up. Why do these election needles not show? Why no national needle? Why is there no election needle for like Michigan and shit? I don't know. Am I failing to see that there's something here? Like, why have they only covered Georgia and North Carolina and they still have Florida up here when the needle is over? Why am I even asking for more New York Times needles? It's terrible anyway. Okay, so is Biden? Oh, Biden is up by 40,000 votes in Michigan. Okay, so Pluto, you are correct. I guess Biden is currently winning Michigan. Now, the irony, of course, is if Nevada comes in, where it's a really close race, but with 8,000 votes at this moment, and Arizona is a stable lead and continues to favor Joe Biden with the rest of the vote counts, then Michigan is all they need. They don't really care about Pennsylvania. These are all just delicious cookies in the aftermath. This is just good, wholesome. This is just flex at that point. In the electoral map, this is it. This gives you a comfortable 270 currently, even with Maine 2 going to Donald Trump. So AP is reporting a 60K lead in Michigan with 99% voting. Yeah, it does seem like Michigan is going to get called. And just like I said, Wisconsin already got called for Biden as well. It did look a little close there. Definitely a lot closer than expected. As I said, Wisconsin was looking like I think a 8-point lead, and Michigan was looking like a 7-point lead, I believe, on the polling averages. So this is definitely, again, yet another testament to how horrible the polling industry is, and overall how horrible the aggregators have been with their constant bombarding of and their incredibly overconfident, overzealous attitude about the way that they were so right, and that was a reason as to why the Democrats could run around and be like, our strategy of just making this referendum on Donald Trump is successful at a time when idiotic himbos like myself, who aren't all that intelligent, kept saying, seems kind of suspicious when we have 70% of the Biden campaign voting against Donald Trump and 70% of the Trump camp voting for Trump. That kind of enthusiasm is very, very scary. That kind of enthusiasm means this is a volatile election, especially when there is plenty of problems with polling, specifically in the Latino and even black populations. That is precisely why Donald Trump has overperformed in these communities, whereas he was, if you ask liberal media pundits and the wonk class, they would have told you, Donald Trump is so racist. He's of course going to lose the Latino vote, and he's of course going to not make any grounds on the black population. It turns out they were fucking completely wrong. Anyway, we are now going to Joseph Robinette in 2 minutes, where he will be speaking live. Actually, he's not speaking live yet, so I don't know why someone said that he was yet so far. That was a lie. You are a liar, chatter. Michigan is showing 49.8 for Biden. Yeah, I mean it's just Michigan is going to go for Biden. Okay. Let's see.
Lewandowski, an advisor to the president as well in the 2020 campaign, will also be there. And we also found out that...
Actually, I've won this ad right now. Top of the hour, every hour, 60-second ad break coming to you live, ladies and gentlemen. You all know the contractual obligation is here. Top of the hour, every hour, 60-second ad break. If you want uninterrupted experience, an uninterrupted viewership experience. Oh, okay. And I'm going to have Dave Weigel on soon as well. If you want an uninterrupted broadcasting experience, subscribe. You can do it with your Twitch Prime for free or with your Amazon account with a tier 1 subscription. And that will allow you to view this without any ads. And no ad breaks for you. All right. Running it now. There it is. Joe Biden is speaking soon. Eric Trump debated by very fake voter fraud. I don't know if they're debating or being deliberate. Well, I'm a little surprised no one has called Michigan, given that the Wayne County votes will be Democratic. It's quite obvious that Kent, Michigan votes will be Democratic, even though Trump leads the tabulated count so far there. And the extraneous vote in D areas in Kalamazoo and Genesee too. Conservative subreddit said that the election was so close because Biden's policy was far too left for the country. Yeah, no, that's what it is. That's probably what it is. Yeah, I assume that it's just because Biden wasn't moderate enough. Yo, I'm sorry. That kind of brain cancer cannot stand. You understand me? If that's sub for cutie chuds to propose to you, if you still are of the mindset in a place like Florida where $15 minimum wage passed by 23 fucking points, okay, where Joe Biden lost to Donald Trump by like 6 at this stage, I think, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You're crazy. Biden deliberately did not run on policy. It hurts to be right. Jamie Harrison raised $109 million, lost by 11 points. Amy McGrath raised $90 million, lost by 20 points. Sarah Gideon raised $70 million, lost by 9 points. MJ Hagar raised $24 million, lost by 10 points. Lindsey Graham, after defeating Harrison, you wasted a lot of money. This is the worst return on investment in the history of American politics. Why are you a young Benito Mussolini? You think I'm a young Benito Mussolini when I despise fascists and think that it was good that he was murdered? I am so confused. What? Kind of an odd take there, brother. Medical and recreational marijuana passed in South Dakota, a deep red state. Progressive policies are popular regardless of party. Dude, I need to get Alex motherfucking Perrine on here, okay? I need him to... Just gonna add him. I just tweeted at him. Maybe that way we can get his attention. I DM'd him on February 14, 2020. Hey, Alex, big fan of your work. Tarfer Report used to be my favorite podcast. No meme. Would love to have you come on the show one of these days. No response. Let me see if I can have Osita on too. Okay. More people voted for the $15 minimum wage than voted for either candidate in Florida. 5.6 versus 5.2 million. Yeah. Leaking DMs kind of cringe, bro. I mean, it's cute. These are people that I admire. These are people that I think are brilliant. And I think that it would be cool if I could speak to them. I think you guys would be... Oh, Charlie Kirk flying to Arizona now? Yo, he wants to be Roger Stone so bad. Like, he literally wants to be the Brooks Brothers guy. Like, he wants to be the new Brooks Brothers riot guy. Listen, if you want to be Roger Stone, you gotta fucking put out seeking arrangements of young men that will fuck your wife in front of you, Charlie. You don't even have a wife yet, brother. You're so far removed from being Roger Stone. You think your sartorial expression is near supervillain levels like Roger Stone because he wore Yeezys one time after Kanye decided to do a heel turn for MAGA? You're not Roger Stone. That takes dedication. Motherfucker has a Richard Nixon tattoo on his back. He lives the supervillain mentality. You, my friend, just are a young grifter in the conservative movement that extracts wealth from near-death geriatric Republican billionaires and millionaires and feeds them lies about how you're changing young conservatives' minds. Okay? To which I admire the grift. I mean, that's wealth extraction of a different sort. It's, lining your pockets, of course. But who cares? If Joe dies and Kamala becomes president, does she get primaried or can she just run a second term? I mean, yes, she can run a second term. She has to run a second term. She would be in a unique disadvantage. But depending on how she is Michigan 60K. Hold on, let's take a look at what's going on in Michigan. Pennsylvania is showing 3.1 million votes at 52.2% for Donald Trump. There is a 343,000 vote difference at this point in Pennsylvania. It's still 83% in, so it's too early to call, according to NBC News, folks.
That remains too early to call. Now let's take a look at Georgia. With 16 electoral votes, that one's too close to call. Donald Trump is currently leading, but there are plenty of votes from the Atlanta area. Fulton County, which is a major population center, has pretty much been fully counted. DeKalb County, and Atlanta is kind of split in DeKalb County still has plenty of votes to come in. Very strong Democratic strongholds that might deliver Joe Biden enough votes to overtake Donald Trump. This is one of those states that the Democrats had been hoping they'd be able to flip this year. Perhaps they can. And that is why we are characterizing this with 93% of the vote in as too close to call. North Carolina, with 15 electors, also too close to call. Much of the vote is in, but there are some population centers around some of the major cities, Raleigh, Durham, Asheville, Chapel Hill, that have become more democratic, more diverse, more multicultural over the years. Those might deliver enough votes to flip the lead in this race. Also a state with a fascinating Senate race between the incumbent, Tom Tillis, a Republican, and his Democratic challenger, Cal Cunningham. In this race, it's currently too close to call. Two states in the West that are also worth looking at, neighboring states, Arizona and Nevada. Arizona we're characterizing as too early to call. And here's why. We're basically waiting on votes from Maricopa County. Maricopa County is the Phoenix area. Officials in Maricopa County say they're not releasing any more ballot information until tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. So you can put Arizona out of your mind.
The popular vote difference is going to be even more outlandish. Yes, of course it is, because Democrats, what this election showed is that while Democrats made leeway with in swing states and battleground states with like white suburban voters, what it also solidified is that both Republicans and Democrats increased turnout in their own regular demographics on top of that. So the problem is that, like, in obviously populous states that are deep blue, like California, Democrats are going to really run up the numbers in the popular vote. I said this last night, and I will say it again. Do not be duped into thinking that that it's just the Electoral College, and that's the reason why the Democrats are losing. The Electoral College, of course, is unjust, undemocratic. It's awful. It's antiquated. It should be abolished. But Democrats should not be able to use the popular vote as a CAPE mechanism. They are going to do that to cope for their horrific underperformance in these battleground states, which they thought they were going to be wiping out. So even though that disparity is going to be huge because of populist blue states like California, make no mistake, it should be a massive swing in the popular vote. But then also on top of that, it should be Biden is live. No, he's not. Okay, I'm going to run it on to see if he is live. Why are you guys saying he's live? Playback speed is 2. Oh, he is live. Okay, Jack. All right, Jack.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kamala and I are here to make a brief statement, and I'm sure we'll have more to say later.
What? Just...
Good afternoon, everyone. Kamala and I are here to make a brief statement, and I'm sure we'll have more to say later, and either tonight or tomorrow. But let me begin by thanking the press for being here and thanking everyone else. My fellow Americans, yesterday once again proved that democracy is the heartbeat of this nation, just as it has been the heartbeat of this nation for 2 centuries. And even in the face of a pandemic, more Americans voted this election than ever before in American history. Over 150 million people cast their votes. I think that's just extraordinary. And if we had any doubts, we shouldn't have any longer about a government of, by, and for the people. It's very much alive in America.
Yeah, right.
Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people, and it's their will that determines who will be the President of the United States, and their will alone. And now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report that when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. With all the votes counted, we have won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes, virtually the same margin that President Trump won that state 4 years ago. In Michigan, we lead by over 35,000 votes, and it's growing. A substantially bigger margin than President Trump won Michigan in 2016. Michigan will complete its vote soon, maybe as early as today. And I feel very good about Pennsylvania. Virtually all the remaining ballots to be counted were cast by mail. And we've been winning 78% of the votes by mail in Pennsylvania. We've flipped Arizona and the 2nd District of Nebraska. Of special significance to me,
because Trump killed all of his fans there.
With the majority of the American people. And every indication is that that majority will grow. We have a popular vote lead of nearly 3 million votes, and every indication is that will grow as well. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country that ever won the presidency and vice presidency. Over 70 million votes. I'm very proud of our campaign. Only 3 presidential campaigns in the past have defeated an incumbent president. When it's finished, God willing, we'll be the 4th. This is a major achievement. This is a major achievement. And it's been a long and difficult campaign, but it's been a more difficult time for our country, a hard time. We've had hard campaigns before. We've faced hard times before. So once this election is finalized and behind us, it'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to put the harsh rhetoric of the campaign behind us, to lower the temperature, to see each other again, to listen to one another, to hear each other again, and respect and care for one another, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation. I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive. Neither of us are. I know how deep and hard the opposing views are.
I don't believe it, brother.
In our country on so many things. But I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies.
Stop!
What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger.
They want to kill you.
Can tear us apart. So let me be clear.
Stop it!
We are campaigning as a Democrat, but I will govern as an American president.
They're literally doing fascism.
The presidency itself is not a partisan institution. It's the one office in this nation that represents everyone. And it demands a duty of care for all Americans. And that is precisely what I will do. I will work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as I will for those who did vote for me. Now, every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much to ever let that happen. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious. But this will not be my victory alone or our victory alone. It'll be a victory for the American people, for our democracy, for America.
I'm sorry.
There will be no blue states and red states when we win. Just the United States of America.
This rhetoric is good, but we're post United America, okay? We are post United America. There is no United America when 60+ million people voted for a president who literally is forcibly trying to destroy the democratic process. Those people are not going to listen to you. What you have to do is say, we are going to make sure that this election isn't stolen. We got an army of lawyers. We're going to do whatever we can. We're going to organize on the ground. That's what you need to do at this stage. I'm sorry. Anything short of that is bullshit. You are living in a world of delusion propped up by mainstream media where they are doing everything they can to normalize what we are currently experiencing. You can say I'm being irrational. You can say I'm inciting riots or whatever the fuck you want to say, but that's the truth. You have Republicans that are literally storming centers where they are counting votes, not a recount, counting actual votes right now, a day after the election, which is a normal part of the process. Donald Trump is trying to utilize the Supreme Court that he packed with Republicans to destroy the election integrity personally. Meanwhile, Joe Biden's like, oh, I'm going to be a united America. I'm going to be the president for America. Dude, no. You have to assess the situation accurately, okay? And as of now, CNN is, of course, CNN is now projecting that Biden will win Michigan. And now we go back to Nevada and Arizona, the only states that are remaining that are slated to be won by the Democrats there as well. And once that comes into play, once that is locked in, this will solidify the Biden 270 electoral college votes. If CNN is now projecting that Michigan is going to Joseph Robinette Biden, that is so messed. It's not a victory even if he wins as long as fascism survives. Yeah, or sure. Absolutely. Holy shit, you cuck. Read about the fucking Nevada and the results delay. What? Michigan Senate race is very close. With Peters currently up by 0.1. Jesus Christ. Okay. I don't know. I didn't keep close tabs on this one. I'm unfamiliar. What if he's pretending to be Sleeping Joe, but then office does a 360 no scope? Yeah, dude. Keep fantasizing. Do you think Joe Rogan can influence weed legalization in Texas? It's such a joke. Mississippi legalized before us. What a fucking joke. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I keep hearing from Trump about these 138,000 Michigan votes that showed up in the middle of the night all for Biden. Have you heard that? I'm assuming it's complete bullshit. Yes, it's complete bullshit. When places like decision desks are when places like decision desk are plugging in numbers, sometimes they don't weigh it evenly, okay? It doesn't mean anything. These are still authorized vote counts in the end that are going to be authorized by the very same institutions that they're trying to undermine currently. Like, you can't just rely on the media or the decision desk to win an election. You're giving them too much fucking power. There is still a process here, okay? You need to get them authorized. And if there is like a logging error, you can't use that as a reason to say like, oh, well, they're stealing it. It's like, no, that's just the fucking decision desk. There's like 11 different outlets with 11 different metrics of counting the vote. Oh, let's hear from Nate Silver. Okay. I would love to.
Let me bring in Kate Shaw as well. We've already seen the lawsuits being filed. We presume there are going to be recounts, at least in Wisconsin, probably in more states beyond that, including perhaps Michigan. Walk through first the recount and the potential legal challenges that could end this up and put this in court.
Sure. So recounts are available whenever the vote margin is close enough and someone requests a recount. So we know already that Wisconsin, that is ongoing, or at least the request will be made. It seems likely that if the vote count is close enough in Michigan and Pennsylvania and perhaps other states, the candidate on the losing side of the initial numbers will seek a recount. And it could be more than just those three states. What there isn't any legal path to do is what the president has broadly suggested, which is just seek to stop counting. That's not a plausible legal claim. It's not one any court would recognize. There may be challenges of the sort that has been suggested might be filed in Michigan, challenges to the method or circumstances in which ballots are being counted, access, say, to observers being denied or not being sufficiently extended. So those are the kinds of lawsuits, and I think it is right what Cecilia said. This is sort of a scorched earth strategy, and we are going to see, we have already seen.
Someone in my chat said, why is Alaska not called? Guy, do you know how they fucking count votes in Alaska? Bro, Alaska's not getting results for like at least 2 more weeks. They have like planes and shit that need to fly the votes over from one county to the other. It's fucking Alaska. What do you expect? You know how difficult it is to just like tally up all the votes in motherfucking Alaska? They're sending smoke signals to one another.
Is exactly right from 2 or 3 points from a message standpoint. One, he was assertive without being presumptuous. 2, he had a message in a civics box. He told you the history of that. This is a government of and by and for the people. Slightly like
I just hate this scumbag so much. Like, he just sucks so bad. He should not have a. Rahm Emanuel is so horrible and is such a fucking pathetic loser, and like probably one of the worst losers in the Democratic Party. Like, his actions lost thousands of seats for the Democratic Party, like under the Obama administration. And this absolute garbage person who literally participated in the Chicago PD cover-up of a police murder, by the way, which is why he couldn't run for re-election. That guy is now being proselytized as a Democratic whisperer. Like, what are you whispering? It's whenever they have like losers, perpetual losers like Claire fucking McCaskill, that goddamn potato, okay, who literally was like galvanizing emboldening Trump's idiotic caravan rhetoric on MSNBC every fucking night, or losers like Rahm Emanuel, who have been horrific to both the black population in Chicago, black and brown populations in Chicago, but also have been horrible in their performance within the Democratic Party, these awful conservatives. And then fucking losers like Chris Christie. The only thing he was able to win was coronavirus. I don't know how he fucking survived that. Like, why are you putting these losers on? At least Democrats have fucking, or at least Fox News has winners on, okay? They're demons. They're horrible. In the words of Alex Jones, they smell like sulfur, but they're fucking winners. You got Donald Rumsfeld. You know what I mean? Like, that guy is a creature, okay? But he's a fucking winner. These guys are fucking losers. Nobody cares about what these fucking losers have to say. They lose.
Then you can go in and appropriately watch those votes being counted. And the same thing should apply in Pennsylvania. So, these are all things I think are very reasonable things for the president's campaign to do. What the result will be, who knows? But what we know is that we're not asking, I don't want people to misunderstand. The president's not saying through these lawsuits, don't count any more votes, leave it where it is. What he's saying is, if you want to, we don't want any more votes counted until we can have representatives there watching to make sure the count is on the up and up. And I think that would be something that the Biden campaign, if they're being reasonable, wouldn't disagree about.
Okay, and we're going to see a lot more vote coming in today. We expect more votes coming in from Michigan. We expect more votes coming in from Pennsylvania, and probably the remaining votes from Arizona as well. So we're going to be back, of course, with World News Tonight with David Muir, and I'll be anchoring a primetime special at 10 Eastern right here on the network.
Look, I already tweeted this out, but it's a joke that I've been workshopping, okay? Listen, one of the worst parts of this election, one of the worst, most devastating parts of this election was the civil rights battle that played in front of our eyes with Cal Cunningham in North Carolina. Okay? Cal Cunningham is lip hungry. Cal Cunningham is a coomer, okay? Cal Coomingham, if you will. And the Puritans, the absolute fucking Puritans of North Carolina would rather get fucked over and over again by Thom Tillis. What a weird name, by the way. Why can't it be Tom? Why can't it be regular? Well, what's Thom? Like thumb. Anyway, this is besides the point. But they chose Thom Tillis over Cal because he was a little lip hungry. Let the man live, North Carolina. What is this bullshit? I'm sick and tired of it, dude. I'm sick and fucking tired of coomers being oppressed in this country. If he wants consensual coochie, he should get it. I said it.
For Michigan, it makes Pennsylvania even more vital, if not essential, for Donald Trump to win, for his path to victory to remain open.
Yeah, Joshua, the way that I'm looking at it, Joe Biden is now one flip state away from getting to 270 electoral votes. One way that he actually does it, he ends up winning Pennsylvania, and he crosses 270 electoral votes. The other way that he could actually do it is win Arizona and hold on to Nevada, and he can do that and get to 270 electoral votes without winning Pennsylvania. And as you were mentioning just earlier, we are going to find out some votes later this evening from Arizona. We're, of course, waiting to see how those remaining ballots end up breaking out. But right now, and I think the significance of this Michigan call is Joe Biden is now really one flip state away from being able to get to that magic number that he needs.
One of the lovely features of the wall that we've been playing with, I call it the Kornacki. I got a Kornacki on my laptop. Once we get down to a certain number of states, it will tell you how many paths to victory there are. And
one more fun little take from the Daily Poster, of course. The Lincoln Project, again, I talked about this yesterday, but I want to do another victory lap because fuck the Democrats, okay? I voted for Joe Biden. You already know this. I'm literally wearing a Barack Obama shirt, but motherfucking Democrats, dude. And fuck the media too, okay? Fuck both of them. I'm going to do a victory lap once again for saying I fucking called it. I called it. I called it. I called it. The Lincoln Project raised $67 million. The Republican voters against Trump raised 10. 93% of Republicans voted for Trump in 2020. That's a 3% increase in Republican turnout, bitch. Donald Trump is the Republican Party. And you got motherfucking mainstream media anchors still talking about how, we don't understand what's going on. This is true. It's truly devastating to see the Republican Party turn to the Trump Party. They've been the Trump Party. I wrote about this in 2015. Donald Trump literally is just a conservative. He is just a conservative president, okay? With the only notable distinction when it comes to tariffs on China, when it comes to a more isolationist approach, not the trade agreement approach that Democrats and Republicans unite around, okay? That's it. Culture war issues, Republican and conservative to the fucking core. Tax cuts for the wealthy, Republican and conservative to the motherfucking core. Very successful on that end. Deregulation, Republican to the goddamn core. If you don't understand that, if you don't recognize that, then you should have no business talking about politics. I'm sorry. You should not be talking politics and getting paid to talk politics if you can't recognize this fundamental truth. I had a debate with someone, I think 2 years ago, about how after the tax cuts for the wealthy came through from the Trump camp, after they rammed that through and destroyed all procedures, I had an argument about how successful of a Republican Donald Trump was. Everyone thought I was crazy back then. Why? Why wouldn't he? He delivered on all of his promises. Everyone looks at me like I'm crazy when I say that. He delivered on all of his promises and then some to the Republicans. You have to recognize who you are dealing with. I was right back in 2015 when I said Donald Trump is just a regular Republican when he first said we want to criminalize abortion and women should get criminalized. He's just a regular Republican back then because women already do get criminalized right now for getting abortions in this country. They do get punished even if it's not legal punishments. Okay? And that Donald Trump is just failing to use the right Republican talking points. And I've been saying it since then. The only thing he failed on was repealing Obamacare. But hey, guess what? He did actually destroy the individual mandate. He lowered it down to $0 in that very same tax cut that I was talking about, which John McCain voted for, by the way. Remember, John McCain, the heroic maverick patriot, right? Because, he was such a good Republican, right? John McCain. Fuck John McCain, by the way. Remember how he had that media moment where he went up and he was like, downvoting this legislation. We need to make sure that we have Obamacare safe for people. Okay. Well, guess what? A week later, he was like, oh, of course I'm going to destroy the estate tax, for example, because I want the multi-million dollars that I married into to go to my failed daughter, Meghan McCain. So obviously I'm going to now repeal Obamacare without a replacement effectively. One of the things that he downvoted was literally just destroying the Obamacare marketplaces, which Trump successfully did in the tax cut. So what's up? What's up? These people aren't your friends. They don't care about you. They never have. If you are conservative and you look at these Republicans and think like they're doing what's right by me, no, they're not lying to you. They will actually push for the policies. What is this? The scene at the Democratic absentee ballot county center is growing more heated. The windows now being covered up. Allegations of violation. Secretary of State says she welcomes challenges. Nothing says an open and transparent process like covering up windows. Hey, Ben, did you notice the video you're sharing is literally taken from the inside the room? Yeah, there's like press there. Like, there's a fuckload of press inside the room. There's a literal live stream. They're so stupid. They're just voting for him because of their deep hatred for the Democratic Party, sort of like Ben Shapiro. No, Ben Shapiro doesn't have a deep hatred for the Democratic Party. Ben Shapiro gets paid to lie to you. Professional conservatives get paid to lie to you. Okay? That's it. Professional conservatives get paid to change your mind. At least for me, you can't really say that because when I fucking started, it wasn't like there was a robust marketplace for leftist commentary. I'm beholden to you. Okay? There aren't think tanks established for anti-capitalist rhetoric with one exception, which is Matt Brunig's think tank. Okay? There aren't billionaire-backed dark money networks that find its way to funnel talking points directly to conservative commentators. There is no Brookings Institute or neoliberal, even neoliberal think tanks exist for liberals and MSNBC and all these other liberal pundits as well. But there is none for leftists. It's not a thing. It's also antithetical because leftist movements are backed by grassroots. It has to be. If you speak against capital, then you have to have a grassroots movement, much like with Bernie Sanders. And there are obviously significant hurdles you need to overcome. Ben Shapiro's not honest, dude. There are moments of honesty, like when he says, I'm voting for Donald Trump because he delivered on all of his promises. But there's also plenty of dishonesty in his rhetoric, like climate change is not real, or even if it was real, why don't you just sell your home? You know, sell your home that's slated to be underwater. Well, that's dishonest as shit. You're a charlatan for that take. Well, I guess I lie too. You know, when I say I'm going to play video games and then do 15 hours of political coverage. We all lie at a certain point, you know? Sometimes we lie to ourselves. Like when I say, I'm actually a good gamer. I'm actually good at playing video games. Now that PA counties are nearly completing their counts, more good news for Biden in key places. Current Biden margin versus Clinton in 16. Lackawanna, 8.4 to Clinton's 3.5. Luzerne, minus 16.6 to minus 19.3. Washington, minus 22.9 to minus 24.5. Northampton, wow, Northampton, 0.4 to minus 3.8. So this is really good. This is looking really, really good. Neither Michigan or what's happening here? Neither Michigan nor Pennsylvania seem poised to be especially close, say under a point. once all the votes are counted. Still a lot of uncertainty in Pennsylvania, but this doesn't look like a looming recount situation. As I told you, I had a firm belief after listening to some people on the ground that Michigan and Pennsylvania was going to be looking good, especially Michigan. Oh, Perrine replied to my tweet. What did he say? Or is that a lie? What now? I'm trying to write. No. Oh, he did follow me. Okay, good. Now I can DM him. Yes, I know Michigan has been announced. How do I come on your broadcast, lol? And then send me your username. Okay, here.
They voted for president. 82% of those voters who put the economy number one voted for President Trump. But of the voters who said coronavirus was their number one issue, 82% of them voted for Joe Biden. So it's interesting to see how the voters came down in terms of who they prefer, and then who the markets come down in terms of who they prefer. Although, of course, as we've said over and over, the markets are not the economy. They're one aspect of the economy. And with regard to that, I wonder what your thoughts are on Michigan. We saw Joe Biden do well in Wayne County, which is Detroit, in Oakland County, which is a suburb, which is just northwest of there, Macomb County, which is directly north of Detroit. That mostly went for President Trump. Washtenaw County, which is Ann Arbor, went for Joe Biden. What is your sense of how Michiganders in particular, with the array of economic issues that they're facing, felt in terms of how they cast their ballots this year?
I mean, it's across the board, depending on who you are and what your financial situation is. But one thing that you mentioned that I want to point out, and you and I have talked about this a lot, the stock market is not the economy. However, when you saw President Trump hold on to so many senior citizens' votes, and you thought, really, given how at risk they are for COVID, here's why. For senior citizens, many of them do look at the stock market as the economy, because their 401ks, their retirement accounts, are what they live on. And they start to listen to the president when he says, look at the stock market performance. Without me, your 401k is gone. And while the president doesn't have a better track record than, let's say, Barack Obama when it comes to stock market performance or job creation, he's an extraordinary salesperson. And he has sold that argument to seniors, and it clearly worked.
I wonder what your sense is of where the markets go from here with the longer recount. I don't think it's going to shake the markets like crazy. I think it's shaking everyday people more than it's necessarily going to shake investors who are kind of in it for the long haul and who, as you said, are looking at the possibility of a divided government as, you know, financially advantageous.
The Trump campaign's not live yet. Oh, they are live.
Trying to make a mockery of
smacked with a whole lot of regulation.
Oh, hell yeah.
My father is
looking to regulate Wall Street.
Okay, the number one loser is live currently. Oh my God, Rudy's right there. This is a winning team, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, this is officially a winning team. We are now tuning in. I don't know where the fuck they are. Oh, in Philadelphia, where the wettest and the greasiest of the chinless fail sons is speaking out.
But this is rampant corruption, and it can't happen. It simply can't happen. It's not fair. This isn't.
I'm so mad we're losing the election.
Rudy Giuliani, who's really leading the legal effort, and you'll be hearing from Rudy quite a bit.
It was 170 gift subs. Thank you, Cash App, for the 170 gift subs. I apologize.
It is very, very sad that we're here in the city that's really the birthplace of our democracy.
I gotta pee.
And this is among one of the most anti-democratic things I've ever seen or encountered. And it's not just here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's anti-democratic when you count votes as opposed to not counting votes that were cast already legally. That's where we're at now. We're fucking insane.
No, are highly suspicious anyway. This form of balloting has always been considered the most prone to fraud. That's according to the New York Times when it didn't apply to candidate President Trump. Well, we were supposed to be allowed by law to observe the counting of the ballots. Now, observe means, to any intelligent person, being able to look at it. The way it's interpreted by the Democrat crooked machine of Philadelphia is that the observers can be 20 or 30 feet away, never able to see the ballot itself, never able to see if it was properly postmarked, properly addressed, properly signed on the outside. All the things that often lead to disqualification of ballots or make it very easy to dump 50,000 totally fraudulent ballots because they're not observed. This went on for 20 hours. While all of you thought there was some kind of legitimate count going on here in Philadelphia, it was totally illegitimate. So we went back to court, and we went before a Democrat judge. No need to tell you what the result in Philadelphia is if you're before a Democrat judge. Obviously a political hack who doesn't know the meaning of the word observe. Observe means to be able to look. Not a single Republican has been able to look at any one of these mail ballots. They could be from Mars as far as we're concerned, or they could be from the Democratic National Committee. Joe Biden could have voted 50 times as far as we know, or 5,000 times.
What is he saying?
From Camden.
Bro, are you smoking crack, dude? Are you on that Hunter Biden good shit? Like, what is the fuck kind of take is this? Oh, these mail-in ballots could be totally fake. Like, oh, okay. Well, I guess that's true. Like, you could just make up whatever you want.
But this goes way beyond any of that. And let me also add that this isn't happening just here. We have exactly the same lawsuit in Wisconsin, where exactly the same thing happened. Except in Wisconsin, mysteriously at 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning, about 120,000 ballots appeared. Oh, here come these ballots. Well, we have no idea if they really are ballots. We have no idea if they're signed, if they're postmarked properly, if it isn't just the same person who submitted 100,000 ballots and they all got counted.
What?
This is the way they intend to win. Now I'm informed by former Congressman Sweeney, who's been going around the country and collecting this information, that similar situation in Arizona, similar situation in Nevada, and a similar situation, what am I missing, John? Where are you? In Michigan, in Detroit, Michigan.
Caption's
Again,
not working.
Let me be specific
I'm sorry.
what it is. This whole new thing that never happened before in our country, these mail-in ballots, which has been a cause of real...
Not real. Mail-in ballots are a thing that happens in many different states with no problems.
Well, one of the things that the law attaches to that is the right for both parties to observe the ballot, the way we do with absentee ballots. You make certain it's properly signed. On the outside, there's a signature. You make sure that it's properly postmarked. You make sure that it's properly addressed, and then you pass on it. A number of these are often challenged by the Democrat representative or the Republican representative. We never got a chance to look at a single one of them. The gentleman here who did this for us says about 100,000 ballots went through that process in the 20-plus hours in which they wasted his time by not allowing him to see a single ballot. Well, that's 120,000 ballots that should just be taken out of the count. So you want to look at that number, that 120,000 should come.
Just remember, wouldn't it be tight if Rudy Giuliani went to prison? Like, just, it's not going to happen because the Democrats suck. But, like, wouldn't it be fucking sick if he just went to jail? Like, just imagine that for a second. Just think about that. Close your eyes, take a deep breath as he's talking, and just picture him in jail. You know? Oh. It'd be so cool. He's so great. Anyway, back to whatever kind of nonsense. He's just, look, the point at this stage, and I literally just telegraphed all of this stuff in one of my latest videos on my YouTube when I talked about, like, here's how Trump is going to steal the election. Where the point in this stage is to just cast doubt. Okay, cast doubt on mail-in ballots. They've been trying to do this. It wasn't super successful, and it actually ended up hurting them a little bit because the only thing they were able to do is like ensure that Republicans went out and voted in the same day. Yeah, Michigan is already done. Yeah, Michigan's been called.
So we are going to continue the lawsuit here. We're going to bring a second one, and then we're going to bring a federal lawsuit, and we're going to take a very good look at whether we bring this nationally. We certainly are going to bring it here and in Wisconsin. Quite possibly, we'll do a national lawsuit and really expose the...
I want to remind you something. All this stuff is shit, bullshit. It doesn't matter. This is more important. New York Times has now officially declared Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. The winner of Michigan. Now, I want to remind you guys on something. So as long as Nevada comes through and Arizona comes through, it's over, right? Arizona is reporting with 86% of the estimated votes, with Biden on a more comfortable lead than in Nevada with 86% of the estimated votes, reporting with only an 8,000 vote lead. Now, it's going to come down the wire, but according to John Ralston, who is like the big Nevada guy down there, who usually calls these things, it's low key pretty much a lock for Nevada too. But I just need to Ralston is awful personally, but Ralston is awful and he's anti-Bernie and whatnot, but he is one of the more reliable people when it comes to looking at these counts. Okay? He is the guy. And he has been talking since last night about how Nevada is going to come down. Yo, you're going to make me act up, Nevadans. You are going to make me act the fuck up. If you keep correcting me, I'm going to start saying it wrong again on purpose. Like, even worse than the way I'm saying it. Okay? Nevada. In the state of Nevada. Okay? In the state of Nevada, John Ralston has been saying that Nevada was always going to be very close by uncomfortable margins for the Democrats. Okay? So that was always going to be the case. That is a drastic underperformance in Nevada, largely due to, again, voter turnout initiatives not coming through or just lack thereof in regards to the Latino voter base down there. And same in Arizona as well. But Arizona, on the other hand, did have a lot of organizing, and that Latina women could be responsible for delivering a victory in Arizona. And all of the additional organizing that has occurred even before this election in Maricopa County specifically. Okay? So those two, once those two come in, Biden has 270, it's game over. Okay? Now, Pennsylvania also is looking pretty good, at least according to what Nate Cohen is saying and what Dave Wasserman is saying. Didn't some streamers get banned for streaming election stuff? I don't know. But once those two fall in, it's over. That's 270. It's game over. We go home. But here's the thing. Go back to the live feed. What?
Need to remedy this now because we've won Pennsylvania and we want every vote to be counted in a fair way. Thank you, and I'd like to introduce Corey Lewandowski.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Good guy, Corey. So, yeah, I don't care about this live stream. So the thing I want to mention here. Hold on. Let me see if Alex is down. Do I call you on this? Here, I'll call him. Let's see if he's down. Hello? Oh shit. Oh, perfect. Are you sure you want to come on right now, or I mean, this all happened really quickly, so I didn't want to pressure you. I mean,
No,
I
no, it's
totally
fine.
did.
I can talk for a few minutes, and then I probably do have to do some work.
Okay. All right. Let me. You're not gonna be able to see my camera. You're just gonna see my Discord graphic.
Got
But
it.
if you want to see the stream, you can take a look at it at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Just make sure that it's muted
Cool.
though, so it doesn't. There's no feedback.
Yeah, I just was getting a crazy echo, but I think I fixed it.
Okay. Hold on. 1 second. Let me just turn on your camera here. There it is. Okay, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Perrine is joining us right now. So first of all, I just got to say, I don't know if you saw the earlier message I sent you back in like February, but I am a huge fan of yours. I think your takes are very good. You have very good takes. You post
Thank you.
only the correct takes all the time. So
I'm proud of my takes, so I'm glad you appreciate it.
Even though you totally you totally never responded to my DMs, which is fine. My thirsty DMs of saying like, Alex, please come on the show. I'd love to have you on. I'm very excited to have you here. And I am like to show you my nerd credentials. I told you in the DMs as well that like I loved listening to the Tarfu report.
Cool. Thank you.
I was a big fan. Like, so I'm a OG fan.
Yeah,
I guess.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, like you like Alex Perrine. Name 5 of his takes. Type of fan. So thank you for coming on. And I always also love whenever you're on Uncle Sam's Majority Report, of course. For those of you who don't know, in the audience, Majority Report is a great show as well. Hold on. If you are unfamiliar with that, you should go check them out too. And Alex, of course, is a staff writer for the New Republic. The New Republic is where Osita writes as well. You guys already know Osita because he comes on all the time. So, Alex, thank you for coming on now that I'm done simping. And thank you for taking the time out of your day.
Of course.
I want to get started with one of your takes that I constantly talk about, which is, I think it was in the 2018 midterm election, when a bunch of these really progressive ballot measures were passing all around the Midwest, or was it in 2016? I can't remember. I think it was in 2018 though, when you said, it turns out the most successful candidate in the Midwest and all around the South is just a faceless, lifeless ballot measure, not associated with any Democratic Party representative. Something along those lines. It is totally true, and we saw literally that exact thing happen in Florida with a 23-point lead for raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, which got more votes than either party's candidate. So you were correct
by a huge margin. Yeah,
a huge margin.
People definitely want. I mean, I don't know. People. This is the thing I was in the process of writing up when you tweeted at me. So hopefully, look for this take on the New Republic tomorrow in a more extended form. But like. When you did you see those Fox News exit polls everyone was sharing around like 6 or 7 p.m. last night that were everyone was like laughing at them, and it's like like overwhelming majorities of people were like, I would like government funded healthcare, and I would like more government in our lives, and I mean it's like people are craving social democracy basically. But the people who ostensibly they just hate the politicians most associated with that tendency in the United States. As individuals, they just reject them.
That's not even entirely true, though, is it? Like, especially when you look at AOC or when you look at even Ilhan Omar, who and Rashida Tlaib, and of course the most famous and the most loved senator Bernie Sanders. People like those politicians as well. They just hate the Democratic Party. They just hate Democratic Party's establishment representatives who carry themselves in horrible ways, if you ask me. And I don't even think that they are truly interested in pushing that sort of progressive social democratic reforms. They don't want to do it. And I think that's part of the reason why they are hated and despised. And also the media carries water for that too. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, and I think the media point is one that we're really going to have to grapple with a lot after this. Because, with the minimum wage in particular, I mean, Joe Biden represents a lot of those tendencies you were talking about. But at the presidential debate, Joe Biden had an argument with President Donald Trump about the minimum wage, where Joe Biden was like, I want a $15 minimum wage. He did the thing we were begging him to do, albeit briefly, where he just took a material concern of the voters. I think he probably should have been doing a lot more of that. But, you know, when people went to vote in Florida, they had a guy who went on TV and said, I support a $15 minimum wage. And they were like, no, thanks. But we would like the $15, please.
Yeah, I mean, this is like real, like freshman, freshman college, like college freshman. I just read Noam Chomsky Manufacturing Consent Level of Takes.
Yeah.
But the media is truly an arm of the capital. Like they do defend capital interests. We saw this with the way that they are, with the way that they just absolutely despised Bernie Sanders or tried to eviscerate him every step they could, even by utilizing the morally bankrupt fact-checking industry, where they would just find any reason they can to just eviscerate Bernie Sanders' policy proposals, and sometimes even omit information, like, for example, the fact that a public option, despite the fact that I am in support of the public option because it's still more expansive than what we have currently as far as healthcare coverage goes, is going to be more expensive than Medicare for all. If you have Obamacare, which is going to be demonstrably more expensive than Medicare for all, and then also on top of Obamacare, you have the public option, that is the most expensive proposal. And the fact that they never talked about that during the primaries and only covered how horrible the Medicare for all would be for Americans is yet another example of this.
Yeah. And the mainstream media covers policy horribly, especially when it has anything to do with left-wing policy. And I think large part of that is because it's to get very vulgar Marxist. It's in the class interests of the sort of people who rise to the top of the elite media to reject those sorts of politics. But I think even at a level far beyond that, I think normal people are just not. It's like normal people are not receiving like any good political messaging from any sources, and I think that's happening for a lot of reasons. I think like the sort of monopoly of social media and in particular Facebook over how information is distributed has done a tremendous amount of harm to like just how normal people are processing who is in favor of what in an election or at any other time.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at if you are to believe pollsters, maybe not on forecasting and election results, but if you are to look at polling data, the average American is infinitely more progressive than the Republicans that advocate for certain horrific reactionary policy proposals, so much so that even the average Republican voter does not believe them when asked about the consequences of those policy proposals because they're so insanely cruel and unusual. But the average American is even more progressive than the average Democratic politician. I mean, look, 70% of Americans believe in a pathway to amnesty for undocumented immigrants. This number goes up and down, certainly, but that's so different than what you would hear. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that the immigration numbers are really surprising because that's been trending towards more accepting of immigration for a few years now in this political climate, which is remarkable. But it goes to something too where very centrist Democrats who favor very modest policy proposals will frequently use polling as a way to shoot down more ambitious things. But it really is like it's reflective of the fact that they do. Ryan Cooper has written about this, and I wrote about it years ago. But they do believe the electorate is significantly more conservative than it is, and they also, I think, completely ignore their own role in determining what is politically possible among the electorate. Like Medicare for all would not be polling the way it was if it weren't for the fact that a prominent and well-liked politician was advocating for it for years, including Bernie Sanders. Like these people have a role to play in popularizing policy in addition to just following what they claim polls say.
Exactly. they constantly, it's a never-ending cycle. It's like Nate Silver acting like he's devoid of any ideology, but his punditry reflects a very clear bias towards the pre-existing system and neoliberalism. Whenever he talks about any of the aggregated forecasted results that he's talking about on his website, it's like the media tries to make it seem like the default position is neoliberalism, and the default position is actually infinitely more conservative than it really is. And so then they use polling data, and it's this Ouroboros of bad takes that then actually sway public opinion, and then they can turn around and be like, well, look at the public opinion. It's just more conservative than you think it is. Like, when in fact, if there's someone who's out there advocating for, like you said, Medicare for all, it very clearly people are think that that's a good idea. Because no matter how stupid we all are, and we are all hogs, and we are all stupid as voters, like voting is supposed to be transactional, and unfortunately, some people don't feel that way. Some people feel like, no, voting is about making concessions, and Democrats are this way. Voting is about making concessions to the Democratic Party that then end up making concessions to the Republican Party, whereas the Republican Party is never making concessions.
Yeah, and the Republican Party has, I guess, mastered a kind of politics where they're like able much of the time to direct their base to take positions that were formerly considered extreme, but at the same time, their base is able to police their legislators by actually kicking them out of office fairly regularly if they deviate from the right-wing platform. I mean, it's not exactly something that the left could emulate because it relies on funding supplies that don't exist, but it is certainly something to take note of.
Yeah. Absolutely. So this is something, unfortunately, when we're live streaming, there's a couple problems. I mean, there's 162,000 people watching right now, but they're freaking out in the chat about me running an ad. So I'm going to do that. And then also there's another take that that is just coming in. It's breaking news, I guess. But Trump tweeted claiming that he won. Well, I'll just read it out loud. We have claimed, for electoral vote purposes, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which won't allow legal observers, the state of Georgia, and the state of North Carolina, each one of which has a big Trump lead. Additionally, we hereby claim the state of Michigan if, in fact, there was a large number of secretly dumped ballots, as has been widely reported. So he just threw that out there. Before I get your take on it, though, I got to run a 60-second ad break. I mean, you can continue with your take. I just am going to run the 60-second ad break for those who are unsubscribed. They won't be able to see some of it, but sucks to suck, everybody. If you want to avoid that, you can, subscribe with your Twitch Prime or your regular account, regular Twitch subscription. There it is. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it follows the pattern of officially declaring things on Twitter like that. I mean, I'm not sure if it's supposed to meant to carry some sort of legal force to say we officially claim the states. I guess one wonders if those tweets were drafted in consultation with a campaign lawyer or if you just decided to say them.
Yeah, well, the irony there is, of course, like with the case of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is the Republican Party. I get very frustrated when people keep saying, oh, Donald Trump is not the Republican Party. This is not us. Demonstrably false, as he has picked up members in his coalition, right? To the tune that even I did not predict. I didn't see this happening to this level. But the Republicans, the Republican legislatures, for example, or people in county commissioners that are Republican, are operating in the way that Donald Trump wants them to, kind of. I haven't really seen a lot of pushback from those people. So when he comes out and has these sorts of takes, it's not just Rudy Giuliani that is defending him. It's the entirety of the Republican machine that is handling this sort of stuff. Lawyers and even legislatures. Maybe we haven't really heard from Republican senators too much, and I think that's deliberate. I think they're just sitting back, waiting to see how things turn out, so they can either wag their fingers and look like they're aesthetically on the side of democracy when they're not, or maybe even fully support Donald Trump. But I think ultimately this is how they're going to operate. They've been telegraphing this for months now, and they're doing it. They're doing exactly what they said they were going to do.
Right. And I think it's important for people to, when they see Trump and Rudy acting frankly clownishly, it's important not to just dismiss them as clowns, because what is actually happening is wherever Republicans have the power to try to steal it, they will try. And that could include places where they control the legislature, or just places where they have, I mean, they didn't end up winning that Texas lawsuit, but the reason that they filed it was because they thought they had a shot to just disqualify 100,000 ballots, and so they're going to keep trying. They're going to try whatever. They're going to throw everything against the wall. They're going to try everything. They're at no point will shame and decency kick in and get them to get good people who aren't Trump to stand up to him, because it hasn't happened yet. It's just not on the menu.
Don't you think that it was don't you think that there's a little bit of incompetence there too? I feel like they've gotten too comfortable cheating. And by the way, cheating is ingrained in the Republican DNA. Anyone who tells you that that's not true is a liar, of course, or just completely deluded. As Sam Cedar, Uncle Sam, always loves to point out, Paul Ryan was one of the people that also cast doubt on California being too late to count the election results, even back in 2016. And Paul Ryan is supposed to be the good kind of Republican, the one that fantasizes over
normal kind,
the one that fantasizes over kegs at college campuses about destroying Social Security. So the normal kind of vulture Republican. So they always do this. They've always done it. Like Paul Weyrich has openly talked about all the way back in the 80s. These guys know that their pathway to success is by limiting the amount of people, specifically black and brown people, that end up voting. Maybe they'll change that strategy because Donald Trump seems to be doing a lot better with those same incompetently doing better, with those same communities. But so far, this is what the Republicans do always.
I mean, so far it has been comical, at least when you're not sort of cringing in horror, just because essentially what they did is they said before the election, in advance of the election, they said, tell you what, we're going to pull a Bush v. Gore. Like, just heads up, guys, we're setting all the groundwork for Bush v. Gore. Like, Bush v. Gore was like a surprise and a shock last time, but you shouldn't necessarily announce it in advance unless again, you're extremely confident that everything's going to break your way.
Yeah. And by the way, their confidence led to the incompetence, in my opinion. I think, especially with Texas, that's a great example where, like, if they had acted ahead of time, even the highly partisan judge in I think it was the 5th district, where even he was like, I want to do this. Like, if it was literally up to me, like, if I lived in a world where I could just do whatever I wanted, I would just say, purge these votes. Like, they're very clearly Democratic, but you can't do it when we've announced it. They've announced it since September, and 130,000 people have legally voted with their IDs and whatnot. You can't just, like, expect me to do this. He was like, I forget who said this, but he was basically like, I want to do fascism, but you got to show me the work. And you're not doing that right now. You're not showing me the work, so I can't do it.
You gotta set the groundwork a little bit more carefully.
Which is, by the way, ironically, exactly what something like Roberts is looking to in the Supreme Court as well. Even though his opinion in this circumstance might not even his opinion in this circumstance might not even be important, because you got demons like Brett Kavanaugh and ACB. And of course, Clarence Thomas is going to go whichever way, always. He's going to go conservative always. So there are people that don't even care about showing the work, but I guess it's gonna come down to a few votes in the Supreme Court. Do you think that there's any shot that Trump could escalate these claims all the way to the Supreme Court and maybe strike down votes being counted currently? Like, that sounds insane, right? I mean, they're still counting it. They can't stop it. They physically have to stop it, and they can't do it so far.
I think I am still skeptical that would work with, as you say, like they're actively counting votes right now. It was easier in Florida to sort of pause a recount long after the election than it would be to try this maneuver right now. But I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, one little ironic moment is, of course, George W. Bush's team of lawyers immediately seized on the opportunity to declare partisanship in 2000 when Gore had the opportunity to pick counties that for a recount, and he picked blue counties. When right now Trump's strategy nationally seems to be, don't stop the count in Arizona, but definitely stop the count in Pennsylvania, specifically in the counties where Democrats are doing well, but don't stop the counts in Pennsylvania counties where we're doing well, which is fucking hilarious. It's like childish at this point.
Yeah.
How clear and transparent their attempts are.
Right, and it's like that they haven't had to try that hard in so long that they have just forgotten how to be plausible about it.
Yeah. Okay. So another thing I wanted to ask you, by the way, you can don't feel pressured to stay on for as long as you want to. I mean, I'll have you on for as long as you want to stay on, but if you want to leave to go back and write, that's also fine. But one thing I wanted to ask you about is your opinion on the Lincoln Project grifters, and then we can even take a look at the national exit polls that are just being released currently by the New York Times, which I can send you as well to take a look at.
Oh, I haven't seen those. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The Lincoln Party separated a lot of people from their money. I at this point, I think that it was just a failure, and I think that they were likely sincere in their claimed goal to bring over wavering Republican votes to the Democratic candidate. And I believe they were sincere in their effort to bring over wavering Republican votes to the Democratic candidate because it was part of a strategy of making the Democratic Party more conservative. But they failed. I mean, and no one in the campaign business ever has a real "you'll never work again" moment. So all of them, I think, continue doing consulting and things like that. But it's obvious that the snake oil they were peddling just didn't work.
Yeah, well, that snake oil was so closely aligned with the rhetoric that you heard from mainstream media, the rhetoric that even guided, I would say, the Democratic Party's outreach strategy, which is that there are millions and millions and millions of Republicans out there that are sick and tired of Donald Trump, and they're running away from the Republican Party, and they're moving into the ranks of the Democratic Party, when in fact, this was just an outsized representation of an otherwise electorally insignificant number of folks, unless we're talking about a place like Arizona where there were a lot of like John McCain fans, for example, that may have actually helped Mark Kelly win. But
I think
not enough of them if you look at the national numbers. Clearly,
what Democrats forget often is that Republicans are not popular, and especially the sort of Republicans who have become never Trump Republicans were not very popular Republicans. And I thought about the strategy during the Democratic convention when they would have, there are exceptions, I guess, like John Kasich was a fairly popular governor. But, like Meg Whitman or something was not a popular winning figure. And it really makes no sense to say, Meg Whitman's on my side. She didn't have a constituency. There were not Meg Whitman Republicans out there, and like, I think what we forget about Trump is that he's legitimately more popular than the people he beat in the Republican primaries in 2016.
Isn't that so fitting for the Democratic Party, though? They lose gracefully. Like, the Democratic Party is obsessed with like losing gracefully and maintaining the integrity of a system that keeps churning out results that absolutely obliterate them, despite the fact that like, if they were to try and truly advocate for progressive policies and maybe even combat the media rhetoric around it, that would definitely turn against the Democratic Party. In that circumstance, like, they could be a lot more popular, but they don't do it. Because they love losing gracefully. As long as the integrity of the system is preserved, then that's good. That's a win for them. and that's why
I mean,
think it's pretty funny.
they want to win 50% of the time. I mean, I feel like this is like, I feel like their ideal scenario is like, in every election, 50% of the time they win, and 50% of the time they lose to a civil Republican. All right, I'm gonna get back to work on that note. It was nice talking with you. I'll be back again on soon.
All right, thank you so much. Where can they find you, Alex?
They can find me at newrepublic.com to see my writing, or just follow me on Twitter at Perrine.
All right, cool. That was Alex Perrine, ladies and gentlemen. He's brilliant. He's awesome, and I'm very excited to have the opportunity to even have him on. So this is very cool, and I hope you guys, people, bye. That's a really cute one, dude. I love this emote. This is funny. Good job on that one, guys. Anyway, what is this Brody Logan? Okay, so let's check in on Nevada. Oh, this is like the fucking psycho dude, huh?
As I mentioned, we are not prepared to give that number.
The Biden crime family steal the election. The media is covering up. The Biden crime family steal this election.
Yo, listen. If you're on board with the Clinton crime family, that makes sense. Okay, there's a lot of fun conspiracy theories there. Okay, there's a lot of fun conspiracy theories that have been around for a very long time. So they developed at least the groundwork for many people to believe in the Clinton crime family and how they're like eating babies or, doing ritualistic sacrifice and stuff like that. But if you're running around screaming Biden crime family, you are literally lost in the sauce. Because this shit's like a week old. Like 2 weeks ago, nobody thought like the Biden campaign was like really corrupt or anything like that. Or, the Hunter Biden, Joe Biden stuff wasn't even something that people talked about until Rudy Giuliani tried to make a somewhat failure of an effort to make this Biden crime family narrative stick, which literally didn't work in the elections either. So like this guy is next level at this point. If you're running on the Biden crime family narrative, by the way, sick ass shirt, barbecue, beer, and freedom. I love those things, brother.
The media is covering it up. The Biden crime family steal this election. The media is covering up. We want our freedom for the world. Give us our freedom, Joe Biden. Joe Biden is covering up this election. He's stealing it.
He's right. He's right. He's right, goddammit. He's right. Damn. Live streaming platforms Twitch and YouTube brought in over 50 million hours watched of election day coverage yesterday. NBC News led all channels with 21.4% of the market share, while Hasan the Hun led influencers at 4.7%. That's crazy. I owned 4.7% of the live streaming market share of this election cycle so far. Like on me. That's nuts. What an insane fucking situation. Now, a lot of that is, of course, not because I have the numbers, which numbers are pretty good overall, but also because I have done nonstop coverage. Like, literally have not stopped at all. So that's part of the reason, I think. That's pretty crazy. Not me, US, you fucking commie. Oh, you mean not me, us? Yeah. You could have been playing games for so many people. Why is the Prez race in GA closer than the Senate? Not quite literally. You did take a nap. I did. I did take a short fucking 5-hour nap. O kadar yoktur abi, yapma. Alright. Could have finished DS3 in front of so many people. True. What's that stuff you drink from the brown bottles? It's beer. It's not. It's cold brew coffee. Everyone always thinks it's a red stripe, though. National exit polls, how different groups voted. So let's take a look at these national exit polls. Numbers on this page are preliminary estimates from exit polls conducted by Edison Research for the National Election Pool. These surveys interviewed voters outside of polling places, on early voting sites, or by phone to account for mail-in voters. Now, this is a unique circumstance, so I don't know how reliable this stuff is going to be. But 49% of Donald Trump supporters say they're male versus 43% say they're female. But there's a 53-47 breakdown of male to female. Joe Biden has 56, a much larger swing on the female side, which also more females voted than males. What is your racial or ethnic heritage? 65% of the voters are white, 12 is black, 13% Hispanic or Latino, 3% Asian, 6% other. 57% of the white voters said they voted for Donald Trump. A shocking statistic. I mean, wow. It colored me surprised on that one. 12% of black voters said they voted for Donald Trump, which is, of course, higher than the, I think, 8% that he got last time around. So he picked up in support of, when it comes to support of black people, just for the record, just a fun reminder for everybody who said I was wrong. 32% of Hispanic and Latino voters said they voted for Donald Trump. Again, another area where he had huge pickups. 31% of Asians. I don't know what that looks like. And out of all the other people that categorize themselves as other, 40% versus 58. Oh shit. Hold on. This just in. Instead of delaying releasing results until tomorrow, Nevada officials will release more results later today due to the high interest in how Nevada voted. Oh, very interesting. The state of Nevada is going to release this. Okay, this is crazy. Nevada is going to, as I said, given how votes and vote counting turned out in Michigan and Wisconsin, we are now looking at a race between Nevada and Pennsylvania. So, depending on who gets all of the votes counted first, that will determine whether Joseph Robinette closes this out immediately, puts an end to the conversation, or not. Arizona, we will know, but Arizona, I assume, is like some places have already called Arizona for Biden, and I do think that Arizona will go to Biden, but maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? We'll see what happens. But yes, Wisconsin and Michigan are have been called for Joseph Robinette here, and by very, very slim margins. They certainly underperformed here. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning the underperformance here is because I want you to remind yourself of how wrong the polling was over and over again, because there will come a time in the next 2 years when the midterm elections are upon us, and you're going to come back into my chat. You're going to come crawling back into this chat to be like, dude, you're wrong. The polling says 10-point lead. And I'm going to tell you, no, you're fucking wrong. Shut the fuck up. And so just, we'll keep talking about it. For now, maybe I'll be able to hammer it into your mind that it should not be convincing evidence at this stage. Michigan is expected to have 100,000 plus Biden lead as well. Yes, at this stage, if Nevada votes, which are very close at the moment, with Biden leading by 8,000 votes, if Nevada votes swing in favor of Donald Trump there, that could be very scary. Trump's lead is down by 5 points in Pennsylvania. I have no idea how many more votes they'll count there before nightfall, but Trump's margin is already more than cut in half so far today. This guy says, care to explain how 100% of ballots drop could be for Biden? That seems highly unlikely. How is that highly unlikely? What about Alaska? Why is the percentage so low? Guys, Alaska is inconsequential and insignificant. Please. We'll see what happens in the Senate race there, but I think it's just going to be Republican regardless. And the reason why Alaska doesn't report immediately is because it's motherfucking Alaska. They have to like dog sled the ballots and then let them thaw out. Okay? It's going to take a while. It always takes a while. It's like asking why California's results aren't in yet. California is a lock for Democrats, no matter what. Not even true, bro, lol. What? I'm fucking joking. I don't think they dog sled the ballots, dude. Yeah. I don't think they literally do that. But no, they do. It does take a while because it's hard to collect all the fucking votes. Shut up. That is true. That part of it is true. The dog sledding part isn't, but... Do they thaw them, though? No, that's not true either. I'm joking. I heard the Dems were indoctrinating polar bears, sneaking ballots into Alaskan ballot boxes. Are these official votes because the percentage went down? Will that be good or bad for Biden? Because I'm starting to get nervous. Dude, I don't understand how the fuck you're nervous right now when all of these key states that Donald Trump had to win, like, my guy, I need to remind you, once again, Donald Trump won Michigan and Wisconsin with incredibly slim margins last time around in 2016. And now he's lost them. It's fucking GG's. You get it? Like, he either has to swing areas in this circumstance that he did not have, or he's done. Right now, things are looking really horrible for Donald Trump. Don't say Pepela. Things are looking fucking horrible for Donald Trump. You got Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania where the lead is getting smaller and smaller. And you got North Carolina and Georgia that's still a toss-up. Those are supposed to be locks for him. You get it? Those are supposed to be locks for him. Like, if you're running around celebrating a win in Georgia when you don't even have it, or you're running around celebrating a win in Texas, that's a fucking failure. That's like a Democrat saying, look how well we did in California. We're killing it. It's like Democrats celebrating a win in California or New York. Like, you're wilding out. Okay? Ignoring possible coup? No. There is. You guys are crazy. Look, if this dude can't fucking coup d'etat his way into the Supreme Court by making a decent legal argument to stop vote counts happening in Pennsylvania, he can't stop it in Michigan. It's too late. Michigan is called already. And if he can't stop it in Pennsylvania by tonight, then what makes you think he's gonna be able to fucking get the military to do a coup d'etat? Like, what are you, fucking crazy? It's nonsense. It is nonsense. All right, Dave Weigel says he's ready to come on. Dude, this is, folks, I just want to say this is a spectacular cast we have coming on today. I mean, goddamn. Fucking tacular cast of all-star superstars, big brain geniuses in the political commentary realm. I just want to point that out to you. If you're unaware, these are what? To my Dem pals, I'm begging you, be happy, please. Joe Biden is racking up more votes than any candidate in history. You flipped AZ. You're going to flip PA and probably GA. You beat an incumbent president. Dude, yo, these people are so brain dead, dude. Pathetic. Pathetically fucking brain dead take, dude. Shut the fuck up. Shut the absolute fucking front door, okay? You stupid idiot. Like, no. No. Fuck you. I was explaining to my parents how Alaska counts ballots. Now I'll look like a fool. Fine. You'll be all right. There is no reason to be happy about these results. Even if Georgia is won, you have to remember the demographics in which Donald Trump made gains. You have to remember that this is not a wipeout victory. It's not. It's by the slimmest of margins in like states that were slated to be Democratic locks. Okay? This is not a good situation at all. And anyone who tells you that this is a good situation, especially after COVID, 300,000 dead Americans, our economy in shambles. If you think that this is a successful fucking victory, you are out of your goddamn mind, okay? It's not. I've been saying since last night that it's very likely that Biden is going to win with Wisconsin and Michigan votes coming in. But I'm still angry. I've been angry since fucking last night. And the reason why I've been angry is because we lost the Senate, which is garbage. Like, that's not, you got nothing. If you don't have the Senate as well, you got nothing. I'm sorry. Don't be delusional, man. Do not let these people force you into complacency, okay? This is not a victory. This is not a dub. There is so much more work to do. Because that kind of concession is what the Democrats are going to use. I already told you what they're going to say. What did I tell you? I told you they're going to say, look at how wide the margin of victory is on the popular vote by looking at numbers in California. That's not enough. It's not enough. Because what you have to look at are the razor thin margins of victory in areas that were supposed to be Democratic safe havens. Okay? That is a spelling, that's doom and gloom. That's disastrous. Anyway, now I'm going to have Dave Weigel on. Who needs to be off at 6, but okay. Dave, are you there? Hello. Oh, I can see you. All right, turning off my camera. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Washington Post's very own Dave Weigel is on the line. Hold on, let me turn on your camera real quick. All right, there it is. A superstar, all-star cast here, big brain genius, Dave Weigel. Dave, how do you feel about everything that's happened so far? And get right into it.
It's hard for me to understand how normal human brains work. People who just are not constantly following the election at all times. Because I'm surprised by a few things, but then in talking to people about where votes are coming from, today's been surreal because we knew like weeks ago, months ago that like the absentee vote was going to break for Democrats. So it's kind of happening, and watching the Republican response to it be lawsuits and insisting that there's going to be something that overturns it. I'm just kind of writing it down. I'm not shocked by it. I kind of lost my ability to be shocked by anything.
Yeah, we were gearing up, and people in the media kept saying like, there's going to be a red mirage. The New York Times covered it. You know, everyone listens to the Daily. The red mirage. Like, why are people so shocked when they knew for a month that it was going to happen? I think it's understandable to some degree, though, because like when you're seeing it happen in front of your eyes, the 2016 flashback keeps coming in, and you know you start feeling a little hopeless, it's a little scary. Wait, Dave, you're Your audio's a little choppy here. You're on the East Coast right now, right?
I'm on the East Coast and I'm on my Wi-Fi. I mean, make sure it's the good Wi-Fi. Yeah, I'm on my Wi-Fi.
I'm gonna switch over to your the East Coast server real quick. See if the audio gets fixed. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Let's see. I think it might be a little bit better now. You can still hear me, right?
I can.
Okay. There's a little bit of a delay. I don't know why on your end, but the audio does sound a little bit better. Okay. So, as we were saying, or the things that we're looking at right now, it's coming down to Wisconsin is done, called for Joe Biden. Yeah. Michigan is called for Joe Biden. Now we're looking at Nevada or Nevada, however you fucking say it. I don't care to say it correctly on purpose. And Arizona. It seems like Arizona is going to go to Joe Biden, and it seems like Nevada is going to go to Joe Biden. What do you think about what's going on there? You travel to Nevada and Arizona, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was in both places. Arizona is a place where what you see on MSNBC all the time of former Republicans talking about how great Joe Biden is. That actually did happen in Arizona. You were seeing people who always voted for Republican, just had enough with Trump for various reasons, and they were breaking for Biden. I mean, and it was always pretty close. It was always like a 2 or 3 point race. Probably ends up being that close. That wasn't surprising. Nevada was harder to kind of predict because you had it's like the power of the Democratic turnout in that state is getting all these people in the culinary union to turning out massive pre-election day vote, and that happened. It's just it's taking longer because people also got sent absentee ballots, and I mean, like the Democratic issues with canvassing, the Trump campaign's decision to not, the Biden campaign's decision to suspend in-person canvassing for most of the campaign while some local groups are doing that. Nevada's a classic state where that probably did hurt Biden with Latinos, but it was made up for with a lot of the unions going and doing it. So I can't call them right now, but like Democrats are pretty confident they got Nevada and Arizona and Pennsylvania, and in those states, I didn't see here comes a 50-point Biden win. I did see, okay, it looks like they've got this under control. I mean, they're doing worse than I thought they would, but those things haven't been super surprising.
So that's actually what I wanted to talk to you about. So you're absolutely correct on the only solid, maybe significant, never Trump Republican constituency in Arizona because of their affinity towards John McCain and how he has portrayed himself as a maverick for the longest time. I feel like there's a lot of Republicans there, or at least a significant amount of Republicans there. But beyond that, I think the Lincoln Project was a relative failure. If we look at least like the Trump rural voter turnout strategy coming in with nearly by the end of this election, maybe 10 million additional votes for Donald Trump on top of his pre-existing coalition. So he lost some people, but ultimately he gained a lot. He gained a lot from interesting areas, like areas that even pollsters could not foresee, if I'm not mistaken, like the Hispanic turnout, and the Latino voter population, specifically in Florida. Obviously, Miami-Dade was really interesting. The way that the Cuban population voted for Donald Trump. Not interesting if you look at previous trends of how Cubans voted overall, but still, I think that they demonstrably failed, or I guess they did really well overall for milking these liberals. But I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, they didn't. They kind of took the 2016 map, and there was a reversion to it in some ways. So they did better in key states. There's just really a couple like Colorado and Virginia where they ran way ahead of what they did before. And other places they ran a couple points ahead. Florida moved the other direction, but even states they lost, like swing states they lost, moved a couple points towards Biden, but not by a lot. I mean, this is not the sort of this is more like 1976, I guess, than 1980, which maybe I'll give myself a more complicated analogy than I need to. But
Dave, I need to remind you that Dave, most of my chat wasn't alive when the towers fell. So there's 157,000 people that are like, my dad is younger than the age you're describing. That's what they think.
I was going to say I wasn't even there for like the 1980 election, but it's like that where they twisted the dial enough so that people came out, but they didn't change minds. They turned out more people though. So Biden, I've been holding off, and it's really tough to hold off because you want to write takes as fast as possible, and you want to analyze votes as fast as possible. But it's really really harder to, because we don't know everything that's in, but we do know that Biden got millions and millions more votes than Hillary Clinton, and then Trump improved over his numbers from last time too. So they both got their voters out. And some of these takes, I guess I'm thinking of the Andrew Sullivan take, for example, that, oh, well, I hated Trump, but I was angry at the cultural left. There's not much evidence that people turned out and said, well, I was going to vote for Biden, but the cultural left pissed me off. There is evidence that there's probably voters who did. I mean, there's definitely a couple millions of voters who liked Trump, maybe hated the last election, voted third party, didn't vote, whatever. I mean, objectively, like millions that didn't vote, given how the turnout's bigger now. And some of them turned out for Trump, and some more turned out for Biden, but not with a huge shift. I mean, as I look around the map, the things that are really devastating for Democrats is just when more of those people turned out, they just kind of voted Republican down the ballots. There's like no ticket splitting. There's places where Democrats were very confident they were changing the old margins, and that didn't really happen at all. Like South Carolina is a good example. They were super confident that they had made these converts in Charleston, and they did. I mean, so they if again kind of divide the 2018 election, the 2016 election, they did better than 2016, worse than 2018, and it just all across the map that kind of landed them in the dead zone where they lost by a few points instead of winning by a few points. And that's in the down ballot races. In the Biden-Trump race, it was enough to get him ahead.
Yeah, the problem here, I think this is horrible. I'll be honest. Maybe you have a different opinion, but like this is a horrible result. Like, especially in comparison to what pollsters and aggregators were forecasting. Like, I mean, this is underperforming by significant margins in places like Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, especially, but then also Wisconsin and Michigan, where like, what was it? Like the polling average was around like +7 or +5 respectively. Yeah. And that is definitely not going to happen in Wisconsin. And it doesn't seem likely that it's going to happen in Michigan either. So now, obviously, it's still a dub. It seems like it, inshallah, that it seems like Joe Biden is going to win. But I think that the closeness, the razor thin margins of a lot of these races, a lot of these races in different states, especially like Georgia and North Carolina, is leading to significant losses in Senate races. Yeah, and that is a huge problem, as you and I both know, that the obstructionist Senate led by Mitch McConnell, that will maintain a majority if they do, looks like they might, is going to halt any sort of process. Now, we already had a filibuster problem that the Democrats were going to have to work on dealing with. But now, if they don't even have the majority, it's over. I mean, their legislative agenda, which they're already risk averse, they don't want to expend political capital. Their legislative agenda is down the toilet in this circumstance.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing I was talking. I mean, I had to do a newsletter kind of recapping what happened and saying what was still out. And I was mostly working today on figuring out what was going on for the left, generally speaking. And yeah, people are still kind of adjusting to it. Like it takes a while to let a dream die. And people were kind of by the afternoon today, people were pretty clear-eyed, and they were one Congressman Andy Levin from Michigan. He's like, "Well, I'm pretty happy that we're going to win Michigan. However, the stuff that he thought was going to inspire people. I mean, this is just the whole House agenda, the progressive agenda, new Voting Rights Act, minimum wage increase, all that stuff. He's like, I don't know whether that can pass, if any of it can. And that was what I was counting on to excite that voter who said, I'm not going to vote for Democrats this time because they didn't do anything for me. I mean, just this worry that they had power and they didn't use it to. The last time they had power in 2008, they didn't use it to do all this stuff that they think could have inspired people. They thought maybe we get another bite at the apple when Trump loses, and now they won't. So I hadn't seen people going as far as saying it's all over and we're just going to be voting on debt reduction bills now. That's one version of things that spooks people. It hasn't gone that bad, but they're just saying, yeah, like the progressive agenda. The Supreme Court is what it is. We're not changing that. Biden is, of all the Democrats who are running for this nomination, in a position where he's gonna try, and he said this back when they thought they're going to win the majority. He's going to try to work with some Republicans and see what they can get done. But his plan A was Democrats have the Senate. They don't have 60 votes, so we're going to try to get a couple of Republicans and see what we can pass. Now it's going to be okay. Maybe Republicans have 51 votes in the Senate. So what do we do? What do we do? How do we pull more people over? How do we pull Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski into something? And so that, not to get super in the weeds what they're going to do, but yeah, the agenda that people thought was going to redefine the party, that's not going to happen. There's going to be a more moderate one, and people didn't vote for that one. And I don't know where people should put blame, because look, Bernie Sanders tried in the primary to convert non-voters into primary voters. It didn't come off the way he wanted to. Biden succeeded in pulling some non-voters out off the sidelines, turning them into voters. That did not flip the election. That did not carry people along with him. The president was very effective. Republicans were very effective at turning out people saying, look, things were getting better already. We got COVID under control. And look, a lot of just straight up lying about Democrats too, right? I mean, I wrote about all these ads at the time, and the falseness of a lot of the attack ads that were insisting that Democrats were literally going to ban all fossil fuels immediately. That they were, I can't go through it all, but they were running against this agenda that Biden didn't even have. And they're also just making some stuff up. Right now they're making it up about election theft. But before that, they were saying, is there secret evidence? There's a teleprompter. Is it true that his son has been grifting and sending money to him? I mean, they did a bunch, and this is the Biden campaign did better than the Hillary Clinton campaign. It had a different approach where it punched back sometimes on Trump, but it didn't obsess over him. It let a lot of Trump attacks slide, because it said, if we just do what Hillary did and respond to everything and say, no, sir, you, sir, are incorrect, then no one was going to know what he stood for. And if you look at it's going to get adjusted. If you look at the exit polling, Biden's agenda was more popular. Biden himself was more popular. I mean, they won that argument. If they're right about the rest of the votes, they're going to win they're going to win the election. But they did not come up with, I think, something compelling enough to convert the voter who didn't vote before, decided to do it this time, and just their information told them, oh, well, Trump's the guy who's going to who has a health care plan he's going to release after the election, so I'm going to vote for him. But I mean, there's never been an election like this where turnout went up by a lot. And
in favor of Republicans too.
2004 a little bit, and the incumbent president, it looks like he's going to lose. Just analyzing this is really much harder than most elections should be.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you on that. I think we probably have a difference in opinion in regards to what the Democrats should have done. I think specifically targeting Hispanic voter turnout, like letting go of the Cuban dream, or allowing the rest of their Hispanic voter turnout to even be guided by like what the Cuban voter population is going to do in Florida. I think that I think the Democratic Party doesn't do a good enough job with like the rural white non-college educated voters, and Donald Trump lying has been a very effective strategy. And I don't think there's enough of I don't know if there is any way to like counter message against that, especially when conservative media is so dominant and also so interested in just also going on with fabrications and just straight up lies, right? So I feel like this is a really scary place to be in, looking at these results and looking at these razor thin margins of victory in certain states that were slated to, where the Democrats were slated to win by a lot more. especially when you adjust it to COVID. I mean, this to me, this shows, and this is something I've been saying for months, even before COVID started, that like Biden against Donald Trump, no COVID is a wipeout. Like I really do believe that, and I think that this election probably proves that a little bit. I don't know if you disagree with me on this or not, but you can't say that COVID was an advantage for Trump, right? Like.
No, because so Plan A for Biden, because he was, we can never talk about polls in the same way again. But when Democrats voted for him in the primary, their analysis was, and they told pollsters at the time, is well, we need to win back the Midwest, and it seems like he's the one who can do it. And I just quoted all these. There was literally a pitch for him in Iowa. Like he'd have the former governor of Iowa come out and say, well, when you're voting, when you're thinking of who you're going to send to the general election, think of that guy somewhere in the Midwest who may not be a huge Democrat, but hates Trump and wants something safe to vote for. So the argument was always he's going to be safe and other candidates are not. And if he wins the Midwest, then that was basically true. But yeah, you're right. The math. Well, it would have been a very different campaign, right? So Biden would have competed in person, had rallies. They wouldn't have gotten the same crowds as Trump. He would have made more mistakes, but there also would have been a giant ground game on both sides instead of one on Trump's side. And that's a thing. I mean, I spent I think I was saying last on the show, I was spending the last couple of days of the election in Minnesota with Ilhan Omar, and that campaign was so successful at just contacting people who might not be inclined to vote in a presidential election, pulling them out, and convincing them that Biden had a great agenda they should vote for, that would make their lives better. And that there was a lot of text banking, a lot of virtual stuff, but that wasn't done at the same level for Democrats. And that cost votes on the margins. The question is how many?
Yeah.
I don't exactly know. I don't exactly know what that result is. And that's honestly, when we're not talking, I've been texting and checking back in with people who work in various wings of the party, and beyond the argument about what Biden should have run on. That's the thing I'm trying to figure out. If you've got if you have some way of determining what was lost by people not being able to go and, let's say, canvass in Miami and say, hey, we know that the president's saying this stuff about Joe Biden, but it's totally false. I'm your neighbor, and let me tell you how he isn't. I mean, I keep thinking of in 2008. Barack Obama was named Barack Obama. His middle name was Hussein. There was a ton of rumor mongering that he was not born in America, that he was a socialist, he was Muslim, and they just grinded it out by sending people in and talk to them, and kept building on his support. By the time the economic crisis happened, people said, "Well, I like this guy. He's not as bad as I heard the McCain campaign." But what you didn't have, McCain, and this is, I was talking with Chuck Brocha, who was a Latino strategist for the Biden for the Sanders
he's
campaign.
great.
He's awesome. And he was saying, like, what you didn't have was John McCain was not willing to just lie about Barack Obama. He had just a sense, and this is a thing that Republicans hated about him and why they ended up nominating Donald Trump. In their view of things, every election was winnable except Republicans were losers. And so they needed to nominate a guy who wasn't a loser. But Trump was explicit. Like, Mitt Romney should have fought harder. Mitt Romney should have challenged the Electoral College, yada, yada. But Biden didn't. So this is one thing Chuck was pointing out McCain didn't. This was the thing Chuck was pointing out is when somebody would accuse Obama of being, and the classic example here is when a lady thought Obama was a Muslim as if that was a bad thing. And McCain said, no, he isn't, as if that was a bad thing he saved him from. But take that example.
He said he isn't. He's a good guy.
Right. But the Trump version of that would have been, I'm worried about, let's just keep it with Biden. I'm worried about Joe Biden. I think I've heard that he's Antifa, and Trump would just take the mic back and say, well, a lot of people are saying that. I think that's right. I think we need a federal investigation of whether he's Antifa.
Yeah.
And that was a lot to fight back against. And I think that I'm increasingly thinking that discrepancy, even more lying about the Democratic nominee, but the Democratic nominee not being able to fight back it in some of the same ways. I think that was harmful. I don't know how many points it was worth, but I think that explains some of what happened. But look, some of this, and people hate to think about it, is the Trump version of nationalism is not unpopular. There's 48% of the country, and then you scale that into some red states. There are people who say, oh, yeah, I'm fine with limiting immigration. I'm fine with a Muslim ban. I'm fine with building a border wall. More than people thought in 2016. And this is I've been talking a lot, so with your question. This is the thing I'm curious about is in 2016, Hillary loses, but people say, look at what got dumped on her in the final week, the final month. This is not an election that she lost on the merits. This is a fluke. People voted for Trump because they hated the system. Look at the third party vote, etc. And what that prevented was usually after every election they lose, 1984, 1988, 2000, 2004, the first impulse of Democrats is, well, gosh, how do we move to the center? How do we move to the right? We should pick somebody who appeals to that centrist right-wing voter that we lost. After 2016, they said, all right, that was weird. We're gonna follow the energy of not just the left, but of suburban liberals who got activated and didn't realize Hillary ever had a chance of losing. The Women's March, Indivisible. We're gonna throw in with all those guys, and they didn't. So there's already some. I'm arguing with people who are not you, people on Twitter. There are already some takes like, well, they moved to the right to win Republicans. They didn't move to the right to win Republicans. They just the pitch to Republicans is that Joe Biden was not as left wing as the other people of the Democratic Party, and Trump was terrible. Biden was further to the left on abortion than Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton, further to the left on guns than Barack Obama. His healthcare plan went further than the Obama plan or the Clinton plan. He ran on the $15 minimum wage. Clinton didn't do that. So they actually did run to the left, and I'm wondering if I already kind of see it happening. I think you're going to have a lot of centrist Democrats say, well, this election, it's like the other ones we lost, where if we didn't move so damn far to the left, we didn't focus on identity politics and socialism, etc. If the squad didn't exist, if we closed our eyes really hard and the squad went away, then we would have done even better.
I'm truly fearful of that.
That's totally going to happen.
I feel like they're going to, first of all, they're definitely going to say that for Florida. They're probably already gearing up to blame this on Bernie Sanders, to be like, look, Bernie Sanders is a socialist, and that's why we lost Florida or whatever. But I don't even necessarily think that Biden ran all that. His front-facing campaign wasn't exactly about raising the $15 minimum wage, which he did talk about every now and then, or even card check and implementing some labor protections that will help in unionizing. And he did say that when he talked to, I don't know, the electricians union or UAW, but he didn't necessarily run on that on the main stage. And I feel like he instead, his main stage focus was, this is a referendum. This is a referendum on Donald Trump. Donald Trump is bad. Look at how bad he did with COVID. And overall, people considered that to be very successful by pointing to the polling, especially in places like Florida, especially in places like Georgia, North Carolina, and also in the Rust Belt. And they use that to say, look at how successful the strategy is. Joe Biden is perfect in that way. Meanwhile, Trump was just straight up lying about Biden and kept saying he's a socialist, demon, whatever, sleepy, but also really competent, and at the same time going to destroy America with socialism. So I don't know. I feel like there is a balance between being like Elizabeth Warren level wonky, and being a little bit more policy driven, but in a populist way. That if the Democratic Party could launch a full throated support behind, and maybe even could overcome the inevitable media criticisms that will come from a lot of outlets against that sort of left wing populism. I believe that Joe Biden could have launched a more successful campaign, or at least would have more outreach, because I think Trump does talk about specific policies all the way down to individual grievances of lobster fishermen, as I've been talking about a lot these past couple of days, for Maine too, and territorial disputes with Canada. That's where Trump thrives, in my opinion. Is there is no grievance too personal for even one electoral college vote that he might win. He'll just do the bare minimum, but you don't expect that from a president. So he ends up looking like he truly cares about the people in that region, even if they themselves aren't fishermen. They like it.
No, I think you're totally right about that. And actually, that was so that's an old trick too. That's something Ronald Reagan was very good about. The famous example is him talking about welfare queens, right? That's not something you want people to repeat. But something Ronald Reagan was very good at was finding some dramatic story of somebody who'd been hurt by the government in some fashion, and explaining that he was, how this how their lives had been impacted by government, and how it was going to change. And I think the Trump version of that is a lot more weird and incoherent, but memorable. And actually, and the thing with Biden that I was thinking about this morning after one of my colleagues pointed out, but you thought about as you were talking to me again, is he had those policies. He mentioned them more than Hillary Clinton did in some ways. Although in the debates she mentioned more of them, they just got buried in all the other questions for her.
Yeah.
Biden and Harris, the best debate moments they had were just emphasizing minimum wage. Harris emphasized decriminalizing marijuana, things like that. That stuff was kind of sticky, but they didn't tell stories. And I think one problem with Biden's rhetoric, and it always has been, he's very general. He brings things back to Scranton and how he grew up. That's been effective for him his whole career. But he would default to when people were challenged. But he was challenged, so reporters would come up to him. It's always a dumb question, kind of, because when you ask a politician why they're not doing better in some poll, they'll say, yeah. But sometimes he'd get asked, hey, are you worried about the Latino vote because you're doing worse than the last couple Democratic nominees? And he'd say, no, look at this poll. Or they would question his strategy and say, look at this poll, we're winning. And so obviously a campaign tied to how well they're doing in polls when the polls were off in not every state, but like 49 of them, that was bad. But each time he probably missed a shot by not, but hey, how are you going to win Latino voters? And well, I'll tell them, here's my we're going to raise the minimum wage and we're going to create this opportunity. And here's this. He had those policies, and that's you mentioned Elizabeth Warren, how everyone was how that might have been too wonky for people or to win a national election. That might be true, but that strategy of just emphasizing every single policy in a memorable way, I think had Biden done a version of that, might have been a little bit more effective. Now I'm talking about, but the Democrats in the states were also running on saving the Affordable Care Act, getting us past COVID, Trump being a failure on that. I don't know what else you're supposed to do. If like the guy's presiding over a pandemic and most people think he's doing a terrible job, I don't know how
he did better in the most COVID-afflicted regions too, according to some data I was looking at. I don't remember where it was from, but apparently, like the more COVID deaths were in an area, Trump actually ended up not defeating Joe Biden, but picking up more support in those regions overall, which is madness. But it also kind of makes sense if you have a lot of COVID deaths in like rural areas specifically, and those are areas where Trump very successfully implemented his turnout strategy. Ironically, better than Bernie Sanders did, at least in the primaries. I do also think that there's a difference between primary turnout strategy versus general. I feel like you have a lot more money and a lot more opportunity and a lot more media coverage over the general election. A lot of Americans, as you also know, do not vote in the primaries. The people that do end up voting in the primaries are party loyalists, MSNBC watchers. So I think that was part of the reason why maybe Bernie's turnout strategy was harmed a little bit or hurt. It did work in certain areas, obviously, but not as well in others. It was an overall failure, though. It didn't work. Bernie is not the candidate, and Joe Biden is. So I'm not, making excuses in that nature. But I think that as far as having like more of a policy forward position from Joe Biden, I love I'm the Scranton guy and Donald Trump is a billionaire born with a silver spoon in his mouth kind of rhetoric that he implemented later on in the campaign. I think that's good. Tying it to policy proposals is really good. I wish they would. I wish they would do. I wish he did more of that. Certainly, but I just I don't know if they're even interested. Like I don't know if they were actually going to push for it. I think that immigration reform is something that they certainly were going to advocate for. Like I think the pathway to amnesty for DACA is something that the Biden administration would probably immediately move on. There's a lot of support for it. Immigration polls really well now, like a lot differently than the way that Donald Trump portrays the issue. But I don't know if he was going to even go for the public option. And the question I had for you, and I tweeted at you once about this, don't you feel like the Democratic Party undermines its own messaging whenever they try to separate themselves from socialism, because it's the reactionary framing that dictates that every single Democrat is a socialist regardless, and every single instance of socialized medicine or socialization is socialism and therefore bad. So that's kind of like conceding to your opponent's framing of it, and then it hurts you in the long run.
Yeah, I think that's right. There are people who are better at that than Joe Biden was. The Sanders response is always Republicans call it Medicare socialism. I don't need to repeat it for you, but let's take as a baseline that the Sanders version of responding to that by talking about policy is much more effective than what Biden did, which is saying, no, I'm not. I beat the socialist. And he got away with it because Bernie voters were so adamant about removing Trump in order to get anything done that they said, okay, we're going to vote for this guy. He can take the free hit. But it was not that's not a very effective rebuttal. And what it ended up doing, this is the thing. There's an idea that Biden wasn't getting hard questions or questions from the media. He actually took a ton more questions than Hillary Clinton did from reporters. Just, I think by nature, he likes doing it. He only wouldn't do it when advisors said you look bad right now. So he would take these questions through the end of the campaign. He would get questions about it. Like he would get questions about how if he's a socialist like Donald Trump says he is, and that is the Trump effectively using the media to launder an attack, right? And that's it. He does it all the time.
Oh yeah.
And this happened with the Hunter Biden stuff. And the way it would bounce is that reporters would check it out and say, okay, this Hunter Biden thing doesn't make a lot of sense. But then Biden would do an interview and say, how do you deal with these Hunter Biden attacks? And they did the same thing with socialism through the end of the campaign. How do you deal with the accusations of being a socialist? There's a funny example of this with Kamala Harris on 60 Minutes, where she said, I'm going to bring my experience and my worldview into this, and gets asked by CBS, oh, is that the worldview of a socialist? Like,
yeah,
Trump,
that was
Trump,
insane.
even though he didn't get the benefit of the doubt from the media like he did in 2016, Trump was still able to frame the questions. And look, there's ways to win that. I think Joe Biden definitely won the argument over law and order, quote unquote law and order, right? Joe Biden, this was a moment in June when people said, oh gosh, there's protests. That means that the electorate's going to swing to Trump because people hate protests and they hate Black Lives Matter. Biden navigated that really well. And by the end of the campaign, Trump wasn't really talking about it. So there was a way to do that with the socialism issue too that I don't think he did.
Yeah, I think that I agree on that for sure. I think that you have to navigate the field without conceding to your opponent's framing, because ultimately in the long run, if these are truly policy positions that you want to implement, you're harming your own legislative agenda when you do inevitably take power, because then you're having a conversation like every instance of socialized medicine is bad. Unless, of course, when Republicans advocate for it, like when Donald Trump advocates for lowering pharmaceutical prices, that's the good kind of socialism. But when Democrats do similar things, that's the bad kind of socialism. That's socialism, and that's unacceptable, and that's Castro, right? And I think that Democrats really need to reframe that narrative and stop being like, dude, these guys call everything socialism. Okay, we're just trying to implement social democratic reforms that work in Europe. Okay. Are you going to really tell us? Are you really telling me that we're worse than the fucking French? That sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like maybe even implement a more muscular, patriotic approach to social democratic reforms that I think overall could be more successful. Instead of doing that on imperialism like they do.
Yeah, that's the thing, and that's the thing about Joe Biden is that he came. I mean, important. Think of his political life. So he won his first election in 1972 with Richard Nixon carrying the state by like 25 points. He won his third term, 1984, Ronald Reagan's winning his state by 20 points. And he's always been kind of floating in the middle of what he thinks is politically acceptable and electable. So there are sometimes, I mean, there are people who kind of were nihilistically talking their way out of voting, saying, oh, they're both Republicans. Because you could find a quote from Joe Biden forever ago where he took a more conservative position, but he always moved. But he moved, but he didn't say, look, damn it, like this is my position. I'm standing here. I'm tired of you guys saying this about. He always was he'd get defensive about himself and his record, and was less good at navigating that kind of the thing we're talking about of, hey, Biden, you're in favor of, you want to expand healthcare. That's socialism. He would kind of just try to defuse the attack rather than win the point. And I don't know how much of that really mattered, because I think it was more about, it was less him saying it. It was, I think, more there were fewer people going door to door and saying that, the thing I just said to you, or debunking stuff about him. I think that would have been more effective. But you're right. Who knows how the frame of the election can change, but also who knows how hard it is to do it with Donald Trump demanding the media's attention at all times. I mean, he really created a ton of problems for his party, but he also created these problems for everyone who runs against him by making sure that most of the time they're talking about whatever the hell he's talking about.
Yeah. Donald Trump is a media demon. He's very good. I mean, look, Michael Moore said it best. Like, you don't get however many seasons he got on NBC. That's not a charity. They don't just give you 10 seasons of a show. You got to be smart enough to read the room and be entertaining. And that is one area that Donald Trump absolutely excels in. And it was great for him, of course. I think that the way that the American presidential election cycle works, and with the way that the political media industrial complex works, it favors people like Donald Trump and their flamboyant attitude and their machismo. And I think that that's something that I don't even know if the Democrats will be able to recreate or use to their advantage. But if there is ever like an actual leftist, similar to Bernie Sanders, that tries to reinstill like left-wing populism in the Democratic Party as a candidate, I think that they're going to have to treat the media as a hostile entity to use their thirst for clicks and headlines against them, to have them offer nonstop coverage and to make it seem like, just like you said, reframe the conversation around whatever messaging that person wants to talk about. Like whoever they're running against would be a fascist, I guess. You know what I mean? Are you really a fascist? Are you really a racist? That sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I do think Democrats just so I don't know where they go next. Let's say everything keeps going in this direction. Biden wins. Trump is going to be on the outside, with a following, have all the stuff that he was threatening to do. And I'd say yesterday, when Democrats thought they were going to win bigger, they thought, okay, well, he'll do that, but that's good for us because you'll have Donald Trump out there preventing the Republican Party from adjusting from anything they want to do. And I think that does understate the problem, because by the end of the Trump term, the Hunter Biden story is a really good example of this. Like, the Hunter Biden story was covered differently than a lot of Clinton scandals, because by the end of the Trump term, to the extent there are media gatekeepers, they were like, look, if we can't validate this on our own, this is a guy who has made up so many stories, made up thousands of facts. We're not going to treat this like it's real. But the norm in the media, capital M media writ large, is if Republicans start attacking something, well, then it's a controversial issue. We need to cover the debate. Republicans say that the IRS was preventing conservative groups from getting tax-exempt status. We need to cover that. The conservatives are saying that Acorn is a criminal organization. We need to cover that. And I think Trump's would play a role as a former president in elevating, basically. Let's imagine it's Trump's Biden issues some executive order that reverses Trump. Let's say on refugees, he's now we're increasing refugees by 700% because that's how much Trump cut it by. You're going to have Trump going around claiming here are the criminals who are coming into the country. And I don't know if they have a good way to hack that. Maybe the word hack's overused. I don't think Democrats have a way to hack what Trump hacked already.
Yeah. Well, the remarkable thing about Trump's rhetoric has always been, and this is, I think, Republican rhetoric in general, is that when you look at polls, and not like the election polls, but when you look at polls around certain issues, these are not popular ideas, but when you get overwhelming coverage around it, when you put overwhelming coverage around, like, criminal immigrants and the way that Donald Trump portrays the issue, all of a sudden it creates a false sense that America is a lot more racist or a lot more the anti-immigrant than it actually is. And you look at, poll after poll after poll showing that there is overwhelming support for amnesty programs for DACA immigrants, or even amnesty, offering a pathway to amnesty for even, the 11 million undocumented immigrants that live on U.S. soil currently, or same with abortion. The 75% of Americans that believe that Roe v. Wade should remain, and that functionally, basically, the abortion, especially in the first trimester, should never be criminalized. Like, these are all ideas that enjoy broad support. And I think that Democrats, if they want to win, and if they want to win big, and if they want to truly benefit from being, I think, on the progressive side of policy, they have to find a way to reframe their message. And I think that and be able to communicate that to the public better and fight back against Republican propaganda better. And that, in the long run, will also solidify the actions that they inevitably take in Congress, and will protect them from expending too much political capital like they did with the ACA. Now, obviously, there's a simpler argument there. It's like, no matter what, if there is a lot of back and forth deliberation, then Americans get really frustrated with Congress and ineptitude and gridlock. They hate that. And that's, I think, part of the reason why Republicans are very successful, because they kind of throw the procedural burdens, the procedural hurdles out the door, out the window when they want to implement their agenda, no matter how radical, like with the tax cuts, right? And that is dictatorial in nature, but it is a successful way to legislate. And I think that you see that. I would go so far as to say that the Republicans that refuse to vote for Donald Trump are very ungrateful. They are. Because Donald Trump was a killer. If you are a conservative, a lifelong Republican, if you're a lifelong conservative, what the fuck is your grievance with Donald Trump? He did literally everything. He's like Ronald Reagan 2.0. He was great.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And that's a lot of these Republicans, and this happened to former Democrats. Like, there's a lot of, I saw this happen to some voters in the last couple of years. Like, people, they got interested. I'll use this example. There's this, we all remember A.J. Goodman, the guy who wrote all the columns saying, here's the secret math that's going to make sure Bernie wins the primary 2016. He pivoted to become a Trump guy after that.
Oh, yeah, that guy's crazy.
And then he just became a little bit. But yeah, I mean, lots of voters have unorthodox sets of opinions. Let's put it that way.
Such is the nature of the American electorate, yes.
Yeah. If you look at him now, I mean, I think like Felix Peterman's really good at this, and just saying like the voter who's undecided at the last minute. It's not like they had this. I need to make sure which candidate matches my position on this one particular issue, and I need to have them explain it. It doesn't need to be connected to some particular policy. But like, use that guy's example. Once he decided to become a Trump guy, he became an intense Trump guy who supported everything that he did. And I think that's what happened with a lot of the Lincoln Project people, is once they said, I'm just so disgusted by Donald Trump, they became, kind of like McCain and the healthcare vote. They said, okay, I'm not on board for any of this. Like, I've spent my life on something I don't actually believe in. So that's what changed. And that's why I don't think it's even the Lincoln Project. So I worry here the Lincoln Project people were going to burrow into the party and move it to the right. I think it's the Democrats who were there before this election, the centrist Democrats who are going to be saying we need to move to the right. I think the Lincoln Project people are kind of ready to go. And Lincoln Project, as a metonym for like everybody who used to be Republican voted for Biden. I think they're going to be fine with wherever the party goes. They just are so disgusted by Trump. It's maybe the next financial crisis, then they change their minds.
Yeah, they will. I think that building an allegiance on the professional managerial class, or like upper middle class white suburban voters, is going to be an allegiance that will inevitably hurt the Democratic Party, because I don't think that they are necessarily all that loyal to the ideals that the Democratic Party espouses, especially if it goes against their class interest. If Democrats end up truly advocating for some of these positions, like what's going to happen with healthcare, for example, when those suburban voters start getting pumped with ads, millions and millions of dollars worth of ads saying like, this is going to destroy your family. This healthcare proposal, no matter how decent and no matter how moderate it is, the public option, is going to kill your grandparents. I mean, Republicans did that. Like, they did that with the ACA, which was the Heritage Foundation program, and that was first implemented by a Republican governor who ended up running against Obama himself, Mitt Romney, right? So they will do everything they can they will throw every hurdle in the process, and they will lie, cheat, and steal always. And I think that a lot of suburban voters are going to end up reconsidering their newfound loyalty, I guess, to the Democratic Party come midterm, when there is a lot of gridlock in this obstructionist Senate, as Mitch McConnell is gearing to probably do. So this is not a successful pathway. It's not a successful strategy for them. I think what we must do is communicate to the Democratic Party that unions were at the forefront of and the main motivator for turnout for the Democrats in the Rust Belt. And when you eviscerate unions, then all of those like lifelong Democrat votes very quickly turn into solidly Republican votes, as Donald Trump demonstrated. So I don't know. It's the future of the Democratic Party is at stake, if you want to think about it on like liberal terms, even if you truly care about winning elections, as Democrats claim that they do, right? You gotta win elections in the end.
If it was like a really good election for Democrats, like this is what the left was going to do, was kind of dig in and sit in offices and demand that they act on all these priorities. And without that, I think it's going to be trying to place pressure. But pressure on kind of in the House, there's still this majority that's going to support this stuff. A lot of the people who lost were more the centrists who were opposed to the squad agenda. Let's put it that way. So there's still going to be, I think there's going to be a different way to place pressure. And then there's also the fact that I think Biden is interested in making any kind of progress he can with Republicans, but there's going to be a lot of pressure on what he can do in terms of executive orders. And look, the pipeline from conservative movement and Fox News to Donald Trump was incredibly successful. Like everything you were saying before, everything on Fox, if he could make it into an executive order, he would do it. So is there a way for the left to do that with Joe Biden? I don't know, but that's probably more where the energy would go once there
isn't. And here's why. Here's why there isn't, because the conservatives are so much better at reading the room. The conservatives, unfortunately, for American democracy, are so much better at like hugging the fascists or like hardline, even alt-right members in their own base that engages in successful right-wing populism, whereas the liberals do not do that. And I think good evidence of that is like, I mean, look at the success that Chapo sees. Look at the success that I have here in independent outlets, and how decently well we do on the internet, and how little coverage we ever get from liberal media. It's not like Charlie Kirk and I have been battling it out at Politicon, right? Charlie Kirk in every way is supposed to be my equal on the Republican side. He's astroturfed out the wazoo, right? He is like a think tank guy, basically. TPUSA is functionally a super PAC that tries to overturn the results of college and high school student elections. That was their original intention. And Charlie Kirk gets to go on Fox News all the time, and then he even gets to have the president appear on his events. That's not going to happen with me and Obama. That's not going to happen with me and Joe Biden. I mean, the Kamala Harris campaign and I communicated a little bit, and despite the fact that she's a senator from California, they were like, we looked through your videos, and there's absolutely no fucking way that we could ever have you and Kamala Harris on at the same time, which is understandable because I would be very critical of her as well. And so there is no one-to-one comparison. A lot of the people that get elevated in the liberal circles are liberals. They come from professional backgrounds. They have a different ideological disposition than I do or others do that maybe have a more left-wing populist approach to politics. And that, I think, it reflects itself in the way that liberal campaigns also run their political communication, their political messaging, and their legislative agenda.
I think so. And
I think I gassed myself up a little too much there, but
oh no, I mean, I saw your video, Charlie Kirk. I mean, you're right. There's just the ladder that you have to climb if you're a conservative with opinions and you want to be on TV. That's a step ladder. I mean, that's one of those. It's like you get there pretty quickly. Let's say, I mean, this is I joke about this with Jamel Bowie, just like how fast Jamel could become the top right wing pundit in the country if he just is like, you know what, I'm tired of dodging the. I'm trying. Wait, I was about to start talking about this and realize it's weird for a white guy to start talking about the plantation. But you know what my point is. You know where I was going to go.
No. You know, I totally understand what you're saying. No. I'm escaping the Democratic plantation, which, by the way, is ironic. I always say this, like, you can tell when a like black Republican pundit is talking about white supremacist talking points when they start using such extreme language that's visceral, like calling something a plantation or unshackling themselves from the slavery of the Democratic Party. It's like very clearly written by, like, either you're a hotep if you're saying stuff like that, or you're literally like a white supremacist. Like, it's not language that you use to describe like normal political circumstances. So
we know
you're right.
What we're talking about, but like that's my point being, you're right that it's very easy to rocket into the Fox News sphere and just become a star. And I mean the connection, because when I started out covering the conservative movement in 2009 to 2010, Joe the Plumber was the first one of these. Like, he had one confrontation with the presidential candidate, and then he would get mobbed at conservative conferences. So they have a pipeline. I don't think the liberals definitely don't have that pipeline. I mean, one reckoning that I'm kind of waiting for is there's a ton of Latino turnout organizations that, like, what do they do? What do they even do in this election? So I think there is an opening for people who are not in the Democratic establishment to try something different, and there's going to be people listening to them based on the results of the election. I mean, although, as we've been talking, like the Biden margin, the margin in Pennsylvania closed by like another 150,000 votes. We probably by Friday have clarity in the election itself, and it'll be okay. Biden's coming in. What do we do next? I mean, a lot of this discussion's frozen until people look at what happened. But you're right. This is years of people wondering on the left what it would take to combat the conservative media pipeline. I don't think they're there yet. I definitely think the MSNBC version of this is I don't know where the hell that goes after this election, because the MSNBC universe was Russia investigations and Lincoln Project. That is clearly not the way to build a national FDR majority for the party. That is not pulling people over from the Trump camp. So there's going to be a lot of openness, I think, to trying something different.
Yeah, hire me, MSNBC. It's time to spread the good word of our friend Karl Marx. You know, get me on there. Let me start. Well, why the fuck would I go to MSNBC when I don't think they can pay me at this point? But but
they're gatekeepers. Like they
are. They're gatekeepers to legitimacy in mainstream media. But yeah, it's. I wish they did. I wish they had more progressive and open-minded people to the progressive cause outside of Chris Hayes. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta.
Well, I mean, one thing they could do, and I just would like it as a TV consumer, is during the Democratic primary, especially in 2016, you would sometimes get a Bernie voice, a left-wing voice on TV. It was Nina Turner a lot of the time, and then Bernie started running. Nina Turner was in the campaign, and you didn't really have that when the discussion. I mean, this is probably. Even people who don't like me online probably identify with how much I hate cable news. What was the discussion in cable news wasn't how come, with the exception, there's like Greg Krieg and some other guys who cover the left, like I was trying to cover the left. The discussion was not, hey, how come socialism is catching on with young people? It was, how many debates begin with a question about, can Medicare for all win you the election? can the socialism tag defeat the party? And there was no actual discussion of the substance unless someone like Bernie Sanders brought it up. I'm curious if the gatekeepers allow voices on the left into the conversation if we're in an environment where there's a Democratic president getting pressured by the left. I mean, when we're done tonight, there's two kind of organizing meetings I'm observing as a reporter from one from the Sunrise Movement. I'm curious where that goes. If people are going to try to say, okay, well, we'll bring back our panel of a Republican strategist, another Republican strategist, and a Democratic strategist who's never won anything, or they're going to be a Republican strategist or another Republican strategist, a Democrat who loses everything, and a socialist. Why not? Like, I just think that space, it'd be interesting if it open up. I think it'd be in the interest of a lot of media to open it up because, look, there's going to be a fight about what the Democratic Party stands for. That's a gigantic story.
There are more successful, independently more successful leftists out there in broadcasting than there are neoliberals. That's just the truth, unfortunately. Maybe it's because of an opening in the marketplace, because MSNBC is not going to feature us. I don't know. But if you're obsessed with the markets, if you're obsessed with the free market as a neoliberal, then you should recognize that the free market has a lot of demand for this sort of commentary. And ultimately, I think their ideological loyalty to liberal capitalism will prevent them from doing exactly that and allowing the left to openly propagandize their point of view and agitate people, even if it's to the benefit of the Democratic Party, especially in the short term. Whether we're talking about building a robust union movement, as my DNC union guy in the chat keeps spamming. Dave is absolutely right. Dave is absolutely right. Also, we won in all the union dense areas. The unions are the reason why our Democrats are winning in any of these places, and you know that's true. It's literally true. It's not even the manufacturing jobs leaving, but it's the unions eviscerating after that fact, and that's the real reason, in my opinion, that Democrats don't have these overwhelming victories in these areas. If you don't have a group of workers that are constantly telling you, if you don't have leaders constantly telling you, like, yo, this is why we vote Democrat, obviously you're gonna lose sight of that. And
I think that's right, but I wouldn't say all people need to do is listen to what Bernie Sanders is arguing, because you can't unring the bell. I'm not sure how that would have worked in 2016. I think it would have been more effective. But you're fighting each election. I think the left discovers there's another boss to fight. There's another mini boss. There's another threat that came out of nowhere. Something else entered the game, and there's a new challenge. Look at the treatment I think Sanders got as a candidate in 20 versus what he got in 16. Right, it was much harsher. Look at the ways in which Trump successfully pulled some people into the coalition for good after 2016 that a lot of people hoped would just come back and listen to the message. There's no easy answer for that stuff, but clearly just the focusing on, hey, if elected, I'm going to do this stuff for you. That's what Trump did, and that's what I think the more successful Democrats did. Biden's probably on track to win Pennsylvania, and if you go back, and we're all going to do this after the election, watch the ads they ran in Pennsylvania. They were not Donald Trump's gross. They did a lot of stuff about wages, about jobs, about healthcare. I think they fixed some of the Clinton mistakes, but were they as effective as Florida campaigners saying, "Hey, we're going to raise the minimum wage. That's it. Just click yes or no if you want to raise the minimum wage." Boom, that's 15 points more popular than Joe Biden. What's the lesson to take out of that? I mean, that's something I'm probably obsessed with. I'm going to be obsessed with for 4 years, I think.
Hey, as Alex Perrine has correctly pointed out, the most successful thing to win in the southern states and also in the Rust Belt is just a faceless, lifeless ballot measure that's super progressive, not affiliated or associated with any Democratic Party person. It's the Democratic Party that is not well liked. It's the politicians that are not very well liked, but the progressive ballot measures are absolutely gangbusters successful. Look at felon vote restoration, overwhelming support for that. Look at $15 minimum wage, overwhelming support for that. And, and even legalization or expanding Medicaid coverage, overwhelming support for that. So, you know.
I was just going to say one other thing about that. I was about to joke. So there's a guy in D.C. who represents Ward 8, and on the ballot, his name is Trayvon, quote, Ward 8, quote, white. And I was thinking, well, that'd be, as a joke, what if Democrats ran as, Joe, quote, minimum wage, Biden? But
Libertarians do that sometimes.
Because, well, I mean, honestly, yeah, libertarians do that. Like Jack No More Government.com Williams or whatever. Whereas, but I realized as we're talking, so in Minnesota, Republicans have created basically a fake political party called the Legal Marijuana Now Party. And the Legal Marijuana Now Party, in an election that went really well for Democrats, got like 5% of the vote in the race for Senate because people looked at the ballot and said, oh, damn, marijuana for that. So, like, almost as a joke, that stuff does work. And I mean, I guess if there is good news that is good for Democrats, is that they're going to be in a position where they no longer are fighting a Donald Trump presidency every day, and they learned what they lost on. But stuff like that, look, that's probably the most politically tone-deaf decision Biden made as a candidate, is not saying, hey, you know how you like legal marijuana? I'm for that, and Donald Trump isn't. There's a reason why Jeff Sessions, who is a huge drug warrior, Jeff Sessions was Attorney General for, I guess, only a year. Donald Trump, against drugs, doesn't let his kid. I guess no one lets their kids do drugs unless they're cool. But Donald Trump, big drug warrior,
like Joe Biden,
did not dare stop these states from implementing legal marijuana because people like it. So I think Kamala Harris, whatever her political instincts, was smart and emphasized it, and Joe Biden didn't. Stuff like that, I think, is going forward. Are people are going to say, what are things that are easy to explain that we should run on? And post-COVID, in the age of canvassing, I think that's going to be a conversation. Like, what's an election look like in 2022 if COVID is over? Hand to God. What if COVID is done and people are canvassing? And I don't know. I maybe my brain is so broken by covering this stuff for 10 years that I always look for an opening. But I think you're onto it. That just emphasizing what the government's going to do if you vote for them. There's a reason why Republicans didn't crack down legal marijuana. There's a reason why Republicans are running ads saying, I love pre-existing conditions, going to protect the hell out of them. There's a reason for that stuff. And so, like, how do you sell that without getting trapped by our consultants? The focus group said that people move the dial 1 inch if we say this noun, but they move it only half an inch if they say the other noun. So we're going with the first noun. That sucks. Stop doing that. Like, there's clearly you're gonna get an election where it's very clear what other stuff works for you. That's not so fake sounding. And look, the final thing I want to say about that is, like,
oh yeah, go ahead.
That a thing that around the country covering Trump rallies and stuff. I try not to become a facts and logic guy because everyone hates that, and I hate that. But you'll encounter Trump voters, and how many segments have you seen their Daily Show or like mini Daily Show or Samantha Bee or whatever, where people go to a Trump rally and they're talking to people and they say, I like him because he tells the truth. And the reporter, the monocle drops from his eye and he goes, but what? Did you not read how many Pinocchios this man has? Did you not have you not heard of the lies he has told? And each time they're always like, well, he says it like it is. And I feel like that actually was a thing, but that's the thing Bernie Sanders is very good at. That's a thing Joe Biden, when he's on his ball, is pretty good at. I think one of his best moments on the campaign trail, looking back, the final day before the pandemic kind of shut everything down, he's in a factory in Michigan. A guy starts reading to him about his gun policy, and he goes, "You're full of shit," and just starts lecturing him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's politics now. You got to adapt to that world. You cannot. Absolutely. You have to do that. And Biden, honestly, is better at doing that than some people who beat Buttigieg, or not to pick on 25 people. Better at doing that than some other people. I think that is what they need to do more of. Because look, Donald Trump got elected. He got what's going to be 46% of the vote this time. The marketing has been done. People like politicians, even if they're full of crap most of the time. If people think, well, he's tough and he says it like it is.
This is what I used to say about Trump. And I still think this is true. He is honest about his dishonesty. Like in team sports, if you have someone on your team that is like kind of an aggressive player and might even like slide tackle into people purposely to like injure them or whatever, but that person is on your team, you oftentimes will overlook some of the more aggressive actions that he takes against the other team. So people believe that Donald Trump is on their team. So they like that he's kind of dishonest, but he's honestly dishonest. He's honest in his dishonesty. He's very open about it. You know, he's kind of a scummy guy, and he says it. And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people like that and expect that, because they have deluded themselves into thinking that he's on their team. That's the most successful thing he's done, despite being a regular Republican. He doesn't have to do the weird, like, Paul Ryan style, I'm just going to defend wanting to abolish Social Security rhetoric. He's like, yeah, fuck it. No, I'm gonna protect Social Security no matter what. That's remarkable to hear from a Republican running. And is he going to protect Social Security? No, I don't think he's going to. If he had the opportunity, I mean, he was talking about literally lowering taxes even further, maybe cutting them all together when it comes to income taxes, which is a funding vehicle for Social Security and Medicare. But he'll say it on the campaign, like he won't try to do what Paul Ryan does and be like, no, this is actually necessary because we're deficit hawks or anything like that. He doesn't give a shit, and that creates loyalty in his audience for him. Anyway,
I think that's right. I mean, I think Democrats did understand that. I don't think they were naively saying Joe Biden did not run a campaign saying we must rebut every lie. I mean, I honestly thought in the debates he was very effective. Trump would say a bunch of stuff, and he'd say, well, he's flat lying. And even what you're talking about, he totally gutted out the Hunter stuff, right? He did not in the debate say, here's a fact check, sir, on how what you're saying about my son Hunter is incorrect. He said, that's a lie. He never did that. Anyway, he moved on. So I think he did learn his lesson. Is he a natural pilot like no, he has his version of it that was pretty effective, honestly.
Yeah. Dave, by the way, I can't believe I'm doing this, but I have to run a 2-minute ad break now because or at least 1 minute ad break. Chat, sorry for that, but I forgot because the conversation was too good to cut. So I'm going to run a 60-second ad break right now. Also, I have to pee. I'm literally about to piss my pants. That's why I was trying to cut in to be like, Dave, I got to go pee.
Thanks for calling me.
But if you want to keep going, I mean, I'm more than happy to. But
I have to jump off now. I have moved something back so we can talk, but I need to do it.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
10 minutes, so it would bump in the next segment.
But
this is a really good conversation. I'm glad we could do it.
Yeah, no, this was wonderful. Thank you, Dave. Dave, where can they find you? Dave's technically a coworker of mine. We're both under the pocket of Jeff Bezos in some way, even though we are very far removed.
By which
from
you
him.
mean that, we're both work for let's say an agency. I think is what we want to say. I work at WashingtonPost.com. All my stuff is Dave Weigel. Everything. You should follow my newsletter, which is pinned to my top tweet. I might find a new pinned tweet because half of the comments are people getting angry about stuff that was said on some webcast about, not this one, some other show where they'd start yelling at me. But subscribe to the newsletter. There's one today that's okay. There's one tomorrow that's going to be a lot better just because we got more numbers. And yeah, I mean, occasionally there's Twitch streams at the Post that we can't do because we haven't been having an office for a year. But Washington Post, I mean, really, thanks for doing this. I mean, I really enjoyed talking about this with you.
No, this was great. Thank you for coming on, Dave. All right. Bye.
Bye.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was Dave Weigel. He is a Washington Post reporter. He's always on the trail. I have to run a 6-second ad break right now, and then going to do another one at the top of the hour in 15 minutes instead of doing it in a row. But if you want to avoid the ads, if you want an ad-free experience, you can subscribe with your Twitch Prime for free, or with your Amazon account, or with a regular Tier 1 subscription. Top of the hour, every hour, 6-second ad break for you. I'm going to run this NBC while I go pee. I'm literally peeing my pants. Okay, there it is.
Which the president was able to win again this time. It happens to be because the president essentially decided to run again for re-election on the day he was inaugurated. You have a giant campaign that was working to try to make contacts with these important voting blocks for the better part of 3.5 years. And these were plans that the president's campaign felt would be critical. And you also look to what the president tried to do in his first term when it comes to things like criminal justice reform. That's something that they always point to when they talk about seeing those increase in support, especially among African-American voters. It's something we have seen anecdotally in my travels. It's just a major difference and something they're proud of, Allison, clearly, though not enough to cut into former Vice President Joe Biden's totals with those key voting blocks in some other key battleground states.
All right, Mike Memoli, Monica Alba, it was fun hanging out with you last night. It was great hanging out with you tonight. Let's see if we're doing this again tomorrow.
Deal.
I think so, Elson. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Georgia is still too close to call. Votes are still being counted in the Atlanta metro area. The Georgia Secretary of State pushing them to finish today. NBC News reporter Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Duluth, Georgia. Priscilla, where does the count in Georgia stand right now? And what are you hearing from voters there? Are they getting a bit impatient?
Well, Allison, voters here tell me that they want to wait. They want to make sure that they have an accurate count, and so they're okay with waiting. We've spent the day here in Gwinnett County talking to folks, but the Secretary of State, the latest numbers we have from him.
That was, you know, sometimes you got really good pee-pee. That was one of those. Okay, I'll admit that was a good piss. God damn, that's a terrible mask. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, there's a lot of updates that I haven't I haven't given you. Listen to her. Okay, here.
Only counted around 75,000 ballots. And so they've got 185,000 to go. He had initially said that we would have those results by the end of today and that folks would be able to declare a winner. But in the latest update that he sent, it's looking like it could be more like very late tonight, if not early Thursday morning. Allison?
Priscilla, you reported earlier today on a postal service case that's making its way through the federal courts. Could you tell us more about that and what the implications are for Georgia?
Absolutely. So there is a case that's making its way through the federal courts. It has to do with the Postal Service and mail-in ballots, specifically whether those ballots would arrive in time and be able to be sent back in time. And court documents filed earlier today, we've had a chance to review them. And basically what those documents say is that about up to 18% of ballots, mail-in ballots, may have been sitting in a mail processing facility here in Atlanta and did not make it in time to be counted. Here in Georgia, you have to have those ballots in by the time polls close on Election Day. And so that's something that we're monitoring for possible legal challenges that could come. Allison?
All right, Priscilla Thompson, forgive me, in Georgia. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Allison.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you.
Okay. All right. There are protests in New York and Philly. Pog. Okay. I haven't seen this yet. So it's Georgia. I don't know why you guys are so suspicious of it. Georgia Senate, we're not going to know. Maggie Haberman is reporting that there is no Nevada news tonight. There's a ton of back and forth from counties in Nevada, Secretary of State, about releasing election results today. Both Clark County, Nevada, and Washoe County, Nevada, registrar of voters held press conferences and stated that they are not planning to release results until tomorrow morning. Hashtag Nevada election. So, Nevada is a really unique area here, so that's like, seems like Arizona is a lock. You got Associated Press even writing an explainer as to why they called it for Biden. Looking at the analysis of ballots cast statewide, they have concluded that with 80% of the vote counted, Biden was ahead by 5 percentage points with a roughly 130,000 vote lead over Trump. With about 2.6 million ballots counted, the remaining ballots left to be counted, including mail-in votes in Maricopa County, where Biden performed strongly, were not enough for Trump to catch up to the former vice president. So that's the reason why they did this. Arizona has a long political history of voting Republican. It's the home state of Barry Goldwater, a 5-term conservative senator who was the Republican nominee for 64. But John McCain is part of the reason why Arizona is seemingly swinging. John McCain, and also the incredible work that progressive Latino outreach groups have done in that area, in that state specifically. So that's why Maricopa has shifted politically, which is home to Phoenix and its suburbs, and that's where Biden sealed his victory. It's 60% of the state's votes, and Biden ran up huge margins there. So that is where we're at. No, there is no Meghan McCain redemption arc here. Look, Nate Cohn, I don't make predictions, but if the absentee votes continue to break for Biden by the margins they have so far, as we've seen to expect, then Biden would win by around 2 points. Like, PA is looking good for Biden, okay? PA is looking to be riding for Biden. We have 87% of the votes coming in, and every single time that there's more votes coming in from Pennsylvania, the lead that Donald Trump has is diminishing. I have been telling you since day one that there was going to be a red mirage. Everyone told you that this was going to happen in Pennsylvania. Same day voters coming in and making it seem like Donald Trump secured the vote with nearly 2 million votes left to count last night. That was a ridiculous call. Okay? That would have been a ridiculous call. So Pennsylvania is looking to be riding with Biden as well, even though technically, as long as Arizona is a complete lock, as called by both Associated Press and Fox News and numerous other outlets at this point, as long as Navidi's 6 electoral college votes are for Joseph Robinette here, and it seems to be that way, even though that race is tightening, and we're not going to find out until tomorrow, it might be over. So what we are looking for here is Georgia results, North Carolina results, Pennsylvania results, and Navidi and Arizona results. But like I said, Arizona seems to be going towards Joe Biden, even though the Republicans do feel like that was stolen from them and that they should be winning the state. A lot of people in Pennsylvania believe that Pennsylvania is going to be swinging and riding with Biden. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the decision desk results. Of course, they are not the most accurate, but they are they're ahead in comparison to other more careful outlets that refuse to call it usually. Trump may have done an anti-lobster move by pardoning Arpaio and galvanizing Latino community against Trump. Yes, that was definitely a big driver of Latino turnout there. Can we take a minute to appreciate Stacey Abrams? How much work was done in GA to force a blue? She didn't do like the campaign did and did in-person canvassing operations for like a year. It was insane. She turned Atlanta out. Certainly there is some truth to that, for sure. The red mirage effect is the best thing anyone could ask for. Early confidence for the right has been hilarious. Now the punchline is dropping. No, it's not the best thing anyone could have asked for. And the reason for why it's not the best thing anyone could have asked for is because there are 68 million psychopaths. You understand? There are 68 million psychopaths who literally just listen to every fucking word that this orange dipshit advocates for. And now they unironically believe like, oh yeah, it's being stolen from us. So it's not actually a good thing. And I wish the media had done a better job of like constantly saying, you're not going to get results. Donald Trump is most likely going to lie and say he won. So do not believe him. He is a liar. They should have pulled a memento and had like a photo of Donald Trump, a Polaroid of him, and underneath it says, do not believe his lies. But the media did not do that because they have to be impartial. And in a lot of circumstances, if one side is just open to lying, then you are impartial to the truth. And you can't do that. You got to have a bias on the side of truth. Wait, what? Gary Peters leads in the Michigan Senate race now? Oh, okay. Bernie literally predict this is on Jimmy Fallon. Man, I know I got a lot of new friends, but like, I hate to say this, but a lot of people predicted exactly what Bernie Sanders was saying, including an idiotic himbo like myself. So it's not exactly all that crazy. But hey, the message that you should be leaving today with is, hey, if you want to predict the future and look super cool, then one, either watch my broadcast and then repeat the things I'm telling you to your friends. First, they will say you're delusional and you're stupid or you're a liar. But then they will say, wow, you were right, actually. I no longer hate you. So, there is that. I do and then get bullied. Well, even if you get bullied in your group of friends, you're still right. So there is that. Washoe County Registrar Deanna Spicola says, Washoe County will not be posting any results today. I know. We talked about it already. Is there any indication that people are still concerned about foreign involvement this year? What? I don't know. I mean, the foreign fucking involvement was negligible in the last one, too. I'm sorry to say that, but... Oh, no!
Yeah, Jake, talking to my sources inside the Trump campaign, they are starting to sound increasingly pessimistic about the president's chances. I mean, outwardly, they're saying we're going to win Pennsylvania. In fact, you know, you have the president's son, Eric Trump, and the White House press secretary on her personal account declaring victory in Pennsylvania. Obviously, that has not occurred. That is misinformation. But that is the mindset outwardly from the Trump campaign. Inside, though, I've talked to a Trump campaign advisor in just the last several minutes. They are pinning their hopes, I'm told at this point, on Arizona. They would like to see Arizona flip back to Donald Trump. Of course, here at CNN, we haven't called Arizona for Joe Biden. Other outlets have. Of course, they've been fixated on that for hours now, almost a day now since that occurred last night with other outlets. One advisor I spoke with about Eric Trump and the White House press secretary on her personal account declaring victory in Pennsylvania. Obviously, that has not occurred. That is misinformation. But that is the mindset outwardly from the Trump campaign. Inside, though, I've talked to a Trump campaign advisor in just the last several minutes. They are pinning their hopes, I'm told at this point, on Arizona. They would like to see Arizona flip back to Donald Trump. Of course, here at CNN, we haven't called Arizona for Joe Biden. Other outlets have. Of course, they've been fixated on that for hours now, almost a day now since that occurred last night with other outlets. One advisor I spoke with about Arizona described that state as the OK Corral, a reference to the infamous gun battle in the Old West in that state back in the 19th century. And so, you know, at this point...
What will they do? What will they do, folks? Seems like they've given up on the recount efforts in Wisconsin. Shouts out to T-Pain. The same people who endlessly push the now debunked narrative that Joe Biden will win in a landslide are going to try and call the race tonight before 1 million. Yes! Yes! Oh, I love this. I love this. I love this. I love this. Same people who endlessly push the now debunked narrative that Joe Biden will win a landslide are now going to try to call the race tonight before 1 million plus votes have been counted. The experts have been wrong every step of the way. Don't believe them now. Now Charlie wants to count all the votes. I agree. That's great. That's great. That's so sick. What did I tell you? What the fuck did I tell you about voting? Didn't I tell you that at least, look, even if in the long run, the Democratic Party aren't, some of the, especially a lot in the Democratic Party aren't exactly our ideological allies. Didn't I tell you that it would fucking feel good? Okay, now that things are turning around, didn't I tell you that it's going to feel good? Watching conservatives cope, watching them lose their mind a little bit, watching them fucking freak out a little bit. I mean, conservative tears are pretty delicious, dude. They are. They are pretty delicious to consume. GOP Ohio Governor Mike DeWine on Fox News says, "We count the votes. We believe in the rule of law. I am for Trump, but if it ends up being Biden, all of us will accept that every vote has to be counted. We as a country accept election results. We believe in counting all the votes." Okay. Why is this fucking newsworthy? First of all, it's Ohio. That's Trump anyway. Oh, James O'Keefe coming in hot with some new fake news. Election fraud update. Bombshell whistleblower story in Michigan. Thousands of tips have flooded into our inbox over the last 24 hours, and if teams in place following up with them, keep them coming. Veritas tips. Yeah. James O'Keefe is a charlatan. He's a liar. He's going to lie about this. Yeah, he will probably get banned off of social media for doing that. And I am 100% in support of that level of censorship when it comes to something so obvious Like if you have a history and numerous instances where you just straight the fuck up lie, cheat, make deceptively edited videos, suffer zero punishments, then yeah, no, at the heat of the moment, if you're trying to instill a riot, if you're trying to start a fucking riot, basically, when a lot of people are confused, then fuck you. You don't get to have your megaphone. I'm sorry. Anyway, you might agree with what I just said, or you might disagree, but here's one thing you cannot avoid, and that is top of the hour, every hour, 60-second ad break. I know I did one 15 minutes ago, but right now, we're back to the top of the hour, every hour, 60-second ad break, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to avoid and have an ad-free experience, all you need to do is subscribe. You can avoid it if you subscribe with your tier 1 subscription, or if you have a free Amazon Prime account, you can connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch Prime account for free. It's like taking away money from Jeff Bezos and giving it to me every moment that you're not using your Twitch Prime. You're losing. What is it, like 47 cents or something? I don't know what the fuck Ludwig says. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm just kidding. All right, ad time. There it is. Okay, GOP Ohio governor. We already talked about that. Trump's lead in Pennsylvania is down to 4. I think it's time. I think it's time to bring in our specialist. Potentially, let me see. Yeah, unless you're in Europe or in Turkey, in which case you never will see ads anyway, so it doesn't really matter. You know, there's very little ads that serve in that marketplace, so you're good. You're saved from seeing ads if that's the case. No, not the lib correspondent. Moving to Turkey to avoid the ads. Oh, dude. Yeah, the Banks tweet. Oh, dude, this is so funny. All right, I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. Little fun stuff. But before that, of course, we got to keep covering. Trump campaign is filing another lawsuit in the third state, Georgia, seeking the pause vote in key battlegrounds. What a fucking psychopathic move. What a absolutely psychopathic move. It's wild. He's just doing it. He's doing the damn thing. I guess it was expected, but I really still am surprised. Like, I really find it wild that he did do it. Train had a big group last night where half of them were crying that they're going to have to pay taxes. Man, they should chill the fuck out, dude. Just suck it up. Jesus Christ. I'm serious. Like, okay, here's a moment of honesty, okay? I'm an incredibly fortunate person. And so is every single big streamer on this platform. We get to do something that we love, and it is work. In a lot of instances, it is work. But it doesn't feel like it. But that's how work should be for so many people. And we get paid handsomely for it. Okay? And now that I'm in a relatively high tax bracket, or if not the highest, by the end of this year, obviously, and the amount of taxes I paid last year, I've recognized that these fucking rich people are scumbags, dude. They're fucking scumbags. And the reason why I say that is because how the fuck do you cry about your taxes? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, how dare you? It is one of the scummiest fucking things. Like, I'm gonna tell you something. When rich people fucking cry about paying this whatever number of taxes they're paying, they're being scumbags, dude. You can live, all right, motherfucker? There's people that have a budget shortfall literally built into their existence. Like, straight up, if you're middle class, if you're a middle class single parent, you got to try to figure out like how much money is going to cost you to take care of your child. Like, you're literally at a deficit. You're operating at a deficit every month. You got credit card debt. You got so much fucking debt. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers have all the money in the world and they're fucking crying that they're going to have to pay back more to the government so that we can fund our public education system, so we can make roads, so we can have, so we can build a better future for America. It's fucking disgusting. It is a downright evil, disgusting, nonsensical take that rich people have when they fucking cry about taxes they're paying. You're smart enough to be that rich. Build the fucking budget shortfall, or build the taxes into your fucking yearly earnings, motherfucker. Spend appropriately. I'm serious. Don't ever take this shit from rich people. It's bullshit. I hope my opinion never changes on this matter. This is one area where I'm like, will I like become one of these fucking assholes if I keep making more money? Now let me tell you something. The other part of this, and by the way, rich people aren't smart. Literally, look at every Twitch streamer, including myself. Another thing I need to mention here. Another thing that fucking blows my mind about all this is, like, whenever I mention this, whenever I mention like tax brackets or taxes in general, people are like, do you want your taxes to fund America's imperialist endeavors? It's like, what kind of fucking delusional ANCAP take is this? We can simultaneously make paying taxes a patriotic duty while also try to undermine the imperialist attitudes of the American government. Like, it's just so wild that people make it seem like, well, all your taxes are going to murdering brown children overseas. It's like, bitch, I don't want that too. What do you mean? I wanted to go to fucking socialized medicine. And I know a lot of people would be way more comfortable paying their taxes if those taxes overwhelmingly went to Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, you know, funding social programs, rebuilding American infrastructure. These are ideas that every fucking conservative and every fucking liberal agrees with. Okay? This is why we are not all that different. Like, we have differences in opinion in a lot of instances, like, I don't know, trans people being in existence. Like, you know, some conservatives just cannot fucking comprehend that. And that's not a minor difference, especially if you're trans yourself. I think we should make sure that these people understand it, and make sure that these people, make sure we push back against transphobia and things of that nature, or racism, white supremacy. And it takes time, right? But ultimately, there are a lot of issues that we would all agree on when push comes to shove. And that is helping other Americans. I think that most people would not be against that unless they are mask off demon Republicans, like professional Republicans. It's so weird. The electoral fraud is pretty much confirmed by now. You are delusional if you think that the Supreme Court will not obligate you to finish Dark Souls 3. Fuck you, man. This night is all about the preview of Erdogan stepping down. Trump is doing exactly the same things Erdogan would do if he loses. Man, Erdogan has a lot more power than Donald Trump does, though. Like, Erdogan is already authoritarian as shit. Donald Trump can't go as authoritarian. There is still some institutional legitimacy. You know what I mean? I don't think that it's a one-to-one comparison. Do you ever intend on running for office? Fuck no, dude. Absolutely not. But you guys should. All of you should. Make sure that you have a clean slate, though, because they will. If you are a leftist, in particular, they will use everything they can against you. And I mean it. I've been in broadcasting for far too long and have said so many fucked up things that it's like impossible for me to run. Unless I was running as a Republican, in which case, you know, you can get away with everything. Like actual violent behavior you can get away with, not just like rhetoric or whatever, but no, you absolutely should run for local office, especially if you're in this community, especially if you're progressive. There is a lot of momentum there. But actually becoming a left-wing like representative, that's a little bit more difficult. Anyway, let's see what's going on. The black vote in Detroit is the highest it's ever been, and we will determine the outcome because we've gone from picking cotton to picking presidents. Damn.
We are in the process of wanting to get all the votes counted. The road to victory of any side is going to come through Michigan and through Detroit. And to stop the vote suggests to stop the very democracy that we are running and these persons are running to elect to uphold. And so we want every vote to count because our vote is our voice, and it will be counted. And the election process will be done. Things are secure on the inside, but of course we have intimidating efforts on the outside, but we're not deterred. As goes Detroit, will go Michigan, and Michigan will join the force of others to be able to say that we have voted. We have record turnout voting. And again, if you want to represent Michigan and Detroit, you ought to want every vote counted.
And who do you think these people are?
Well, these are persons who are passionate and they're consistent. They've been saying all along they're going to suggest that it's rigged. They've been saying all along it's going to suggest that it's flawed or fake, but they've been saying that before now. We just need to be persistent to make sure our voice gets counted, because as goes Detroit will be done so. And I will say the black vote in Detroit is higher than it's ever been, and we will determine the outcome because we've gone from picking cotton to picking presidents.
God damn. Oh, wow. They're just full-blown incitement. I like that, or I don't like that, but that's a really great line. But here, let's take a look at what the Republican messaging looks like, especially beyond like Fox News, which is otherwise more reasonable.
Point is, I completely agree that it's abnormal to stop the counting. I think they stopped the counting on the voting. It kept the ballots to the side until they saw how many ballots they would need in Biden's favor to beat whoever.
They stopped counting because they were losing. Every single one of those 4 battleground states was going to the president, and they had to stop him, and they're cheating.
That's Sebastian Gorka, ladies and gentlemen. An actual Nazi, by the way. Very proud of his father's work with the Vitesse Rend in hunting down Jews in Hungary. So he wore his Vitesse Rend pin to, I think, the inauguration, as a matter of fact. Also famous for having the largest head, like literally the largest cranium in the entire DMV region, maybe all of America, if we're being honest. Huge head. So he is agitating here, saying the Dragon of Budapest himself is agitating here, saying that they're lying, they're cheating, and let's see what else he has to say.
And they're stealing your nation from you. It's time to fight. It's time to protest. It's time to get your MAGA on. I'm Sebastian Gorka. This is America First.
Very cool. Oh, Fulton County Elections Director says a vote counting is in this key Georgia Democratic stronghold. We are going to finish tonight. Very cool. This is the same thing as more COVID tests produce more cases. NV elect, no results coming today. Yeah, no, I know. Okay, good. We'll find out what happens in Georgia by tonight. Georgia might still be a Republican, by the way. CNN says that they are expecting... Whoop, that went away. Why is this tweet unavailable? Maybe they deleted it? see, the problem with counting more votes is therefore Biden. Yes, that is a problem. Just interview Keemstar? Why the fuck would I do that? What kind of... Like, I've literally brought my favorite fucking writers, journalists, commentators that are brilliant and smart and thoughtful and insightful, that have been traveling the fucking country for the past 4 years trying to get a better understanding of what's going on the ground. And you want me to have fucking the gnome on? Like, what are you, insane? What kind of analysis or insight am I going to get from motherfucking Keemstar? What's next, dude? Who else do you want? Yeah, let me have him on so we can say, oh, I voted for Democrats and I voted for Republicans. You know, I vote for the best president, which happens to be Donald Trump. We'll see what happens in Fulton, baby. But very suspicious how I was winning until they started counting my opponent's votes. Please investigate. Yeah, I know. Are you going to talk about the FaZe Banks tweet? Yeah, I'll talk about it in a second. Hold on. What is David Burks writing? What a night. Usually when I'm up this late, it's because I'm listening to NBA Youngboy. What? The fuck, dude? Is this for real? What is Glenn Beck saying? Let's take a look. Thank you, Themasius.
I've been thinking about this all day. If you truly believe that this was stolen, which I'm not saying it is at this point, but if you really truly believe in the end that it was stolen and they are going to steal it and destroy our...
You know, hypothetically, like, I'm not saying it's stolen, but if you truly believe it, this is Glenn Beck. This is Glenn Beck trying to have it both ways. He's, one, simultaneously casting doubt on the election process and the results, so he maintains his MAGA base, but also gearing up for a potential defeat of Donald Trump so he can still have a career afterwards. Okay?
Our Constitution and fundamentally transform us into something that we are not. I keep hearing the words of the Declaration. It is the...
It's because you're... People are going to say I'm ableist, so I'm not going to say it. But it's not the first time Glenn has heard voices.
Right? It is their duty to overthrow those that government and the...
Sometimes you shouldn't listen to those voices in your head, and you know, take your medicine instead.
Chains and reinstitute something that protects those rights. But I
remember when Glenn listened to too many voices in his head and actually got fired after, you know, doing the whiteboard Charlie from Always Sunny in Philadelphia meme every night on a show where he would literally like connect via string Obama back to like Osama bin Laden. Glenn Beck is like partially responsible for all the conspiratorial thinking that has rotted the brains of your parents on Fox News. He under the previous administrations, he was fucking going brazy on Fox News. Uncontrollable amounts of conspiratorial thought. So, what do you think about Alex Jones' predictions? What the fuck is Alex Jones predicting? What happened in Michigan with the Biden votes everyone's complaining about? It's fucking bullshit. Nothing happened. These idiots look to multiple different, like they look at decision desk results and someone plugged in numbers incorrectly for like a brief moment, corrected their mistake, and people that are tracking it nonstop turned around and were like, people that are tracking this stuff nonstop turned around and were like, oh, it's cheating. And Donald Trump immediately, of course, elevated that. And that's why we are Wait, this is an old video of Glenn Beck for the uninitiated?
Now it is spreading.
Bro, this is not an old video of Glenn Beck. This is a new video. This is from 2019. Older videos of Glenn Beck when he's on Fox News are even more unhinged than this. I can't watch. I unfortunately cannot watch Fox News because apparently they're like DMCAing people. Maybe I don't know. That's what they said. So, Steven Crowder had a voter fraud video. Take a look at what this thick puppy's doing.
Let's go to the videos. This is in Detroit. These are the ballots. But all these ballots for Santa Claus. Oh, yeah, I know that spot.
So these are pretty raw.
Yeah, these are pretty raw. So how long are these videos?
This one's 3 minutes.
3 minutes,
Kinda
okay.
scoots
So let's,
through.
okay,
Oh,
right here, right here. Okay, all right, so let's look at this. So, okay. So right here, for people who are watching, again, we're just getting this. These are people bringing them in coolers. There's no one around.
That looks like a radio.
That does not look like a bustling ballot counting operation. That looks
in the
like
dark.
That looks like the kind of place where Hunter Biden would find his next fix.
And one of the things
So he saw like freezer transport and he thought like there must be ballots in there. Like his first idea wasn't there's a fuckload of people in there counting ballots throughout the night and it must be food. But instead he was like, no, there's probably ballots in those freezer packs. A remarkable display of how stupid conservatives are, once again, demonstrated right in front of your eyes. It's like, it's great that that immediately your mind goes to, yeah, they're coming in from Alaska, like I joked about earlier. The Alaskan ballots are being thawed.
there's certainly a lot to be happening. Wayne County has a lot of votes, but it's the dead of night. The polls have been closed for hours and hours. Where are these
Isn't this guy his like lawyer or something? Goes to show you doesn't really take much to be a lawyer in America, apparently. What the fuck? Only when these ballots are valid. As everybody knows, votes need to be kept below 4 degrees Celsius, otherwise they turn over to Biden.
And they were supposed to stop counting. That's what they said on air.
Right. And what are they doing at this particular moment that they need these type of containers at this particular time?
Wow. Okay. Let's keep fast forward. What was that voice that I just heard?
There's a white van.
Oh, it's someone
narrating.
And this little cart thing. See?
Wow.
Wow.
Just getting something out of there.
That's just one guy. And he's not even wearing a tie.
So the person who's going to be logging in, her name is Kelly S., and she's a licensed attorney here in Texas, again, up in the Detroit area, who monitoring with some other groups that are part of the Attorneys for Trump organization. They're just there monitoring, making sure that things get done correctly.
It's a wagon.
And you're going to see wagons and
That's
other
a wheel-wed wagon.
strange implements. So this is either a horror movie or...
How is this different than what Alex Jones does? I mean, seriously, how is this any different than Alex Jones? Like, it's the same. Like, they're just... So is this what he's doing? He's just, like, casually giving brain cancer to his audience? But, like, a younger version? Now, listen, if you watch me, you're in an age range that your peers on the conservative side are probably watching Steven Crowder right now, jerking off to the footage. So just get ready. Like, that stupidity is going to manifest in your peers. You know the type. Motherfuckers who are like, yeah, of course I love Steven Crowder. I'm a part of the Mug Club. Like those guys. This is what they're watching right now going, yeah, seems real.
or something worse.
Wow. I can't. I mean, you wouldn't be able to trust that just because some ballots could fly off the back. That's a guy in a WrestleMania T-shirt with a KB Toys wagon.
Wow. So he's
I was
bringing
joking
these.
about the radio flyer.
No, but yeah, you're
That's
right.
actually a
Massive
radio
flyer.
He got the nice brand.
on
brand.
Yeah, the good thing. Yeah, it's that's name brand.
Good for him.
Wow.
They spent
So-
the extra.
Everybody knows that people that are at the polls counting ballots are not allowed to legally eat food. So when there is actually food delivery happening, that's a sign that there is voter fraud also happening. Like, yeah, this is the funniest part. If that was ballots, okay? The funniest part about it is if that is mailed in ballots that they are swinging the election for fucking Joe Biden, how many ballots does he think maximum is in there? Like, how many do you think you can fit in that little wagon? Like, you can only stack up to a certain point. Like, there's maximum 1,000 ballots in there. Like, there's max 1,000 in there. I don't know, like 100K? Fuck no, you can't do 100K. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's like Steven Crowder has the same take that Austin had earlier last night, where he's like, keep fucking counting. No more food for you until you're done with the count. Who are you going to complain about if Trump loses? I think you grossly misunderstand my political point of view if you think my complaints about the American political process ends or begins with Donald Trump. Another funny part about this take, of course, is being like, why isn't he wearing a tie? Like, why is the food delivery, or even if it's the fucking ballot delivery guy, like, why is he supposed to wear a tie? I mean, even if you're new here, if you've been watching for the past, 16 hours that I covered yesterday, or the past 5 hours that I've covered the news today, you probably very quickly have developed an understanding that I'm not exactly the biggest fan of the Democratic Party either, despite what my Barack Obama shirt may suggest. So, I live in Alaska. Does my vote as a Democrat even matter? I'm just confused. Is my first year voting? Absolutely. Alaska is a really unique state where 100,000 votes could win you a Senate seat. It's pretty wild. There's not a lot of people there, so your vote is really significant in Alaska, and it's been closer than ever before, at least according to polling, but I don't know how well they polled Alaska, especially looking at someone literally whispered me and presumed you voted for Trump. Oh, fuck. Does anyone actually think I voted for Trump? What the fuck? Oh, the decision desk has projected that Peters has won the Senate in Michigan. I can't remember if that was a lock or not. But good. Any wins in the Senate race is a good one. Okay, that's good stuff. We like to see those. Those are dubs that we take. That's a good situation. Very good. Anyway, I get daily whispers asking if you're a Republican or Dem, LMAO. pretty funny. Oh, I was going to talk about the D. Lauer Trump campaign take. So Donald Trump is, I like this guy, he says, this is crossing a line and getting ugly. Like, oh yeah, this is crossing a line, dude? So it wasn't crossing a line last week when he said exactly this? He's following up on previous promises. So now you're crossing a line, sir. This is not very presidential of you. Oh, Jesus. Joe, the Democrats will try to steal this election, just like I predicted from the start. Mail-in ballots. He literally says, just like I predicted from the start. So, bitch, he's been crossing the line since when he first predicted from the start. Mail-in ballots are leading to chaos like you've never seen, plain and simple. The radical left is going to do whatever it takes to try and rip a Trump-Pence victory away from you, and that's why I'm coming to you now. I need your help to ensure we have the resources to protect the results. We cannot allow the left-wing mob to undermine our election. I'm asking my fiercest and most loyal defenders like you to fight back. The left-wing mob of, like, 75-year-old ladies counting fucking ballots at the county commissioners. The left-wing mob, the Antifas. Trump campaign files 71,185,821 lawsuits against every person who voted for Joe Biden. Trump campaign is alleging that, based on poll watchers' affidavit, that some late arriving absentee ballots may have been mixed in with timely ones. New Georgia Republicans and real Donald Trump campaign filed a lawsuit in Chatham County seeking to provide an accounting of all such absentee ballots, including the number of ballots received after 7 p.m. It is a call to action for those of you who are wondering. What?
Will be elected the next.
No, this is fake shit. I don't think this is... I don't know what this is, but it's not real. It's not official. But they will. The Lincoln Project is not your friends. Funny how there's no dispersal order for the people trying to get into the polls right now. Yeah, it's weird. Remember, folks, in North Carolina, the cops literally dispersed a peaceful demonstration that people had actual permits for when they were kneeling in front of a Confederate monument in North Carolina, and they were going to go and march to the polls after. Not dissimilar to what people used to do during the civil rights movement. And the cops came in and started pepper spraying them. So remember that. Like, these were peaceful poll marchers that had a permit to peacefully demonstrate and then march to the polls. And yet, they got pepper sprayed. Now you have Republicans banging on the doors outside of county commissioners' offices where, like, lifelong Republican old ladies are just, like, one by one counting fucking votes, and cops aren't utilizing the same level of violent suppression tactics. I wonder why. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that 84% of cops in 2016 said they were voting for Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. But what do I know? What the fuck do I know? Imagine if there's a black guy doing this to Trump supporters or not handling it. Yeah, we already saw this. It's wild. Here, yeah, in fun news, where's the FaZe Banks tweet? Can someone send it back to me? My friends are all spamming this nonsense about how calling the Republicans enemies is playing into their fascist agenda. How do I explain their delusions to them? Ask them if like people being mean to them have turned them fascist. Like, how does that work? Like, do they think that, like, you know, the Jews were being too mean? That's why some of the folk turned Nazi? Like, is that how that works? Like, why are they so spineless? Why can't they have their own moral compass? It's always strange to me whenever people are like, you're making me be fascist. And I'm like, the fuck do you mean making you turn fascist? Like, this is silly grift from actual Republicans like Dave Rubin, of course. That actual Republicans like Dave Rubin who turn around and act like it's new stuff. That their opinion has changed throughout time because the left was too violent or too mean to him personally, when in fact it was just he had a lot of reactionary takes, and he, with a lot of financial motivation, of course, turned into a full-blown mask-off Republican. The problem with the takes like that I'm frustrated by is, why are you being a pussy? Like, if someone could bully you into turning into a Nazi or something, then you kind of were open-minded to Nazi ideology. I mean, people bully me on the internet all day. Make up your own fucking mind. You know? What the fuck is this shit? Those people want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to be Nazis, but then also, or they want to be fascist while simultaneously punishing you for their personal decision to be racist and reactionary. It's very strange. Like, if you're a reactionary, just be fucking reactionary. What is your favorite type of cake? I don't know. I think milk has some really good cake. Anything that has cookie dough in it. Phase Banks. Censorship, the First Amendment, too much to type, but this fucking shit important and extremely dangerous. I'm not cool with it, and neither should you be. Censorship. Listen, I voted Biden, and I'm happy with the fact that he'll most likely win. But if you can truly say at Twitter, at Jack... Wait, why did he at Twitter and at Jack on his notepad? Does he think you can reach out to Twitter from the notepad? What the fuck? Okay. At Twitter, at Jack, haven't been absolutely biased in censoring the right over the last 24 hours. You're just being dishonest. It's terrifying. It's a total and complete violation of the First Amendment. Man, first of all, no, it's not. Okay, the First Amendment does not pertain to like private companies. But if you're gonna make the argument that these are like public highways, technically they're privately owned, but it's technically a part of the information superhighway that everyone is operating on. Even if you are going to make that argument, like, if it's offensive that Twitter is doing something unprecedented, then it should be infinitely more offensive that the fucking president is lying. I'll just never understand this. Like, you can't win 67 million votes and then turn around and be like, hey, 67 million people that just voted for me, like, gear up. I won the election despite all evidence pointing to the opposite. Like, what does this take? That, like, everyone should just look the other way and let the president lie to fucking millions of people? It's insane. I understand that it stands as a private business actually lawfully, but is it actually? At this point, Twitter and other social media are basically utilities. I strongly believe the First Amendment needs to be ratified and cover social media. A lot of us rely on these platforms to share news and ideas. I don't think places like YouTube and Twitter should be allowed to censor people as often as they do because they don't align with or believe in what executives that operate them to do. You can make a way clearer argument about a violation of the First Amendment, like yelling fire in a crowded theater, and an incitement of rioting or an incitement to violence, which would genuinely not be covered in the First Amendment, with what Donald Trump is saying. These platforms have certain issues where if you violate that principle or violate that rule, they ban you. Okay? And if you are inciting violence, which Donald Trump is, if you're willingly and deliberately spreading misinformation with the hopes that it will incite violence, then it's completely reasonable for Twitter to ban you. Not just censor you, but ban you. And I think that the president should not be above the law, and unfortunately he is. The president absolutely is above the law. And that's certainly the case on a platform like Twitter. I think Twitter hasn't gone far enough. If this was truly an equal system, if we were all citizens under the same rule of law, then the president would have been banned a long time ago. Like when he advocated to do terrorism on Iran, when he said, "We will destroy your cultural landmarks." That was an act of terror. That was an incitement of terror. And no other citizen that says things like that can get away with it. So not only that, but Donald Trump should have been banned a long time ago, but he is above the law. So I think this kind of censorship, especially when it's not even full-blown censorship, but at least like a fact-checking, is good. I think that it's not even enough. I think Donald Trump should have been banned a long time ago, but this is a decent first step. Now, having said that, Twitter should be allowed to censor people as often as they do because they don't align with them or believe in what the executives that operate them do. This is fucked up, and I hope people see what they're doing and can, at the very least, admit it's a serious issue. Blue, red, doesn't matter who you voted for. Okay, here is a hypothetical. If the president tomorrow, that captivates 80 million people, or at least like millions and millions of people, said FaZe Banks is a pedophile and someone needs to do something about it, I would hope that you would want the Twitter or whoever the fuck is running social media to stop that person from saying that, right? Like you would want to clarify, because you don't have the reach that the president has. You would not be able to stop that. So you would expect in this circumstance for those in control of these platforms to take action. You would not make the argument that it's... He 100% watched that Jerry clip where Joe said the exact same thing, fight fake news with real news. No, there are limitations to that, and you guys know I am not exactly an advocate for all manner of speech suppression, or I don't believe in like jailing people for their speech. I think that freedom of speech is a good thing that we have, but the free speech absolutism that gamers often apply, that they've learned from people like Sargon Avocado or anti-SJWs, oftentimes that literally live in countries where they don't even have our level of free speech freedom, like the UK or Canada. I think that's really brain dead. I think that is a zero-head take. There are limitations to free speech in the United States of America, and there should be. There are limitations to free speech everywhere. There are limitations to free speech on 4chan, of all fucking platforms. Not like you can distribute imagery like child pornography on 4chan, and for good reason. They try. They sure fucking try. Or I believe it's bronies, right? ContraPoints once wrote or made a video about this. It was really good. They banned bronies from certain communities because they are really annoying. Or like I banned trots from time to time, Trotskyites, because they are incredibly annoying and can't shut the fuck up. So, you know, there is some good censorship. I just lost the radical trots. So, the point is, everyone understands that there are reasonable limitations that apply to free speech, and this is, in my opinion, reasonable. What is not reasonable is, for example, Twitter limiting the distribution of the Hunter Biden story that came out of the New York Post. Now, is that story wrought with misinformation? Certainly. Did I think that the media should have covered it, immediately disqualified all this information? Certainly. I do think that. I think that was too far. And it was also a very dangerous precedent. But this, no. Anyway. Are there any possibilities where they don't know the outcome until North Carolina results on the 12th? We have rules for outstanding ballots being eligible until the 12th, so as long as they're postmarked with the 3rd. Yeah, no, I will look at the really incredible Timcast take in a second. So Adrian Watt says, Banks, look at this screenshot. He's literally making things up with 80 million followers with his tweets far-reaching influence. Lies of this magnitude must be highlighted on the platform. They have let plenty of other lies slip for years, but this is different. This is okay, even if it's a lie. I'm not okay with Twitter being the determining factor of what's true/untrue. How the fuck is it okay? They just get to make that call because they feel a certain way. It isn't. A certain way? It isn't. I'm telling you, dude, this shit's dangerous. It's a dangerous precedent, incredibly challenging problem that we will continue to have to reckon with, says Jackson. But the president literally lied about election fraud and is blatantly trying to delegitimize millions of votes. He says, God, I wish I tweeted this under a different context. Stupid fuckface Trump aside. I'm just not okay with Twitter deciding these things. I'm not okay with YouTube shutting channels down and not being held accountable for doing it unfairly. This shit's weird to me. Again, I think a lot of people are sheltered from the inevitable consequences of this sort of misinformation being deliberately spread. If you have this sort of take without recognizing the victims of misinformation like this running rampant, then you're losing out on a significant side of things. I'm sorry. I don't agree with this at all. Yeah, it's not like the fucking president can go up in front of media and say whatever the fuck he wants. Well, I wish that was the world we lived in, but no, he can, and he has been, and he's been doing that actually. So, unfortunately, the rapid-fire sharing of false information propaganda needs safeguards. The collective intelligence of our new America is not high enough to research for or verify. People make decisions based on headlines. If those headlines are outright lies, that is problematic. So you're okay with Twitter deciding what's okay and not okay then? You're cool with them being the determining factor of what constitutes propaganda and what doesn't? What happens if they deem something not okay that turns out to be true in the future? Is it okay then? No, it's not okay. And we unfortunately, at this current stage, only have the opportunity to parse through it on a case-by-case basis. And we can't apply the slippery slope fallacy here. Okay? And that is the unfortunate reality. I do think that there is a scary precedent if Twitch is starting to ban things willy-nilly, but the reality is they are doing, in this circumstance, they're doing something for the overall good. In the end, polling averages will probably call the winners, but all but 1 to 3 states correctly, along with the winner of the popular vote, which should wind up... Nate Copper went from Nate Silver to Nate Copper to Nate Coper, dude. He is just coping on the timeline. Dude, Nate, you don't have to write any of this shit, brother. These people still love you. They're gonna definitely still pay you like $7 million or whatever the fuck you make, all right? Don't worry, dude. You're fine. There's plenty of fucking annoying STEM lords who treat this stuff as though they're analyzing sports in the same exact capacity that you are, that still believe that you are the God's honest truth on the planet, and they will come to defend you no matter what. Me unfollowing all the election accounts after this week. But some of the perceptions were formulated because we're taking results in the state like PA face value. Wow, Biden is losing by 15 points when there weren't any mail votes reported. In the final accounting, the polls will have done mediocrely, but not terribly. Mediocrely, but not terribly is a really good... I mean, this is when you've completely lost. Like, you have just lost. You've lost the argument. And honestly, you've even lost the defense. Like, you can't concede to being mediocre, dog. How do I counter my dad's argument for growth produced by competition through capitalism? You kidding me? Tell him about the fucking glorious nation of the USSR then. If he only considers growth to be a success metric or a success measure, then growth in the USSR was fucking insane. I mean, they're incredible. I mean, even fucking China. If he thinks China is a communist nation, then holy shit, dude. You kidding me, dude? Communism is fucking pretty poggers if that's the case. If growth is all we're looking at, not quality of life and not any other metric. I can't believe your dad is a based tanky supporter of the USSR. Ask him why he thinks it's so awesome that the USSR went from an agrarian society of potato farmers to one that was able to own America in the space race in such a short period of time. It's crazy that your dad is advocating for communism of that level. It's wild. Why does Arizona count already towards Biden? Could you please explain it to me? Thanks.
No doubt that
they're looking at averages as they always do. When outlets make projections, on races, the polls were completely broken for everyone. Even the GOP was seeing the same results we were with public and private polling. Massive hurting failure. It's a fucking idiot. Can't admit his own mistakes. Terrible forecaster and puts too much weight into his own product. Using too much 538, if you know what I mean. Yeah. What was I saying? Projections are made by looking at past performance and looking at performance in comparison to past performance in certain counties. And Maricopa County is the most populous county in Arizona, and the averages of Biden lead in Maricopa County with a lot of the mail-in ballots not counted yet in that same county, makes it seem like the lead that Biden currently has in Arizona is not going to be caught by Donald Trump. Guys, it's simple. You have to stop in Georgia, keep going in Arizona, stop in Pennsylvania, keep going in Nevada, stop in North Carolina, recount in Wisconsin, and ultimately let Brett Kavanaugh weigh in on all of it. That's what the founders would have wanted. You know what's funny about this take? It's not even stop in Pennsylvania. It's stop in certain parts of Pennsylvania, but keep going in other parts of Pennsylvania. That's at the heart of how fucking idiotic this entire thing is. Okay? Status update in Georgia, and here's a Michigan update. Ooh, let's take a look. Biden gains 33K of margin in Michigan from newly counted mail ballots in Kent County. Statewide lead up to 1.9%, lead up to 104,000. Michigan won't end up especially close. Conservative doomers, YouTube, Zoomer, America's #1 elections expert, national populist conservative, enemy of the election mafia, Orthodox Christian. Interesting. Are we fully supposed to believe Wisconsin had almost full turnout for Joe Biden? I don't know, man. Something seems off here. It doesn't add up. The exit polls, trends, and map make 0 sense. Yeah, because... Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Conservatives believe the polls now? I'm sorry. What happened? What happened to how fucking stupid we were for believing the fucking polls, dude? What? I'm sorry. I thought people were calling in and saying I'm actually a fucking Trump supporter, or I'm actually a Biden voter, when they were Trump supporters of shit, and polls were not to be trusted. I literally gave credit to the fucking hot dog brained idiots that were actually smarter in their advocacy against the polls than someone like fucking Nate Silver. Now they're turning around. Do you not want the fucking credit for being right? So strange to me. Oh, this is so good. This is... Ooh, I will not stop. Ah, this is good. This is good stuff. This is really, really, really good stuff. This, DM me, it's important. Great election coverage. Can I suck you off? No thanks. Did you see Keem crying? Duality of man. Tomorrow, they cheating. I looked up his handle. Who is he? I think he's a gamer. That's pretty good. He's not a gamer. Guys, one of the more shocking parts about this. Actually, I'm probably going to tweet this out too. One of the more shocking parts about this election is that Tony Bobolinsky wasn't able to motivate turnout, or at least drive down Democratic turnout, which was really weird. I mean, I really thought Tony Bobolinsky was going to be a profoundly important part. It was going to be the new James Comey, if you will. Tony Boboloni. No, he's Polish. My dick is out once again, Dave. He is a 40-year-old who surrounds himself with a 20-year-old age group. Yeah, so how can Trump win right now with Biden being at 264 votes? Are you pro-unregulated capitalism? Man, I'm fucking not even pro-capitalism. I don't even think we should just... I don't even think we should just regulate capitalism. I think we should completely redefine our organization of the economy. What do you mean, are you pro-unregulated capitalism? No. No. How about fucking no capitalism? That seems good to me, I think. This is going to trigger a lot of the new frogs, but... whatever. Oh, clip of Kaylee on Fox News. Nice. All right, let's take a look at what my woke queen, Kaylee McEnany, who recently yelled about me being a terrorist supporter when I played video games with AOC and them. What does she have to say about this? Looking kind of angry right now. It's a little weird. Why can't you just say socialism, my man? I mean, I can and do a lot of times. I don't know what you mean.
On election day. So we are fighting for the American people to know sooner rather than later. We want the votes to be counted.
But Kaylee, we always have had provisional ballots and military ballots, things that get counted later. The votes have to be in by November 3rd.
Dude, what is Fox News doing?
That was what their state legislature and their court system agreed to, that it had to be postmarked by November 3rd and then counted. So the voting is happening on election day. It's just how long it takes to get them counted. 3 days.
In Pennsylvania, they want to extend arrival for 3 days after. And the legislature, you're right, determines the time, the manner, and the place in which an election happens. And we believe if we go to the Supreme Court on this, we don't even think this will be necessary. Let me start there by saying we're going to win outright. But should those 3 extra days of ballots matter, we believe will prevail at the Supreme Court. But again, we don't think we're getting there because we're going to win by 40,000.
Even if the person voted on voting day, even if they voted on November 3rd in Pennsylvania because they were told that that was okay to do, you're going to toss their ballot out if it doesn't come in until the day after or 2 days after.
No, we believe every vote on election day should be counted. But it's those that arrive after the election day that we are fighting in court.
Even if they already voted on November 3rd, which is the postmark.
We're fighting for those that are after November 3rd. We want election day ballots to be counted, and we will prevail. And I think that it will be a mere hypothetical what we're talking about now, because we will prevail by 40,000 votes estimated in the state of Pennsylvania.
Real quick.
Yeah, apparently Donald Trump screamed at old man Rupert. He was like, "Rupee, what are you doing?" Calling that Fox calling Arizona for Joe Biden needs to be retracted. And Murdoch refused, and the call stood, apparently. I'm confused. Aren't Fox supposed to be Trump cucks? They are, but they're also looking at a post-Trump world Remember earlier when I said that undermining our institutions that at least create the presence that there is order in an otherwise just society, even if it's in theory and never something we've actually implemented, is good for business interests? Trump has kind of gone a little bit further than that. And he also really gave the Republicans everything. I mean, look, I said this earlier, but Donald Trump is a really good Republican. He is a really successful Republican, and these motherfuckers are like really, really horrible to him overall. Like, they are being very selfish and also criticizing him for things that he did for them. So it is a little wild to consider that this man has given his all to the Republican cause, and they're abandoning ship because they think that he is maybe gone a little too far with the advocacy for violence and chaos. I'm Cuban and I live in Miami. Today I heard several kids in my class say that if Biden wins, America will become Cuba. Me and my friend who was born in Cuba both laughed so hard. Both of us are Bernie supporters and watch your streams. Fuck yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. Are you saying GOP's imploding? No, they're not imploding. And the next person that comes along will be... The next person that comes along in the Republican Party will probably be like Donald Trump. The only part about it, the only difference is that you're not going to get someone as charismatic as Donald Trump. And that's the truth. He is a born entertainer. He's a very entertaining guy. I love watching him, and I fucking despise him. But anyway, speaking of entertainment, I do have a contractual obligation. At the top of the hour, every hour, there's a 60-second ad break. If you would like uninterrupted broadcast, you can subscribe with your Twitch Prime account for free, or with your Amazon account, or with a tier 1 subscription. Gonna run that 60-second ad break while I go pee, ladies and gentlemen. So there you have it. 60-second ad break coming to you.
You see, it's an 83-15 Biden County. Well, look, we still think there's 41,000. All right. Do the math here. 80, he could net maybe 20 out of there.
What up, chat?
If you could, or net, 15. The point is, we are sitting here, and there's enough ballots. There's about 100,000 ballots just in and around Atlanta. It's possible that he nets everything he needs there. Now, that said, there's extraneous ballots coming in all over the state.
Well, I mean, the upshot is you could be headed to recount territory there, too.
Okay. What we basically said, as Casey said, Pennsylvania, we think is going to be a tie, but somebody's going to be the leading vote getter, and somebody's going to get those 20 electoral votes.
Yep.
That's where we're headed in Georgia. Georgia's essentially going to be a tie, but somebody is going to be the leading number here. And what it really means is we could have 4 simultaneous recounts, and if somehow Halley's sources about Arizona on the Trump side are correct, throw 5. I mean, we already know Wisconsin is in, call for the recount.
What about North Carolina?
At North Carolina, we're not even going to get ballots till the 12th. If it gets to a 10,000 vote spread, it also could end up in recount. Obviously, we just heard that news there, and we're going to find out from Ralston here in a minute. But let's see, we're only looking at right now a 7,000 vote spread. So, as it's interesting, as maybe the Trump folks think, hey, that Arizona stuff looks good. Maybe we can change that blue lean back to a red lean. The problem is what's happening in Georgia. And you know what? You trade 11 for 16. That's not a good trade, if you will, on your path to 270.
It's an unsettled map is the bottom line right now, Casey.
Yeah, no, it is the bottom line, although I do think we're starting to get a pretty good sense of where each camp feels particularly confident. And you mentioned in Arizona, the Scottsdale area, kind of a hotbed in Maricopa County of where, has been conservative. I've covered congressional races there over the years. And one of my sources who's working on the race there, I mean, they were surprised at how well the Democrat did in a district that has traditionally been conservative. And that's an outlier for the way Democrats have felt about House races across the rest of the map. So that's one of the data points the Biden camp's looking at as they say, okay, how well are we doing here? And Georgia, I mean, I think, Chuck, my sense from talking to sources is it is an absolute toss-up. I mean, they're going back and forth. 1 minute it's, oh, yes, we've got this by 3,000 votes. Oh, no, we're now down by 8,000, but maybe we'll still get a Senate runoff. It's all over
this
the place.
We're in the expected vote. Remember, we told you about this expected vote. If there are more ballots, that's really good news for Biden. Maybe there's fewer ballots, like we learned in Wisconsin. We thought there were another 100, and it turned out, oh no, that's all the folks that voted. Okay, so, that is another unknown in this, and that's what we're all dealing with as we wait to see what these states deliver in their vote count.
And we're awaiting the final vote count from Nevada. Let's get the latest on that from Jolene Kent in Las Vegas. Tell us what you know.
Hey, Lester, that's right. There's 6 electoral votes that are up for grabs here, critical for Biden for that straightforward path to 270, also critical for Trump. I asked the registrar here in Clark County, which is, of course, home to Las Vegas, if they've had any issues. Have they had to stop or halt or pause the count at all? He said no. I asked him, have you heard from the Trump or Biden campaigns? Also saying no, he has not. So what they're doing right now is they're continuing to count. They can process up to about 70,000 votes a day with about their 300 staff. So what's interesting here, too, in the state of Nevada, y'all were talking about recounts. Anyone can ask for a recount here in Nevada, whether you're a citizen or a candidate. And there doesn't have to be any minimum margin, so to speak. So you can ask for that recount. And remember back in 2016, when Nevada barely went for Hillary Clinton, it was a very, very narrow margin there on that front. So we're waiting to
Murat
hear
has gotten
more
too
from
used
Clark County
to
tomorrow as to how many ballots are left to count.
Murat's gotten too used to all the support that he gets from the community that when there's new people, oh, dude, Murat, they're yelling at me. They're saying disgusting. Bring him back. What are you doing? Who is this guy? Murat! They're yelling at me. They're saying I'm disgusting and that I should bring you back.
Folks like that. So they're really going through those now, but they won't disclose to us how many votes they're still counting here in Clark County. So we're expecting to get an update tomorrow morning around 10 a.m. on that front.
Good.
So
Really
that
good.
could be really helpful to giving us a better picture as to how they move forward. But I also want to point out there have also been some legal challenges from the Trump campaign on that front. But so far, moving full steam ahead here, they say no issues. They're just trying to get it done.
Yeah, and we're seeing a note, an exchange here that they may wait until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
They're going to stop, which the Secretary of State's public relations officer said they're going to stop counting tonight and then in Nevada, and then hopefully release some information about that.
We can ask Nevada Attorney General Aaron Ford, who joins us now. What do you know about the votes not being counted until tomorrow?
Well, hello, Lester. Great to see you. But listen, I can say this. I know that our elections officials are working as hard as they can to get an accurate count as quickly as possible, because we all know that the word result means that it's the finality. And there's only one result, and that comes after every vote is being counted. And so, kudos to our registrars out there for putting in the yeoman's work on this. They deserve.
Sorry, I got to cut this in real quick. I don't know how reliable this is, but apparently Georgia has at least 149,000 mail-in ballots still to be counted, and Trump's lead is now narrowed to only 35,000 votes. Only 35,000 votes in Georgia. So, depending on how this breakdown is going to occur, Georgia is definitely going to have a recount, by the way. That is without a doubt. Now, that is going to bring up a really unique opportunity. That's going to be a really unique opportunity for to actually implement the 2000 era Bush, the Bush-Gore debacle. But having said that, it might not even matter. It's an automatic recount state, but again, it might not even matter if Nevada comes through for Biden, and if and by a significant enough margin, which it doesn't seem to. It's probably going to be very slim, and if Nevada comes in for Biden, but with a significant margin, probably won't happen, and also Arizona comes in for Biden, then it's over. It's 270, and we go home. GG's. We don't even need, in that circumstance, you don't even need Pennsylvania. You don't need to win Pennsylvania. You can still win. You run the board.
Cut to it. Nevada is still counting votes. Do you have a sense of how many are outstanding and where they're from? I mean, Biden has a lead right now, but it's, 7,000, 8,000 votes? It's not insurmountable, or is it?
And no, it's certainly not insurmountable, Savannah. And you asked the right questions there. The votes are mostly from Clark County, which is Las Vegas, which is the Democratic stronghold, and where the mail balloting has been strongly in favor of the Democrats by a 2-to-1 margin. They don't know exactly how many votes are out there. These are all mail ballots and so-called provisional same-day registration ballots, because a lot of them were dropped off yesterday during Election Day, and they're still in these boxes, about 375 of them that are being guarded in a warehouse, and they're going to start counting them tomorrow. And so it is going to likely favor Joe Biden because of it being a Democratic stronghold where the Republicans did not do very well in mail balloting. But since it's been such an odd year, I don't want to say for sure that's what's going to show. But I can tell you this, that both the Democrats and the Republicans here believe that those ballots will favor Joe Biden.
Hey, John, what would a recount look like in Nevada?
Well, as I've said before, this is typical of Nevada, right? We're such a permissive state. Anyone who loses can demand a recount, and so that could happen. But I really think what we need to do before we get to that point is that there's that 7,500 lead now. Let's see what it is after all of those ballots are tabulated, including most of them tomorrow morning will be released from both Clark County and Washoe County, which is Reno, and a few from rural Nevada, where Donald Trump has done really well. It may be that Biden's lead is extended by enough that a recount won't make sense, or it could flip the other way, although I think that's much less likely.
All right. John Ralston, if this continues, I'm sending you a tripod for your next live shot here with us on ABC.
Yes, I need one. You're right.
That was smooth. I thought that was smooth. That was subtle. I thought he can take it.
He can. Ralston,
Hashtag he matters.
He likes it when I tease him. All right, John, thank you very much. Markets had a big day.
Dude, he looks so... Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. I fucking love the NBC lineup, whether it's Stephanie Rule or even Savannah Guthrie. They're great. Then she follows it up with he likes it when I tease him. Jesus fucking Christ. John does look like the kind of dude who's really gonna like that. Furiously cranking one out now before his next appearance on CNN. Just absolutely just white knuckling. Listen, I don't blame him, okay? Yeah, why do you think the camera was shaking so hard? Okay. So what happened, guys? The betting markets. Everyone was saying betting markets show Trump winning.
The Trump campaign sued to stop.
Does anyone have an answer to that? Do they have betting markets now?
Already opened and counted.
This is fraud. This is absolute fraud.
The Trump campaign is also trying to stop the count in Pennsylvania, where the president currently has an edge. But there are more than 1 million ballots uncounted, many from Democratic-leaning cities and counties.
We're going to win Pennsylvania, but they're trying to cheat us out of it because they know it's their only path to victory.
The president's legal team is hoping the Supreme Court will strike down a lower court's decision to count Pennsylvania mail-in ballots received by Friday, but that were postmarked by Election Day. The court previously refused to do so.
We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
Despite Biden's victory in Wisconsin, with almost every vote counted, the president's campaign demanded a recount, though it's unlikely to substantially change the outcome. President Trump took his anger out on Twitter today, falsely claiming that his leads in Democrat-run states started to magically disappear as surprise ballot dumps were counted. Twitter flagged them as misleading, as those votes were legally cast and returned by the deadline. Biden's fortunes turned in the last 24 hours because he was able to win back Michigan and Wisconsin, two states that went for Mr. Trump in 2016, by flipping independents and building on then-nominee Hillary Clinton's lead among women. He also performed better among union households than Clinton did in Michigan. In Arizona, he won among white women with college degrees and seniors, two groups that went for the president, 4 years ago.
For more, we go now to Caitlin Huey-Burns. She's CBSN's political reporter and joins me now from Philadelphia. Caitlin, you're there in Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. What's the latest on the vote count there?
They are still counting votes here in Pennsylvania. The Secretary of State held a news conference this evening and says that there are still about 1 million ballots left to be counted. Many of them are being counted in this building right behind me, the Pennsylvania Convention Center, where workers have been working around the clock in 8-hour shifts, processing and tabulating all of those ballots. We knew going into this election that Pennsylvania was likely going to take a while to count results. That's because this is the first time Pennsylvania has had no excuse absentee voting for a presidential race. They had a record number of people voting that.
By the way, this is why they wanted to stop it. Like, no excuse absentee voting. The reason why they wanted to stop it, again, if you want to predict the future, look at what the Republicans say. A lot of times they openly admit why they're doing certain things. If you remember, all the way back in March when this conversation first started about no excuse absentee mail-in ballot, universal registration, Donald Trump literally went on television and said, if absentee ballots are sent to every single person unconditionally, Republicans will never win an election ever again. That's why they put so many hurdles in front of the absentee ballots. And they were right. And now, by the way, of course, it also helped Republican turnout, which even Republicans weren't expecting. But they openly admit that. They know that, like, this is going to hurt them.
In his campaign, what is their strategy?
Well, their strategy seems to be that they don't want the vote counting to continue, and that suggests that they don't believe that they could win when all the votes are counted. Remember, this is how elections work. You wait till all of the votes are counted. The votes that we're talking about here in Pennsylvania were all votes that are being tabulated right now that were cast by or on election day. So that is really key to remember, that these are all legally cast ballots.
Remember when I said they have this fucking potato on MSNBC all the time? That's it. This is former Senator Claire McCaskill. Okay? Perpetual loser. She fucking sucks. She is a huge fucking loser. And yet, she's always on MSNBC. She's always on NBC. Constantly fucking saying her stupid potato loser shit over and over again. Nonstop. Even though she got fucking owned. You got owned into oblivion. You should at least have the decency to shut the fuck up, okay? And go the fuck away. Not only did she lose, she lost in a pathetic and embarrassing capacity because she was literally, like, saying she's supporting the wall initiative and that, like, she was emboldening, like, Trump's Honduran caravan messaging, and she still fucking got owned. Shut the fuck up, okay? Sorry. You don't get the fucking shit on the left when you're a fucking loser like that.
Yeah, and we heard the Pennsylvania authorities also indicate that you can watch in real time people processing the ballots, that everything is in fact above board, as we just showed our viewers a little bit ago. Well, Caitlin, the president had also indicated that he wants to take the election to the Supreme Court. Under what conditions might that happen?
That would be very difficult, Lana, especially because anything that would make its way up to the Supreme Court would have to start at the local level. Here in Pennsylvania, as we've talked about before, the state Supreme Court said that ballots received after Election Day, up to 3 days after Election Day, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, could still be counted. And this is something that Republicans here in the state challenged. That went up to the Supreme Court. They were a 4-4 court at that point and kicked it back here, but conservative justices on the Supreme Court didn't rule out the possibility of ruling on that after the election. But what we're going to be watching in the coming days here in Pennsylvania are what are the margins, and do you even need to have those votes later to make up some of those numbers?
I want to take you over to a news conference from Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, who's giving an update on the counting process there. It's a virtual news conference being held over Zoom, so just keep in mind that the shot you see may change. But let's listen.
Or their local clerks' offices to return their ballots in time for it to be validated and counted. On Election Day itself, in-person voting was exceptionally smooth. Our polling locations were islands of calm, where citizens of all backgrounds and political affiliations observed the process and respected our voters' right to cast their votes, free from threat or intimidation. And now here we are, 24 hours after the polls closed in Michigan, and I am pleased to announce that in Michigan, the process of tabulation is by and large complete, and counties are in the final stages of receiving reports from the last remaining jurisdictions as we speak. Now, this was far quicker than we expected. As you know, I had continuously estimated that it would take our election workers 80 hours to count every one of the nearly 3.3 million absentee ballots cast, based on the fact that it took 40 hours to count every one of them, of the 1.6 million, which was about half that number of absentee ballots cast in our August primary. But just as they have done all year, our 1,500 local clerks and 83 county clerks worked with us to meet the extraordinary of this high turnout election, preparing diligently by working with us to increase the capacity of their operations so that now we're able to deliver our unofficial results to the American public far, far sooner than we had estimated. The overall process was smooth, efficient, secure, and accurate. And behind the scenes, there was a tremendous, extraordinary, heroic effort of our clerks and their staff who rose to meet every challenge thrown at them every step of the way, and handled their work with diligence, grace, and a sincere commitment to ensuring that every vote was counted and every voice was heard. And now, as the unofficial results are wrapping up, we now turn to the canvassing part of the process, which involves a bipartisan process of checks and balances that will proceed over the next 13
I officially love every single Michigan politician.
And as we continue to see the results of this historic election unfold nationwide, I would caution everyone against spreading misinformation designed to further efforts to sow seeds of doubt about the integrity of our elections here in Michigan and throughout the country. Whether it's doctored images, staged demonstrations, false tweets, or frivolous lawsuits, the purpose is all the same: to reduce the public's faith in our elections and their outcomes. But those efforts will not succeed. In Michigan, the process worked. Our system is secure, accurate, and anyone who tells you otherwise is attacking our democracy or unhappy with the results.
Yes, I live with my mommy.
We will continue to tell the truth and the true story of how in Michigan we successfully ran an election with record-breaking voter turnout in the midst of a pandemic. But we cannot do this alone. We need every voter and citizen to prepare to counter misinformation and disinformation that may continue to escalate in the days ahead. Stand up in support of our democracy. Join us in correcting misinformation and false allegations. Do not allow scare tactics and lies to win the day. Do not allow foreign or domestic actors to discredit our elections and attack our democracy. We need voters, members of the media, and elected officials and other leaders to stand vigilant with us, to commit to reporting only verifiable, accurate information in the days ahead, not just about Michigan, but about every state in our country. And above all else, demonstrate your patriotism by standing up in support of the integrity of our elections. However the days ahead play out, the health of our nation and our democracy requires us to come together in respect of the will of our voters and the sanctity of our elections process. In Michigan, I am proud to confirm that all valid ballots and only valid ballots have been counted securely and accurately, and that our election results reflect the will of the people. And now I'm happy to take questions, and thank you all again for your work tonight. And I want to also take a moment as we begin to take questions to really emphasize and underscore the extraordinary amount of work that went into this election with over 1,500 clerks all around our state and 83 county clerks who have worked diligently alongside tens of thousands of election workers to meet and exceed every expectation of this year's elections. Their work truly underscores that they are not just the most valuable players in our democracy, but they are the heroes of our democracy. And they come from all backgrounds, all political parties. And I'm so grateful that because of them, we're able to stand here tonight and show, again, results from Michigan that accurately reflect the will of the people. Thank you.
Okay, first
That's
up,
great.
we have Jim Kurtzner with WXYZ.
Good evening, Secretary. My question is on the lawsuit from the Trump campaign. You just used in your opening statement frivolous lawsuits.
Oh shit! I ratioed Steven
This
Crowder.
lawsuit frivolous, and what are your thoughts going into the court system, where your directive on the ban on open carry guns was, no pun intended, shot down by the Court of Claims and the Michigan Court of Appeals? And the third part of this question is, do you think this is the lawsuit that the president intends to take to the United States Supreme Court?
Yes, I do believe it's frivolous. And I'm really gratified, as I mentioned, that our elections on Tuesday were smooth. And as I've said repeatedly going through this process, and as the Court of Appeals in the case you mentioned underscored, that voter intimidation in Michigan is illegal, that brandishing a firearm or in any way threatening to harm our voters on the way to vote was illegal, and that we were ready to respond quickly and swiftly if any of those incidents occurred in Michigan. Now, thankfully, they didn't, and I'm really glad that voters listened to us, that they heard our call for peace and calm to make our precincts, as I mentioned, places where people were proud to go, proud to bring their kids to watch the democratic process in action. That was the
people of Michigan. What are you doing? Like, you want to fucking brandish a weapon near a polling station? Like, what are you, crazy? Like, what kind of psychopathic shit is going on in Michigan, dude? Yo, chill the fuck out, okay? We get it. It is very fun to fire off some shots with the boys, all right? But they're just murder dildos. Like, they're fun, but you can't bring it with you to the fucking... You can't bring it out in public. Like, you shouldn't be able to. It's a murder dildo. It's fun as fuck to play with, but you should always be safe because, you know, the primary purpose of it is murder. So weird. People are like, oh, I need to bring it. I need to brandish. Gonna shoot me a ballot. Taking to go to the polls in North Carolina isn't even illegal. Ugh, so fucking weird, man.
delivering results efficiently, effectively, securely, and accurately to the American people.
Okay, next up will be Beth LeBon from the Detroit News.
We also have 2 new videos.
Hi, Secretary. Hi,
Beth.
Hi, I had a quick question. You mentioned at the beginning that the process of tabulation is nearly complete. Of the 100,000 that were outstanding this morning, how many are left that still need to be counted, and in which communities do those still need to be counted?
The tabulation process is complete now. There's a final process of reporting out those results, finalizing them, reporting them out to the county. That's actually happening, as I mentioned, as we speak. So, you know, but I wanted to emphasize that the tabulation, particularly in the communities I mentioned earlier, has been completed and is in the final stages of being prepared to be published, and again, providing that full and unofficial tabulation so that we can now move into the canvassing process, moving towards that official tabulation in the 13 days ahead.
Okay, next will be Taylor DeGrano from Online.
We've been listening to Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson give an update on the counting process in the state, which she characterized as ahead of schedule. She also said that President Trump's campaign's lawsuits she characterized as frivolous.
Donald Trump, for those of you who are just now tuning in, I have to state once again, at this stage, Arizona is a lock by most accounts. I don't know if it'll turn around or anything like that. It seems like Arizona is going to go to Biden. All we're looking at right now is Nevada. Nevada is now the final state for Biden to secure 270 votes in order to win. So what Donald Trump needs to do to be able to win here is, you know, win Nevada, win Pennsylvania, win North Carolina, win Georgia. Like, it's just not looking too good. Now, Donald Trump is leading in Pennsylvania, but the 12-point lead that he had since the mail-in ballots started getting calculated, especially in like predominantly Democratic areas, like, and I mean nearly 99% Democratic areas, has now reached a point that where the differential here is within striking distance. He's now down 3 points in the state of Pennsylvania. Biden doesn't even need to win the state of Pennsylvania. He needs to win Nevada. There's also North Carolina and Georgia races that are also very close. Georgia, specifically the Democratic County of Georgia, the Fuller County, is slated to release their results by the end of tonight. So our first clue on the late vote in Arizona, this is Biden plus 18 counties so far. So this is consistent with the expectation that things will tighten a lot with the late vote. We'll get a better sense from Maricopa later. Trump needs to win the remaining vote by plus 18. If there's a place where Biden has 18 points, Biden was plus 18 and now it's 0. There might be actually the 18-point shift Trump needs. Oh, yeah. Nate Silver is now saying that PA might be safer than Arizona to eventually wind up in Biden's hands. But then again, about 30 minutes till Arizona updates their numbers. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But Arizona, I believe, is not. Update from Georgia, SOS. They are separated currently by 40K. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger said that as of 8 p.m. Wednesday, there are still 122,535 uncounted ballots in the state. With 40,000 votes in between the candidates, there are still 122,535 uncounted ballots in the state of Georgia. Also, an update from Pennsylvania. Biden is now down only by 170,000. I don't know how many votes are remaining there. Yeah, I already mentioned Gary Peters' win in Michigan. So, going forward, from this moment out, things are looking remarkably well for Joe Biden. Okay? They are looking really well for Joe Biden. Now, things could completely fucking ruin even my expectations, and I am a permanent pessimist. And, like, the Arizona count might come in at the last second with a lot of voter turnout initiatives for Republicans working out like crazy. Remember when Fox said Dems would expand the House yesterday? That projection was false. I'm worried about AZ now. We'll see. Arizona flips last second, okay? Where Trump makes up a crazy margin. Like crazy margin that he needs. Same with Nevada, where he doesn't need that big of a margin there. There is only 8,000 votes in between one another. We won't know anything about Nevada until, unfortunately, a couple days from now. They are not revealing any additional information. You have Pennsylvania, where Biden is coming up from behind. Like I said, all Biden needs to do is finish up either these two states, solidify Arizona, and finish up in Nevada, or win any of these other states. Now, North Carolina, again, the lead that Trump has in North Carolina is slim, but it's still slated to go to the Republicans. The lead in Georgia is even smaller, with the remaining counties looking overwhelmingly Democrat. The remaining votes looking overwhelmingly in favor of Democrats, so that Georgia might make up that difference here for Joe Biden, and Joe Biden might end up winning the state of Georgia. So we shall see what happens. Like I said, yeah, there's only 40,000 votes. And there is still 120 plus thousand votes that need to be counted. That's a third. So we shall see what happens. Political discourse bot says, I'm sorry, but Hasan Piker is canceled. I'm a bot that tweets randomly generated political discourse takes. Oh. Nice. Why didn't these states start to count sooner so things would be wrapped up on the 3rd? Is this a dumb question? It's not a dumb question. It was on purpose. It was Republicans that slowed this process. They did not want all the early votes, unlike in the state of Florida, for example, where they did count early. They did start counting early without leaking the results. They did not want to do that in a lot of these other states. AZ news from a local AZ analyst. Those ballots that dropped from Pima are election day voters. This is good news for Biden. Trump carried election day in the state's bluest county, 67.7 to 30.5. Early vote was 53.7 Biden to 44 Trump. And much larger. Biden has the county by nearly 100K votes. So Joe Biden doesn't need, Joe Biden just needs to maintain his lead and it's over. In the case of Arizona, Joe Biden just needs to maintain his current lead, no matter how slim it is, and it's over. In Pennsylvania, on the other hand, he needs to overwhelmingly start, and as it's been the case so far, the mail-in ballots need to overwhelmingly favor him so that he can make up the point differential, the 12-point differential, and he has been so far. So, while Arizona has been called by Associated Press and Fox News, if, they sometimes get things wrong, even if that might turn, things are looking really good in Pennsylvania, as far as I understand. There's 120,000 votes left, not on 99K, in Georgia, and nearly 1 million in Pennsylvania, if I'm not mistaken. But, yeah. Trump's lead in Pennsylvania has gone, like I said, from 12 points down to 3. So, pretty good overall in the presidential race. Things are looking pretty good. Georgia point differential as of 8:30 p.m. is Trump leading Biden in Georgia by 40,000, 38,000 votes. That is 0.79 basically. That's 0.79 percent of a lead there. It's an automatic recount regardless in the state of Georgia. North Carolina is probably not going to go to the Democrats, but Georgia might. We'll see what happens. I'm surprised. Out of North Carolina and Georgia, if you were to ask me which one would have gone Democrat, and I thought both were unlikely, but if out of the two, one had a higher likelihood of going Democrat, I would have expected that to be North Carolina and not Georgia. Georgia is a safe haven. North Carolina is close to. North Carolina is close, obviously, with Virginia, and there's a lot more. Suburban, like tech industry, like voters that have been moving into the state. My expectation would have been North Carolina going blue before Georgia, so it's kind of shocking. I'm saying that both are unlikely to go blue. I didn't think that either would go blue. I'm just saying that I would have expected North Carolina to have a better likelihood of going blue than Georgia. I don't think either will go blue. I just think that North Carolina was more likely, but I was wrong. Oh, looks like these were election day votes, not late early votes. So much less of a bad sign for Biden. Trump's hope is that late arriving early votes are much redder than early arriving early votes. The above take probably still holds, though. Ugh. Dude, you're so fucking annoying, Nate Silver. I hate this stuff. Trump's lead in PA shrinks to 3.1%. If the E-Day mail results were being reported in reverse order, this race probably wouldn't be viewed as so competitive. Yeah. If Pennsylvania had early vote counting, if the early vote breakdown continues in Pennsylvania and Pennsylvania had early vote counting, it would have gone the exact opposite way. Can we not talk about Nate after this election? Tucker's digging deep for silver linings. Good news, America is still here. That's funny. The other Nate's tweets moved the betting markets. Deleted 2 prior tweets about today's result in Pima County since they appear to include straggling election day precincts, not just late mail. That makes the result better for Biden. Looks like Biden won the late mail ballots counted in Pima today by 9. That's a 12-point underperformance of his, plus 21 lead so far, which does confirm that we should expect late tightening, but Trump will need to overperform by more than that. I like how all this anxious theory crafting is a result of such an antiquated election process. Biden has a majority of votes, not even just a plurality. He should be the new president. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. You understand? We have a better way here. It's not a democracy, damn it. It's America. We don't have a democracy, damn it. The fuck do you mean? What do you want? Tyranny of majority? No. Okay. What do you want? Tyranny of minority then? Because the opposite of tyranny of majority is just tyranny of minority. Look at this map. Look at how goddamn red this map is, goddamn it. Look at it. It's like, well, land can't fucking vote, brother. So what's the argument? Anyway, I just gave you 2 really cool, clever, crafty ways that you can dunk on chuds whenever they say that. Look at how red this map is. Well, land can't vote. Well, as a matter of fact, they originally did want landowners to only vote, but I think we're far advanced. We've advanced beyond only white slave-owning, land-owning people voting, right? That's not what you're suggesting, so shut the fuck up. And if people say, well, it's tyranny of majority, then you say, why do you like tyranny of minority? Because that is what's going on in America for a very long time. Anyway, let's walk inside a bar with Trump supporters on election night for our really important copium package. I would like to show you some copium. I think you deserve it. I think that it's time that we get to a point where we start not to flex too much, but we just see the anxieties of the other side a little bit. You know?
Here in Scottsdale, Arizona, it's 6:35 on election night, and we're watching the results come in with a lot of people who support President Trump. How are you guys feeling?
I'm very nervous. I'm excited. I'm very optimistic, but I have to say, I'm very, very nervous.
There's so much riding on this election. I mean, Donald Trump has the opportunity to take this country where it's never been before, to be the greatest country in the world.
Yes.
And if Biden gets in there, financially, we're going down.
Yes.
And so,
life as we know it will never be the same.
It's more than just an election. It's actually saving our country.
How do you feel about President Trump's chances tonight?
There might be some complications, but I think he's going to come out with the win, and he'll just keep on being president of the United States of America.
Do you think we'll have a result?
First of all, why is there a fucking kid in a bar? Arizona is just lawlessness. What the fuck's going on in Arizona? Like, just absolute lawlessness. I see. And 2, you guys are dunking on him for being 5 years old. But, like, brain frequency wise, he's no different than, like, a fully grown adult Republican. Like, they unironically operate at the same playing field. Like, they literally, like, what did he say? He said, I think there's going to be some complications, but Donald Trump is going to become the president of the United States of America. Okay. Literally go watch any local news coverage where people go up and they're like, why do you like Donald Trump? Or what do you think is going to happen? They literally say the same shit. That's my president.
Tonight?
No.
No.
I don't think we'll have a result for a few days maybe, or a week or more.
So you're here watching tonight thinking like, probably won't know anything.
Listen, Arizona, just because you're seemingly voting blue doesn't mean you're going to avoid my criticism, okay? What do I always say? It doesn't matter where you fucking live on the planet. What matters is if you're a conservative or not. I have much love for all the fucking... I have much love for the comrades living in Alabama, Missouri, Tennessee, Mississippi, Wyoming, all three of you that live in Wyoming, Nebraska. These are places where Idaho, Ohio, there are places all around the country where you are surrounded by these fucking hogs. I have much love for you. I think that I hope for a day where you can change the outcome of elections in your counties and in your local elections. But when I make fun of these chuds, like I'm going to keep doing that. It's kind of weird that Arizona is just lawlessness and they're allowing little kids to be at the bar.
I'm here tonight to have some beer and enjoy the chaos.
What chaos?
I think whatever happens, no matter which side loses, that side's gonna think the other side is illegitimate.
That is a big get for the Biden campaign. Is that it's a good night for Mark Kelly, the Democratic Senate candidate against Martha.
The Fox News just called Arizona for Biden, and a lot of people are upset about that here. So it looks like Trump just lost Arizona.
Yes, and it sucks.
So why do you think Trump couldn't carry the state?
User error, Dana.
Because Biden has promised all these illegals, all this.
But undocumented people don't actually vote.
Yeah.
In Pennsylvania,
but it's like, but the parents are undocumented, but the children are now of age and they can vote because they were born here. Biden is promising.
Oh, so if you're born on this soil, there's still a two-tier system. Interesting. Listen. Part of the reason why this triggers me more than other shit is because it's a direct shot to me. I'm an anchor baby, motherfucker. Okay? Fuck you. All right? Suck my dick. The fuck did you do? The fuck did you do to be here? Shut the fuck up. This shit makes me so mad when they're like, well, they were born on U.S. soil, but they're not American. It's like, bitch, that's the opposite of what America is. Like, how dare you? How fucking dare you say that? You are literally the most un-American motherfucker ever. Like what? Their parents are undocumented, but they have them here, so they should have a separate system where they don't become citizens? Like what? That's unconstitutional. That shit's been defended in the past. You can't say that. You can't say you're a constitutionalist or you're a conservative and then turn around and be like, well, if your parents weren't born here in the U.S., then you're not American. Like, that's literally the most un-American shit, dude. Fuck you. Suck my entire dick, okay? That stems from a place where you literally are openly stating that if you're born to a family that is not American or did not have citizenship, you're separate. You're like not an American citizen. Like you should not be considered an American citizen, despite the fact that everyone born on U.S. soil is. It's bullshit. It's also really anti-American. It's just one of the more un-American things you can say. Like, yeah, America has a lot of racism and racist beliefs in its fundamentals. In its foundation. White supremacy was kind of a big deal, and of course its impact still permeates through all of our institutions, but there's one thing that is kind of American. It's if you're fucking born on this soil, you're American, okay? It's the colonizer mentality. Sorry. Sucks to suck.
All these illegals that are here, free health care and free college, which is a bunch.
Unless you vote for Trump, though, right? Then it's okay. Wait, what do you mean? Do you think we should purge Trump voters from the citizenship rolls? Be better for society, but no, I don't think that should happen.
Oh, crap. I'm sorry.
What does all of this enthusiasm speak to for you? What does President Trump mean to you?
People love Donald Trump because he loves them. He's working for the people. He's not working for himself. He gave up a lot to become president.
What happens to all of this if Trump doesn't win? What happens to this whole culture that's built up around this one leader?
You know, that's interesting. I thought about that today. Trump will probably keep doing rallies. Well,
even if he doesn't win?
Even if he doesn't win. He's going to have to work for other candidates around the country. I mean, it's like a rock concert. So why wouldn't, I mean, what's he going to do? What are we going to do? Yeah, sounds.
You're so fucking delusional that you think Trump gives a shit about anything beyond himself. Yeah, he's gonna go and... What an idiot, dude. Yeah, Donald Trump is gonna go and like advocate for fucking Senate and like Republican state legislature races and shit. Like, imagine. Did you hear the way he was promoting Martha McSally? Like, literally, he was just like, come on, Martha, get up here. Come on. Nobody likes you, Martha. Like, he doesn't give a fuck. He only cares about himself. He wouldn't even have all these other like Republicans on when he's doing his rallies if he wasn't president.
It's like we'll just keep going to rallies.
Cheers. So at the beginning of the night, there was a lot of excitement, but as it became clear that we're not going to have a result today, people are clearing out, heading home. And as with everything else in 2020, it's just unpredictable and exhausting. So it seems like we're in for a long night.
It does, like maybe a long week.
Or a long week. Do you think Democrats are freaking out about the political math tonight as much as Trump supporters?
I think that everyone's probably in the same boat tonight. Everyone's worried.
How do you think the country can come together after the 2020 election?
I don't think, what did you say your name was?
Dan.
Dan?
Yeah.
Dan, I don't think we can, and I'll tell you why. Because
you don't think there's any
No, I don't.
coming
Because
together?
I think, it's the phone, it's just the way things are now, and I think we've just become much more tribal.
Do you feel like the fact that we're sitting in a bar with like all Trump supporters watching Fox News contributes to that?
I think so. I think it would have been more fun if there were Biden supporters here.
Yeah.
I really do, and I think that...
I haven't seen a single one tonight.
No, and that's kind of the way we've gone. I don't think there's a chance of coming together. I think that the ideas are so different. If you look at what's happened in the last 2 years since the midterms, nothing. It's just all been everyone in their corner, and whatever we can do to spoil the other party or the other side. And I think that's going to get worse, not better.
Win Michigan, and I think and win either.
Bro. I mean, like, Joe Biden literally is like, Leafy, Keemstar in private, you're pretty base, but gotta keep the gig going. I get it. Who gives a shit? If a Biden supporter was to walk in, y'all would try to kill him? No. So, one thing that he said, which is kind of sad, he was like, oh, it would be a lot more fun if a Biden supporter was here. And, like, he is right. Because he is his politics are reactionary, right? So, that's why shit like, that's why stuff like Parler doesn't work. Because if you don't have liberals to own, then you have nothing. Like you're reliant on liberals to justify your politics in the weirdest way possible. Hunter is nothing without the hunt, Sag. It did make me kind of sad though. Like the way he said, like, I wish there was Biden supporters here. In a weird way, it does hit me right here, because I do love, and you guys all know this, like I love Trump supporters. Like I think they're freaks, but I love them. They're my freaks. They make me, I feel at home when I'm around them, when I can like shut it up, you know what I mean? And an incredible amount of content comes out of that, usually. So, you know, I would feel kind of sad without having access to any Trump supporters myself. Like, imagine sort of a parasitic relationship, for sure. Is YouTube Premium worth it? I mean, if you want to watch videos when your phone is locked, or listen to shit when your phone is locked, then yeah. I sub to you just to send you this clip of yourself. Make up your goddamn mind. Have a fucking moral compass, you stupid fuck. Is that how you go? You're like, oh really? The president just literally told us that he's gonna stop the mail-in ballot counts. But I don't know, this fucking himbo Twitch streamer that's been up for 13 fucking hours was really mean to me, so maybe I like fascism now. Is that really all you got? You got no fucking backbone, you pussy. If that's literally your take, if that's literally your political opinion, then I don't want you in my fucking coalition. You're literally the guy who says, well, I'm a moderate, so I don't know. The Holocaust camps look kind of bad, but also, some of these Jewish people were very mean to me, so I don't know whose side I'm going to be on in this circumstance. Fucking moderate, dude. Make really cool that Joe Rogan had this guy on.
Judges saying we don't need signature verification, address verification. These things are literally just coming out of warehouses. You know what's going to stop them, Chad? It's going to be patriots in the battleground states. Everybody's got to do this, folks. I've got guys about to do it. I'm not going to tell what I'm going to do. We need people to.
Yeah, honestly, like that's illegal. You don't get to do that. That's literally illegal. Like that's going to get someone killed. Also, I'm not going to lie. It is kind of cool to have. It is kind of cool to have someone like this dude on your stream. He said, my man said, yikes. My man said, yikes, not a good look. I don't know what the said, yikes, not a good look, Sweaty, to Alex Jones.
Stake out these key polling places and key areas and follow folks around. This is coming down to just us doing it. What do you think?
Yeah, there's got to be some accountability somewhere, doesn't
we got to do this. What do you think? When can you go back to failing QTEs? In Arizona, these guys are crazy. Members of the extremist group AZ Patriots came into Maricopa County Election Center live streaming. One wearing a military vest. They're angry about Sharpie Gate claiming the county changed pens within 24 hours. This is not true. They were kicked out, still arguing outside. Ladies and gentlemen, while I will be watching this right now, there is also another thing I must inform you on, and that is it's the top of the hour every hour. 60-second ad break coming to you. Ladies and gentlemen, contractual obligation. If you'd like to no longer see the ads and enjoy an ad-free experience, subscribe. You can do it with your Twitch Prime for free. Like taking money from Jeff Bezos and giving it to me. Or you can do it with a $5 a month subscription. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the ad. There you go. I don't even know if people fucking see these ads. I keep running them, but do people actually see ads? Like, is that working? How the fuck is it that every time I say subscribe with your primes, there's like a million people that subscribe? Like every time I'm like, subscribe with your prime, there's like, is it that easy? Yes, I have an ad right after you asked it is working. Wait, how did you hear me then? It is wild. Like, the prime is insane. Like, I don't understand how. Eğer Hasan Amerika'da doğmuş olanın gitmeni gerekiyorsa bir tek Kızılderililer kalır Amerika'da. Ne kadar salak olmuş Hasan. Böyle giderse daha çok kötü olur. Doğru söylüyorsun kanka. How do you cope with this shit? Do you drink at all? Only shit I see you drink is Diet Coke and cold brew. Yes, I do not drink. I drink from time to time, but yes, Ludwig always says it's too easy. Yeah, it's nuts. Like, it's still going. Subscribe with your Twitch Primes. It's one click away for free. Okay, never mind. It didn't work this time. Nope, still working. Fucking still working. That's crazy. That's insane. Ludwig is right. Jesus Christ, he's right. It's fucking nuts. It's nuts. This is why Twitch will keep dominating YouTube for the time being. While this feature is still in it, where you could just be like, subscribe with your Twitch Prime for free because you already have an Amazon Prime account. While that continues to exist on Twitch, it's over. It's a wrap. Like, nuts. Absolutely nuts. Crazy stuff. Dude, I love. Dude, look at. Here's some big boys. These cops, dude. These cops are so funny. Like, listen, if the badge didn't give you authority, there's no fucking way that, like, this guy is gonna actually be able to manhandle someone. Look at this chunky boy, dude. These big boys. These big boys. I love them. Don't we love them, folks? They're big boys. We got the biggest, most bulbous cops. Rotund. Chunky boys. Your take that Trump supporters are entertaining is so big city and unrelatable to those of us out in the Rust Belt having our governors threatened. Man, if you live in the Rust Belt and you're saying shit like, I'm genuinely terrified that our governor is threatened, that means you're fucking insanely out of touch. You think people in fucking Michigan are like, oh my God. Like, the people that are kidnapping your governor aren't going to fucking kidnap you. Why the fuck do you give a shit about what happens to your governor? Aside from, like, the actual stochastic terrorism and actual white nationalist terror, like, what are you unironically making the argument? Like, I'm a coal miner and nothing worries me like my governor having kidnapping plans thwarted by the FBI. Like, that's really the working class take you got there? My man works for a fucking ad agency over in Michigan, and he's like, ha, working class Rust Belt guys, we're fucking terrified. Like, stop saying bad take, all you fucking LARPers. Get the hell out of here. Plot twist, he is the governor. Wait, what updated? Hi, I'm from Michigan. The government thing was hilarious and also emblematic of our time. Yeah, it's definitely terrifying. Maricopa just came in. It was Trump friendly. That was Trump friendly. Crunching now. Uh-oh. That's no bueno, dude. That's not good. Maricopa County numbers just came in. Joe Biden with 52%. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Donald Trump with 802. It's over then. Are these the final ones from Maricopa? Check decision desk. Let's see. Okay, what is it? This increased Biden's actually no, this decreased Biden's lead. How do you feel that every time you insult your audience, you get more viewers? Share your true feelings with me. Come close. I think a lot of the people in my audience know that ultimately I love them and I have their best interest in mind. But if they say something really stupid, most of the other people probably appreciate me pushing back on it. Especially because they themselves most likely encounter really dumb takes like that in their real lives every day. 99% in, 80K, it's over. No, there is, no, it's not over. Yeah, most people think it's funny, I think. Said grifter. Lib take grifter. Strike for Vosh. Man, you like Vosh, dude. You can't fucking call me a lib take. Vosh has been riding with Biden way more than I have. For like a really long time, too. You don't get to fucking say lib take if you're simping for Vosh. Get out of here. No, I'm not gonna ban him, dude. That's enough for me. I'm done with this country. I shall be leaving the USA shortly with my wife in disgust. Mexico's a much more welcome place. I'd rather be in a stable country like theirs as opposed to one run by Biden. Oh, there's no way that's real. That's a copy pasta, right? Yeah. Country like Mexico is way better. It's a meme, right? There's no way. Yeah, a guy that's like that opposed. Holy shit, I almost fucking, well, that was weird. Oh, how the U.S. counts votes. That's what we're going to look at.
We all have our morning routines. And lately, mine starts here with an obsessive check on the status of my absentee ballot. Looks like the County Board of Elections received my ballot on October 27th, but it says they still need to process my voter ID envelope and verify the signature. Even before the coronavirus struck, more Americans each election were either voting early or voting by mail. But in 2020, these numbers are expected to skyrocket. The way Americans choose their president is complicated, even in a relatively normal election year. In 2020, voters are facing a pandemic, an underfunded postal service, and the closure of polling locations in battleground states like Georgia, Ohio, Arizona, and Texas. It's enough to make you just want to tune out until it's over. But once you know how votes are counted, you can understand why yours counts. In most states, there are 4 ways Americans can vote: in person before Election Day, on Election Day, mailing an absentee ballot, or placing it in a secure drop box. Each of the more than 3,000 counties in the US has its own rules, but voting in person generally looks something like this. When they show up to vote, election officials check each voter's name and address to make sure that they're registered and voting in the right place. These employees always work in teams of 2, and both workers can't be from the same political party. Voters cast their ballots in private, either by filling out a paper ballot or using an electronic voting machine. Election officials collect the completed paper ballot. They check the voter's name off a list and then place the ballot in a secure box. At polling sites with electronic voting machines, a computer records 2 separate pieces of information: the voter's name and the date they voted, and their vote choices. Separating names and vote choices ensures that voters' preferences stay secret. The machine also prints out a receipt with just that first piece of information. Election officials check the voter's name off a list and place the receipt in a secure box. Step 1 of the process looks pretty much the same, whether you're voting early or on Election Day. For those voting absentee, it looks a little different. In some states, every single registered voter gets an absentee ballot in the mail. But in most states, voters have to fill out a request form like this one to get a ballot mailed to them. Once they fill out their ballot, voters can either mail it to the County Board of Elections, drop it off in person, or place it in an official ballot drop box. Before they can be...
Hold on. The Biden margin in Arizona fell from 90K to 80K. That's all you need to know. The Maricopa number, Trump got 59% of the 74,000 new votes. Biden leads 887,000 over 802,000 over Trump in the Arizona vote. I think he literally needs, like, if that plays out, if it's 59%, if that goes for the rest of Maricopa, if that continues to go for the rest of, there's more Maricopa County votes, right? Hey, you Democratic slut, it's erection season, so while you're painting, don't forget Daddy Joe. Hop on the phone sex line and call those sexy swinger votes. Send this to your sluttiest girls who are wet for Joe and volunteer to work those polls, or you won't get any liberal dick until 2024. That is the most cursed fucking thing I've ever... What the fuck? Yeah, Trump got 59%, but I think he needs like 70% or 71%, right? Another AZ batch is coming at 12:30 a.m. You mean my time? 400,000 votes left in Maricopa. Now, that's a little too close, I think. It's a little too close to comfort. If Trump picks up a significant lead in the rest of the votes, if the breakdown starts favoring Trump even more, then that's a little scary. We're also the Biden crime family still. Yeah, no, I saw this like 1,100 times today, man. With 84% reporting in Arizona, Biden is up by nearly 3 points or 79,000 votes. Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs says at 12:30 a.m., Maricopa County will release another batch of ballots. She says by tomorrow, Friday, Arizona will be at 99% reporting. Okay, well, we'll see what happens with another batch of ballots. I really want to fucking wrap this up. I would really like to wrap this up, ladies and gentlemen.
And
Nice
what are your concerns about how these days and weeks will proceed while there is still uncertainty about the result here?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Savannah. My biggest concern right now is any damage that might be done
to the essence of our democracy. You know, people need to have faith that their votes count. We have been the city on the hill when it comes to a democracy that allows every vote to count equally to every other vote. And what the president did last night is unprecedented, as we've said many times about this president, but it's really corrosive to the democracy that we hold dear. And I worry most about the damage that the president could do to the democracy trying to undermine the results of this election between now and next January.
Rich, what do you think Republicans in leadership will do as this plays out if there's concern over, look, asking for a recount if it's within his rights? You know, you can question or debate the strategy, but if it's within his rights, it's within his rights. Filing lawsuits, if it's within its rights, it's within his rights. But what do you think Republicans in leadership, like a Mitch McConnell, for example, will think about this strategy?
Well, I think if it becomes anything more serious, you'll get some more serious pushback from Republicans who are mostly just cringing privately now. And the chances are the president's bark is going to be worse than his bite here. You know, I don't like what he's saying on Twitter. I don't think he should say it. But in terms of the legal strategy, so far it's been penny ante lawsuits about getting election observers into these counts when, according to reporting, the observers are already there. So it's just not really going to affect things one way or the other. And I think that the biggest potential, as we were talking last night, for really consequential litigation would be in Pennsylvania if it's extremely close and it goes to these late arriving absentee ballots. That could really go up to the Supreme Court and be a highly contentious case. But maybe Pennsylvania is not that close. Maybe Trump wins Pennsylvania. You know, he's not going to sue over Pennsylvania if he actually wins it, and he can win Pennsylvania, and Biden still has a path. So I think we just need to wait to see how it plays out.
All right, Rich, Claire, thanks to both of you as always.
And we're going to take a break right here. We'll be back. More coverage, more numbers when we continue.
Fuck the election. Let's watch 90 Day Fiancé. Dude, the Stephanie Rule Savannah Guthrie team is just the greatest, the GOAT. Next away from why? What do you mean? Michigan Senate seat's been confirmed, dude. Bro, check Unicorn Riot. What the fuck? Oh shit, there's protesters rallying to protect the results.
Ballot counting in this presidential election is not stopped prematurely in some of the closely contested states that remain. We've seen pro-Joe Biden signs and T-shirts. We've heard anti-Donald Trump chants out here. This is a mostly Joe Biden supporting crowd. Some protesters are accusing President Trump of trying to steal this election. Now, this is just one of a dozen similar rallies happening across the country, from Philadelphia to Chicago to Washington, D.C., where there are about 100 protesters gathered. Protesters have been largely peaceful out here, but of course there are dozens of NYPD police officers who are out here and who in fact flanked the crowds as they marched down here to the park, and they say they are ready, not just tonight, but they will be for the next few days, keeping an eye and monitoring any potential unrest in the aftermath of this election.
Nevada is not expected to release election results until Thursday. Right now, former Vice President Joe Biden holds a narrow lead there over President Trump. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won Nevada by more than 27,000 votes. Election officials say a majority of the ballots waiting to be tabulated come from Clark County, which includes Las Vegas. That area makes up about 2/3 of the state's population. For more on this, let's bring in Nevada's Attorney General, Aaron Ford. Attorney General Ford, it is great to have you with us this evening. So what percentage of your ballots have been counted at this point? And what are election officials waiting on now? Specific counties, mail-in ballots? What happens next in your state?
Well, we are waiting on the rest of the country to correctly say Nevada, to pronounce it correctly, Karen. That's what we're waiting on as an entire state.
Conducted some free, fair, and secure elections, and Nevadans have been able to exercise their constitutional rights during this pandemic. And listen, we knew the process would take a while, but the process is working. And, we are grateful to our citizens out there who voted this year and for doing their part. To your question, though, my last understanding is that 83% or so of the vote is in right now. We have registrars
Their fucking Skype thing is so broken.
Predominantly mail-in ballots, as I understand it. That is within the lane and the purview of our registrars and our Secretary of State. But the common knowledge out there is that we have mail-in ballots to still count, and we're anticipating results tomorrow sometime.
All right. Well, former Vice President Biden currently holds a narrow lead over President Trump, as I mentioned. What kind of impact will Clark County have on the final results? And given the demographics of Clark County and the economic hardship that you face there, specifically in that part of your state, any thoughts about whether you feel like it's going to be good for Biden or for President Trump?
Well, I'll say this. Clark County has about 2/3 of the state's population. And so whatever amount of outstanding ballots are yet to be counted, there's going to be an extraordinary impact from Clark County on that. And my job is essentially to protect the right to vote. I do believe that Biden is going to prevail in this particular instance. But again, my objective is to ensure that all people who have voted lawfully have their votes counted. That's the constitutional right that they have here. That's my job to protect it. And at the end of the day,
NYPD, of course, has already started. The NYPD's unions endorsed Donald Trump and are now beating people in the streets, marching to demand every vote counts. Police have began to mass arrest and kettling group at 5th and 8th Street. Protesters packed like sardines are beaten and arrested while onlooking officers laugh. See, here's the thing. Let me tell you something. You can't solve this. Like, this shit ain't going away. This shit ain't changing. 74% of cops voted for Mitt Romney over Barack Obama. 84% of them voted for Donald Trump. You think that shit's going to change? You think we need to give more funds to these guys? Huh? Do you think 800,000 law enforcement officers with an 84% breakdown towards Donald Trump should have the right to extrajudicially murder you on the fucking streets if they want to? You think that seems like a fucking reasonable idea? Let me put it on partisan terms for those of you who still at this stage do not comprehend how damaging, how devastating, how insane it is that there is a group of fucking paramilitary troopers out there with very little accountability, no accountability at all, that can literally fucking murder you in the streets and then justify it by saying, hey, there's a threat to my safety or the safety of other law enforcement officers in my vicinity or even members of the public. You think this shit's normal? Now, factor in the reality that the overwhelming majority, if not almost all of these fucking cops are voting for Donald Trump. Maybe only then we can get liberals to advocate for comprehensive police reform, to advocate to make sure that we have some accountability. It's not about body cameras, okay? It's about accountability. They have none of it built in to the legislative process. You have cops policing other cops. You need civilian-led police departments. You need to have a board of people, of community leaders, members of the public, actual citizens that actually look at the officer-involved incidents. Take a look at police misconduct. It can't be cops policing other cops. Ridiculous. Last spam of getting beaten the shit out of in public, that's not stopping. You think cops didn't beat the shit out of people under Barack Obama, dude? You think, where were you when Ferguson was happening? Were you oblivious? Well, actually, as a matter of fact, many of you probably were. This shit did not start under Donald Trump. It's accelerated to gross levels under Donald Trump. But this didn't even start under Obama. Obama's police departments all around the country were still overwhelmingly reactionary. Trump's winning Arizona by great margins. Oh wow, that's pretty cool, man. Do you have any other wrong information that you want to make up in the chat, or? My dad just saw this and said, well, they must be arresting them for something. What do I do? How do I respond to this? No. This is not right. This is fucking wrong. Tell your dad that this shit's wrong. This is incredible. You can't always assume that the state is right. And when the state actors, more often than not, especially throughout history, have been in the wrong side, that's bullshit. It's like looking at the civil rights movement, okay? And watching cops sick dogs on black people protesting or black people marching to the polls and saying, hey, they must have done something. Yeah. In that circumstance, their crime was literally being black and protesting for civil liberty, for civil rights, for equality. In this circumstance, people are protesting understandably, agitated by Donald Trump trying to literally fucking do fascism and steal the election. Beating the shit out of those people is insane. Look at this. By the way, these kettle and corral tactics were taught to the police officers of the NYPD and also all around the fucking country by IDF. Israeli Defense Force is the one that implemented kettle and corral tactics and taught, especially the NYPD, how to do it in the way that they deal with Hamas or Palestinians in general. That's not how you're supposed to deal with Palestinians, certainly. And that's definitely not how you're supposed to deal with people that you consider to be citizens that you're supposed to protect and serve. Now, the Israel thing is an entirely separate problem in and of itself, but it shows you, like, these guys treat the people that they deal with like enemy combatants. And this is, of course, a post 9/11 world that we live in. This is where it came from. Free Palestine, by the way. But seriously, like, this is the post 9/11 era implementation, the kettle and corral tactics. There is extensive history behind the violent way that these hogs operate in New York and all around the country, because there was, and some of you, like I said, weren't alive when the towers fell, so you don't know this. There was so much fear that, like, Al-Qaeda was gonna fucking come again. That's the time when police really kicked up the militarization into high gear. There's a few moments throughout time when the American police force really fucking kicked up their militancy to high gear, and that is one of them. Biden needs to win only 40 to 42% of the outstanding vote in Arizona. Yeah, this stuff is really bad. Really bad, man. It's unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. This behavior is wrong. It's cruel. It's immoral. Un-American. It's disgusting. And the irony, of course, is it's always backed suspiciously by those who have the Gadsden flag, the "Don't Tread on Me." Those libertarians who claim they hate a police state, that they have to have arms so they can arm up against a potential tyrannical state. But what's more tyrannical than a group of Gestapo officers, these fucking pigs in all this body armor, beating the shit out of citizens who are understandably frustrated and trying to fucking protest? Look at this. Remember when I told you the other day that they might actually send federal marshals, the DOJ might, to these vote counting places? And in that circumstance, what would you do? Remember when I said, what is the counter if Donald Trump decides to get Bill Barr to send in marshals and maybe even BORTAC to seize these ballots to stop them from getting counted. What do? Are the cops going to be the line of defense? Are state troopers pushed to defend these ballots from another federal institution, another group of federal paramilitary agents? State troopers that are still, again, overwhelmingly Republican. They're gonna go against Donald Trump's orders from his own federal authority, federal agencies. Huh? What are they gonna do? DOJ told prosecutors today that the law allows them to send armed federal officers to ballot counting locations to investigate potential voter fraud. The email created the specter of the federal government intimidating local election officials. You have amblyopia? What the fuck is that? Oh, lazy eye? No, I don't have a lazy eye. No. I'm wearing glasses, though. Maybe that's why you think I do. Nate Cohn on where we are now. Okay, let's hear it. Nate Cohn says, it's hard to game out exactly where we're heading in Arizona. It both depends on how many ballots are left and what kind of ballots, and neither is exactly clear. The most important takeaway here is that Pennsylvania is wrapping up its count is the path to a quick call. This is true. Yeah, we are waiting on Georgia updates. We're waiting on Pennsylvania updates. We're waiting on updates from Arizona. Nevada, I think, is done for the time being. This man literally has to be stupid. Ian Miles wrong? Dude, he's in Malaysia. Give him a break. He literally has to LARP as though he's like living in Portland or something, all the way from fucking Malaysia, okay? You gotta, honestly, at some point, you gotta like hand it to him that he's just like, his LARP is just, it's a hard grift to pull off.
West Arizona and Nevada, and you can see the Great Lakes.
That's true, by the way. For those of you who don't know, Ian Miles Chong literally,
we did hear from the former Vice President
as far as I understand,
about what he sees the immediate
famous conservative disinformation agent on the internet, Ian Miles Wrong, has never stepped foot on U.S. soil. He's only lived in Malaysia.
Biden. So where does Pennsylvania stand tonight?
All right, let's dig in a little deeper on Pennsylvania. This is the main battleground we're watching at this hour right now, David. I'm going to blow it up for you to put it here. If you look at the score right now, the amount of electoral votes, there's a spread of about 277,000. So the president has a commanding lead. The problem right now for the president is there's still 1 million ballots that have yet to be counted, right? So you ask yourself, where are those ballots coming from? They're coming from areas where Democrats do really well. The area of Pittsburgh and the suburbs, and the area of Philadelphia and the suburbs as well. That's why Democrats feel they're confident that they can eventually catch up.
Yeah, so Trump leading there, but the Biden team saying they can catch up given where those votes are. Both campaigns sounding confident in Pennsylvania. Let's go south, North Carolina and Georgia. The Trump campaign feeling good about both states, but the Biden camp still hopeful in Georgia tonight?
That is right. First in North Carolina, though, David, President Trump does have a lead there. Let's dig in a little deeper in Georgia and talk to you about the numbers again. So when we talk about the numbers here, there is a 58,000 vote difference. It is razor tight in Georgia right now. But here's the problem for the president. There's 200,000 votes that have yet to be counted.
Not good.
Where are those votes coming from? They're coming from the Democratic headquarters, essentially in Georgia, right there in Atlanta. All those counties, that is the big blue area for Democrats right now. That's where they've been able to drive up the score in other elections. And that's why Joe Biden still feels he has a chance in Georgia.
All right, all eyes on Metro Atlanta to determine Georgia. Let's go out west Tom. Arizona and Nevada very close, and they're going to be pivotal.
Yeah, that's right. So look, in Nevada, a very close race. Joe Biden is on top by about 8,000 votes. But let's dig in a little deeper in Arizona. And these are where the numbers are right now. In Arizona, there's about a 90,000 vote difference. Joe Biden on top right now, but there's still 400,000 votes to go. And this is why the president thinks he may have a chance in Arizona. The problem, it's in Maricopa County right now. Maricopa County is Phoenix. It's where one of the largest cities in the entire state is. And so far, Joe Biden has a commanding lead in that county.
All right, Tom, you and I have been studying these pathways really for both campaigns. The Biden campaign tonight very hopeful that if they can hold on to the states where they're currently leading right now, they believe that's their path to the White House.
That's right. For the purpose of this segment, we haven't projected Alaska, but we're going to give that to President Trump because historically that's how it breaks. But look at the path for Joe Biden tonight. Arizona, he's on top there. If he wins there, and Nevada, look at this number, David, 270. He gets to become president. Now, it's a different story for President Trump.
That's right. It's a broken record for you and me, Tom. We always talk about Pennsylvania, and it's even more crucial as we get closer to that key number of 270.
That's right. So, look, the president's electoral votes are right there, 217. He has to win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. But look up there. It's still not enough. It is not 270. He has to come out west and either win Nevada or Arizona. It's a little bit more difficult. I could even say much more difficult for the president tonight, David.
All right. The real reason I wanted to check in with you is just to make sure you had a pulse. You were still awake, Tom. Doing a great job.
And again, David, the board is juiced up, just maybe a little tired.
All right, we'll see you at 10 p.m. for our primetime special. Tom, thank you. Joe Biden is speaking late today, appearing with his running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, appearing cautious.
Austin called me at 6:21. I didn't even see it. Do you want to be on, Austin? Are you still here, brother?
Americans to keep the faith, to have patience. And what we heard from Biden just a short time ago about what he sees in the next few days ahead. Mary Bruce covering every step of this campaign. She's with the Biden team tonight.
Tonight, a confident Joe Biden with Kamala Harris by his side, declaring victory is within his reach.
I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
Biden says he's ahead in Wisconsin, ahead in Michigan, confident he flipped Arizona and feeling good about Pennsylvania. And he added this.
Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country.
Overnight, just after midnight, Biden telling supporters to keep the faith.
We're going to have to be patient, and it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Today, promising their votes matter.
Every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender.
Biden's legal team says they're prepared for whatever the president's lawyers throw at them. Looking ahead, Biden says he's ready to start uniting the country after this bitter campaign.
I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive. But I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart.
All right, let's get right to Mary Bruce tonight. She's with us live from Wilmington, Delaware. And Mary, we showed that path just a few moments ago.
Minnesota State Patrol is making mass arrests of protesters who were trying to exit I-94 before being surrounded by officers. Okay, we'll get that. We'll get back to that.
We got families sort of lining up. Their transition website, buildbackbetter.com. David.
Oh yeah, transition website is up for Biden.
Thanks to you again tonight. President Trump was behind closed doors at the White House today. He did come before the cameras overnight. It was after 2 a.m. in the morning, declaring we have already won it. With millions of ballots still being counted in this country, today his campaign taking legal action now. And here's our chief White House correspondent, Jonathan Karl, with what he's learning tonight.
Tonight, President Trump is huddled with aides inside the White House, getting ready for a fight. His team is already...
Bro, Biden has won the last 600,000 ballots counted in Pennsylvania by 40 points, dude, which is much bigger than the 22-point margin he needs the rest of the way out. This is why the other Nate, the better Nate, not Silver, but Cone, Needle Boy, was saying that if the votes being counted were counted in the opposite direction, if the mail-in votes were counted in Pennsylvania, we would not even have this conversation about Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania would have never even looked close because of the sheer volume of people that voted early in the state of Pennsylvania. It looks fucking nuts. I mean, dude, if you want a higher dose of hopium, dude, there is not a bigger dose of hopium that you can get outside of this very dose right here. Ladies and gentlemen, the hopium is alive and well. Correction. Biden in the last... Oh, what the fuck? Never mind. Correction. Biden's won those ballots by 50 points. Not even 40. Holy shit. The red mirage shit was like worse than I fucking thought. I mean, look, I was trying to gear you guys up for what it was going to look like, but there was a lot of problems with the way that it looked. Trump is leading by 200K right now, so how this 600K make up for it? Because there are so many votes left still that even if there was a 20% lead in the remaining votes, that ultimately, wait, actually, I don't know. I thought that, how does that math work? Actually, if Donald Trump is still up by 200,000, is he still up by 200,000 in Pennsylvania? I don't think he is. I think that lead got diminished. There's 1 million votes left to count. There's a million. I'm calling. Okay. Donald Trump is up by 100,000, not 200, I think. Or, well, it does say 198 here to nothing. So maybe it's 190,000. With the number of votes remaining being at 1 million. People in the chat are saying, Hot Lana, please have a discussion with your audience about the offensive language that they're using. In the remaining ballots, the trend is what, 50%, or not 50, sorry, by 50. Wait, what is the lead? It's like 70 to 30. Is that what it is? If Biden gets 75% of the rest of the ballots, Biden would lead by 100,000. Trump is up by 190 in Pennsylvania, about 120,000 votes left for Trump, left from Trump counties, and about 560,000 votes left in Hillary counties. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, hold on. What up? Turn on your camera, Austin.
All right, here I am.
What's going on, man?
Yo.
Did you even shower? Did you change?
I didn't change. I showered. I got a total of 12 minutes of sleep last night.
You slept less than I did? That's crazy.
Yeah. But here I am. I'm crunching numbers. I'm seeing it all the way through. And here we are. This is the 11th hour. This is the 11th. Shut up, chat. I've been through hell in the last couple days. All right. I know I don't look as good as I normally do.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You look like shit right now. What's going on, dude? I mean, fucking take care of yourself. At least I got like 5 hours of sleep.
I haven't eaten. I haven't slept.
Okay, some people are saying you're still looking hot. Hoss mods. They're Hoss mods.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, look. I've been crunching the number in Maricopa County in Arizona, and look, you know, Nate is right to an extent. But he would have to hold that margin pretty strong. And what we do know is that there's votes out from the county that's right below it that leans more Democratic, and there's still 40,000 votes out from there. So even if he holds his ratio, it's going to be a lot more challenging with those 40,000 votes. Still going to be close, though. And this is what's been giving me anxiety all day long. I woke up, I had nightmares about Arizona because they stopped counting last night, and the Trump campaign feels really confident about it. They also sent Rudy Giuliani to Pennsylvania to try to fucking do some shit. I don't know what the fuck that they did. So I'm not sure what we can trust coming out of the Trump campaign. So, anyways, a lot of news, a lot's happening. I think I'm very confident in Pennsylvania. I'm feeling very good about Pennsylvania. He's outperforming what he needs at this point with places where he can go and continue to outperform.
Well, Austin, expect a late night. They're saying Fulton County, a Democratic stronghold that encompasses Atlanta, plans to report a whole batch of votes between midnight and 3 a.m. Eastern. Right now, 93% of the precincts have been reported in Fulton, and Biden is up in the county 72% to 27%. Trump, however, is winning Georgia by only 39,000 votes.
Okay, so does he, what margin does he, hold on, let me get it. How many votes are left? How many votes are left in Georgia?
How many votes are left in Georgia? I don't know.
Does anybody know? Because I get a different answer from every source.
Well, there's 139,000 people in here.
Okay, so last time I checked, there was about 148,000 votes left in Georgia.
The fucking New York Times? Hold on, New York Times has like a what do you call it? Like New York Times is supposed to have like a count every.
Bless you.
Oh my God. Oh,
Salute.
That was a big one. That was holy shit.
Some between 140 and 150,000 when Trump was up to 38,000 votes, there was about between 140 and 150,000 votes left in Georgia, from what I understand, across the entire state. So,
wait, as Arizona goes, here is Nathaniel Rakich. Okay, he's another analyst nerd. After a 538 quantitative edit from Nate Silver, I must amend this. Given the 418,000 ballots remaining in Arizona, a 59-41 split is exactly what Trump needs. But 46,000 of those ballots are from Pima, which is bluer than Maricopa.
That's what I'm saying. So that's where I got that. That's where I got those. That's right. That's my source right there. That's where I got that information from. I can't
believe you didn't sleep at all. Okay, well, I got to go pee while you describe the situation.
So what you're seeing from the tweet is 59 to 41 is a pretty good split, but with the remaining ballots, you got to wonder, is that going to be a 59-41 split that he can hold, right? And I don't know. Does anybody know the distribution of the ballots that were dropped, the 80,000 ballots that were dropped? I fucking look like ass, dude. I can't believe I'm in front of 140,000 people looking like this. Holy shit. Can't believe I'm just sitting here. Fucking same shirt as yesterday. Just fucking bags under my eyes. Riding with Biden, overdosing on copium. Well, I still got people asking if I'm bisexual. Bisexual is a stretch, girlfriend. I see one girl a year that I'm attracted to. It's a stretch. Believe you me. So it's interesting. Like I said, I'll give you my analysis of the day. I just want to count. I just want them to call it. That's why I want Georgia and Pennsylvania to be called tonight in favor of Biden, so I can just fucking go to bed. You know, I really want to stay up and watch all the results. I just don't think I'm going to make it. You know, I don't know if I'm going to make it. Plus, I got a stream tomorrow, and that's a challenge. That's my once a week stream. So I want them to call the race before my stream starts, so I'm not crunching numbers during Lover Host. You know what I mean? Like, you imagine how distracting that's going to be while I'm trying to run the show and I'm crunching numbers behind the scenes.
My man streams once a week, and you decided to do it in the middle of the election
that
you've been following religiously?
I thought it'd be over by now, Hasan. I thought it'd be over.
It ain't over.
I know,
until it's over. God damn it!
I know, but Las Vegas or Nevada's supposed to report tomorrow morning, right? I think Pennsylvania is going to be done tonight. Can we all agree on that? I think they're going to count all through the night. It's going to be done tonight. Right? No? Are you fucking kidding me? Say yes. No? Are they going to stop tonight?
Nothing is over. It's just Pennsylvania won't be over by tonight, but Pennsylvania be called before tonight ends. That's what you mean, right?
Yes.
Depending on the breakdown,
Yes.
I think they'll probably call Pennsylvania as soon as Biden takes the lead. That's it. As
You
soon
think
as
so?
Biden takes the lead in the number of votes, they will call Pennsylvania because of the way that it's currently weighed for Biden. So that's all we're waiting for right now is for Biden to slowly but surely, in the insanely tilted mail-in ballots that are being counted currently, all he needs to do is hit that number by like a decent enough margin, and they will probably project Pennsylvania, but it won't be done by the end of this night. But that's it, because once Biden is ahead, all the remaining votes are already, for the past 24 hours, Biden made up a 12-point fucking lead. He came down from like 600,000 votes or something because the remaining million votes that had not been counted, or 1 million plus votes that had not been counted, were overwhelmingly in favor of Biden.
Yeah,
so
the scrappy kid from Scranton. Right?
Yeah. Well, that has nothing to do with it, but yeah, I mean, that's it.
Here,
let's look at the remaining votes here.
Can we talk about the gigantic balls on the guy who called Arizona? I mean, this guy's got it, and he's still confident. He's still on Fox News looking at the camera in the eye, just saying, nope, I'm sticking with it. The balls to
if
stick
we're
with
being
that
honest,
call.
like I said last night, and I will repeat this again, if he didn't do that, our current democratic process would be irreparably harmed more than it has so far. Because if Arizona was also looking, if Arizona also had not gone to Biden comfortably in the beginning of the night by Fox News, especially if it was just like MSNBC, if it was NBC calling it, it would not have the same weight. But Fox News calling it, absolutely changes the dynamic in really significant ways. It changes the dynamic in such a significant way where Joe Biden had a comfortable lead over Donald Trump in election, in votes in the Electoral College. So it's over. After that, Donald Trump can't literally turn around and be like, no, I won. Especially when at that time, when Donald Trump was trying to call victory, Wisconsin had not been called yet, Michigan had not been called yet, and Pennsylvania looked to be in favor of Trump by a big margin, but all those fucking mail-in votes had not been counted yet. And it's wild that I personally warned my audience numerous times in the month, in the lead up to this election, that the early mail-in ballots were going to be counted afterwards, not the month, but like the week leading up to it, talking about the fucking red mirage. And then even I myself started getting a little scared when I saw Wisconsin and Michigan. I was confident that Wisconsin and Michigan was going to go to Biden,
Wisconsin was a nail biter, dude.
But I was scared. I'll admit, I was certainly scared, despite how confident I was that Wisconsin and Michigan was going to go to Joe Biden. So even
Michigan was a lot. Pennsylvania, to me, at this point, Pennsylvania feels like Michigan. Are we right here? Wisconsin, man, that was a fucking nail biter. I was losing my mind with Wisconsin because we were like watching the ballots get delivered via police escort and hoping to God that the distribution in that county was good enough for him to take the lead. And then on top of that, they ran out of ink. You know, it was just like one thing after another. Or was that Michigan? Michigan's where they ran out of ink. Where'd they run out of ink? No, it was Wisconsin. It was Wisconsin they ran out of ink. Yeah, the Green Bay. They ran out of ink in Wisconsin. That was terrifying. Okay.
In Georgia, most 70,000 of the outstanding votes, 107, are from 3 counties Biden is winning handily. 37,000 are coming in from Fulton, the largest number. Subsequently, also the largest percentage, DeKalb has a larger percentage, sorry. But Biden has a 72% lead there. So that's huge. 17,000 are coming in from Cobb, where Biden has a much more narrow percentage of victory there. And then 17,000 are coming in from DeKalb with Biden at 83%. Biden needs 64% of the overall coming in, all the upcoming votes. Biden just needs 64% of them to erase Donald Trump's 39,000 vote lead. Now, again, Georgia is an automatic recount state, so it will automatically go to a recount. It seems like no matter what happens. It's DeKalb. I don't care. How the fuck has chat not understood by now that I truly don't care about correctly pronouncing different parts of the country? There are far too many fucking counties and far too many states.
Okay.
I don't give a shit.
Automatic recount. Can
English
you still
is
call
a
the state?
stupid language. Hold on. Let me just finish this last point.
Okay.
English, what is it? Pneumatically? Is that how you say it? Or phonetically? Does not make sense, especially if you learn it as a second language. Okay? It does not fucking make sense. There are letters where there are no letters. There are letters in places where there's supposed to be no letters. I don't care. It's always going to be very complicated. Fucking fix your stupid dog shit language, and then we can have a conversation. Otherwise, unless you want me to read it in a Turkish accent.
I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't think there's any problems.
Well, yeah, it's your first language, so that's all you've known your entire life. So,
I mean, you could say that, but I just don't think there's.
I mean,
any
look,
issue.
yeah, exactly. Losis Learn is perfectly. Losis Learn points it out right here. Is it Arkansas and Kansas, or is it Arkansas and Kansas?
It's Arkansas.
Yeah, then why is Kansas Kansas then?
Because that's just the fucking way it is.
That's what
And
I'm
you
saying.
remember
That
it,
makes
brother.
no fucking sense.
You fucking remember it, brother. Arkansas and Kansas, brother.
Makes no goddamn sense, dude.
I mean, a lot of shit doesn't make sense.
No, I know. It's
Like,
so
why the
dumb.
fuck I'm wearing the same shit that I wore yesterday? I should probably
No,
change.
that does make sense.
Should I change? I'm gonna go put on a different
No,
sweatshirt.
dude, shut up. Stop being insecure. You look great. You look hot. You look hot.
Yeah, I know, but I'm gonna change.
Okay, go change it. My friend just texted me and he said, "What do you say to Republicans who call Biden a socialist?" I say, I wish, motherfucker. That's what. I wish, dude. Fuck. There's a Palestine, Texas that's pronounced Palestine? Really? Bro? Please, Brody? Murat's very upset at me that I'm talking shit about America. Potentially dumb question time if Biden wins Nevada and Arizona, but Trump wins Pennsylvania. A 270-268 Biden victory becomes very possible. In your opinion, do you think we need to be worried about the possibility of a single faithless elector forcing the election in the House? No. That would be fucking nuts. That's not happening.
Oh, that's right, baby. Hey, don't Omega Low my Vikings. Not only did we beat Wisconsin, or wait, Minnesota voted blue. Okay, give them some credit. And we beat the Packers so badly that we flipped the state from red to blue. That's how much you better thank the Minnesota Vikings for whooping that ass on last Sunday and flip the state of Wisconsin. You better thank all the Republican Packers fans were so just disillusioned with the loss on Sunday they didn't even turn out because they got beat by Kirk Cousins.
Okay, this is incredibly sleeper
Field.
content. We're not doing sports content, okay? Sports is reactionary and a precursor to fascism taking root in this goddamn country, according to Noam Chomsky. So instead of that, we're going to watch presidential spiritual advisor Paula White, currently leading an impassioned prayer service in an effort to secure Trump's reelection.
My God,
so I would
is
like to welcome
amazing.
you,
Okay.
you heathen, to put your hands together in prayer and pray for our Lord Savior, the orange Jesus Christ, Donald Trump. Let's hear what she has to say.
And strike 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 until you have victory for every enemy that is aligned against.
Okay, I don't know. There is something wrong with me, dude. I mean, we got Gretchen Whitmer, Stephanie Ruhle. Just there's something wrong with my brain, dude.
Let them
I'm feeling real Christian-like right now.
that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done.
Bro, this is so weird. Like, what the fuck
I'm just saying, if hypothetically, like, God wants Trump to win, then he is one sadistic fuck. That's all I'm gonna say. I mean, he's either way he is, because we gave us Joe Biden as the alternative. But still.
The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashata. For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now.
Just getting up and walking out.
Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus, from South America, they're coming here.
Bro, what do you mean? You can't advocate for Donald Trump and then fucking welcome angels from Africa and South America into America like that? The fuck you mean? Where's Bortak, brother? We don't want them African angels. Why don't we have them American angels do the work instead? What the fuck do you mean, South American angels? There ain't no angels in South America. They got them MS-13 angels. I don't want no illegal angels. The fuck is this?
They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here from Africa, from South America. Angelic forces, angelic reinforcement, angelic reinforcement, angelic reinforcement.
And from China.
Illegal angels coming in, taking the jobs of goddamn American angels. What the fuck is wrong with these buy American, save American, brother? These goddamn American angels, they're losing their jobs.
Joe Biden's going to ship your angels overseas, believe me.
I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory.
I'm just thinking, like, if you're doing, like, see, I'll admit, like, I've said this before about Joel Osteen many times, so, like, this isn't actually sexist. Even though people will take it that way. Like, if you keep it this tight, like, I don't know if you're super godly. You know what I mean? I feel like if you're godly, you got to look like shit. You got to dedicate every moment to God. Like, Joel Osteen, way too good looking to be fucking a godly guy. Like, these televangelists spend way too much time on themselves and not enough time on God. You know?
Yeah.
Also, is she Sig Heiling right now? What the fuck?
I hear the sound of victory. 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 I hear the sound of victory.
You see what I'm saying? What about you? I mean, dude, you know I'm a fucking fake. I'm a grifter. I'm a phony, dude. Listen, I own it. I'm a fucking himbo, brother.
Am I a himbo?
You're a thought.
Oh,
you're a thirsty bitch. You're a thought.
And you aren't? Okay. The guy that was just, like, you were hitting on the pastor, like, 10 minutes ago?
I would love to hit on that pastor. You were to hit me with the book of God. Fine. Inshallah, you know?
Inshallah. Inshallah.
They are saying now full result between midnight and 3 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, Fulton County, Georgia, on CNN says they expect full results there between midnight and 3 a.m. God damn it. They listened to Austin.
That's a huge window.
They listened to Austin, ladies and gentlemen. They did. Austin was screaming. He was saying...
Yeah, because there's one person counting ballots in Georgia. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, Austin, you're not alone, brother. Steven Crowder also was on it. He saw that they were getting food delivered to them. And he was disgusted by it. He was angry. He's like, how dare they get food delivered?
Oh, we need to get Will in here. Will, we need to.
Is he even here? I think he's sleeping.
He's in the chat. No, he's in
Oh,
the chat.
he
We
is?
need to finish off our trio.
And they, of course, are looking at your home state with great interest. And part of what we've also been looking at is how do these
It's
states,
Eastern time
especially
zone,
with the
so it's
Republican
between
governor,
9
Doug Ducey in the case
or
of Arizona,
between 9 and
how
12.
can that partnership and relationship help the Trump campaign understand their numbers? Before we all got to nights like this and the country's learning about the counties and so forth, the campaigns have their own personal histories with
No, you
knowing
can
where
add
do their
people on the
voters
call, right,
reside,
Austin?
who do
Oh,
they
shit, my
work
bad,
and
my
spend
bad.
the most money to draw out.
Oh, you don't
and
need
then
me
you
to do
layer
Yeah, but you're
in
gonna
a
have to
Republican
answer it. You
governor
got the
like
memory of a
Doug
goldfish.
Ducey,
You're
who
gonna
has
forget
his
in like
own
2 seconds.
electoral history in
No,
his
no, no,
state.
it automatically
and then
adds
you
now.
bring in the Cindy McCain factor.
think on
She, of
Discord, right?
course,
It
came
does.
out in support of Joe Biden,
Yeah, it did.
but
Hello?
retaining her Republican credentials, not getting involved in other races, speaking to Republicans in places like Scottsdale, Maricopa County, truly red places where she has a long
You can
personal
hear me, right?
history with her late
I can
husband,
hear
of course, Senator John McCain. And
Hello?
if this ultimately becomes
Hello?
a Biden story in Arizona, that relationship
hear
of
me?
Cindy McCain may
I can hear
tell
you.
part of the story,
Willard?
especially with
Hasan,
suburban
can you hear
women.
me?
But the Trump campaign.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's a little low, but what's up?
Thank God you're here. I wanted to ask, you know, a lot of my family was asking about these African angels.
Are they worried? You gonna turn on your camera, dude? What's going on?
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
I'm just firing it up, man. I
Oh, all right.
you know, my family doesn't know how to feel about these African angels.
Austin, you good, dude? Austin just went on a cake delivery, dude. You see that? Oh, you missed it.
Oh yeah, see selling
Oh.
cake.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Willard Neff. He's on the ones and twos as well. But before we do that, you already know, top of the hour, every hour, 6-second outbreak. I forgot to do that earlier. So coming to you live, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd like to have an ad-free experience, subscribe with your tier 1 or with your Twitch Primes by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch Prime account. It's free. Every moment that you're not using your Twitch Prime is a moment that you're wasting. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the ad. Here's the ad time. How are you gonna stay online? I'm riding this one out, I think.
Yeah, let me adjust my camera.
Austin, you missed me talking about your ass. Can you hear me? Oh no, he doesn't have headphones in, so he can't hear me. Austin, you missed me talking about your ass, dude. I said, you having a hard time with your lower back carrying all that cake, dude?
Dude, what? Dude, did you see it?
We sure did, dude.
I was hoping you saw it. That's
Shit,
why
we're
I got up.
censoring. We're censoring it now. This is keep talking
Dude,
about his ass when he can't hear.
You're gonna. Yeah, you better take that out of your YouTube video. You're gonna get demonetized.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, this is not a bakery. We're striking this one down because it seems like this is a cooking video. This is a bakery video, and meanwhile you're talking about politics.
Yeah, you know how it is. You got a pretty nice dumpy.
Thanks, Austin. Very nice of you.
Down ballot
All right,
candidates
let's see.
like himself. So right now the campaign is still
Pennsylvania.
expressing confidence and cautious optimism about how their candidate is faring. And one of the ways we know that is because today the campaign launched a transition website. It established its transition
And they
team.
still keep talking about the transition website. All right, cool. Oh, new information coming in hot from redistrict Wasserman. It says, remember Butler County, Pennsylvania's mail ballot woes? Well, turns out the county is another terrific performance for Biden with mail ballots counted. Biden is losing Butler by 32.9 points. Clinton lost it by 36.5 points in 2016. So Biden has improved his margins there, which will of course readjust the forecast. So that's good. Also, election challengers are still shouting, stop the count. Wait, no, this is earlier in the day. There's no way this is new. Yeah, this is from 128. This didn't work, guys. Guys, this was an honest effort. Okay, this was an honest effort in doing some fascism. Some good old wholesome homegrown fascism, and they failed. Michigan already Michigan already forecasted, so you can't do that.
They were telling him to stop the count after the Dems had taken the lead in Michigan.
We need you to stop counting in Michigan, and we need you to go count in Arizona.
Airspace over Biden's house is not protected. What does that mean? I don't fucking know, dude. Good for him, I guess. I don't know.
Can you imagine if that's the resolution to this election is just a tactical airstrike on Biden's house?
I mean, that immediately makes Kamala Harris the president. So there's that.
So fucked up.
I don't think
And
you
then
do a recount
Donald
in
Trump
that
tries to
circumstance.
pretend he doesn't know where it came from.
First of
Wow,
all, I'm
you
all
just
in.
can't
I'm
move.
all in for like. Let me tell you something. Biden gets tactically airstriked, okay, Obama style. All right. What do
Yemen
we do
wedding
then?
style.
We put
Obama.
together the crumbs. You take the ashes together, and you form Biden back like Dr. Manhattan, okay? And basically, you put the remainder, the charred remains, on top of a Bible and swear them in on Inauguration Day, and then immediately you're like, all right, you're out. That's what I would do. You weekend at Bernie's it going forward. I don't give a fuck what happens.
I would vote for Biden's ashes. I would vote for Biden's ashes.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, God.
You say, oh man, R.I.P. Joe Biden. Okay, you say rest in peace. But wait, there's a pro-Trump rally that's starting in the Arizona Capitol in Phoenix. At least one guy wielding a military-style rifle. Some are chanting, "Shame on Fox."
Dude, that is so amazing that they can look at Fox and be like, somehow they infiltrated. The socialists got to Fox News.
Dude, ever
I
since
knew
that
that
debate,
Chris Wallace was no good.
yeah, they hate Chris Wallace. I always go look at his videos on YouTube, and they're downvoted into oblivion.
He's a rhino.
I knew he was no good. I saw him holding up a copy of the Little Red Book by Mao. That man right there is a dingus through and through.
Okay, Hasan,
what's up?
This may be a little bit of cope, but after Trump, if Trump is gone, if Biden wins, Trump doesn't go away, right?
Unfortunately, not. Yes.
Do these people stay politically involved?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. What's
Think of it this way,
likely
did you
going to
say-
happen? What's likely going to happen is this. Donald Trump, of course, has a unquenchable thirst for being admired. Like he loves that. So what he's going to end up doing is probably looking at how successful Roger Ailes' efforts at Fox News has been. He's probably going to do the same exact thing. I think he's been gearing up for it already since his first election. So he's probably going to start his own
news network.
Yeah, he's going to start his own media company. He already has a built-in audience for it. There is plenty of freaks in the conservative movement that would love to get on board with that. And I think that he is going to do Trump TV. And
Dude, it's going to be like the Avengers of all the fucking worst. We're going to have Crowder. We're going to have fucking O'Reilly back in action, baby. It's going to be the fucking Avengers assemble of shitters, dude. Of disgraced media. Glenn Beck from the fucking rafters, baby.
It's going to be all his entire cabinet.
Look at Arizona and Wisconsin. The margin Biden's winning by 93,000 and 21,000 are well within the potential native voting population. The news won't say our names. The only time I saw anything trying to help native votes were by other natives. Ignore natives at your own peril. The news seemingly purposely ignoring Native Americans again, even when talking about Arizona. But there are 6 states where the native voting population is higher than Trump's win margin. Considering the natives have the biggest room for voter turnout growth, maybe care. Wait, is this one of the grifter? Is he one of the grifter natives? Because there's some natives who are like super MAGA. It's not even a joke. And Trump, by the way, which county was it? Fuck, it's not Navajo Nation. I know that for a fact. So it's probably not. I don't think it's Lakotas. Which one was it? There's got to be someone. There are MAGA natives. No. He might be. He seems like he's legit. regardless, doesn't matter. Native, not native, fucking yeah, your vote should absolutely count. It's bullshit. Actually, as a matter of fact, a lot of these the mail-in ballot initiatives disproportionately disenfranchise natives in certain areas where they don't have, if they don't have like an actual PO box that people can send mail to. But
wait, Joe's leading in
natives in the
Arizona
chat.
just
Natives in the
expanded.
chat. Do you know which tribe I'm talking about? There is a specific tribe that has not gotten recognition yet, that Donald Trump literally was now I know he's saying that natives wanted for Biden, but there is, I'm thinking of something entirely different. What is it? Fuck. As a native, there are hella dumbass natives that are for Trump. There is a group, I think it might be maybe, is it Oklahoma? The Lumbee tribe, yes. Thank you, Ice Cream Man. So, all right. So there is the Lumbee. I don't know. Am I saying that right? Anyway, so there's the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina, and they are considered potentially North Carolina's the swing vote, pretty much, and yeah, they are in Robeson County, North Carolina, south of Fayetteville. And apparently, Donald Trump has done actual like campaign rallies in that area in an effort to, and talked about how he's going to give the Lumbee tribe recognition. This is yet another one of those very interesting. Yep, here it is. Oh, God, I love being such a fucking nerd. Okay, so Trump adds support for the Lumbee tribe federal recognition bill. So remember when I told you Maine 2 with the lobster vote? This motherfucker, he, like, for every moment the Democrats are like, oh, you look at how shitty Donald Trump is. Donald Trump's out there is like, can I win like a 0.8% margin in North Carolina if I give recognition to the Lumbee tribe? And that's it. Full federal recognition of North Carolina's Lumbee tribe got a boost with President Donald Trump expressing support for the U.S. Senate bill that could bring millions of dollars in additional funding to the Native American community. The tribe, based in Robeson County with 55,000 members in primarily southeastern North Carolina, received limited recognition from the federal government in the 1950s, the Fayetteville Observer reported. For more than a century, the Lumbee tribe in North Carolina has sought federal recognition, but has been met with indifference and red tape, Trump said in a White House statement released Wednesday announcing his support for the bill. Why do you guys think he did that? Why do you guys think he did that? Now, it's still a good thing. And by the way, fuck yeah. You take those. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the interest is. He's up 60-40 in their county. Well, there you go. Good morning. Wait,
dude,
what? You should follow.
Have you seen this video? Republicans outside of the Maricopa Election Center yelling in megaphones to count the votes while simultaneously telling them across the country to stop the count.
Yeah, I've been making fun of that this entire night. It's 10 p.m. in Georgia. Fulton has added another 6.5 thousand votes, splitting 80% for Biden. The margin is now 33,000 as of 14 minutes ago. Still, somewhere around 100,000 ballots or so left to be counted. Fulton will be processing until about 3 a.m., they say. All right. All right, it's getting even tighter. We have 33,000 votes to make up for in the last 100,000 ballots that are left to be counted in Georgia. In Fulton, I think. Fox is freaking out.
Over what?
Laura Ingraham, is the fix already in? Sean Hannity, we're supposed to trust this system because I don't think so. I can't think of a worse system. I have a lot of questions. Tucker Carlson, many Americans will never again accept the results of a presidential election.
What the fuck are they doing?
They're grifting, baby. That's what they're doing. They're riding with Donald Trump all the way to the end if they can.
So, are they just gonna fire all the Fox correspondents who are like, who are not on the Trump train at this point?
No. Fox News needs to strike a delicate balance. This is why they have a regular journalism branch, and this is why they have real accredited pollsters. And just like that, Fox can claim diversity.
Bring them out and call them egghead nerds.
Yeah, no, literally though. That's
Get out here, egghead, you piece of shit. You called Arizona? Why? Because the election's over. Wow, that's ridiculous.
Oh my God, Ryan Grimm said his boomer dad watched last night. It turned out he liked it. That's awesome. Damn, dude, people's dads are watching. Hey, dads, what's going on? If moms and dads are watching right now, we're out here covering it. I always assume that. Did Ryan come on? No, because these people have families, okay? They're not fucking freaks like me and Austin and Will over here that just have no life and are only doing Twitch streaming, okay?
You know who else's dad watched? My dad tuned in from the emergency room.
Was he actually watching?
Oh no, dude, that's not good.
No, he was super proud. He was.
Oh, he was? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he said he wasn't going to tell my mom or my aunt about it, but he was like, "This is really impressive."
All right.
It's wild that your dad is more open-minded to the non-MAGA rhetoric than your mom is.
My 90-year-old dad is like, pretty interesting election. The conservative part of my family freaking out.
All right. Update from Pennsylvania. As of 10 p.m., ballots to be counted, 763,311. I don't know where that matches with the outstanding count. I don't know what that means, because they could have not released a batch. That could be in the middle of a.
All right, let's see it. Let's see what's going on in Nevada.
We're still going to get some.
Chuck Todd is talking. Hold on.
30,000 votes there. Look, this is 50-46. We can't assume all 30,000 are going to break Biden's way. This is something that could easily break a few points the president's way.
And Nevada didn't tell us what was day of vote and what was early vote.
No, it's been really frustrating.
Tea leaves there.
This is one of those things where we needed Ralston to, back of the envelope for us.
Do his math.
On this front. And then, of course, there's the rest of the state. There's not a ton of population here, but you'll start to see. Let me show you some of these.
Where's Elko?
Oh, where did we go here? Let me show you some of these margins. I didn't mean to do that. All right.
Elko, Nevada is one of my favorite places on the presidential map.
I'm going to sit here and show you some of these other red counties so you can see just how big these margins are for the president. There's not a lot of votes, but they're giant margins for him. So any of this stuff that trickles in here, I mean, these are 60s, 74. You could see. I mean, this.
There it is, Elko County.
This is what you wanted. There's your.
Every Republican flies to Elko County. There's one tiny little airport in Elko, and they do it for this reason because the whole middle of the state's red.
And it's just so obviously any vote that comes from Clark or Washoe, the Biden people feel good. But, there's going to be extraneous ballot that comes from these areas as well.
Well, yeah, and it's 7,000 approximately that is the margin right now.
That is a smaller state. 7,000, that would be the equivalent of being sort of down, say, 20,000 in Wisconsin, for what it's worth.
Hey, Chuck, can we talk briefly? It looks like Mark Kelly, I don't think we've called Arizona's Senate race yet, but Mark Kelly is declaring victory there as the votes roll in. And, I think they're pretty confident still that he's going to outperform
Dude, if Mark Kelly's fucking
Joe
crushing,
Biden
and he is
Arizona.
crushing.
I'm wondering, do you read anything into them deciding that,
I think that's a decent indication that, that Arizona's riding with Biden. Now, of course, McSally is notoriously disliked, and there might literally be Republicans doing split ticket there, going from Trump to Mark Kelly instead of McSally, but it sounds unlikely.
Biden 50, 47, Biden's
especially if you're
1.44. Let me bring you the Kelly-McSally race.
If you're in Arizona and you're riding with Trump, you're probably going to try to vote for McSally, despite how fucking annoying she is.
They knew that going in, too.
And how disliked she is. I mean, she's intensely disliked. She has the charisma of a wet napkin. Like, she literally was like, oh, you're... I mean, she had huge problems. She couldn't reliably say whether she's for or against Donald Trump or his support is welcomed or not. and then she flipped over and was like pro-Trump again. Arizona, of course, as I've mentioned before, ladies and gentlemen, has an actual constituency of never Trump Republicans out there because of John McCain. So
Kirsten Sinema wants that mantle too.
She does, yes. But Mark Kelly, I think, has really tried.
That's the other Democratic senator in.
I'm a Republican. And I want to voice a concern that I have with your show, in air quotes. This entire time, you and your guests have been very biased towards the Democrats, and it's sickening to watch. I and the 70,000 other Republicans of this chat will never come back to this channel after this election ends. You think there's 70,000 Republicans in here? If there's 70,000 Republicans in here by the end of this process, either they've developed a like shaming, humiliation fetish, and they just greatly love a hairy Turkish man constantly calling them ape-brained and doo-doo boys, or they're no longer with their Republican Party. Or maybe you are actually a Republican and you're grossly overestimating Republican support in the remaining areas, including my Twitch chat.
And I think it's also important to remind people that, like, and usually I'm the comic relief, but like truly, man, what's going on with the Republican Party and with certain people at Fox News and the president right now, where he's basically asking for selective counting and for other ballots to be outright suppressed. Doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you have to know how inherently scary that is. That's not like shades of fascism. That's like full tilt. So, I mean, I don't know.
Where Reno, Nevada is. They are counting overnight tonight with a live stream of
See what Jacob Sobrov has to say. All right,
on the internet. That is not the scene
they want you to do a
here
poll
whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, the 16th of this month is the date that the votes coming out of this state must be certified. If you work backwards from that, the 12th is the date that
1 minute
the
ago,
signatures on the ballots have to be challenged by, and the 10th is.
Hold on. Update from Dave Wasserman. He says, another terrific performance for Biden in York County, Pennsylvania, where he's losing by 24.9 points with 230,000 ballots counted. In 2016, Clinton lost York by 28.9 points with 205,000 votes cast. At these rates, Biden should finish with a healthy lead in Pennsylvania.
That's it. I mean, that's it, right?
Biden deputy campaign manager, serious upset brewing in Georgia.
Yeah, I feel it too, man. I feel the momentum in Georgia. I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised if those county splits coming out of that Atlanta, the biggest Atlanta county, were really, really, really aggressive towards Biden.
The math in Pennsylvania is really simple, folks, says G. Elliott Morris of The Economist. There are around under 860,000 votes left. The recent ones have come in at 75% to 25% for Biden. It looks like that percentage will hold. That means Biden should net 645,000 to Trump's 215,000, making the state 51% to Biden to 48% to Trump. The president of the United States currently needs 40% of the remaining votes or it's over. This is why I was saying that judging by the different counties, they will likely call Pennsylvania. They will likely project Pennsylvania for Biden, depending on the remaining counties and how they are counted. As long as Biden hits the vote totals, like hits the vote numbers over Donald Trump, they'll probably call it because of the overwhelming percentage of votes coming in from Pennsylvania going overwhelmingly to Biden. All he needs to do is keep that lead in the breakdown of all the votes being counted, and he wins. And that's it. Trump trolls, why so quiet? You know, it's been really remarkable. I think early on in the night, in the first night, a lot of Trump supporters were delusional and totally ran with that red mirage. They were like, oh, it's fucking over for you fools. Like, we got Florida. And then they were like, well, we got Texas. And I was thinking the entire time, why the fuck are you getting excited about states that you won already? There's a lot more in the race that you need to win. states like Michigan
They
and
didn't.
Wisconsin.
They didn't get Texas. I want to make that clear.
No, they got Texas pretty early on. They got Texas before the election started, Austin. Only in your mind did they not get Texas.
I still think they should keep the count going. They stopped the count. They stopped
They did
the
not
Harris
stop
County
the
count.
count.
They did. It's fraudulent. Texas is blue, baby. I can't believe I was I was so into Texas. I was phone banking for Texas.
Yeah. Good for you. That's good. I'm glad that you involved yourself. You know, that's
and they gave me. You know what's crazy is anybody could walk up in that shit and just start phone banking. Like they gave me a Spanish script.
Hold on. This is really huge. This is really huge.
Go ahead.
OMG hum is correct. This would be the only second time someone has won Ohio and lost. Only the second time someone has won Florida and lost, and the first time someone has lost both and won. That's true. Good take.
Shit.
Interesting tidbit. I'd forgotten about that. Good shit.
Wait, I just heard you swear. What happened?
I just sneezed.
Oh.
Fuck you in Ohio. You ain't no bellwether states. Trump supporters are at it again in Arizona. New record COVID cases today. According to Kyle Griffin. Remember, guys, we are still experiencing a deadly pandemic known as COVID. Despite the fact that Donald Trump said COVID is going to go away on November 4th, we are in November 4th, 2020, and COVID very much is still alive and well in the country. NBC News has confirmed that there have been more than 100,000 new coronavirus cases in the United States today, breaking the single-day record as of 2 hours ago. So, remember, folks, COVID has not gone away. Donald Trump was lying about that, turns out. Well, I mean, obviously he was. He was joking. But weirdly enough, it's still here, unfortunately. Okay, so more information coming out of Maricopa County here. Trump supporters are mauling. Let's take a look. Okay, they're screaming, "Let us in!" Some of them seem to be armed. I think.
Where are they trying to get in?
Into the county commissioners, where they're counting the votes. Never mind. Now they're saying count those votes. They wanted to be let in so they could help with the counting process. As you know, Maricopa is the county where they believe that Trump is going to change the outcome of the race. At least some of them believe that, falsely, I think.
I'm going to count those votes with my AR-15. I'm going to use my bump stock to count those votes.
Have you seen people fight harder to lose their rights? That's really good. That's funny. I love that. That's good shit. There is a electoral college prediction that if you lose Ohio, then you lose the election. If Biden wins, this will be the first time and that this theory has been disproven in over 200 plus years.
Mm-hmm.
You fuck Ohio. All my homies hate Ohio, dude. That's what I got to say to that.
That's right.
Or you got to stop saying, "I see 5 black angels behind you." You got to be careful. You're freaking me the fuck out. From Michigan here, fuck Ohio. True. Wish I Was Faker says, what do you think about the fact that Trump won so many minorities this time? I mean, don't get me wrong. The Hispanic vote for Donald Trump turned out at like still 32%. The black vote increased from 8 to 12. It's remarkable that more black and brown voters voted for Donald Trump this time around. It is truly remarkable that he was able to add more Hispanic and more black votes to his coalition. That's truly a cause for concern should be for the Democratic Party. It's understandable if you pay attention to these sorts of things and you see the Democratic Party consistently undermine the Latino and black population and just, exploit them for their votes while not really giving them too much and openly trying to win as many white suburban voters as possible. These white suburban voters and the Latino and black voters don't have conflicting interests, as a matter of fact, but but ultimately they are still. This is a cause for concern, if you ask me. Trump supporters going to fly 3 flags on the losing side going forward. What is it? It's Trump flags and the Confederate flag. What's the third flag?
The Reagan-Bush 84. Oh.
Before the election,
close.
Trump supporters were dying of COVID, but after, they're going to die of COVID. Yeah, COVID-19. Even people from Ohio hate Ohio. This is true. Iowa is worse than Ohio. Only 4 years. Only every 4 years do we shift our attention over to Iowa to hate on the conservative dipshits at Iowa. An entire state dedicated to undecided voters. It's very confusing, very strange how they live that way. They're otherwise occupying themselves with soybean subsidies and doing corn, whatever that means. I don't know. I'm out of touch. Bi-coastal elitist. Yeah,
they love a good caucus.
Yeah, they love corn cobbing and kissing soybeans or whatever the fuck people do out there. And then every 4 years, they love to be the center of attention. This is Iowa, and then Ohio is otherwise the worst state. I've shat on every state in America, like every single one, except for California. Oh God, I am literally the out of touch bi-coastal elite, dude.
Yeah.
I've never been to Ohio.
I don't even know what to say about this. Apparently, word got out that conservatives tend to vote on election day, so several poll workers in Arizona chose to swap out pens and replace them with Sharpies, which invalidates ballots. If you're forced to vote by Sharpie, call the 602-926. The Sharpie I was issued in Maricopa County. Do I need a special pen to mark my ballot? Voters at home may use a ballpoint pen in black or blue ink or a Sharpie. Like, you can literally use a Sharpie to vote.
Hasan, I'll be right back.
All right, peace. It's not remarkable. It's not the problems that the DNC did the same shit they did in 2016. Joe Biden doesn't have the motivation, charisma, enthusiasm as Obama or Bernie Sanders have. He's not a motivator. And he did give enough for votes to vote for him. Nothing other than I am better than Trump, which is a lie. No, it's not really a lie, but it's not enough. It was either voting for Trump or not voting for Trump. Nobody voted for Biden. We were left yet again with a stupid-ass candidate. Yes, that's true.
Same as it ever was.
My man said one time we went to Ohio, we had to run from a tornado. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. At least something exciting happened, though, which is not something I can say about Ohio experience overall.
Majority to the Democrats in the Senate would be a game changer for the Biden administration.
We've been talking. Georgia really wasn't on anybody's mind until, I don't know, a month or two ago in terms of, I just made a joke.
Yeah, you did.
Very good.
Oh, wow.
In fact, Lester, we thought it was smooth.
Yeah, it was.
I
should have just owned it, right? Moved on.
Oh, Georgia. Come on now. There you go.
Lester's got such a buttery voice, dude.
I mean, it wasn't on anyone's mind for months heading into this. I mean, Chuck, we didn't have very many conversations. You and I have been talking on and off about this race for, a year plus
No, it was always
now.
the special we bought because in a runoff you never knew. But even like the Purdue race, there was a lot of Ossoff keeps running. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those, like Texas, one of those things where every year Democrats say, no, really, this time, no, really, it's going to happen. And
Rich, do you think this is a significant moment, a shift, or is this just a 2020 anomaly of the way the forces came together?
Well, it was certainly significant in terms of getting to 270. There's no doubt about that. If Georgia slips out of Trump's hands, then you're on this unlikely scenario. He needs to hold on to Pennsylvania, and he needs to flip Arizona and Nevada, and that gets him to a 269 tie. So that's pretty.
I like that you guys are still adding me. Do it.
And look, Georgia, it reflects a lot of work by Stacey Abrams, registering a lot of new Democrats, and just the swing of suburbs against Republicans in the Trump era.
Rich,
I wouldn't be. Yeah. Sure.
I was just going to say.
I wouldn't be as certain as Claire that those runoffs, if Biden wins, I think that Republicans are more likely to win those two runoffs in Georgia and the Georgia Senate races rather than lose. I think that it would naturally, the dynamic would be we're running as a check.
By the way,
on Joe Biden and the
there's
Democrats.
two examples of this. Bill Clinton wins the presidency in '92. A Senate incumbent named Reich Fowler gets forced into a runoff by a guy named Paul Coverdell. Coverdell wins the runoff.
Yep. This is a deep poll check.
Saxby Chambliss, Jim Martin in 2008. That was a shocker. Nobody expected, nobody was talking about that Senate race, ended up in a runoff, and it was a blowout. But what we've never had, Rich, and this is where it's never been a Democrat in one of these runoffs, an African-American Democrat is certainly somebody with the persona of Reverend Warnock. And that's something, in talking to Republicans in Georgia, who said to me, that makes them very nervous, because what has been the secret of their success in surviving runoffs is there hasn't been an enthusiastic Democratic get out the vote effort, particularly among African Americans. That could change with Raphael Warnock.
Yeah, could be. Could be.
Well, we'll pause. We're in suspended animation with Georgia on our minds, guys. Rich and Claire.
I should have. I'm just kicking myself.
No,
Did I say that? Singing Eagles lyrics with Arizona, right?
Perhaps.
Winslow, Arizona.
Yeah, you know I love the Eagles. Let's go to Justice Correspondent Pete Williams and Stanford Law Professor and NBC News legal analyst Nate Persily. Professor Persily, you're just joining us. It's been a very dignified broadcast for the last 24 hours, but we're in the final stretch here. Let me start with Pete, because Pete, we've been talking about, I look at the legal picture here as having two tracks. One is the recount track, which we are likely to see in Wisconsin, and we'll see how it turns out in other states. Another is the lawsuit track. And it can be death by 1,000 cuts in the terms of the way we do elections. You have to file lots of lawsuits in lots of states on lots of issues, but what does it amount to? What's your take on the legal strategy that seems to be in the offing tonight, right now, from the Trump campaign, potentially depending on what we see from a Biden campaign?
Right. I think the lawsuits really don't amount to a great deal. They're sort of nibbling away at the margins, how ballots are being handled, whether observers are getting to watch them, or whether machines are checking the votes, the signatures instead of people, whether people are given the chance to cure their mistakes on their ballot, and whether that was right or wrong. You know, the only one that's likely going to count is the one that could drag the Supreme Court into the election. And, of course, that's already sitting there. It's the challenge to the Pennsylvania court order that was issued in December that extended the deadline for mail ballots until Friday. And as you know, Republicans say that was invalid. They say only the state legislature could have changed the rules. And there are at least 4 justices who agree with that claim. So if it turns out that the outcome of the election could depend on the mail ballots in Pennsylvania that arrive between
latest from Georgia, 90,735 votes left to count, and 31,748 votes between Trump and Biden. The margin in Georgia is down to 0.65.
Are there enough votes to make it worthwhile to fight over?
Damn.
And we just don't know the answer to that.
Wait, didn't we know that, though?
I just want to raise one other thing that's not about lawsuits. I mentioned it yesterday at, I think, 3 in the morning or something. But what brought it to mind,
the biggest one is going to be the 30,000 vote drop.
The outcome of the electoral vote could be 270 to 268. And if that's the case, then I think the candidates and their parties will be leaning very hard on those presidential electors to remain faithful to their commitments. Those people who meet as the electoral college.
I'm beefing up
they may also face pressure campaigns to become faithless and vote for somebody else, and that could potentially change the outcome of the election. As Nate knows, this past term, the Supreme Court upheld laws in 33 states that say you have to vote for the winner of the popular vote. But the fact is, only 14 of those states have laws that actually allow them to make a substitution. If somebody goes rogue, they can throw that person out and drag someone else in and say, you count the vote for the person who won the popular vote. So if it's really, really close, given all that else that's gone on, I think those electors are going to face a lot of pressure.
I'd love to hear Nate weigh in on that possibility.
Seems like I sort of feel that we need to jump off that bridge when we get there. I think
Seems like, oh, there you go. Nate Silver said it as well. Seems like the most likely scenario for a call is that the networks call the race if and when Biden overtakes Trump in the vote count in Pennsylvania. That's crazy.
Is that happening tonight? Am I making a channel shout out?
Oh, that's why. Oh my God, this entire time. That's why you morally bankrupt son of a gun. That's why you were.
That's not the only reason, but it's been in the back of my mind. I've been sitting on this tweet for a long time.
He's got it in his drafts, locked and loaded.
But like, I gotta wait till all the major networks call the race, and then I'll do it.
You need a picture of you in a suit doing this too.
How should I frame it? 90,000. Okay, 90,000 votes left. Times, let's just say that's 0.75.
Oh, are you doing math? Let's go.
Oh God, live math is just so frustrating always.
Man. I mean, look, Biden's got enough in Georgia if he maintains a 75-25 margin. If he maintains a 70% margin,
Austin is burning the digits.
Wait, hold on. This is a really good question. New here. Do you think minority groups went for Trump as much as they did Miami because of anti-elitism mentality and the Dems are out of touch? What? Are you trying to tell me the Cuban population in Miami-Dade County was like in their McMansions were upset about the elitism coming from the Democratic Party? No. Part of the reason is because, one, they portray the Democrats as elitist, which is good, and Democrats are kind of elitist, for sure. Republicans do that well. But Trump is a fucking billionaire, dog. The fuck are you, what are you talking about? Fuck you, says Bengals 420. Dude, that's it? Bitch, you got to come back with something better than that, dude.
Hey, let me hit him with this. Yo, Joe Burrow's not going to save your fucking team, dude. Enjoy your one win. You guys still suck.
I have no idea what that is. Is that a Bengals
Best quarterback in the nation couldn't save your fucking team, dude. You guys will suck forever. Yeah, I'm shitting all over the Bengals.
Networks have cold feet after 2000, but if Fox calls for Biden, all the networks should call Biden immediately. Shock and awe. Yeah, the elitism coming from the Democratic Party when Republicans keep making fun of AOC for being a bartender and like not having enough money to pay for rent in DC. Tino says as many chat messages as his team has wins. Got him.
Oh my God. That's savage.
Okay, let's see what Chuck Todd has to say.
Mildly surprised me from all our strict constitutionalists.
All right, well we shall see.
Stock market.
Oh, fuck the constitutionalists. Let's see what they say.
That could add to the president's margin as well. So we'll have to see what happens. But this is where Joe Biden is pinning his hopes.
Fuck.
It really is. You know, DeKalb there, let's see what's out.
Philly vote's been delayed.
9,000 ballots. But in a race this close, all of them really matter.
Philadelphia City Commissioner just said the 9 p.m. mail-in results update has been postponed. We plan to post the next mail ballot up.
Younger,
in the
the types
hours
of voters
Thursday
that
morning,
the Democratic
November
Party
5th.
thinks that they can court and put into the Joe Biden column.
And as Anthony was saying, DeKalb, Biden is winning at 83-16. Fulton, he's winning 72-26, which means he's getting the bulk of the votes that come in there. Those are
this is
very,
because
very
it'll be
rich
enough for Biden to overtake
areas.
Trump and
Just
the
a few
networks
seconds
call PA.
go inside North Carolina, the votes that we're waiting for there.
League,
Why
really
is it so tight, that race?
I'm going to be real bad. Maybe Among Us again in a bit.
We'll do the same thing. Democratic areas,
no way
still 37,000 ballots out, for example,
I'll play
Wake
with
County,
you, okay?
same story. Fast-growing metro areas, diverse metro areas, places the Biden campaign would like to pick up more votes.
Right, and as Chris Van Cleve noted, that state has the rules that they can continue to count those ballots that were postmarked on Election Day for several days. They allow for a slower counting of the vote there. Anthony Salvanto, thank you. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll look at who will control the United States Senate. It's late. I've been here. But what I was going to say is so important, it actually changed the stock market today. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
Republicans. Is that why the stock market went up?
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by.
Is it tax related? Well, we could know Georgia.
Bro, nothing is as repellent in this community as like me accidentally running an ad like on screen on whatever content they were watching. Meanwhile, like they also ask me to run ads. Like at the top of every hour, they're like, dude, come on, run an ad. But if they accidentally watch an ad native in the video that we're watching, they're like, dude, stop it right now. What are you doing? So funny. All right. What was your question, Austin? I'm sorry. I'm still thinking about like whether I should DM AOC or not on what she wants to play.
This is so annoying.
I don't want to be overbearing. You know what I mean? It's weird.
What a fucking moron. Dude, this fucking idiot messaged me. I respond. I said, Trump is up 31K in Georgia now. I said, 90K votes left to count. He said, 0.75, do the math, you lose. No, you do the math, motherfucker. It's 0.75 times 90,000 gives you 67.5. On the other side, you do 0.25 times 90,000. Take the 67.5, subtract that by the 22.5, and you get 45,000 minus 31,000 gives Biden a 14,000 vote lead, bitch.
That checks out, dude. Hacker Mans, he's in.
I'm talking about. Redo your math. He put the wrong number in there. He put the 30. He thought it was a 38,000. Now I'm gonna.
Which is Americans' reverence for the democracy. At the end of the day, the one bipartisan thing may be people still have confidence in the bedrock process of our election.
And you saw that also, I mean, and Byron Pitts, I want to go to you. See it in all the election officials we've been talking to, simply going out there and doing their job every single day. Beneath this rigid polarization is what you see churn and change across the country. The country really transforming before our eyes, the North moving in one direction, the South moving in another.
Yeah, George, it is America. I mean, history would suggest that America has always been divided since 1619, when the first slave ship dropped anchor into the muddy waters of American history in Virginia. I mean, we are a nation of other, right? And so oftentimes in our history, the other has always felt at the wrong end. I think for me, in moments like this, to try and figure out the moment, I look at our past. 1963, Medgar Evers said, "Freedom has never been free." Medgar Evers, we all know, the legendary head of the NAACP in Mississippi, who died in 1963. Not long before his death, he said, and I quote, "Freedom has never been free. I love my children and I love my wife with all my heart. And I would die gladly, if that would make a better life."
Breaking. Nation waits anxiously to see if man leading by 3.4 million votes will become next president. You know, the funniest part about that is that gap between Biden and Trump is going to increase so significantly as more votes come in from California, too. Can you stop trying to act like you predicted everything? Nobody cares and you sound like a douchebag. First of all,
check him. Check great name. Check his
I don't even care. Hasan didn't do his research. Oh shit. Hasan, would you pay 90% tax? Oh, he's just like some little Republican man. Top 90% top marginal tax rate, making $10 million a year. If I was making $10 million a year, fucking absolutely. What are you, crazy?
Really, the tax rate top?
No, that's what AOC was. That's what AOC was advocating for.
Got nervous, dude.
Yeah, Austin's about to be like, I'm flying to Maricopa County to count those votes. Count
Bro,
those
Austin
votes.
On camera was like, "Let's go, Biden. Let's go." Wait, is that really the tax rate for 10 million? Is that what?
I mean, come on.
We need to stop those goddamn votes in Pennsylvania from being counted. What the fuck?
Austin just sprints to Maricopa County and picks up a flag and an AR-15. We need to shut it all down. Count them here. Shut them down there.
Only count Republican votes.
I seen the light.
Can you stop trying to act like you predicted everything? Nobody cares. And you sound like a douchebag. Oh, I was going to say, guys, this is a good opportunity for me to promote some of the latest videos that come out on my YouTube channel by Warger and Jesus Christ, dude. I can't even fucking talk. Okay. Some of the latest YouTube videos on my channel coming in hot from Will Barker and Warger, my two editors. Trump is actually trying to steal the election is one of them, is the latest video. You guys can go watch that on my YouTube there. I don't know why this quality looks like doo-doo. YouTube automatically is just like turning it on at fucking from last night. And the HasanAbi and Ryan Grimm discussed the election with 200,000 people. That's you guys. And most importantly, though, 2 days before the election happened, I did basically a recap of all the worst case scenario outcomes, where I pretty much detailed exactly what has happened in the past 2 days, in the past 48 hours. So, you know, if you want to see these calls, then they are readily available for you to see at my YouTube.
Okay, was that gray name a sponsored gray name? Was that a gray name you paid to come in and give you a prompt?
No, I just wanted to use. I like to sometimes use haters as a motivator to do some.
I mean,
promo,
yeah,
because I always forget to. I always forget to. I always forget to plug my YouTube. So that's why.
Make sure you hit the bell so that you never miss a video with HasanAbi's YouTube.
Exactly.
Dude, I've been loving OnlyFans recently. I've been supporting my sex workers. I don't know why. There's just something different when you pay for it.
Good for you, man.
Jesus Christ.
Play Minecraft with AOC. If AOC's down to play Minecraft, I will absolutely, without a doubt, 100% play Minecraft. All right, let's take a look at what's going on here in Arizona.
They've been told to use those Sharpies because the ink dries faster. So the officials here have assured us that all those votes are going to be counted. But as you can see, this crowd is just filled with a lot of people are voicing their anger here in front of where poll workers are trying to tabulate those votes.
Well, people blowing off steam. It's unfortunate because we were talking about the poll workers and the work that they're tirelessly working. It's late there. It's late everywhere.
Not partisan. Leave them out of it.
Well, you know, and it's ironic, too, because they're counting votes, and that's Donald Trump's best hope right now in Arizona, is that they'll count those votes and that the margins will become slimmer. But, you know, this is a time of great tension as we wait here. It's the second night. It's Wednesday night. We don't know who the president is yet. So, you know, you understand why tensions boil over, but hopefully it's not directed at the good people who are just trying to count votes. Let's go to NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. And, Michael, I mean, this is a time. We need a historian. We need perspective. That's the antidote.
This guy looks like such a super villain.
Unrest and anxiety.
Their NBC historian is so funny.
Yeah, you know, we're a divided country, but we always have been. And, you know, we've always gone through all these crises, from Valley Forge with George Washington through the Civil War, Great Depression, World War II, the Cold War. You know, all these things, somehow America always survives and flourishes. And whenever we're in a time like this, I think the best thing is to say, never bet against the United States, because through all of this, for all of our flaws and for all the times when many people have suffered in a way they never should have, in the end, the country survives and finds some way to get through and improve itself. And I think the one thing, Savannah, if we had to look at the next, 2 months or so until the next inauguration, it would be to say, let's quickly, if it is at all possible, count all the votes fully, accurately, fairly, and get to a point where there's someone who concedes, someone who accepts victory, And
thank you for the historian for chiming in with an incredibly important historian perspective that we would never be able to figure out elsewhere. Anyway, okay, ladies and gentlemen, as you already know, it's top of the hour every hour. I will be looking at the latest Nate Silver take that apparently is blessing our timelines. But before I do that, you already know what it is. Top of the hour every hour, 60-second ad break. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to avoid the ads in an uninterrupted broadcast, all you need to do is subscribe with your Twitch Prime accounts for free or with a $5 tier 1 subscription. All right. It's ad time. Everyone's favorite time of the day. All right. What is Nate Silver saying? Let's take a look. Okay. Seems like the most likely scenario for a call is that the networks call the race if Biden overtakes. When Biden overtakes, sorry. For the time being, if you made the mistake, in my opinion, of calling Arizona in the first place, you don't want being part of what gets Biden over the top to 270. So that leaves out calling based on Nevada. GA plus Nevada is plausible, but GA looks so close as to maybe recount bound. The wild card would be if some D-desk went rogue and called PA before Biden took a lead there. Change the stream title? What to what? Why would I do that? I'm confused.
Top of the hour every hour.
Stage as the results we've already seen revealing
Pennsylvania on hiatus.
What are your thoughts about people like that historian who refer to the country of America differently to individual citizens? What? Eric Trump a bit ago? Eric Trump 7 hours ago said we won Pennsylvania and he got fucking clapped. Because he's an idiot and doesn't realize that you can't say you won somewhere with fucking 200,000, I mean, not 200,000, 2 million votes that have left to be counted that are overwhelmingly favoring your opponent. Meme, good one. I present to you Trump's legal argument. That's pretty good. That's pretty funny. Yeah. Oh, I was going to make fun of this take. My current thoughts, the media calls it for Biden. Trump files lawsuits and wins. Next 4 years, Trump stole the election. That is a really, really terrible, really terrible take because, well, one, he's right. The media will call it for Biden because Biden will win. Also implying that Trump will file lawsuits and win, and then saying that people will cry Trump stole the election is so silly when that will be if you followed him on accident. No, I've DM'd him as well. I was going to go on a show, remember? But then he was like, you need to fly out to DC, and I was like, well, that's not happening.
Dude, what is
Vosh is wrong. Doing? The media does call the election. The media always calls the election. The media can be wrong at calling the election. Their projections can be wrong, and sometimes they literally are. And when they are wrong, they get it super wrong and deliver a victory to George W. Bush, like in Florida in the 2000 election. But of course, they don't certify the elections. So Tim Pool is technically correct. Open the thread, LMAO. There's a thread. This tweet was so good. There was a thread. There isn't a thread. Literal semantics. No, they don't literally call it. They make their own calls. Yes. Here's a question. Why do media outlets report different numbers than what the state election sites do? I think everyone has a different process. Retweet by Dave Weigel. This is getting organized and established. Facebook groups in contested states. I've been watching it develop. Once again, disinformation spread on the platform is being used to disrupt the democratic process. Oh, Jesus Christ. They're shouting about the Sharpie social media misinformation. You can see law enforcement preventing them from entering the building. They're waving Trump flags and this crowd is growing. Oh, here we go.
Those votes, but only here. Count those votes, but only here. Not those other states. Don't count those. These are the ones that we want counted.
Eric Sanchez, Andrew Yang. I'd love to play with Andrew Yang. I'd love to have Andrew Yang on. I think he would definitely come on. He's definitely the type of dude to come on the show. I wish someone would chant at me to do my job. Now, that's not a bad thing. Like those people in Maricopa County. The counts in Maricopa County are still going to favor Joe Biden, it seems like, in the end. So for them to, if they were saying stop the count, that's a problem. If they're on board with the people inside doing their job, then that's not necessarily an issue. You feel me?
Love to see you,
what is it?
Play League, and Hasan have never played League. Pepe love.
Oh my God. If AOC wants to play League, I'm gonna have to train Hasan in League for a week straight.
Pogi wants to train me in League. I'm never playing League. That's not happening. Okay, I'll do it for AOC though. Maybe. If AOC wanted to play WoW, would you finally try it? Man, if AOC wants to play a video game with me, I will try it. But it's a silly question.
Okay.
Yeah, I will fucking fold like a picnic table, okay? You understand? Everything I've said about League, I will return. I will take back. I'll play fucking FIFA, dude, if she wants me to. Everyone's saying simp. Everyone's saying simp would do it too. Absolutely.
We could have been duos all this time. Yeah, I'm gonna run for office just so you'll duo with me.
What's up with James O'Keefe? More info on this tweet about Facebook organizing the steal this election. Oh no, someone just fucking posted James O'Keefe. Every now and then, there's always a dude in the chat who's like, bro, you got to check this James O'Keefe guy out. It's like, no, I don't. I promise you I don't. Like, there is no good thing that's going to come from me checking out James O'Keefe. You understand me? I had to watch an ad while waiting for my Prime, Pago. Well, I'm sorry, man. Answer my question and I'll Twitch Prime. Let's see what it is. I don't really give a shit, but it's fun. I want a political view on this question. What happens when Biden gets deemed unfit and the woman version of Obama takes the spot? What do we do after that? I'd like to see anything good to come out of Biden winning after Biden gets deemed unfit.
Version of Obama.
What do you mean?
Holy shit.
Bro, at that point, it's neoliberalism regardless. Like, it doesn't matter if it's fucking in the form of Kamala Harris or if it's in the form of Joe Biden. Like, it literally doesn't matter. What does woman version of Obama mean? I can't tell if you're like, referencing the fact that they're both like.
That's a skin color thing. Come on.
No,
Jesus
I mean,
Christ.
it could be, or it could be someone saying like, oh, she's just like Obama. I think she's just like Hillary Clinton more than she's like Obama, though. Actually, she's in between Hillary Clinton and Obama. And that has literally nothing to do with her skin color or anything, and everything to do with the fact that she, I think, portrays herself as more progressive than she actually is in a way that Obama did, but she's also devoid of charisma in a similar fashion to Hillary Clinton. Better than Pete Buttigieg, though. I think Kamala Harris is better than Pete Buttigieg. That's a fact. I do think that Kamala Harris, even her willingness to like adopt the progressive attitude when she was in Senate under a Trump administration, sure she could portray herself as very liberal, is still better off than someone like Pete Buttigieg, who very clearly is disinterested in even making it seem like he's more progressive. So on the one hand, she's black, but on the other hand, she's a woman. Well, I don't understand what any of that means. Thoughts on rumors of moderate Dems pushing Hakeem Jeffries to oust Pelosi as Speaker? I don't know. Pelosi did talk about how she suffered a devastating defeat, pretty much, in the House races. So I think that.
Hey, knock it off.
You talking to your cat?
Yeah, he keeps playing with my cord.
Please read. I am worried of celebrating a Biden victory, and then all of a sudden Trump used the course to take the victory from us. That's gonna be a little difficult.
He wants to come in here, but he just gets into shit. He gets in my wires.
Pete Buttigieg lightly acting like he cares about Medicare for all for a brief moment, and then immediately dropping it at the tip of a hat as soon as like big billionaires and healthcare executives started giving him money, is entirely different than being a co-sponsor of the Medicare for all bill in the Senate, and that's what Kamala Harris did. Kamala Harris not only did that, but she also continued to at least functionally look like she was in support of. She was functionally in support of Medicare for all, and what I mean by that is she at least still advocated for a Medicare for all bill. Oh, look at those kitty cats. She advocated for a form of Medicare for all, which. Of course, the way that her transition plan into Medicare for all was so unlikely to happen because it was going to happen over 3 cycles, which is impossible pretty much. That's basically saying like you don't care, you don't really want to make it happen. Wait, let's see what Dave Florida Wilson is saying.
And other parts of the country as well. Pollsters had made changes promising not to underestimate Trump's support, including calling enough white voters without college degrees and rural voters. So what happened? There is some evidence that people who distrust institutions both support Trump more and respond to surveys less. Still, the polls did get some things right, forecasting the president would overperform among black men and Latinos. The takeaway? The only poll that matters is the one after every ballot is counted. Peter Alexander, NBC News, the White House.
In another key battleground, Arizona, that race we're characterizing right now is too early to call, and there is a chance that for the first time in 24 years, Democrats could take the state's 11 electoral votes. Our Gotti Schwartz is there tonight with what's behind that possible shift.
Tonight, the Grand Canyon state, once a stronghold of the Grand Old Party, could be on the verge of turning blue. But a full swing would hinge on more than 500,000 ballots still not counted, with President Trump narrowing Biden's lead throughout the day. If it does flip, some of Arizona's most well-known Republicans may have played a role backing the vice president, including Cindy McCain, the widow of Senator John McCain.
Joe will always fight for the American people, just like John did.
She's blasted President Trump, who insulted her husband even after his death, saying the president doesn't represent the Republican Party. Since the last election, Arizona has become one of the fastest growing states in America with one of the largest young voting populations and an active network of progressive Latino organizers. Like Stephanie Maldonado, she says the president's immigration policies have made this election personal.
That's what drove young people to vote, because we firsthand know the experiences that our parents have gone through. We know what it feels like for your parents to have to go to work every day in fear. And that was the driving factor for many young people in Arizona.
Her organization helping register over 100,000 new Latino voters.
We are tired of feeling and having to fight for our survival. And that's what we saw here in Arizona happen last night.
Still, the president's campaign says that their support here in Arizona remains strong. They think when this is all said and done, they will be about 30,000 votes ahead. And the Biden campaign says that they are also confident about their chances here in Arizona. They think they've already flipped the state. Either way, the margins could be extremely thin in a state that's known to be reliably red. Lester?
And the Latino vote, as Gotti mentioned, made for some surprises, with President Trump overperforming Latinos in Florida, especially Cuban Americans in the Miami area. Jose Diaz-Balart joins us now. What's the takeaway, Jose?
Lester, good to see you. I think what many learned last night is that there is no Latino vote. There are Latino voters. It's not one monolithic voting bloc. The Latino community is 60 million plus strong in the...
It's so weird when people just assume that like Latino men, for example, are incapable of being suckered into Trump's like machismo, just like white men are. You know what I mean? Why, like, I don't understand that. Like, I get why the black voting bloc, the black voting demographics vote a particular type of way, given its like long history, but it's not like it's not like Mexican people and people from Guatemala, people from Nicaragua are like they have similar backgrounds and have similar points of view, or have been in the country for the exact same amount of time, or even have come into the country in exact same circumstances. Whereas a large percentage of black people are still African descendants of slaves. So it's an entirely different experience in that circumstance, which is why you can see a more unified approach to the way that they vote in comparison to Latino populations that are super ethnically diverse. And by the way, this isn't to say that like Africa isn't incredibly diverse as a continent, but African Americans have, for very unfortunate circumstances in their history, for obvious unfortunate circumstances in their history, have a unified culture. That's why there is such a thing as like black culture. That's the only instance because of a profound historic wrong. Looking at Latino voters in a similar capacity will only lead you astray.
Country. But yeah, we have improvement we need to make.
Democrats losing two pricey races in the South. Democrat Amy McGrath spent over $73 million, but got blown out by Mitch McConnell. And Jamie Harrison dropping over $100 million, but losing big to Republican Lindsey Graham.
To all the liberals in California and New York, you wasted a lot of money. This is the worst return on investment in the history of American politics.
So, Casey, what are Democrats telling you about what this means for next year?
Well, Lester, these results really show that the country is...
I don't want to hear this analysis right now. Although the Whole Foods revolt against Trump wasn't as dramatic as we might have expected, it comes through for Biden in Chester County, Pennsylvania. Biden is now ahead in Chester by 16.5 points with 305,000 ballots counted. Way more than enough. Clinton won it by 9.4 points with 270,000 cast. Yeah, we saw Paula White already. The only thing we did on election day, this tweet is bullshit, right? What is this? The only thing we did on election day was tell them how many votes they needed on election night? What? What? Dude, what are you, fucking crazy? Bro, dude, never fucking link idiotic shit like that, dude. These guys are psychopathic conspiracy theorists. Like, you can't... Dude, oh... Listen, right now, there are conservative grifters all around the country, including Ben Shapiro, trying to figure out what their next step is. Are they going to become like full-blown conspiracy nutjob psychopathic Trump supporters, or are they going to dial it back and take their notes from the rest of the Republican Party? Why do you think most Republican senators and most Republican like politicians haven't really chimed in? What do you think is happening? Awfully quiet Ben Shapiro has been. Normally, he can't shut the fuck up. Awfully quiet has been even the likes of Matt Gaetz and numerous other people that you would normally see within the Republican Party. Right now, they're trying to figure out what's going to happen. Are we going to let Donald Trump lose, or are we going to back him in his uphill battle as he completely dismantles the election processes by using the courts? Now, does Donald Trump even have the capability of doing that is a whole different question. Even if he like tries to escalate a case all the way to the Supreme Court, like, what are they going to do? The Supreme Court has to come across as an unbiased, apolitical institution. It is anything but, okay? It's never been that, and it never will be that. But Roberts, for example, understands that you can't always appear super partisan, and you can't always very openly dismantle the power of Congress, or even rule against the public wishes. That's why Amy Coney Barrett, even, who is a lib-take, how is that a lib-take? It is absolutely not a lib-take. I'm telling you, there's a reason why even Amy Coney Barrett says stuff like, this is a Brown v. Board is a well-established super precedent. There's no difference between fucking precedent and super precedent. The only difference is there overwhelming support or not? And there is overwhelming support for even Roe v. Wade, where she considers Brown v. Board of Education to be a super precedent, but not Roe v. Wade. By that same metric, Roe v. Wade is a super precedent as well. So the point I'm trying to make is there would be no distinction between a precedent or a super precedent or anything like that if the Supreme Court did not have to toe this delicate balance of appearing like a legitimate, impartial entity that's strictly abiding by their strict constitutionalist interpretation of the law. And it's not the truth. That's not a real thing. Like I repeated, or like I repeat over and over again. Originalists are liars. It is, what do I always say? It's reactionary politics with an intellectual patina. It's nothing but trying to couch your reactionary point of view by making it seem like there is some intellectual basis for your actual conservative worldview, your actual conservative pseudo-intellectual perspective. So it's all bullshit, but there is still absolutely a reason for why people like Roberts reacts in the way that he does, and in certain circumstances doesn't immediately toe the party line.
Hasan,
what's up?
I think I'm gonna head off and lay down. I probably come back later though.
Holy shit! Okay.
Take it easy, Austin. Get some sleep.
I'll be but like Pennsylvania's like there's like 2 people counting ballots in Pennsylvania right now. It's going slower than shit. But I'll probably sleep for about 13 minutes and be back.
13 minutes? That's not a lot, man.
Well, it's all you need when you're riding the copium high. You know what I'm saying?
Eric Sanchez says Hasan the Home wants to twitch with Andrew Yang. I like this idea. Yeah, I'm down. I'd fuck around with having Andrew Yang on. I think he's chill. I think he's a nice guy, and that I do like that. I appreciate that. You sent me the wrong tweet, whoever that was, when you talked about guns. This is not the one. Remember when I spammed you about Butler County on Sunday? Looks like Biden overperformed there. Have you seen this? Cecilia Vega says
We did not see President.
people close to President Trump says he's in a down move behind the scenes. He's starting to concede at least people around him that he's seeing his lead slip away. People on his team are holding out hope for Arizona. Man, that doesn't mean shit. He thought he was going to lose on election night too.
Trump in person today, but we are hearing from people who are close to him that I got to tell you, he is in a down.
This isn't done until everything is counted, okay? This is not fucking done until everything is counted.
Down mood behind the scenes. He is starting to concede, at least to people around him, that he is seeing this lead slip away. People on his team are holding out hope for Arizona. That
Roe v. Wade isn't a super precedent, as people call for it to be overturned all the time. So many people are pro-life. Yeah, no, you're completely incorrect. You're either just wrong because you've been deluded, or you are being intellectually dishonest. 70% of the country believes that Roe v. Wade should be the law of the land. Just because you hear from the fucking 25% of people that are like psychotic evangelicals does not necessarily mean that it is the rule of minority or majority. That's not true. That's like saying Brown v. Board of Education is not a super precedent then, because there are segregated schools. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say there's probably, if you look at school segregation, there's probably more evidence that more people are for school segregation, as school choice is literally a big agenda item for the Trump administration recently, then Brown v. Board of Education is not a super precedent either. You can't have it both ways. Point is, none of it matters. 120K Hasan, you are intellectually dishonest. 20K Hasan, you fucking donkey.
Jesus Christ.
ACB never called Roe v. Wade a super precedent, though. She made that explicitly clear. Yeah, I know. You guys are misunderstanding my point, I believe. I know. She said Brown v. Board of Education is a super precedent. Anyway, none of this matters. It's all fucking bullshit. It's literally all bullshit. All of it. HasanAbi says, can you stop talking about politics?
That is
no.
the one state that they've got their eye on right now, big time. But we are also hearing from aides who feel like the writing is on the wall. The president has been on the phone all day talking to allies, particularly Republican governors. He's had multiple phone calls with the governor of Arizona, who is convincing the White House that he is seeing this very narrow margin of votes right now, that the White House, the Trump team, could end up having a solid chance there. Now, the president's legal team, you said it, fighting on all fronts. They have filed motion after motion after motion today. This has really become a Hail Mary strategy. We're talking about 2 lawsuits in Pennsylvania, 1 in Michigan, 1 in Georgia, a recount request in Wisconsin. Late tonight, the White House press secretary said that this could end up going all the way to the Supreme Court if necessary. Meantime, for President Trump, he is continuing to push these unfounded conspiracy theories that this election is being stolen from him by Democrats. When reality, George, of what we're seeing is democracy in action. It is working exactly the way it is supposed to be working. Every vote so far is being counted. And listen to this, something we've not seen in this country, something we hear about often in election overseas.
No misunderstanding. You just lied? About what? What do you think I just lied about? Go ahead. We're watching. We're listening. Go ahead.
You have the floor.
You have the floor, sir. There's 126,000 people in here waiting for your answer. Please, go ahead. I'll keep refreshing. Following for 11 minutes. Motherfucker waited, you know, because there's a 10-minute follower mode. So he waited for 10 minutes so he could just say, you're a liar. It'd be really sad when I time him out again if he doesn't actually answer the question.
Well,
put me on the spot, bro. Lol about the super precedent on ACB. I didn't say, if I said ACB said that there was an established super precedent for Roe v. Wade, I probably misspoke. I was talking about the established super precedent for Brown v. Board of Education, while also simultaneously talking about how the super precedent does not exist for Roe v. Wade, and how that's intellectually bankrupt as an argument, considering the fact that 70% of the public believes, if you think, by the way, if your opinion on super precedent is about how much the public is on board with it, if you look at like how popular that precedent is, if that's your opinion on what a super precedent is, if it's like challenged or not, well then either you can't say that Brown v. Board of Education has a super precedent because it doesn't. It's been challenged technically as a consequence of many people going for school, of trying to advocate for school choice and how segregated our school communities are currently in the United States of America. Or you have to say that Roe v. Wade has a established super precedent as well, using the same metrics of success, considering the fact that 70% of the country believes that Roe v. Wade should be the law of the land. I hope that was informing and enlightening for you. Check Motherboard Twitter. They tweeted about you. Yeah, you guys do it. Send it to me. Oh, here it is. People with guns are coming in. Number of people with guns at the protest is increasing. Someone in the crowd is singling out Maricopa County Recorder Adrian Fontes, a Democrat, for criticism. Could be a long night out here. Nice. Of course, people are now on we're now out there with guns. Seems pretty good. Seems pretty smart. The National Guard has been deployed in Portland. Why the fuck?
Yeah,
What the
what?
fuck is going on in Portland? Why is there National Guard in Portland? It's not like Oregon is having like
A voter dispute? Yeah, it seems very clear cut to me.
last night's Twitch stream was so thoroughly modern that I was actually able to calm down. Oh, nice. It's the
Oh,
the
that's
article
the-
from earlier today. It was a
Yeah,
very
that's the
good
Vice
article.
article. Yeah.
Yeah. Flip your camera, holy shit. No. You think Oregon went a little too far with legalizing cocaine? No.
Push it to the limit. Limit. Don't look down, you're almost there.
National Guard just wanted to buy some shrooms. Is there any path to Trump for Trump without PA? Is there any reason we're still nervous? Well, it's just that we haven't solidified yet.
We bring you continuing coverage of this presidential election like no other. Decision 2020, so far without a decision, as votes are still being counted in a handful of key states that remain too close to call.
We meet again,
Oh, it's
and that
decriminalized,
news
sorry.
that means that both Donald Trump and Joe Biden are still short of the all-important number 270. That's the number of electoral votes needed to win. So here's where the map stands at this hour. Joe Biden has 253
needles
electoral
updated
votes,
in days?
including
I
10
feel like
from
No.
Wisconsin, where NBC called Biden the apparent winner today, just this afternoon, in a close race that likely will end up in a recount. And 16 electoral votes from Michigan called for Biden just a short time ago by NBC News. And Donald Trump has 214 electoral votes. That leaves 6 states now, and they're biggies: Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, and Alaska, yet to be called.
You don't want to hear this, but it's good. It could be days or longer before all this is sorted out. Joe Biden says he remains optimistic that he will ultimately prevail, even as President Trump falsely claims victory and files lawsuits with some 3 million votes in those contested states still to be counted.
All right, so that brings us to Chuck Todd, who has been living at his boards. And we did get more votes in today, some votes still being counted. Where does it stand?
Well, look, let me first just do where we stand right now on the road to 270 first. And let's make it simple. You showed where everything stands now. So if everything holds.
Hold up. Actually, I'll hear this and then we'll give you the update on
Biden
Georgia
currently
County.
Leads in Nevada, currently leads in Arizona. Trump currently leads in Alaska. Trump currently leads in Pennsylvania. Trump currently leads in North Carolina. And Trump currently leads in Georgia. If all is that, this is what we would be staring at, which is actually even more narrow than 2000, which was 271, 267. This would put you 270, 268. So as you can see here, it's the president that has more work to do. And that's what we're going to find out tonight. Because tonight, we're going to see where things we think. Give me a second here. It's day 2 of this, right? Tonight, we expect to finally, just like we had gotten Michigan and Wisconsin earlier today, we expect in some time tonight in Arizona that we're going to get enough of the vote of this, find out what's out there, a piece of it, and see if there is enough out there for President Trump to catch Joe Biden here. We don't think so, but we want to see a little bit of this vote, and we expect this afternoon. So then you throw this in there.
What's the nature of the vote that's outstanding in Arizona? Early vote?
Well, for the most, in fairness, in Arizona, almost everybody does it by mail.
Yes,
right. So
85%.
it's much harder to sit there and say, definitively this is Biden vote. Everybody votes by mail there. We know the election day only vote, yes, certainly leans the president. That's all done, but we can't sit here and the same. We're pretty confident Nevada is mail-in votes. They lean Biden. Ditto in Pennsylvania.
What about regions?
I cannot sit here and say that with that same confidence here. I do want to check in with Maricopa.
Oh, this is from earlier. I'm like, why the fuck are they talking about this?
Problem then, and they're really swimming upstream. But that's
It's
where
the
they're
fucking
focused right
replay,
now.
these guys.
Governor Ducey in Arizona is focused on that. And that's what they're trying to do. But, Ron was talking for a while about a blue wave. And he said, we never really see it when it's coming. We underestimate it. We've had these conversations. We didn't have any wave. We had an undertow. That's what we had. We had an undertow. You're adding Republicans to the House of Representatives. The Republicans are keeping the Senate. We added a governorship last night in the Republican.
Super president is defined as cases that no one calls to be overruled. 70% of the population does not sound like nobody to me. Yes, 70% of the population believes that 75% of the population believes that Roe v. Wade should be the law of the land. That means that nobody calls that functionally is the overwhelming majority of the American public saying that they believe that Roe v. Wade should not be overruled. I can't believe we're still on this. You don't understand. You don't understand what you're saying. You're saying the opposite of what you're saying. I didn't even ban the other guy, by the way, so there's no way this is a new account. Sorry. A big update from Fulton County with the vote count. 27.8 thousand votes just got counted. Trump has 5,683 votes there. Biden has 22,000 votes there. That's a net gain of 16,435 for Biden. Another.
So, Hasan, from the desk,
Yeah.
if Georgia flips, do you think then that they will call the election?
I love you, dude, but Roe v. Wade doesn't exist. Casey v. Planned Parenthood overturned it. Yeah, when we're talking about Roe v. Wade, we're just talking about abortion in the first trimester, brother. I understand your take is more complex, and I get it, but I'm gonna be using the most understandable, most popular form of it. Sorry, Will. People are saying I don't award you because I was laser focusing on the gray name take.
Yeah, it was an interesting reaction to the election results in Georgia.
Wait, what did you say? I'm sorry. Fuck.
I literally was like, so Hasan, just for the normies in the audience, what do you think the implication of Georgia flipping would be? Is the election over at that point? And you went, listen, motherfucker, Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, so it's pretty obvious. It's pretty simple. Okay, so right now, ladies and gentlemen, let's just go back to the drawing board really quickly for all those. That's a great question, Will. Let's go back to the drawing board for everybody who's just now tuning in or something like that. Now, right now, Arizona seems to be favoring Joe Biden. It seems like the counties are also turning out for Joe Biden. A lot of the votes that are being looked into currently are mail-in ballot votes that are supposed to weigh in favor of Joe Biden. All Joe Biden needs to do is continue his lead over Donald Trump. He's got a 2-point lead over there, maybe almost a 3-point lead. So that's pretty good for Joe Biden. Arizona, of course, is going to be netting 11 electoral votes. And Nevada. Now, Nevada is the tricky place here. Nevada has 6 electoral votes, and originally Joe Biden was slated to win by a higher margin than he's currently competing in. There's only 8,000 votes between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, even less than 8,000 votes, as a matter of fact. So that is a really tight race for Joe Biden against Donald Trump in Nevada. So we don't, unfortunately, have enough information coming out of the beautiful desert state of NVIDIA. And for that reason, right now, in order to, comfort everyone's souls here, we are shifting our attention to Pennsylvania and Georgia. Right now, if all things go in the normal fashion, NVIDIA will go to Joe Biden with 6 electoral college votes, and Arizona will go to Joe Biden with 11 electoral college votes, and then Joe Biden does not need to win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, or Georgia, or, of course, the forgotten state of Alaska. So even in that circumstance, then it's over. Joe Biden reaches the 270 electoral college votes that he needs to get to win. It will be a very tight race regardless, but doesn't matter. But now the reason why because we can't figure out what NVIDIA's votes are looking like, and it's a really tight race, even though it is slated, even though it is favored for Joe Biden to win there, and that some outlets have refused to call Arizona for Biden yet, with the exception of Fox News and Associated Press, and that they, of course, have their own reasons for calling the state of Arizona for Joe Biden. Because of that, right now we are looking at a tighter race in which Joe Biden is slated to overcome Donald Trump's lead now that votes are coming in from Democrat majority counties, and they are finally being counted. Now, there was a pipe burst, as you know, there was a pipe burst mishap incident that occurred in Fulton County, I believe, right? Which is the regional counties of, which is a big Democrat stronghold here. Fulton County and DeKalb County votes are still coming in. As you can see, they're only at 97 and 94%. So while all the other counties are at 99 and 98%. So this is a big Democratic stronghold. Now, when you look at these sorts of maps, don't be confused. It looks like, well, there's a lot more land that's red in Atlanta. I mean, in Georgia, sorry. But these are really population dense.
From a mathematical standpoint, when they close Georgia and Arizona, if Biden is leading in both those states at that time, if he closes both of those states, mathematically the election is over, correct?
Oh, absolutely. As a matter of fact, hold on one second. Let's
I'm just doing normie math so everybody's clear.
Let's go back to the numbers here. So Georgia has 16 electoral college votes. Arizona only has 11 electoral college votes. So even if Joe Biden wins Georgia, it's pretty much locked. That's it. It's like after that, Arizona that already looks pretty good for Joe Biden is most likely going to go to Joe Biden. Like any two states in this circumstance allow Joe Biden to win. Joe Biden is looking good in Arizona, and he's looking good in Nevada. Joe Biden is also looking good in Pennsylvania, as he made up a 12-point lead that Donald Trump had.
Just for fun, Hasan, what do you think the final map will look like? If you had to predict the direction of these last 5, we won't really count Alaska, these last 5 major states, who do you think wins in these states when everything is said and done? Just a prediction.
What is this? I don't even know how to fucking do this shit. What is this? No. Oh, this is how you do it?
Yeah.
You have to click on it multiple times? I've never done this before. Like, I've never.
You can just go over it and say what your prediction for each is.
My prediction is that Arizona will be lightly blue, Nevada will be lightly blue, and ultimately, I think Georgia could be one, North Carolina won't be, and Pennsylvania will be blue as well. And that's it.
Okay, so of the 5 remaining, you think that Biden will take 4 of them, and the only one that Donald Trump will hold in is North Carolina.
I think Donald Trump I think Donald Trump will keep North Carolina. North Carolina will be red. This is too much. This is, I don't want to click on it and like change all the colors.
Yeah,
and
no,
shit.
no. You can just say it.
Yeah, I think that Donald Trump wins North Carolina. I think Donald Trump was probably going to win Georgia too, but who knows? The experts seem to think that Georgia is likely, but I do think that Donald Trump will win North Carolina and Georgia. If you judge what experts are saying, maybe Georgia will go to Joe Biden as well by very slim margins. There will definitely be a recount no matter what happens in Georgia. Pennsylvania will likely go to Joe Biden, and so will Arizona and Nevada.
So likely, Arizona's likely the next state to close or be declared for Joe Biden. That's already been declared by some networks. What do you think is the next state to be hard declared, one way or the other?
I think tonight we're going to find Georgia. We're going to find out what happens in Georgia no matter what tonight, probably.
So your prediction is that we will know the outcome of this election, barring a recount, tonight.
I think we're going to literally find out that Georgia is a wrap shortly, actually. Another big Fulton County vote count update, 27.8 thousand. Trump got 5,000 of the 27.8 thousand votes that just got counted. And Biden, I already mentioned this, but Biden just got a net gain of 16,435 votes. The lead that Donald Trump has over Biden in Georgia is now officially just, I think, like 16,000. This is the old one. Yeah, no, it literally went down to 16,000. So
one more count, and he's most likely in the lead.
This one is configured to what you're predicting, I think. Yeah, I think this is what's going to happen. Yes.
With the final count, 306 to 232. The main two, the lobster lobby, unfortunately, going to Donald Trump.
Yeah. I think that...
Do you think Joe Biden will go to war with the Canucks over our America's lobster fishing grounds? Do you think he'll do the right thing and take the war to the Canadians and fight back for our lobster rights?
No, he won't. It was bullshit anyway.
Well, I voted wrong.
Well, yeah, no, it was. If Georgia goes, Biden, election is over tomorrow after Nevada is called. If Georgia goes, Trump, election is over on Friday. Yeah, that's pretty true. Wait, no, that's not true. Dude, Pennsylvania, you're avoiding Pennsylvania. We're going to find out about fucking Pennsylvania right now.
No, I thought they suspended counting Pennsylvania, didn't they?
No, did they?
I thought they
I
thought they made a statement. Yeah, wait, I thought we went over that. I thought they said they had suspended counting.
Someone in the chat asks, how do you feel about the left having to cheat to win Michigan and Pennsylvania? Yes, a very common form of cheating is having people turn out and vote. This is... most people, if you're a Republican, you, of course, automatically assume that, like, Democrats voting is literally just cheating because there's no other way that you can win elections, so without voter suppression. So, I do love cheating in the way where you make sure that every single fucking vote that was cast is counted. Oh, Philly has suspended counting tonight, but that's just Philadelphia.
Yeah, but isn't Philly such a major voting district that they wouldn't declare the state without it counted?
Yeah,
that's just
no. It doesn't matter because Philly, the Philly breakdown is so heavily favored for Biden that if Biden picks up enough votes in the state of Philadelphia, in the state of Pennsylvania, my brain is officially shot.
How much did you sleep? Like an hour?
Not a lot. So if Biden closes the gap between him and Donald Trump, okay, if he closes the gap between him and Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, and he is slated to do so by all the other counties, or if he comes within striking distance by looking at all the other counties, then
that's a wrap.
Then it's over. Trump's lead in Georgia as of 6 minutes ago is now 26,000.
God. So it's basically one more rotation of ballots, one more count, and he'll be up. Most likely.
Trump won 232 to 306 in 2016 with the major upsets in Wisconsin and Michigan, of course, and Pennsylvania. So that was the huge like Rust Belt swing there for Donald Trump. And as soon as Wisconsin and Michigan was called, that it was a horrible night for him after that. Arizona is a good pickup too, of course, certainly. But that's why I was confident. Do you understand this, chat? Do you see what's going on here? Do you understand why I was confident last night when I told you guys that Wisconsin and Michigan was going to go to Biden? You get it? It's very hard to make this. It's very hard to have this when you don't have the 26 electoral college votes that you relied on last time and that you won by very, very razor thin margins. Philly hasn't stopped counting. Oh, they just said results were delayed after midnight. Okay, thank you. If he takes Pennsylvania, all the other states are just window dressing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if he takes any of the outstanding, Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, even Nevada. If Nevada is a lock, which we won't know about, unfortunately, but
then everything is just window dressing after that.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Trump has to run the table effectively. In order for Donald Trump to win this election at this point, he has to run the table. It's got to be a clean sweep.
Yeah, he's
the red mirage has to become the red wildfire.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. So
yeah,
I don't think it's going to happen. At least
chat. You can take your copium masks off. This is so
funny. Arizona and Nevada go to Biden. Wait, what? What's turned here that I'm missing? What's not counted here? You're missing a state. Oh yeah. Oh, Nebraska. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, Nebraska too. I was like, that can't happen.
Nebraska, in a shocking turn of events, has decided to abstain from the presidential election. 2020, you've done it again.
Oh yeah, I fucked it up. That is concerning. We all know how good Trump is. The only way that you hit 269 now, I think, is you could still hit 269. These would just have to go the opposite way in Arizona and Nevada. Turn Arizona, Nevada, PA red, and GA blue. This would end at 269 and 269. No, it won't. Like, Joe Biden already won Nebraska too. Like, Joe Biden already got the electoral vote from Nebraska too. So, no. That's not going to happen. The Omaha district already gave, the Omaha district already went to Joe Biden. And Maine 2 went to Donald Trump. If we only win GA, it would end at 269. Oh yeah, true. There is still a way. Chat, there is still a way that Joe Biden can get to 269. If Joe Biden only wins Georgia and he loses everywhere else, including Arizona and Nevada, that's 269. Maine did not go to Trump? No, Maine 2 did. There's one extra vote there. Maine 2 went to Trump. Nebraska, the second, like the Omaha district went to Biden. If the AGC is reporting on how many ballots are left in each GA county is accurate, and I add this caveat as there may be a lag in their updates in the state counts, it's hard to see how Ossoff fails to net enough votes to force a runoff. You can also tie if Nevada goes to Biden and the rest got to Trump. What? Oh, you mean Arizona goes to Trump? That's true. That's true. You're right. There's two ways of getting it right now.
God, why are we even talking about it?
That's true.
Don't you know 2020 is listening? 2020 is
hold on, this one
lurking and waiting to fuck us.
Wait, no, Nevada doesn't do it. Sorry, Nevada is 259. No, yeah, no, that doesn't work that way. No, the only other way to go to 269 is what, like, no, Alaska is, no. Nope, that's the only way. It's only Georgia.
Georgia.
Yep. What's the best way to get in touch? Here, I followed him.
Hey, Yang Gang. Gang, gang, gang.
There it is.
Dude, how much better does the UBI look during a pandemic?
Yeah, no, it's a necessity.
Yeah, hey.
Look, I've never had a problem with UBI. I just didn't like the funding vehicle for the UBI being VAT. Like, that's it.
I'm just joking, man.
I've always been an advocate for more social safety nets. It just needs to expand on the pre-existing social safeguards, social safety nets. What's taking so long for North Carolina? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. North Carolina is for Trump. So rip that Band-Aid off if you have an opinion about North Carolina either way, that way. Oh, this is all earlier. What the fuck? Why are they debating us, dude? What is this, NBC News?
It feels like every one of these states is afraid to be the state that calls it, right? Like they're all slowing down so much because no one wants to be the state that goes under the microscope for like ending the election. It just feels like they're gun shy.
No one wants to be the Florida of this election.
Yeah.
Okay. Dave Wasserman says, in my benchmarks, Biden needed to win Montgomery County by 23% to carry PA. He's currently up by 25.6. Biden needed to lose Lebanon County by less than 35. He's down there by only 32. Northampton County, similarly, by -3. He's up by 0.4 there. There is a pretty clear and pretty consistent picture across the state. Because they don't want to be burned down. Yeah, it's probably part of the reason. The irony there is like that we don't even know who'll be doing the burning down. Like in this circumstance, like, is it going to be the Republican chuds that burn it down, or is it going to be Antifa or whatever the fuck you want to call it from like the Democratic coalition? Because either way, shit's going down. Okay, like it's probably more likely that it's going to be the Republicans looking at the.
We don't know who's going to burn this place down. All we know is it's going down.
Nate Silver to the 538 critics. Fuck you. We did a good job.
Last night, I was so tired. Someone linked me one of his tweets that was like something akin to that. And I said, you suck. Go home. I was so tired.
I mean, he's just, I don't know. I look, whatever. He's got a tough job, but he is rewarded handsomely for it. I feel like, look, there's a lot of predict boys out there, okay? You got Nate Cohn. There's a lot of data nerds out there that I really like. Nate Cohn of the New York Times, despite his needle truly hurting my soul every time there's an election cycle, is fun and good overall. I like him. Same with Steve Kornacki. Like, these are good. These are good data guys, okay? They're really good data guys. They're nice overall. They don't really engage in the punditry side of it. Nate Silver, on the other hand, is a pundit. Like, he totally fucking runs around and makes these like predictions, and also makes it seem like he's you know, he has a crystal ball or some shit, and it's really frustrating to see. I don't like Dave Wasserman either. I think he's a bit of an asshole, but even Dave Wasserman doesn't do that kind of punditry that Nate Silver does. I think that's where a lot of people's criticisms come from. Like, if you have your data, it's one thing. If you have your data, it's one thing. And if you constantly tell people, like, yo, listen, like, this is not, you know, these polls still might have certain things wrong. It's notoriously difficult to, like, poll Latino voting blocks all around the country. There's too much diversity there. It's, like, a little bit more difficult to do. Even the white voting block is hard to obviously calculate appropriately and weigh appropriately. We fucked it up in 2016. But instead of saying stuff like that, he's just, as Echo Back pointed out, he just keeps saying, like, this election is boring and predictable. Now, the other problem with Nate Silver's existence that really fucking causes so much grief and heartache for someone like myself is that if you don't live in the neoliberal world, then every single person looks at you like you're a fucking crazy person, because these poll watching Andes treat Nate Silver like the word of God. And they're like, no, this is the most reliable data. This is the best data possible. They weren't wrong. They were never wrong. And if they were wrong, that it was wrong a little bit and it wasn't that big of a deal. And we can't even have a moment to be like, look, we were right. Okay. Some of us understandably had like serious questions about some of this data. You know what I'm saying? And you guys were wrong. Trump went from 26 to what's this?
Yes, sir. I already stepped on that. Okay, you get up on that level.
I think what frustrates me the most about like the Nate Silver is like kind of the cornerstone of that tweet, where it's like, instead of him just being like, hey, we kind of bungled this poll, it's always like there's some excuse where it's like, well, we didn't factor the shy Trump voter, or we didn't, you know what I mean? Like,
no, it was literally about polling. Like, he's a forecaster. It's not like he's personally polling, but as a forecaster, he weighs different polls, just like pollsters weigh different people that they're calling up, right? And him saying I'm just simply an aggregator boy is a total fucking abdication of his responsibilities. Like, he literally makes it seem like in the end that oh no, it's not up to me at all. It's like, well, dude, why do you have a rating system for polls then, if your rating system for polls are shit? You know, like, there's a reason why you rate and weigh different polls differently.
Yeah.
Right?
Did Trump's lead in Georgia go up?
Yeah, I think so, by 5,000 votes.
Well, that's interesting.
I mean, like I said, North Carolina and Georgia are, what is this? It's just super dangerous. Twitter versus Facebook. Joe Biden said Dems built the biggest voter fraud operation in history. We're seeing it now. President Trump has the vote. Stop the steal. Bro, this lady won. I can't believe Marjorie Taylor QAnon Greene literally won her election and she's already starting. You're gonna like try to kill like fucking one of the leftist congresspersons or something. Like, I swear to God, she's such a psycho. Like, threaten them with a gun or some shit. Bright days ahead for this future member of Congress. Michigan Secretary of State says statistics show Trump won. Yo, Trump voters, go home, okay? Know where you're. Listen, man. Listen, brother. I'm sorry. The Wisconsin overcast is fake. It takes like a second to debunk it. They edited a photo of registered voters law. Like, dude, take your ball and go home. There are still areas where Donald Trump can win, okay? If you want to hit this, from the point of view of like if you want to LARP as someone, because you go in and out pretty much of like being a Trump supporter or being a Democrat, it seems like, as you're trying to LARP in the chat. But if you want to like truly, I don't know, demoralize people at a time when it seems like Biden is doing pretty well, you can't say like, oh, well, actually Michigan results are fake. What you have to say instead is, I don't know, like Arizona is actually going to flip. And you know it, Maricopa County votes are going to actually turn out in higher percentage points for Donald Trump than previously thought. That's one way that you can try to demoralize people. Or another way you can do it is like, oh, Nevada is pretty close by 8,000. That's why they stopped halting. That's why they halted the vote counts. And they're making sure that they're going to get it right because Donald Trump's going to win Nevada. Like, that sort of stuff is way better at, like, I don't know, frustrating people or putting the fear of God into people's minds than saying idiotic one-head fucking brainlet takes like Michigan Secretary of State says statistics show Trump won, or Wisconsin, when those places are fucking locks. It's so sad. At least like try a little bit harder. You know what I mean? I'm a Biden supporter, but I'm worried. Look at their website. Yeah, okay, bro. Well, if you're a Biden supporter, you're a fucking brain dead Biden supporter, okay? Be a little bit smarter. There are plenty of stupid people on both sides, so. This election is rigged against Trump, and you know it. Yeah, that's why Donald Trump is literally trying to stop actual.
Dude, my poor guy just had anxiety, and you fucking.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Hey, listen,
no,
man, it's okay to have anxiety, but your fear there is unfounded. It's okay. If we're gonna lose, we're gonna lose somewhere else.
Hold up. Next GA ballot update is at 10:30 a.m. What?
Dude, I'm telling you, they're stalling this out. No state wants to be the one to flip it.
There's no fucking way, dude. Come on, really?
They're
you gotta
all
wait
stalling.
till 7:30.
They're all stalling. They're all stalling this out because they don't want to be the state under the microscope. It has to be. It has to be. I might get a submarine sandwich.
A submarine sandwich.
That's right. Damn, I really did sound like an old ass white dude there.
Yeah, I'm going to get a submarine sandwich.
I think I'll have a submarine sandwich with my own eyes. I might get a Jersey Mike's. God, I'm off the rails.
If Trump losing the courts, what stops them from trying to get the Arizona state legislature to ignore the popular vote and choose Republican electoral college candidates? Especially in a place like Arizona, I think that's going to be very different and very difficult for him to do. I mean, I don't know how freak-like these people are, but... All right, we got an update from Ralston. T-minus 12 hours until Nevada decides the fate of the free world. Forget it. He's rolling. More than 100,000 ballots will start being counted, one county at a time, if rules are loaded first. Biden's lead will shrink. Cue freak out if so. Many more votes in urbans, though. See you there. Okay. John Ralston is I guess we're going to have to wait a third day, it seems like. This is really sad. Breaking, although it was reported they were planning to stop at 3 a.m. Eastern, a Fulton County, Georgia spokesperson now tells CNN they'll be working here until they're done tonight. Estimated 20,000 absentee ballots will still being counted. Why the fuck? How is it that they count like 500,000 votes in like the first hour and then they can't count 20,000 fucking absentee ballots in like a day? Come on. Oh, I forgot to run an ad.
Top of the hour every hour. If you want to avoid the ad, go ahead and subscribe using your Twitch Prime or by using $5.
There you go. Yeah. In order to have an uninterrupted experience, ladies and gentlemen, then subscribe with your Twitch Prime. It's free. But here is a 60-second ad break. There it is. Good ad
read.
Good read, dude. Yeah, they're trying to get Trump enough time to go to the courts. This delay shit is really annoying for the they are stopping the vote every time Trump starts winning narrative. Yeah, but I mean, these are like volunteers and shit. So, can you explain the January runoff election for the Georgia Senate seats? Yes. Georgia has automatic runoff elections. What that means is if no single candidate gets 50% of the vote, then they have to go to a runoff in which one candidate has to get 50%, above 50% of the vote. That's it. And both the special election in Georgia with Kelly Loeffler and also the other Senate seat in Georgia with David Perdue going against John Ossoff seems to be going to the runoff at this stage. Legit, someone always has a Prime sub ready? Yeah. I think the reason why... Wait, did I run that? I think I did. Yeah, I did run the ad. The reason why everyone always has a Prime sub ready is because there's a lot of people filtering in and out of the stream all day. That's why there's 123,000 people in here still. Like, it's not like the same 100,000 people from the morning are still in here. You know what I mean? And because of that reason, there's always a new batch of people that are like, well, I have a Prime. Like, I'll fucking subscribe to this guy. I like what he's doing. He's been up for fucking, 24 hours at this stage. I'm appreciative of his commentary, and then they hit that fucking Twitch Prime. It's really easy. It's literally fucking free, and they're wasting money when they don't do it. So that's why they hit that fucking Prime. Literally one click. Try it out. If it doesn't work, let me know. Been here since you started law. Protesters massing outside of Arizona. So, yeah, I know. I already covered that, but here, not only are the protesters getting aggressive there, or at least some of them have guns and shit, the Maricopa County Sheriff deputies are now ready with tactical gear. So shit is popping off a little bit in Maricopa County currently. Look at that. For the first time ever, Maricopa County Sheriff deputies are going to be pointing their guns at people that aren't brown. So that's interesting. That's an interesting change of pace for Maricopa.
I don't know what to do.
And also, don't give me that fucking bullshit and be like, oh, Maricopa is actually a very diverse police department. Okay, that sort of stuff doesn't work around these parts. We don't give a fuck about that, like liberal aesthetic-based diversity type beat. You can be a diverse police force and still do what the police force is supposed to do. Maricopa sheriff is famous, of course, Joe Arpaio. A sheriff so racist that the American criminal justice system actually ended up holding him accountable until Donald Trump, of course, swooped in and decided, no, I like your racism, so you're fine. You get to do what you want. And pardoned him. Okay, a lot of the broadcasts have seemed to be taking a break at this stage. Anyway. Police are rioting in response to their candidate losing. I will not tolerate this violence as a DA. We cannot have a lawless police department. It is insane, by the way. That, like, they're just beating the shit out of people. Jesus, the crowd is looking big. Oh boy, that does not look good.
Oh my
Luckily, though, of
God,
course,
dude.
the crowd there not making the reporters leave the election center over safety concerns.
Wow.
Maricopa is now closing due to concerns about unrest from sizable crowds. What? CNN reporting that some folks in the crowds are armed because it is open carry state. The building is closing due to safety concerns for poll workers. What the fuck? Vote count will be transmitted electronically by officials, but the media is the last crew here, has to leave per CNN. Vote count might be delayed. What? Dude, they're triggering a... This is a terrible precedent. This just means that, like, all you need to do is roll up with fucking guns to a PA county commissioner's office. Same with Georgia. In areas where, like, they want to stop the count. That's not good.
Wow, dude.
Can we get shares beating the fuck out of right wingers? No, they can't do that. Oh my God, dude. I've been told the demonstrations outside has not affected the vote count in Maricopa County. Employees still here are wrapping up the count. New results expected to drop at 11. But then someone is saying that they're fucking... I'm so confused. Why are they protesting? I thought they wanted Arizona counted.
I think they escorted out the news personnel, not the counters.
Oh, every person here will have to be escorted to their cars. Okay, Maricopa is going to have results dropping at 11. Bro, imagine if the results fucking show, a resounding victory for Joe Biden. It's a fucking wrap at that point. Like, you know what I mean? These guys are not going to be happy with the results. Like, what the fuck? It's past 11? No, it's not past 11. It's not past 11 in Arizona.
Wrong time zone, brother.
Are these protests totally genuine? No, these are genuine. There's a difference between the Brooks Brothers riots and these sorts of protests. These are probably genuine. They're probably backed by, like, AstroTurf movements. Like, I don't know, Demand Arizona or whatever, like, whatever kind of fucking weird, like, Republican-backed, like, billionaire-backed, like, Republican group, but...
So...
This is why they're lagging in Atlanta. You see how fast they're counting?
Just so everybody knows, those results are slated to come in 45 minutes from now, no matter where you are. 45 minutes from now, that's when those results are slated to come in. And that'll be at the top of the hour.
Go down here
in
in the...
you use your Prime sub so that you don't miss out on the spicy results.
A wrap. There is a lawsuit in progress for other states. One of these Republicans going to Arizona to protesting they count the vote at a place where they literally are counting the vote, which benefits Trump. Wait, what did you say? Why are people subscribing with Prime again? What the fuck did you say?
Because I mentioned them that those results will be in 45 minutes, regardless of what time zone you're in. That's when it will be 11 o'clock in Arizona, but it will be at the top of the hour. So if they don't want to miss those spicy results.
Oh, dude, a bunch of fucking... I was like, what's going on?
Dude, I'm out here plugging, dude.
Brooke Binkowski says they're AstroTurf. This is being AstroTurfed either by Ali Alexander or an associate of his. Server receives to follow. Okay, there you go. I was right. There is obviously some people who are personally agitated, but the Facebook groups that have been established are Of course, backed by some fucking, backed by some like weirdo Republican operative.
I don't need. So the funny thing is, like, what are they there for? Because they're counting the votes. Don't they want them
Eagle
to keep
won.
counting? Isn't that kind of the irony of this, Hasan? That they're there because they want them to keep counting. And they are still counting. But their protest might actually inadvertently shut counting down.
Yeah, I don't know why these fucking idiots are doing this. I mean, I guess it's like good. It's a show of force. It's a show of force no matter what, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it just seems so... Like, I don't understand, like...
Hell yeah, brother. Don't believe the liberal media, brother.
I was just messaged that there's exclusive information coming in on truthtellereaglefuck.net if we want to shift our broadcast over there.
No, we're not going to shift. Can you give some context? Where is this? These are Republicans outside of the Maricopa County Elections Department. These are Trump supporters who are weirdly, in a very self-defeating manner, are currently saying count the votes and scaring the shit out of the people in there that are already counting the fucking votes. It's literally counterproductive.
This is what I was asking earlier, guys, is like, so what's happening here is you have what they want happening. They think that there is going to be a movement for Trump in these remaining ballots. So they're protesting to get the ballots counted, but the ballots are already being counted. So what they're doing is actually terribly counterproductive because now they're making it so that the ballot counters are scared and potentially having to be escorted out of the building because of the impending threat of violence. So they're actually protesting what they want to have happen.
These brave men and women behind me are here to make sure that you guys have that right. So make sure that you guys are back in the blue. We are not anti-police.
He's like, we're make sure you know we're back to blue. We're not anti-police. That's so funny.
The people inside are like, we are. That's all we do. Please. I love it, dude. We love you guys, but you better count those fucking votes. But take your time. We support you. But if that vote goes the wrong way, there's going to be violence. But until then, we support you. Thin blue line. Let's go.
Yeah. These demon rats, these cops are siding with the demon rats.
Hey guys, if you're just joining us or if you've been here all night, you've heard this. If you're just joining us, you're going to hear this right now.
Dude,
we're backing the blue. They don't know that the moment that cops find it to be convenient, they'll hit them with rubber bullets. No, they won't.
Not that crowd.
Especially this county is heard and accounted for. We're going to make sure that your guys' votes are heard.
None of them are wearing masks as Santa. Brother, do you not know it's November 4th? Do you know what that means, brother? Donald Trump said coronavirus is over on November 4th once the election is done.
This is not about the sheriff's election. This is not about McSally and Kelly. This is about your rights are being taken away from you right now as we speak, clearly.
By the way, Hasan, I know you already have a plate carrier, but I got you a bulletproof vest.
Hell yeah.
However, that's not going to stop the American voice. We will be out here tomorrow. We'll be out here the next day. We'll be out here until this election is not only over, but after that. I don't care whether Trump or Biden wins, what happens. I want to make sure that the American voice is heard. Because as an American citizen, whether you're born here, naturalized, got citizenship, whatever the case may be, your voice matters. And if everyone else's voice matters, so do your guys's. Everybody out there, your voices count. Everybody that didn't show up tonight who also got screwed over, their voices count.
out here even after the election to make sure that you guys get justice.
You really allowed to just flex a rifle like that in America? Hell yeah, you are, brother.
Hell yeah.
It's our God-given right, brother. The fuck do you mean are you allowed to flex a rifle like that?
I'll put out phone numbers, emails, everything that I can as soon as I get the information, and I will make sure that you guys have justice.
Why does it sound like you talking quietly in the background? Dude, I know. It sounds so much like me in the background that I thought Will's like stream was Will was like listening to me on the background and it was echoing. That's why I muted it.
If we can defund the police because a criminal was killed, I'm sorry, but I don't defend criminals. But if we can defund the police because somebody was brought to justice, then you know what? I think we need to demand justice.
Now that sports betting laws have been loosened in Louisiana, I need to figure out who I want to bet on the Civil War.
Red, yellow, purple, it doesn't matter. Democrat, Republican.
That guy in the crowd has an AR machine gun. He's police, right? First of all, the AR-15 is not a machine gun. It is a semi-automatic rifle.
Sporty over here.
But also, it's a semi-automatic rifle. But also, no, he's not a cop. He's just a civilian. In America, civilians get to dress like fucking cops and have guns like fucking cops. What? Oh my god, that dude's... Oh my god, I'm about to get TOS from that dude's butt, dude. He's like... His crack is slipping right there, dude. You can't... Brother, you can't be doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not good.
We have a transgender Muslim out here, too. Yeah.
Oh, he did? He mooned him? Oh, that's why they were all running over there. I thought...
Go ahead. Go. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Go ahead. Bye-bye. You can go. Bye-bye.
I'm gonna turn that off. I don't wanna accidentally open up to some ass crack over there, you know what I'm saying? That would not be good. Okay, so
of them are in blue counties. A good number of them are in Fulton County, the largest county in the state. About 8,000 of those votes are in DeKalb County, which is a majority black county, one of the bluest counties in the state. However, when you look at the math and you look at how those votes are breaking in those particular counties and you look at what's out, the math that I see doesn't quite add up to Biden being able to overcome the president, even though that vote is so close. But stranger things have happened, and it is entirely possible that Biden could win. Fulton County is promising to count every single vote. They've got about 24,000 votes, they're telling us. They just told me that they are going to work all night to get those votes counted. George?
Steve HasanAbi, thanks very much. Let's go up to Wisconsin right now. Deb Roberts in Wisconsin. We see the results, basically a mirror image of 4 years ago.
That's right, George. You know, the votes are in right now, but the process is far from over. And as you say, right now, it looks like Joe Biden is about 20,000 votes ahead, about the same margin that Donald Trump had 4 years ago. Wisconsin is accustomed to these razor-thin presidential races. In fact, this would be the fourth time in 6 presidential elections where it was decided in less than a percentage point. But also, recounts are a big deal here, too. They do those a lot. And election officials wanted to be very clear clear that they have nothing to hide here, that they believe in the integrity of what's going on here. In fact, they made a big show of it yesterday, streaming some of the results. We made a visit to one of these election sites and watched these workers meticulously feeding these votes and working on them. But I have to say, in some ways, Georgia, recount is still going on right now because these are unofficial results, as you heard earlier. They are still working on these votes, on these ballots and tallying them. There'll even be probably some kind of a random look at some of the machines to compare. So they make it very clear that this is a solid system. They run a tight ship, and they feel very strongly about how the votes are tabulated and that they did a good job here in Wisconsin. George?
Deb Roberts, thanks. One more big state is out there. It's the state of North Carolina. Janae Norman is in Charlotte.
Yeah, George, President Trump has that slight edge over Joe Biden by about 76,000 votes. There's still about 117,000 outstanding mail-in ballots. But if you're Joe Biden, that's not a whole lot to be excited about. He did what he was expected to do in those heavily urban areas, Raleigh, Durham, here in Charlotte, but he wasn't able to really run up the score in the suburbs. But the bottom line here in North Carolina, we're not anticipating to have final results until sometime next week. Absentee ballots postmarked on or before Election Day have until November 12th to be received. They'll be counted on the 12th and 13th. So this isn't even a case of seeing a slow trickle and those numbers fluctuating and going up. In the next few days, they'll remain pretty steady until the 12th at the earliest, 13th at the latest. George.
Janae Norman, thanks very much. Chris Christie and Rahm Emanuel are standing by. We'll be right back.
I'm gonna die. Bro, stop saying Maricopa's closing. It's not. They're gonna reveal results all the way up till 11. Okay, listen. This fucking sucks, dude. Can these fuckers stop stalling and delete Trump already? Yeah. Eventually, I hope. No, they have an exit plan. They didn't close it down. They're just getting the news media out of there. That's it. We're looking at an election in which huge youth and black turnout and margins carried Biden in every state, and Brian Williams just told former RNC chair Michael Steele to take a well-deserved victory lap on behalf of anti-Trump Republican operatives.
Meantime, there's Michael
Dude,
Steele,
so
who
dumb?
is blameless in this conversation because in your wallet, you've got a Republican National Committee membership card, probably next to your Blockbuster card, and you already now have on your resume the Lincoln Project, one of several groups of lapsed, reformed, in some...
If you need a better example of how distorted, twisted, and totally propped up an industry plant Andy this Lincoln Project shit is, look no further than Brian Williams sucking off this dude right now. They didn't do shit. Like, Arizona is the one area. Arizona is the one fucking area where these demons may have helped out in the margins a little bit, okay? And that's it. They took millions and millions of fucking dollars, and Donald Trump's coalition grew. Like, not only did he maintain most of the fucking votes. Yeah, McCain did more in Arizona than the Lincoln Project did. That's true, actually. Why the fuck am I giving this to the Lincoln Project? It was John McCain. Like, Cindy McCain and John McCain.
And his widow. Yeah, it was his widow.
Yeah. This is so fucking dumb, dude. These guys are so delusional. I don't think they're delusional. I think they're doing this on purpose. I don't think they're fucking delusional. These are their buddies. These are their fucking buddies, dude. New updates from Georgia. Georgia presidential election results showing Donald Trump's lead with 26,000 from 3 minutes ago, according to the decision desk here. Georgia results. With the new drop of numbers, Trump's still leading by 26,000 votes, give or take.
Georgia.
The gods have abandoned us.
I like
The
how
counter protesters arrive at Georgia. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Love Trump! We 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 love Trump!
To be honest, it's this though. Like it's a much larger coalition of like we won't know until we analyze the egg. We won't know until all the votes are cast. But the real reason is the incredible Latina activism that what you got placed in league with AOC. What does that mean? Dude, I don't play League. I was never in the running. Any doomers? Fucking love this dude, but Twitch Prime does not block ads. I'm Twitch Prime sub and get ads on the hour every hour.
Yo, if you play with AOC, take Ness so he can fucking help you.
I'm not going to play League with AOC. You got to refresh it if you haven't since using Prime. I have Twitch Prime and I get no ads, lol. Eight-month Prime and no ads on my end. I don't know, maybe some people with Twitch Prime get ads and some people don't. They released another one down to 15
in Georgia.
I don't understand. Like, people are saying 15.
Well, that's the lowest the gap has been.
I used to get ads and pre-rolls, so I subbed. Feels bad, man. What the fuck do you mean? Why does it feel bad to sub, dude? Yeah, the agency still plans to issue another ballot drop at 11 p.m. They're going to report results at 11 p.m. 11 p.m. Arizona time, though. So what is that?
It's 24 minutes from now. On the top of the hour.
New report out of Georgia. Orange man is bad. What? Literally tell them to refresh. It'll fix the ads if you're subbed. CDHQ hasn't moved an inch in like 4 hours. Where the fuck are these guys getting the Decision Desk HQ numbers then? I don't fucking get it. Why is Decision Desk HQ Twitter account pumping out different notes, singing a different tune than the Decision Desk HQ actual website?
Everyone is sleep.
No, that's not true. It's 26,000. It has moved. Dude, I've just been refreshing this page over and over again. This is crazy. Not good for my soul, dude. Sub, we had Alex on. I couldn't miss that. Happy that you finally got to talk with him. Yeah. GA Dem vote growth since last update 0.15. Republican vote growth since last update 0.03. Ay, ay, ay. A conservative news site reports catching a man wheeling in suspicious equipment to the Detroit Convention Center, implying it was used to steal ballots. The ballot thief was my photographer. He was bringing down equipment for a 12-hour shift. Oh, never mind. It's not even fucking food. I was wrong. It was just Yeah, well, he's probably in on it, brother. Here, I'll clarify in my tweet. Oops. I forget that my camera's not on. Where was it? Man, I fucking tweet a lot, don't I? Holy shit. CNN says if we get Arizona, it's basically a call for Biden. No, they're still Nevada. Nevada.
Nevada. I'm sorry, Hasan. It's pronounced. Get it right.
I'm not hearing Maricopa could drop 11 p.m. this evening. If someone hears differently, please let me know. Based on my saved early vote files, the final 150 to 200,000, which are early day or election day drop-offs, will be much more independent. This next batch should be similar to the first batch. So 1029 to 1102, D25, R45. What's the fuck is O? Like no party affiliation? Other, I guess. Okay, 30. 1102 to 1102 to 114, D26, R36. Damn, Republicans really kicked off the fucking the O party. It's just funny to think that we're learning about all these fucking counties and shit. Like we're learning the names of all these fucking counties and shit that we're never gonna remember ever again once all of this is said and done. I'm getting nervous by Arizona. There's no reason to be. Like, if you're getting nervous about Arizona, Pennsylvania should give you comfort, okay? That's the way I look at it. What? Oh, you added me in the fucking link. Okay, according to CBS 46, DeKalb County, voter registration elections has completed the unofficial count for the November 3rd, 2020 general election. Are they not releasing the results until this morning, though? Until next morning? Did Yang respond? Yeah, I'm talking to Eric Sanchez, Yang's, I guess, what does he do for Andrew Yang? I don't know. Maybe he just
handler
does his, like, press or something. Philly's going to release big update around 3 a.m. No, Philly said they were going to stop. I thought. Results are here. Election summary. Kelly Loeffler, 9% with 34,000. Matt Lieberman. Raphael Warnock with 61% of the votes with 200,000. David Perdue gets 61,000 votes. John Ossoff gets 81% of the votes there with 295,000. Donald Trump gets 57. Joseph Robinette gets 305,000 of the votes there. I don't know how many of these are supposed to be new though. This is the entire one, but they need to make sure that they add only the new ones. So I will be waiting. Now I know that Georgia is not going to reveal the cab numbers until later in the morning. Why does the official website on Michigan report different results? Man, it's probably because I don't know, they didn't fucking update it or some shit. I don't know. Stop freaking out. Okay, I can't play that because it's DMCA, but Minneapolis is having a night after Election Day protest. It's not official. It's a .us domain. I could make that website and post it. Oh, really? You just lost the radical soups? Yeah, I did.
What the fuck is happening with that can of soup?
I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know, dude. Okay, DeKalb County has the... Don't let the cops crush that can. I don't know. Congressman Paul Gosar in the middle of this protest. What the fuck? He's yelling too. Coronavirus likes this. Arizona got pushed back by half an hour, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on.
Do you think that this election is going to get called tonight? Maybe. There's a shot.
No.
It doesn't seem like it. I think Will was correct when he said that every county now is fearful of being the state or the county that basically hands over the election to Joe Biden, because if they get it wrong, well, then that's no good. It's no good, and it's really bad. Oh yeah, I remember Paul Gosar's family did do ads against him, and yeah. This is fucking Arizona politics is crazy. Check this shit out.
Yeah.
So that was Paul Gosar, who's out there, right, with the fucking protesters. He's such a fucking freak. Look at the midterm election ads that they ran against them while I go pee.
Sir, the congressman isn't doing anything to help rural America.
Paul's absolutely not working for his district.
If they care about health care, they care about their children's health care, they would hold him to account. If they care about jobs, they would hold him to account.
If he actually cared about people in rural Arizona, I bet he'd be fighting for Social Security, for better access to health care. I bet he would be researching what is the most insightful water policy to help the environment of Arizona sustain itself and be successful.
And he's not listening to you, and he doesn't have your interests at heart. My name is Tim Gosar.
David Gosar.
Grace Gosar.
These
Joan
are all
Gosar.
family
Gaston
members.
Gosar.
Jennifer Gosar.
Paul Gosar is my brother.
My brother. And I endorse Dr. Brill.
Dr. Brill wholeheartedly endorse Dr. David Brill for Congress.
I'm Dr. David Brill, and I approve this message.
None of this is pleasant for any
I'm
of us.
Dr. David Brill,
horrible
and
to
I
have to do
cuck
this.
Paul Gosar
Speak
with
up
his
against
own
my
family.
brother. It brings sadness to me. This isn't just about Paul. This is about their family. I think my brother has traded a lot of the values we had at our kitchen table. I couldn't be quiet any longer, nor should any of us be.
We got to stand up for our good name. This is not who we are.
It's intervention time. And intervention time means that you go to vote, and you go to vote Paul out. My name is Tim Gosar.
My name is Jennifer Gosar.
Gaston Gosar.
Joan Gosar.
Grace Gosar.
David Gosar.
Paul Gosar is my brother.
My brother.
My brother.
And I endorse Dr. Brill.
Dr. Brill. Dr. Brill.
And I wholeheartedly endorse Dr. David Brill for Congress.
Can you imagine that Thanksgiving?
I mean, he's not there. I mean, David Brill still lost fucking Arizona, but it's a cookie ice cream sandwich, yes. Breaking news from Maine 2. Armed vegans are marching to the Capitol to demand lobsters be allowed to vote.
Goddamn special interest groups. Dude, you know what? Seeing as though it went conservative, those lobsters would probably vote against their own best interest.
True.
We the lobsters demand that this district go
The Red Lobster, the Red Lobster lobby.
Just that America has always been
Mr.
divided
Lobster,
since
you are aware that
1619, when the
voting
first
for Donald
slave
Trump
ship
means that you will be
dropped anchor
cooked
into
and
the
eaten.
muddy waters of American history.
Well,
in
that's
Virginia.
what I want as an
We are a
American.
nation of other, right? And so oftentimes in our history, the other has
Don't
always
tell
felt
me what I want.
at the wrong end. I think for me, in moments like this, to try and figure out the moment, I look at our past. 1963, Medgar Evers said, "Freedom."
Is this a repeat? Are these motherfuckers all running a rerun right now? What? Bro, this is cooked, dude. Imagine running fucking reruns as a massive media operation.
On your biggest night ever.
I've been seeing on Twitter daily for months that Trump killed 200,000 Americans. Ever since the election, they stopped tweeting it. It's almost like the pandemic deaths were used to get votes for Biden. And the people tweeting this never cared about those poor people who died. Wait, what?
Dude,
does he think that people stop like counting COVID deaths or something?
You don't understand? Keemstar is the moral compass that we all look to. I thought you knew that.
Doesn't that basically say that like his supporters on Twitter or the people he follows on Twitter don't give a shit about COVID? Ever since the election yesterday. It's not Toll House, it's Cool House. InfoWars just called Arizona for Trump. What the fuck? Oh no. LMAO watching other streams while boasting about owning 0.7% of viewership. I love you. What do you mean? Do you think that's all I've been doing? So what I'm gonna do now after judge's order, Postal Service sweeps finds 13 ballots. What the fuck? That's it?
You know, it's a little different than it was last night. The crowd right now, about a few hundred people, but it's nothing relative to what it was like around 5 or...
Oh. Oh, where'd that noise coming from?
Top of the hour.
So look at Jake and Bake stream.
No, he's not doing it just because he's smart and doesn't want to have to deal with this bullshit. That tells me that it is true. Guilty as charged as 100% proof. Get him in court. This is proof. 100% proof. There's fraudulent voting going on, and I'm sick of it. And this is why, let's get in the chat one more time. Hashtag Trump 2020. Hashtag beer. Hashtag guns. Hashtag freedom. No, he's not.
Everyone's turning K Kona lately. What's going on?
Those are some good hashtags, though.
Everybody made a K Kona turn, heel turn. Okay, so right now, it seems like a lot of the information coming in is slow the process. Oh, 100,000 people in here. Fuck, I forget. You don't know who this is. This is my friend Jake. He's memeing. Oh, fuck. He's memeing. I forget that there's a new audience, a lot of normies in here and shit. So I'm sorry. He's making a joke. God damn. Okay, so I keep trying to explain it, but then I also keep eating.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
I
had some curry. It was very good.
It's a joke. He's being sarcastic. So it seems like votes are a lot slower to come in today than yesterday. And therefore, I don't know if we're going to have any sort of closure tonight. It does seem like we're going to be getting closure tomorrow in the morning. Austin taking the longest 13-minute nap ever. We just left the building, still growing crowd outside as we pulled away. Throughout the night, I spotted several men and women carrying weapons on them. I'm told Maricopa Vote tells me they will be reporting results closer to 11:30 tonight. They're safe though. You're not a normie because you decided to sell your vanity early on. What does that mean? I'm just gonna wait on the Maricopa County results, which is gonna be coming in 30 minutes, and then most likely after that I might call it a night. Maybe play video games. I don't know. I haven't decided yet, but it does seem like it does seem like we're not going to get closure tonight. It brings me no pleasure to report this, but it does seem like we're going to have one more day of uncertainty until we figure out what the fuck is going on, you know?
I concur. And as we've said before, it doesn't seem like any state or district wants to be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
If this is a stupid question, given that Trump voters seem to be getting more and more disillusioned with Fox, if Trump creates his own competing media company, do you see it altering the rhetoric from Fox News several years? No, Fox News will be reactionary as shit still. But according to Brendan Keefe, the difference in Georgia is now 9,500 votes. Jesus fucking Christ.
Holy shit, man.
This is incredible.
It's top of the hour, babe.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, what can you say about this? I see it going around conservative Twitter. A man named William Bradley died in 1984 and sent in an absentee ballot this year in Detroit, Michigan for Joe Biden. They are trying to steal this election. Well, I blocked this person because they are a fucking charlatan and an idiot. I'm sorry. If you think that, like, there's only one William Bradley in America and that person died, and there's no other fucking there's no other William Bradley on the planet, then I don't know what to tell you other than the fact that thank you Trip Code for the 100 gifted subs.
There's really Trip Code.
There's really nothing else I can tell you other than the fact that it's top of the hour every hour, which means it's time for a 60-second ad break. You like the stream, you can subscribe, and on you can keep the uninterrupted broadcast going and that sort of stuff. You can do it for free with your Twitch Prime, or it's a $5 tier 1 sub. There you go.
Also, your humble co-host is approaching 100,000 follows on Twitch. If you were to go over to my channel and hit the follow button, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Oh yeah,
thank you.
Anyway, if the states are afraid to be last, wouldn't they get the results in sooner? Well, they can't. Some of them literally can't. Okay. So yeah, we got half an hour now. Fuck that guy. That Ryan Fournier guy is
I call Michigan out of all darkness. I call our governor out of deception and deceit. Richard Whitmer, you are a leader that's leading deception and lies and hidden agendas, and we will not stand for it. That's right. And we are bringing the rule and reign of Jesus Christ. Yes! This is the end. Deception. I call Michigan out of all darkness. I call our governor out of deception and deceit.
seems legit, seems normal. How is there? Okay, let's get to some fucking React Andy shit, dude. There's got to be some good stuff. What is this, Heavenly Violin? What the fuck is that? No, I don't want that. Cable news hosting election day. What is this?
Today's the day.
Well, you're off in a tizzy this morning, Chuck Todd.
Election day, sir. The most important day in the history of democracy. I get to go on TV and make it all about me.
Little Chuck Todd, always with his head in the clouds and his hair looking like shit.
Election day, when everyone is watching the news.
I'm all
His hair does look like shit.
up and ready to stand for 14 hours. The most important election of our lifetime. Plus, Nate Silver interview.
Our algorithm predicts Biden, but it also might be Trump.
We'll stand in front of this giant iPad real confused.
004 reporting. Let's project a winner.
And I will sacrifice this lamb if Biden starts to lose.
Two men, both presidential.
Election day when everyone tunes in to MSNBC in
prime time.
Prime time.
Prime time.
Prime time. Everyone, including all the people who drove past their polling place and thought the line was just too long to vote.
I did also literally say I'll punch a sheep, which now in hindsight makes me feel kind of icky because they're too similar to Rachel Maddow.
Is watching the
By the way, Keemstar is tweeting out that the people showing up in Maricopa County with guns is fake because he saw Mike Cernovich live stream it.
But I saw. Wait, what do you mean?
There's a tweet here.
But we just saw it on the live stream.
I don't know. I'll send
Wait,
it to
someone.
you. Twitter.
Who the fuck is William Bradley? I did say I'd bite the head off a chicken as well.
There you go.
Wait, did I run the ad or did I forget to run it?
God. Top of the hour.
Did I run the ad? You ran it? Okay. Okay, sorry. I apologize. It's just that I'm like I already watched the right wing lady. I'm in a really weird. My brain is just fucking not working anymore, and I apologize. You can't run two ads anyway. Just click it. No, I know, but sometimes. Sometimes it like if there's only like 6 minutes in between ads, then it fucks it up, and it like will run it.
I sent you that tweet, by the way, in your.
Yeah, I saw it. I'm not even gonna fucking talk about it. React to this. Elon Musk's loop. It's bad, folks. 40 minutes, dude. What are you, crazy? That's not. I'm not reacting to that shit. That's a.
Watch
insane.
the whole thing, coward. On election night, watch the entire thing.
What is this? Let's see what Jimmy.
Greetings, fellow Americans. I'm Jimmy. I'm the host of the
See
show.
this cringe shit.
I'm happy to be here. For me, and I'm sure for many of you, the past 24 hours have been a polar coaster of emotions and nausea. You know, I thought if your election lasted more than 48 hours, you were supposed to seek medical attention. We didn't get a winner last night, and it was a long night, but one good thing about the pandemic is we're now used to waiting a few days for results. This is not the landslide Democrats were hoping for. This race was closer than Donald and Ivanka at a father-daughter dance, but the ballots are still being counted. Joe Biden definitely did better than Hillary Clinton. He was able to pick up the sexist vote, but he didn't do as well among racists. So even though the deal appears to be sealed, there's still a lot of attention being paid to the state of Pennsylvania. The Amish haven't wielded this much power since they figured out how to hook a plow to an ox. And, you know, I've been thinking about all this. And for me, the biggest question is, why did we believe the polls again? You'd think we'd have learned our lesson, but I guess that's not how humans function. We are on season 25 of The Bachelor, and we're like, I know it didn't work out the first 24 times, but this one, it feels like love. And here's a theory that's very convenient for the pollsters, which is they claim the reason they're wrong.
He didn't get worse. He was always this bad. You're just your opinions over comedy has changed because you watched the HasanAbi broadcast, and you know it's just peak comedy, peak humor. Okay, all jokes aside, obviously I'm not a funny person, but we do look at a lot of funny things, and the real world is significantly funnier than watching a fucking really forced Jimmy Kimmel monologue. You know what I mean? Like, if you watch brain diseased Republicans all day, you know, running around with guns in their hands and talking about how COVID is fake, or you look at the Donald Trump campaign, for example, whose legal argument currently consists of don't count anywhere, don't count the votes in certain districts, but then also count the votes in other districts. That's pretty fucking funny. Like, the real world is a lot funnier in kind of a sad way, but the real world is a lot funnier than what the fuck Jimmy Kimmel could craft together. In the last 24 hours?
Ohio's important. Everyone knows Ohio's important. You're going to go down here in the valley between Columbus and Pittsburgh. And then you got the Akron Triangle right here. Hillary Clinton carried this next to Canton. And then there's, of course, there's Worcester. But 1876 was a different story. Orville. This is a problem for Orville. This is a problem for Biden. Trump carries these North Lawrence down over here, up here to Canal Fulton. You're going to zoom in. You're going to zoom in and get up here to 9321 Triangle Circle. That's what they call it, right around Nickajack Farms. Everyone knows that Nickajack Farms has always been carried Trump ever since 1884 when he only won 42% of the vote. We're going to go south. We're going to head our way south. We're going to zoom in a little bit. Right there, there's a green patch. We call this Elms Country Club. Back in the day, Elms Country Club is where, of course, Hamilton lost the duel with Washington. Everyone knows this is a huge Republican mainstay. We're going to back up a little bit. I never stop talking. I always just keep moving the map. We need more data. Of course, there's East
Everybody
Canton.
knows
East Canton,
this.
of course, runs east of Canton, which is just east of Massillon. And then Massillon's north of Navarre. And we all know that these are Republican hotspots. Perry Heights, Biden. Exiting polls say that the 627 is backed up here all the way down to 77. I never stopped talking. I was told to keep talking. Never stop talking. Keep moving the map. Everyone knows about East Sparta. But let me remind you, because East Sparta carries this.
It's pretty good. I feel that
so
way too
good.
sometimes, man.
I was
Like,
told to never stop talking. Just keep moving the map.
keep moving the map.
Give the people what they want. Keep that map hot.
What
All
do
right, let's have a
U.S.
look here.
What do U.S. elections look like abroad?
50th for schools. We got to bust through some walls to make changes. To rebuild our infrastructure. And here's what I think of Trump.
What are they doing? React to Andy? First of all, half of my audience is already like outside of America watching in this exact same capacity. So if they wanted to see what it's like to react to the American elections as someone from outside of America, they just need to look in the mirror. Okay? And also, New York Times, don't try to fucking take my shtick. Every YouTuber...
Dudes. This will be the most important video that I make, even though it has nothing to do with the content that I usually make. Why? Well, because my sense of self-importance is so big that it has its own gravitational pull. I'm making a...
Bro, this video is 325 views, dude.
Monka.
What's going on here? What are we doing here? You're scaring me a little bit with this video. What is this juicy content?
By water.
Cling to him. If the Republican Senate... If the Republican Senate candidates get scared that Trump is dragging them down,
One of the wettest we've ever seen from the standpoint of water.
will they continue to cling to him if he's potentially plummeting to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh no, DMCA, la 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 la. DMCA, la 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 la.
Why Republicans are doing this? I think it's that same genetic impulse that pulls the lemmings over the cliff, one after the other.
La 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 la. Okay, these videos are a bit sleeper, friends. I'm a little scared. I don't know what's going on. I also can't play that because that video
The
right there is
old la 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 defense.
that video right there is DMCA worthy. That's gonna get me clapped up, and I'm trying not to get clapped up. You know what? I'm gonna look at the fucking live CNN feed for a second though. Let's see what's going on there.
I will go
What are they saying?
Work inside, that the hard work that they are doing, as you read it there, is continuing, that there will not be a stoppage of the work, that will continue, essentially saying, Chris, in that tweet, that democracy will not be stopped, even if there is some security concern. And so I'm happy to report to you that we were able to exit working with the Maricopa County Elections Department.
Everyone's favorite himbo is on right now.
Out very safely, and
he's the
now
main
we're just
himbo.
down the street to
King Himbo?
make sure that we can continue to do the work of keeping you informed. We are waiting for these next ballot results coming in just about 15 to 20 minutes.
Great.
Chris?
When you get them, let me know. Get in my ear. We're connected, and we'll come right back to you. Thank you very much. And again, the issue isn't whether or not Trump supporters have the right to go outside and do that. Of course they do. It's about whether or not what they're doing is right. We need these people to do their job the right way. They're citizens like the rest of us. They're volunteering. They're not the problem. They're the solution, okay? Now, while we were talking, we got new information about what's happening in Georgia. What do we see there?
Well, you remember when we were waiting, Donald Trump had about 28,000 vote lead in this state. What we knew amongst the outstanding vote was about 17,000 ballots from Fulton County. Fulton County is a Democratic stronghold. Fulton County, largest county in the state, about 10% of the state's population is here. This is a Democratic county. This is a county that is going pretty heavily towards Joe Biden right now.
They're doing it
again. The bulk of the vote came in.
They're doing that
the
thing
entirety of the composition of it. But we do know that Donald Trump's lead has now narrowed again, narrowed by a couple thousand here. And what this underscores is what we've been talking about. The outstanding vote is leading heavily.
Well, we don't know if it was all 17,000.
We don't know if it was all 17,000. We know that it is narrowed. I'm not going to make any guesses right now. What we know is what has come in from Fulton over the course of the last day or so.
They told me to never stop talking.
70 and
I cannot stop talking.
% Biden. So I would expect there's still a little bit more in Fulton out there. If there was 17,000 and he gained about 5. But this is where things stand in Fulton County right now. You look at the margin, it's big. There's still some vote here. It looks like that's coming in out of that 17,000. But what this underscores is it just seems like every hour or so, another 5, 10, 15, 20,000 votes are getting whittled away.
It's gone
from Donald
down.
Trump's lead.
The lead has changed just under 10,000 votes, like 8,700 votes just since we came on air. So, look, it's a trickle thing. One thing to remind of, though, kind of a frequently asked question. I don't know, though, Phil. There's just something weird about this process. Everybody voted, and then all of a sudden we started hearing about all these other ballots. Now, that is a key deception that has been going on down there. That's not true. All of the ballots that are being counted were in by Election Day. All of them. The states had different rules about when they could start. Many of them didn't start until the morning. I'm actually shocked at how far along we are. In 2016, we had big problems in Michigan in terms of counting right now. We had problems in Arizona counting at this time in 2016, and we didn't even have this flood of early ballots. I mean, just give us some perspective on the kind of efficiency.
I think we saw last hour.
Dude, I love Cuomo. I mean, my man is the key himbo. Like he's out there doing so much significant work for himbo rights. He shows me that a better future is possible. As a himbo who likes to work out, I too can one day be a well-respected anchor on CNN.
Himbos are deeply underrepresented.
Trump is still leading with 23,000 votes. Trump's lead is narrowed down by 3,000 votes in Georgia.
I feel like that's on a yo-yo
Ohio
cycle
starting
now.
very blue and then shifting hard red because of what was counted when, and the same throughout the Midwest. You go look at the blue states up here, whether it's Wisconsin or Michigan. We're seeing it in Pennsylvania now. Shifts based on the rules, based on how
A himbo is a male bimbo, which is what I am, and which is what Cuomo is as well. And I really respect him.
The latest. Nick, how's it going?
Chris, it's moving along here, and it's moving along pretty smoothly. I wanted to introduce you to Rick Barron here. He's been really tirelessly working here along with some of the volunteers behind us, and you have an update here in Fulton County. What's going on, Rick?
We've scanned 127,948 ballots. So, and then we've adjudicated 123,000 716 of those.
So the last update we got from Regina Waller with the county was that you had made a 3,000 vote dent, 20,000 absentee ballots about an hour ago. Now that's down to 17,000. Where does it stand right now?
So we probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of 14,000 to go.
So you're moving at a rate of about 3,000 per hour. Is that safe to say?
That's close to that.
And I know there's a lot going on here. We want to step out of the way here. Rick, why don't you move with me on this side so we could show our viewers at home what's going on here, and you can sort of narrate what we're seeing here specifically.
Well, these over here, you've got the cutter openers. These cut open the ballots, extract the ballot.
And to be clear, these are all absentee mail-in ballots. These are not, okay.
They're all mail-in and from our drop boxes. We had 38 around the county. Then they move over to the flatteners, and then they'll go over to the scanners on the far side.
Does this include any of the mail-in ballots that were sent day?
I also posted an Instagram video on my Instagram, a new meme on my Instagram. If you want to go check it out, Hasan Piker.
Or that we received.
Because there was a deadline to receive mail-ins by, what is it, 7 p.m. on Election Day?
Receive everything by 7 p.m. on Tuesday.
A lot of spotlight, of course, on Fulton County right now. Atlanta, I mean, we've been talking about Georgia as being a battleground state, really a lot closer than a lot of people suspected. What sort of pressure are you guys under right now?
Well, Georgia's one of the last few states that hasn't been called. So it's our responsibility to get these things counted tonight if we can, to at least help the process along so that people have peace of mind that all the votes are counted in Georgia and that we can move on to the provisional ballots that will be counted on Friday.
We know a lot of these individuals, they are volunteers. All of them are volunteers. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few of our staff here, but yeah, a lot of them are contract staff that and there are others that we hired as late as this evening.
As late as this evening?
Yeah.
Well, so were they trained to be able to handle this kind of pressure?
Yeah, we swore them an oath when they sat down and then ran them through a simple training.
One of the things Regina told us, I asked her, how late have these people been working? She said some people have been here since 8:30 this morning.
Yes. Yeah, we have a few. We brought in a pretty fresh crew, though, in the 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Time frame, and those people are still here. And
that's not good. Now they're gonna use that as a example as to why. As an example as to why they're fucking bad and this is fake or something.
What we do is we take them over to our English Street warehouse. They go through vote review panel. The ballots are adjudicated, and then they're tabulated.
Rick Barron, Elections Director of Fulton County, thank you so much for taking the time with CNN. We know you're really busy. A lot of pressure, a lot of spotlight on Fulton County right now.
He's like, yeah, these guys are dog shit. We just actually hired them. As a matter of fact, I hate them. They're pretty stupid. And they don't know what the fuck they're doing, Hank. Seems like they're really bad, as a matter of fact. Is part of the reason why it's really difficult for them to count the votes in time. Because they suck. Some of them are legally blind. Okay.
It's taking us a lot of extra time because we have to reprint the ballots in Braille so that our crack team
Someone in the chat said we pulled a couple from the outside from the protests. They seemed really interested. They kept saying stop the vote, and I thought, why not you join in, sir?
It's difficult, though, because they have to count over top of their AR-15. It's in their lap.
Big time mail-in vote fraud in American High Story. Rigged election. Ringed election. Elections are rigged. Trum is right. All fucking liar satans. Trump wins. Stop your drama. Okay. That was that was an earnest effort from Audif. Good job, brother.
Oh man. That was great because you didn't You didn't even have to make a joke.
I just read it. Yeah. What is co-host? Link the page. I don't know who it is. His name is Will Neff. That's WILLNEFF. Twitch.tv/Will Neff.
That's right. And we're 8,000 follows away from 100K. And when I hit 100K, I shave Hasan's chest on stream. That's right.
No.
That's been decided.
GA presidential election results. New numbers coming in from the decision desk. Oh, I'm dying. It still shows 23,000. The lead is still 23,000. Just fucking end it. Just call it, Georgia. Just say that Trump won. At this point, I just want to hear
just give us something. Just give us results.
I just want to hear an update from anywhere and anything. I really need.
You need that copium shot to keep going.
I just need anything. It's not copium. Yeah, I'll take hopium. I'll take copium. I'll take anything. I just want movement, dude.
Yeah, it's been 2 solid hours since anything really tangibly happened.
It appears our ticker for Georgia, the same feed other news outlets are relying upon, is updating slowly in an automated fashion, but Georgia Secretary of State website has been frozen for hours. We now show a 23,000 vote spread between Trump and Biden, but it could be closer.
Oh, good.
And then the political headquarters says it's about 16,000 actually. Well, regardless, I don't care. I just want it. I just want something.
That's a very long-winded way of him saying we don't know shit.
No, there's gonna be. Why can't they just modernize the ballot counting instead of resorting to caveman counting? No, it's actually not bad. No,
ballot counting in California was super modern. They had the ballots that printed out your results on it, and then you scan them back in, and you're done.
What?
You use an iPad though also.
Oh, you voted in person on the same day.
Right. That's right.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't do that. I was like, that's not what I did. What the fuck? What did I send it a fake mail-in ballot? My shit got intercepted, dude, by these other people. Content brother, the way I'm hacking along right now. Daniel updated. Wait, send me a link. What did he say? Yeah. I do know that Will has a mute, yes.
Dottie. I got the best mute, dude.
What is explore the ways Trump or Biden can win the election? No. I saw this on a random weird Pakistani coverage of the US election. It's awesome. Dude,
wait, what do you mean random?
They have some
weird?
crazy
Awesome.
That's so sick. They have such weird graphics and shit. The Indian news service that constantly does those animated fight sequences between Modi and Xi Jinping. That's so funny to me.
My favorite thing about that animation is that it has them running a foot race when neither of those men can move beyond a stiff walk. Neither of those men have run in many years.
Joe Biden runs. He actually runs on every.
Really?
Yeah, he runs on purpose. Whenever he's doing a rally, he runs up to the podium. I mean, it's a light jog for a brief moment, so it doesn't really.
That would be so
big
awesome
swing.
if he just dead sprinted up every time like the Ultimate Warrior.
Good one, dude. Spalding, as in Spaldinga. Just got back from this. Stay safe, y'all. Police in Minneapolis have shut down I-94 as their massive operation to arrest hundreds of protesters trapped on the freeway drags into its 4th hour.
I wonder if Woke has broadcast of that right now. We check it out.
Dangerous sub goal to 50,000? No. AP shows 0.4% for Georgia now.
0.4% of the votes left. Is that what they're saying? Hasan?
No, I think there's a difference. All right, we're 5 minutes out from Maricopa. Maricopa was supposed to, of course, report numbers half an hour ago, and then the fucking idiots outside, they were like, count the votes, we love you, but also we're going to scare the shit out of you. Got them to postpone the results for at least another half hour. So thank you to the idiots over there. That was really fucking tight of you. Really smart, really fucking tight. What? Wait, no, that's OAN, man. Why would you ever send me a fucking OAN reporter? They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're charlatans, dude. They're not real news. They're... More from Georgia. DeKalb County just reported more than 4,000 ballots, and Joe Biden won the badge with 69%. Nice! And this may be it for DeKalb. This corresponds to what AGC said was left there. And oh my, there's now more from Fulton. Now this badge is more in line with what Biden needs. Fulton reported 5,600 more ballots, and he won this badge by considerably more than his overall lead in the county, which makes sense. The mail ballots are skewing Democratic.
How many percent was that again, Hasan?
69%.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice Instagram post. Follow HasanAbi on Twitter and Instagram, guys, for the best takes. Thanks, man. It's not HasanAbi on Instagram though. It's Hasan D. Piker. So, breaking ballots found on Hunter Biden's laptop. Found a mix of dick pics and George Soros reimbursement. A good one. You're number 3 in subs now. Only XQC and Nick Merckx have more. Dude, I don't want to have more subs than XQC or Nick Merckx, okay? That's fucking nuts. Shouldn't have this many subs to begin with. It's crazy. I don't know how the fuck this happened.
I agree, Hasan. And that's why you can take your subs and spend them at Will Neff on twitchtv.com. That's me, Will Neff. Go spend those subs there offline right now. Give them to me. That's me. That's me, the other guy. Doing this for the love of the game. Just the love of the game.
Proof of stealing the election? A man named Bill Dipperly died in 1984 and sent in an absentee ballot this year in Detroit. Wait, did you just say a man named Bill Dipperly? Just say a man named Bill Dipperly died in 1984? Wait, what?
Hey, Pokey, wanna come out here?
Yeah. My name is Bill Dipperly. I approve this message.
I'm Bill Dipperly. I'm Bill Dipperly. I'm Bill Dipperly. Yeah. I'm Bill Dipperly. You don't wanna smoke, so ask for the check. I just made a big bag. I just bought a Bentley. Always on your mind, bitch. I be living rent free. The girl wanna fuck, even though she just met me. I'm Bill Dipperly. I'm Bill Dipperly. I'm Bill Dipperly. I'm Bill Dipperly. Wake up in the morning and I had to take a big pee. Only thing I know how to cook is spaghetti. Met that bitch once and she never forget me. I'm Bill Dipperly. 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 Hey, this is my DP. I barely knew her. I go real fast on my scooter. Scared to have a gun, yeah, but I shoot her with my dick. I'm a coomer. Wow. Where the fuck is Mario? Judah, I've been looking all night. I've been searching on computer. I'm Bill Dipperly. Yeah. I'm Bill Dipperly. 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 I don't even know anymore. to go now. I must have to go now. I have to go. I have to leave this song, yeah. Okay, goodbye now. I'm built differently.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Pokeballs, a musical talent. If you were, I don't know if you're aware of him or not, but he's very good. A famous music artist. CNN's Dana Bash says Trump is feeling down. Oh, we know that already. We found out about that earlier, yeah.
Panthers taught us we say power to the people. That's it.
Word. Thank you for that. Can you talk about real quick the tactics that you've seen? I know you're sort of a veteran in the movements area, as well as like seeing the tactics that they use on people, going back to your own personal times. When it comes to these tactics, what do you see?
So, I mean, this is an absolutely unnecessary, overwhelming use of force on an entirely, unarmed. There was no drama here. It was a straight up march, a simple rally and march. And, we're blocking a couple lanes of highway for a bit. But that's our right. These are our streets. We pay for these streets. There is absolutely no reason to inconvenience the whole city for all these hours, but also no reason to place all these people under arrest. These charges aren't even going to stand up. This is just harassment. I guess that's the nicest word for it. It's repression. It's state repression. And this is a little bit of what a police state looks like. And, these guys, aside from killing our own community members like George Floyd, they love Donald Trump. So I don't know if they're here, if they hate us more because we don't love Donald Trump or because we don't love them killing our people. But either way, they show they just can't even stand to have people speak the truth on a night like tonight. And they'd rather do all this. I think it also speaks to the political establishment that gives them this endless amount of resources and absolute freedom to use it. It's not even clear to me who ordered this operation, but there's no one in the political establishment who's been willing to take responsibility for it and call it off. And those are all Democrats in this state, in this county, in this city.
Okay,
so
that's
here we
it.
sit. Yeah.
Fuck it.
Thank you. Anything else you want to say?
Nah, I'm good.
Fuck
Thank you.
it. I'm saying it, dude. All right, listen. This shit's got more delays than fucking Cyberpunk 2077. Okay?
Dude, it's gold disc. It's gold disc. Holy shit.
Wow. 4chan is behaving like a bunch of libs. It's pretty funny that they're like they're behaving exactly like the Clintonite liberals that they once despised. And that was the reason why I thought they became, Trump supporters and shit, but turns out they are now officially what they hated. Yelling at third-party voter Andes over here at fucking 4chan.
In an election where the third party barely took any votes.
Oh yeah, no. Well, technically, the margins are so fucking narrow that
True.
Harlan. Harlan Hill, the world's what? Is this fucking real, dude? There's no way. The USPS statistics on mail ballots look worse than they actually are. They failed in South Florida, where 27% of the mail-in votes may have never been received. There's no way. That's an insane number, dude.
Holy shit.
There's no way. Wasn't turnout insanely high anyway? What the fuck are these crackpots doing? June Aiken, born in 1900, voted via absentee ballot in Jackson County, Michigan. That would make them 120 years old. Wait, are these people serious? Voter fraud isn't real. All of these birthdays are 1-1. Dude. Dude, this is... What are these people doing? Like, what are these people doing? Like, what are they doing? I don't understand. Like, what's the take here? Like, those are Excel epoch dates. Lol, default system date values. What? Blue wave in Arizona?
Right now, a tight race there between Joe Biden and President Trump. You can see the break
from 7.
Why are you saying blue wave in Arizona? Let's go. This is from 4 hours ago. I don't even know what this is. Friend of the show reporting on the Warriors we must fear. Oh, I was just making fun of him. Yeah, I'm going to Philly tomorrow with a team. This is war. Harlan Hill is so funny because, like, he both looks 14 and 44 at the same time. And like a bad 44 too.
He looks like a doctored child stars. Where are they now image? Do you remember this actor from Malcolm in the Middle? Here's what he looks like now.
Months ago, my boss and I literally said it would be good to know. Yes. Stats might look worse than they actually are because in some cases, postal workers have, for example, been manually postmarking the ballots and passing them off for local same day. Yeah, okay, this article sucks ass, dude. This literally is like a reason for why this is probably insanely high. Mary whatever county update. We're still waiting on the next batch of ballots out of Maricopa County. Election officials initially expect the results to be released about an hour ago, but believe it will be out in the next 30 minutes. Oh, dude, I'm going to bed. All right, I can't do this anymore.
How many times have they hit us with it's 30 minutes from now?
Senior software architect here. 1900 is a base value date field in SQL, aka the epoch or 0 point. Yeah, I don't know what any of that means, but
It's a placeholder. It's so before you put in a value, that's what it's set as.
okay.
A lot of people in the crowd are not wearing masks. We're keeping a respectful distance, but a loud and very boisterous crowd. You'll start hearing them start up here. And they're actually chanting, "Fox News sucks. Fox News sucks." The reason why they're chanting that is because Fox News called Arizona for Biden yesterday, and a lot of people are angry about that. We have not called Arizona. A lot of people in
This is so fucking funny, dude. They're so
To see how black voters perform for Biden in Georgia.
man.
In Pennsylvania, I think black voters are going to be critical, particularly in a place like Philly. In Michigan, they were key. In Detroit, and in Wisconsin, and in Milwaukee, too. So you do see this theme emerging that Biden seems to have reassembled the Obama coalition in many ways with those African American.
Yeah, I don't know. They hate Fox News now.
Suburban white voters as well in some of these other states. So Georgia, I think, fascinating to watch, not only because of the presidential race, but also because of those, the Senate race that could go to a runoff. But we're waiting to see.
Right. That's why we're not talking that much about the Senate right now, is because so much of it is in flux, and Georgia in play for the presidential race, but especially so for the Senate race because they have a special.
What just happened? Too many tabs? What's going on with this? You got hacked by the deep state? I'm not going to want to summit 1G out of context. Did you actually just get hacked? No, I didn't just get hacked. Are you crazy? Nah, it doesn't matter though, because I am going to bed. I don't think this shit's coming out. So.
All right. Well,
Are you gonna go live, Will?
yeah, I'll probably hang out for a few hours, see if there are results, maybe play some games. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, good night to you, sir, and I will raid you.
What time are you going live tomorrow? I might come over just hang out before. Well, you'll probably go live early as hell.
Yeah. I don't know yet. I'll let you know though.
Yeah, let's hang out soon, man. I miss you. And great job tonight, dude.
All right. Thanks, brother.
Bye, chat. Thanks for hanging out. See you soon.
There you go. I'm back. I'm back on my bullshit. I'm back on my regular angle. As a Newfoundlander, I would love for y'all to just put Biden in the White House and go back to slowly deteriorating neoliberal democracy so that I can go back to complacency, groaning at Trudeau pulling the same bullshit up here. Thanks in advance. What did this do? 13K margin in GA right now? Dude, don't tell me this right now. Made me lose my shit. All right. Okay.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What
Ladies
a
and
fucking
gentlemen.
Weasley little liar, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, ambies, we have now gotten.
Literally lying. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
We are now
America deserved
rounding another corner on
I'm
the
saying it. America deserved happiness.
election cycle bonanza.
I'm saying it. America deserved
I didn't even think that it was going to go for this long today, if we're being honest.
deserve happiness.
Oh, you're such a big,
Did 16 hours yesterday and another 12 today, so
pervert. This is a deranged.
hopefully tomorrow,
Such a big.
hopefully tomorrow we'll just do a 10-hour and call it a night, you know what I mean? We'll see what happens.
This is a deranged
But
pervert.
as always, I just want to part you with some kind words, with some nice words, of course, which is that these have been some tumultuous days. You know, there's a lot of ups and downs, some ins and outs, some swings.
Can't make up that name.
But ultimately,
That's his name.
I wouldn't do it for this long if it wasn't for you. If you didn't make it enjoyable, honestly.
That's his name.
I think the beautiful part about this process is that there's always back and forth communication, and I rely on all of you just as much as you say you rely on me. So I don't know. I feel like I always feel the need to express my gratitude. So I'm a very, very fortunate person. And you know, I'm very lucky. And I just wanted to let you all know. So on that note, I'll go ahead and host our boy Will Neff here.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little
I can't believe I'm almost at fucking 50k subs. This is just psychotic.
liar, dude. Holy shit.
Anyway, to keep up to date with all the other stuff that I'm doing, you know, you can check my Instagram out, HasanAbi Piker. You can check my YouTube out. A lot of the videos are incredibly well done, well edited, and uploaded, like some of the best parts of the stream, immediately onto my YouTube.
I'm saying it.
Let me see if I can just like quickly blast that out actually. What is it, like YouTube channel, youtube.com/Hasan Piker.
Pervert. Such a big man, Hasan. Man,
It is.
Hasan. This is a deranged.
Here you go.
This is a deranged.
I'm gonna spam that in the chat.
I bet he's got some big old.
And go subscribe there and ring that bell. I don't really clutter your feed with bullshit. I post like two clips a day max. Like we have two last ones. Trump claims victory, lol. HasanAbi and Ryan Grimm discussed the election with 200,000 people. There's another one. And how Trump will steal the election, which was before the election. And those predictions have all pretty much been right on the money.
That's his name.
So
I'm saying it. America
get that YouTube subscriber count up to fucking 300k, man. I'm at 271k. What the fuck's going on, you know?
America deserved love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved happiness.
But
Fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley.
lastly, you can find me on Twitter, obviously, at Hasan the Hun. A lot of you know that already.
Little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy
But
shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. Still lying to his audience.
did you get your play button? I did not get my play button. Anyway. See you all tomorrow, folks. I'll keep you posted. I'm probably going to be up at like I'm going to be up early. I'm going to try to work out tomorrow though, because like I really need that shit. Did you get a PS5? I did not, but hopefully I will. I'll figure it out. I'll find something out, but like I said, I love you all and I will see you tomorrow. Hosting Will.